Yeah, but it's just very valuable for you to hear that from someone that's very successful. Because people just look at a guy like you and go, he's just Lionel Richie. It's just, it is what it is. You know what I mean? It must be nice.
I know.
That's how they look at it.
I know.
They don't think of, oh, that's a bizarre path that a human being took. Superstar. That's a strange.
And at any one point in their life, I could turn around and say, I quit.
Yeah, and that's very valuable for people to hear as well. And people will, and the fact that you're so honest and you're so open about things, it helps so much because when people read that, they'll think of themselves and the moments where they've struggled, the moments where they've been unsure of themselves or not sure what to do or wanted to quit and didn't. It's like, this is universal. It's universal. And the difference between Lionel Richie and Sandy Smith out there is listening to this. Is that Sandy Smith has to start taking her first steps, and that if she keeps going down that line, she can, you know, it's just keep going. There's talent, there's gifts of God, there's all sorts of things, but one of those things that they all have in common, if you know with them, it's they kept going. Like Jimi Hendrix, clearly, obviously, this godly gift, gifted, just gifted, something special. Also, worked like a motherfucker.
Like the work ethic was insane.
It has to be. Yeah. Think about how many records Nas wrote. They were releasing records for years after his death. Years after his death. Because he never left the studio.
Of course.
He worked. That's how you get that.
That's how you get there.
You see Biggie on the streets in Brooklyn when he's 17 years old. You're like, oh, okay. With sheets of paper.
Yeah.
Rapping with perfect flow at 17. You're like, oh, okay.
I get it.
You just go.
Or you get around major corporate people and you say to myself, oh my God, you built this company. I said, I was bankrupt 12 times.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Oh, you were?
Yeah.
All you remember was the smash.
Yeah.
But you don't remember, oh, what are you talking about? You know, in other words, how many times can you take no? How many times can you take rejection?
Right.
How many times can you go, I quit? And then you wait for the next one, I got another idea.
Yeah.
Because the world is designed to make you go away. Right. Very simple. Right. Don't get psyched out. I tell the kids on American Idol, don't get psyched out. Just because this person can hit every note perfectly and you have this cracky voice that is, but I can remember this perfect voice. But I can remember your cracky voice. And that means you've got a personality. This is a great karaoke singing.
Right.
Perfect notes don't work.
It's something authentic.
There we go. There we go. Yeah. I want to know what your quirk is. What's that thing?
Yeah.
You know, Cardi B is Cardi B for a reason.
Right.
Do you follow what I'm saying?
Right.
Now, there's a lot of folks that came along. Right. Cardi B is Cardi. I mean, I'm just using her as a one example. But the wonderful thing about it is she came with a personality. She came with a thing.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And to me, that's the quality I'm looking for, not only in the music, but in life. Okay, so you're rich. Okay, so but right. What's your thing? Who are you? Do I like being around you? Are you? Tell me, what is it? Yeah. Oh, it's just rich. Okay.
Yeah.
And you got stuff. Okay. But who are you?
Right. You have a shitty foundation in your house.
Exactly. Right.
A beautiful house on a shitty foundation.
Or you got no taste at all.
Yeah.
There's a lot of no taste.
Well, listen, Lionel, it's been a real honor having you on here, man, and a real pleasure. And I really enjoyed talking to you, man. It's a fascinating conversation, and I really applaud your honesty, your insight into your life. It's amazing. It's really awesome.
Well, I got to be honest with you. There's an old expression that goes, sometimes you don't want to meet the person because they may not be what you thought they were. You know, you're exactly what.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, I mean, because you know, you mastered this personality when you sit down and talk to just about everybody. And on the days when you struggle with trying to make a communication with somebody and it doesn't work out, I go, I understand why it didn't work out. Because you know, sometimes you have a block right in front of you. You go, okay, I just have to deal with it.
Yeah,
but I've enjoyed this.
I really have fun. Thank you, and best of luck with everything. And you already have best of luck.
No. That's come on.
Truly, Lionel Richie out now. Did you do the audio version?
We did I did not do the audio version.
Somebody else did it?
I did. I swear to you, I did not do it. How? Like I was, if you know Lionel Richie, okay, let me tell you something. For the time it took me to write this book, 2.5 years. Okay, so let me be honest with you. You don't want me to read this book because I don't want to put that in, guys. Can I change that one line? You follow me?
Right,
so I keep creating. And so it's just one of those things.
Dude who read it, if you sound a little like you.
Oh no, wait. I'm drawing a blank. Why am I drawing a blank? Blair Underwood. Okay. Blair Underwood. First of all, we kind of had kids our kids went to the same school. I said we had kids in common. No, we didn't have the same thing. Right. No, but we had kids at the same time, and so we met back then. But what I love about him is he understands I call it the middle class approach to my life. In other words, he understood the fact that did we grow up in the rural South? Did we struggle? Did we say no? It's not that kind of struggle. We had a struggle of understanding our identity and how to take that forward. As artists, and he understood the humor. I love his voice because it's not so identified that it was a Morgan Freeman. I'm just kidding, that's person, and I love Morgan, but it's too identified. I want somebody to tell a joke and it sounds like mine. Right. He had that quality, and so when I said no, I want you. Get it off in his voice. You'll hear it. Good job. Okay. Experience. Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night all day.
We just missed a fabulous conversation. We talked. I would not wear headsets.
Are we recording right now?
Yeah.
So, did you ever know Wayne died?
No, I didn't know Wayne died. Did Wayne die on the podcast ever? Like way back in the day?
I was on a cruise we had the same publisher, Hay House. He's our publisher, and we were on a cruise just off Australia. Of course, the sun's out there. Wayne came out and he's got a very shiny head. He said, "Very great." I said, "Yeah." He said, "You see this?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "This is a solar panel for a sex machine." And I couldn't match that, So I said, "Well, you see this?" I said, "These are every one of these hairs is a highly advanced, finely tuned antenna to higher dimensional state spaces information." And so that was our joke about hair and no hair.
Imagine if that's what made you enlightened how much hair you had and would fall a bit dumber.
But I said they every decade of my life, they're saying if you have it this decade, you can keep it. So I get my 70s. That's interesting. I got this so you can probably keep it. So
if you have the Knoxville, you got really good at it today, and there's a bunch of different DHT inhibitors that are topical that you can use. My friend Derek from Derek More Plates, More Dates, it's a website. It's got a bunch of protocols and how to save your hair. So maybe you want to save your hair. But we were talking about Art Bell. We came in, this is a photograph of art on the wall that was one of the most important things for me to put up. We talked about it, and Jamie and I were like, "Oh, we got to get a metal picture of Art Bell," because that was the guy, man. When I was driving home from the comedy store at 1 o'clock in the morning, and I was listening to AM radio Coast to Coast with Art Bell from the Kingdom of God. It was my favorite. This was all, for me, it was kind of pre-internet too. The internet existed, but it wasn't the thing that it is now. There was no podcasts.
No, but
The crazy thing, stuff that was on that program that was all fringe is what everybody's talking about every day at lunch.
Now.
At lunch right now.
Area 51, Bob Lazar, totally mainstream.
He was so kind to me. He had me on his program before I had my first book. I self-published my first 2 books, and I was doing talks all over up and down the West Coast, up in Vancouver. And he had heard somebody in his shop had been on one of those talks. They invited me on, no book, and then he had me on a number of times after that. And so I was very honored to be on there. And we talked about everything, man. That was the thing. You could talk about anything you wanted to talk about.
It was also like art was a show where you could get real information and you could also get complete horseshit. And you had to be able to discern what is what, but art treated everyone with equal respect. Like you could call him up, Art, I'm a werewolf. Interesting. Tell me more. It was never like, bitch, you're not a werewolf. You're just mentally ill. You need to get some Prozac or whatever they give you.
But you still got to be discerning today. I think I say it's
today you more so than ever because of AI and because of bots and
it's important to have an open mind but not a gaping mind. And there's a lot of
unfortunate use of terminology, but yes, I agree.
Part of the reason for that, is we have a global audience. A lot of those people are very hurt, unresolved hurt. They're right on the edge. They're very fragile personalities.
Yeah, that's true.
And what they hear on the radio can be interpreted in a million different ways. And it's, I think there's responsibility with saying things. If you're going to say it, make sure it's accurate.
Yeah, and your intention, like what are you trying to do? Like, I'm never trying to hurt someone's feelings. Right? If someone's listening, I'm a better life. I want your life to be better. This is an interesting thing about whether it's bots or whether it's, an actual human being talking about stuff. The way you approach life and the way the people around you approach life is very contagious. And if you're doing it in a very positive and a loving way, in a friendly way, in a communal way, that's contagious. It's really good. It's good for everybody. Yeah. But if you're bitter and shitty, it's bad for everybody. What art was like very friendly and fascinated by all these things, and he was a real pro. You know what I mean? It's just like, so when I did his show, it's like one of the highlights of my life. And I got to do the internet version. I never got to do the radio version. So he was on the internet at the time. I don't think maybe he was on some radio stations, but mostly I think it was an internet thing. But I was like, yes, I'm on with our pals.
Mine was all by phone. It was all landlines.
Yeah, I was on my phone too. I did it from my house on the internet. I think I did it, with a headset or something. But
he paved the way.
He made interesting subjects. Like I remember when they were talking about things like the face on Mars, and you're like, what? That sounds so kooky. And then you see pictures, and you go, what is that? Well, I only hear about that in school.
Yeah, well, yeah, Richard Hoagland on night after night after night after night for weeks on end.
Yes.
That face on Mars, I'd love to do my career path, actually.
Undefeated. Right. So what is your take on all this? Because one of the things that happened was with the face on Mars is the initial images were very grainy, but because it did kind of look like a face, but maybe even more remarkable because sometimes there's faces like the side of a rock, it looks like a face. More remarkable was the geometric pattern of the face of it. And so I kind of dismissed that when the second images came out. So this is the original image. This is the original image that freaked everybody out. They were like, oh my God, there's a face on Mars. And then they came up with these upgraded images, and I was like, well, that's not a face. It's just weird shadows. It's probably just a mouth. But man, that's an odd shape. Or that face of the doctor. It could be true, yeah. But also, then I looked at it, it was like, that shape is interesting. Like, it almost looks unnatural. Then the new images from very close to sight, don't they, show a very clear square. This one's nuts, because this one is somewhere in the neighborhood of between it's plus 300 meters. Like, they don't know how much longer it is than 300 meters, but it's the minimum size of this thing is 300 meters across. And it's a full-on square. Right angle, right. It's like, What the hell is that?
As a geologist, I was fascinated when Hoagland first started talking about what's happening here. So,
What's up, Jay? Oh, that one, yeah, the one that we bring up all the time. Which one? Oh, it don't matter. I'm just not on any of them. Yeah, the non-doctor one, the one next to it, like right there. Look at that. That's absolutely great.
So I don't know if I'm very familiar with this image. I don't know if you can see with your mind's eye. You're looking at the lower left. That's a 90-degree angle. If you can see the rest of the 90-degree angle at the top and over at the side, if you can trace out, that is one massive right there. Now you can see it down. It appears as up. Nature does not work in 90-degree angles. You're not going to get wind erosion. Wind is called aeolian erosion. Fluvial erosion is water erosion. You're not going to get 90-degree angles from wind or water. So one of the tenets in archaeology, when you see 90-degree angles, there's an intentionality underlying that structure. If it were a one-off, you could say maybe it's a fluke, and it's not. And this is on Mars. Jamie, I don't know if you can do this. Through Freedom of Information, NASA had to release all of the lunar images up through the Clementine mission. And they didn't want to do that. And when they did release it, they ended up pixeling out a whole bunch of stuff, which made it look even more obvious than it was.
They just fucked them.
So you got to say, what is it on the lunar surface that we paid for with our tax dollars that we're not supposed to be seeing? These were tower structures. Can you see the Clementine?
Are there any undoctored, unblurred versions of it that some
I haven't seen them in the public. I haven't seen them in the public.
You've seen it privately?
No. What I'm saying is, through Freedom of Information,
what you have seen the undoctored.
No, what they were forced to release. Why in the world would they be pixelating the images that are on there that actually make them look even more obvious than they are? So what we're seeing, what Hoagland was talking about, what you're seeing on Mars is not happening in a vacuum. It's happening. We're seeing the same thing on the lunar surface to varying degrees. On Mars, there were 3-sided, 4-sided, 5-sided pyramids.
And the one in the upper right. That's odd. Yeah, that's very odd.
So here's the kicker. We were sending Viking probes, Viking 1, Viking 2 in the 70s, went to Mars. 19,000 images were captured from the orbiting part of the mission. The other craft landed on the surface, and I can just imagine being on the surface seeing this. It's like this thing is like a spider comes down in a cloud of dust, and this little tube pops up, and some sticky dental floss stuff shoots out, and then they reel it in to collect dirt and microbes, and they reel it into broth because they're looking for evidence of life on Mars, and it's happening next to massive monuments and geometric structures that are now dating about 50,000 years BP before present. So they're looking for microbes and signs of life next to the most massive signs of life. They can imagine.
You said they're dated to 50,000 BC. BP before present.
Yeah.
So how do they know that?
Those were when the Sidonia mission, that's the Sidonia scientists are estimating 50,000 years, and the same for lunar. I'm hesitating.
But the Sidonian, how do they estimate that? If they're using probes that
They're
far away.
using probes, and I think geologically they're using its relative dating. They're looking at strata and things like that. From the lunar sites, they brought back samples, and I'm hesitating because I don't have people want to go with all this, but the samples that came back from the lunar surface had traces of metals that do not occur naturally in nature. They are the product of advanced machinery. And
what metals are these?
These were metals that came back when they brought back from the Apollo mission. And I think they brought back that's one thing you can look up. What the metals were that came back, and they don't know where those
So is this metals from Sidonia, or is this metals from the moon?
This is from the lunar.
So the structures on the moon, how old they think they're the same age as the structures on Sidonia?
They're estimating 50,000. There's a race for the moon right now, and I'm fascinated by this. there was a time only two nations on Earth had the money and technology to go to the moon. It was the former Soviet Union, the former United States, because neither one's the same country anymore. And both those countries have been so broke, they haven't been able to do it. India and China are now sending the probes to the moon. We were going to the moon during the Cold War, and it was a crazy time. It was actually a very civilized war. I mean, the governments were at war, but the scientists were still cooperating. And there was an agreement that we would not share publicly what was found on the lunar surface. And Russia did the same thing. China was never part of that agreement. So China has said that when they land, they're going to televise live what they find on the lunar surface to the people of the Earth. My sense, Joe, and this will lead into a whole conversation we're going to have here. I think they'll find the archaeological structures that we know are there, that we've seen in photographs, the inscriptions on those structures, we're going to be able to read, because there's a thinking that those structures are from ETs from another time, but the evidence suggests they're from us, from a time in our past, a cycle of civilization where we did great and beautiful things by working together until we destroyed one another through war, and that we're repeating that cycle again. So when they say that, like a lot of different possibilities for what happened, I think that's where I'm going with this. When they see what's on those temple walls, they're going to see inscriptions in languages that we already recognize, and that will be the big.
Why do you think that?
Because this is what the researchers who are working on these projects right now, and they're combining this with so many of what the ancient texts have always told us. And this is where, it gets into a really a kind of a sticky conversation, because it depends on how people interpret these things. I'm excited for it for this reason. This is obviously no ordinary time in the history of our world, and they're pushing for war. We're on the verge of global war. What would it mean if we found on the surface, on the lunar surface, evidence of us, humans from another time, leaving a message in our own languages, cuneiform, Sanskrit, those kinds of things? It could be one of the most unifying factors right when we're on the precipice of war.
I completely agree, but we have to make a lot of leaps in order for that to be real. Like, we haven't seen any writing, so why would they assume that there's a bunch of different kinds of writing?
I think they have some.
Who's that?
Well, with our space program, I think you've had guests on that talked about this in the past. I think when our space program was active, there were broadcasts from the lunar surface that were cut off. When astronauts had seen things they were not allowed to see and not allowed to share.
That's what I heard. It sounds fun.
Yeah,
it sounds really fun. I want to read that.
Well, and some of them are leaving this world now, and on their deathbed, they can't believe this hasn't been made public already. So there have been recordings and videos and things, and I think they're authentic.
Right, but this does it. Like, we haven't got boots on the ground in Cydonia, right? So
no, not Cydonia. Cydonia is Mars.
Well, exactly. So how are they seeing these inscriptions? Are you saying these inscriptions are on the moon?
Yeah, lunar surface.
I'm sorry. Yeah, all right. I was confused. So these astronauts are saying that on the surface of the moon, they saw writing.
They see structures, massive structures.
But what about the writing there?
There were reports that they had seen the writing, but we can't verify those.
Okay, so this is just pothead talk.
Well, yeah, yes and no.
Kind of, a little bit, because if there's no evidence at all, he's not even an interview with the guy who talks about when I was on the moon, I saw writing.
Well, then this is where you start going into the ancient texts, and the traditions that are relating our relationship to intelligences from beyond this.
Yes, there's a lot of that.
And there's a lot of that.
There's a lot of that in various religions too. It's very fascinating.
Well, this is This is what I think is important. It is in religions, but I think you can break out their historical texts and there's religious texts. So if you're reading the Bible, there's religion and history in the Bible. If you look at the Sumerian, Akkadian, Babylonian texts from the Mesopotamian era, they're telling similar stories. And I guess I'm talking about this, where stories are similar, but the religion is not part of that. And so I think what we're doing, we're kind of beating around the bush to a deeper conversation. And that's why I hesitated a couple of times, because I was to get so far down one side.
Oh, don't worry. Tell us all. Oh, okay. Tell us all. We should call the show Rabbit Holes. Because people are always in the middle of talking. It doesn't matter.
Well, I think this is all tied into disclosure and what's happening, the reluctance to have the full disclosure.
We've talked about that multiple times. I'm sure you were you in that documentary, The Age of Disclosure? No.
I've been in a lot, and a lot of what I said was about the title.
Always.
And there's a couple of reasons for that. One thing I learned from this as well, if you're going to be in the documentary, ask if you are on the front end of the film or the back end of the film.
What does that mean?
Here's the reason. Are you one of the early interviews or are you one of the later interviews?
Okay.
Here's the reason. They'll develop an arc in the storyline and ask you questions with that arc in the storyline. 5 interviews down, somebody's going to come on and they're going to introduce something, and the producer will say, "Oh, there's a new arc and new storyline," and now everything that you interviewed for may not be relevant in that conversation. So,
well, I don't think you can control that. So
you can ask. You just ask. You say, "Where am I in the shooting process?" And if you're the first one, say, "You can come back and interview me."
Yeah. Is it so?
A little bit later on.
Is it your belief that there was a civilization on Mars that were us, and that we migrated to Earth, and then eventually populated Earth? Is that what you're thinking? Or that we coexisted in both places?
I think we did. And
it sounds so crazy to say. And yeah, it does. It does. Well, you probably travel in different circles. But I mean, to the rational people, most people hear that. What, there are people on Mars? But as time goes on, and more discoveries, we find out just about the structures that are on Earth and how old they might be, and the actual age of Homo sapiens, like how old we might actually be. Or a lot of, like they found that skull in China the other day. That was you see this? It's a 1,000,000-year-old Homo sapien skull, but apparently there's some debate about it. They're going back and forth. But at the very least, it's in the conversation of the human beings possibly have existed, at least in this form for 1,000,000 years. Which is found it. Yeah, right. Found it in 1990. What? Yeah. What I found it? No, I read it on the BBC. I know. I was going through the story yesterday. What happened was some team reconstructed parts of that skull with new methods that are now available. And I think it was actually one of those we talked about, the big head, the longie. Oh, right. It's one of those. Yeah, that one's fascinating. So that's a larger human being.
What's the Homo sapiens?
Yeah, well, they're in a branch from the Minnesota.
Right. So this is the thing.
What is it called? I remember longie, but I think it was that's Julian. Yeah, okay, that's it. That's the big head of that.
I'm skeptical about those because they find one fragment and there's a lot of interpretation that's going on there. The consensus has been for a long time that I'm a great geologist. I believe in evolution. Evolution is a fact. I've seen it in the fossil record for plants, animals, insects. Darwin's theory of it when it comes to humans, and it breaks down for this reason. We now can do what used to sound like science fiction. If you ever saw the first Jurassic Park, where they pulled the DNA out of the fossilized remains of ancient forms of life, in the movie they brought them back to life. To the best of my knowledge, we haven't done that. What we have done is we can extract that DNA from the bone marrow of fossilized remains of beings that we used to believe our ancestors. And this is a mind blow. We know that we descend from Neanderthal. We shared the earth with them, certainly, and some people have some Neanderthal DNA because of that, but we did not descend from them. And we didn't descend from many of the other forms that you see on those traditional trees. You know, you've got modern humans here and all these lines connected. If you look close to the lines, most of them are broken lines, Joe, because there's no solid evidence. It's called inferred or speculative relationships. It's like what I've got a picture of here if you want to see that. But what they're showing is that we showed up about 200,000 years ago. Now there's a little evidence that may have been back as far as 300,000. But the kicker is that we can now look at the DNA and reverse engineer it and say, what did it take to get where we are? And what scientists are now calling the smoking gun, and there's still a lot of controversy around this, is human chromosome number 2. Human chromosome number 2 is the second largest chromosome in every cell of the body. It's got about 1,200 or so genes in that chromosome. And just one of them, gene TBR number 1, is responsible for most of the brain we have for our neocortex. So our humanness, our empathy, sympathy, compassion, love, our cognitive abilities, the mirror neurons, all these kinds of things are because that one gene. Well, it's really interesting. It's where did chromosome 2 come from? And scientists have the answer, but they don't like the answer because chromosome 2 is the product of a fusion. Proceedings from National Academy of Sciences, the volume of genetics, says it's very chromosome 2 is part of an ancestral fusion.
How'd you find out about me? Okay, well, how'd you originally find out about me? Oh, yeah. All right, so how things been for you recently? Oh, excellent. What? Yeah. All right. Very well. Mate, there you go. So what's on your agenda for this weekend? Okay. So what are you trying to organize? Okay. Okay. Google. Okay. You use a password manager or no? Okay. All right. Yeah. No, I don't. I have like 10,000. I use everything in my head. Yeah. All right. So you gotta get all your tabs in order and bookmarks and stuff. You use the bookmark bar. Well, you seem like you know what you're doing. Yeah. Are you? Okay. Well, I'm here to keep you company, but your big goal is to get yourself organized. So why don't you stay in here? We'll watch Joe Rogan, which is what we're doing with a bunch of people, and then you get your bookmarks organized. How's that sound? All right, that's organized. I'm here if you need me.
A telomere to telomere fusion of 2 pre-existing chromosomes. That does not happen in nature. It can't happen in nature. So here's what they're saying. You got two fully formed, fully functional chromosomes, and on the end are the telomeres that protect those chromosomes when the cells divide. And that's why they're on the end. They take the hit. It's a trauma in the cell when those chromosomes are pulled apart, and some of the DNA gets invaded. So nature the telomeres on the end to take the hit, so the good DNA remains intact. And that's why it's on the ends. Chromosome 2, the telomeres are right in the middle of the chromosome. They shouldn't be, because chromosomes were fused together about 200,000 years ago when we appeared. And if that was the only one, you could say, well, maybe it's a fluke. Chromosome number 7. I'm a musician when I'm not doing what I'm doing now, long before I was a researcher. And one of the things I always used to wonder about, we share 98% of our DNA with chimpanzees, but you don't hear chimpanzees sing. You're never going to hear a chimpanzee sing Led Zeppelin's Stairway to Heaven. And you ask, well, why not? I mean, 98% of the DNA is we share with them, but it's because of chromosome 7. And for about 175 million years, this chromosome was stable in all primates, all of them, orangutan, gorilla, chimps, all the primates. All of a sudden, there was this little switch of a couple of genes that connected our tongue and our brain and our jaw, and we can sing, we can have complex speech, like no other form of life that happened 200,000 years ago. But what are the odds of that happening when chromosome 2 is fusing? So I've worked with scientists my whole life, both in academia and in corporations. I was a problem solver for Fortune 500 companies through the late 70s, 80s, and 90s. And one of the things I've seen about scientists is fascinating, is that there is one way of thinking that says we take all the evidence and we force it into a pre-existing model, like all the new discoveries, trying to force that into Darwin's theory of evolution, or we allow the new evidence to lead to the story that it tells. And this is where science is stuck right now, because the old theory, Darwin's theory of evolution, is in trouble. And it's the DNA is the reason it's in trouble. It's no longer superficial or fossil evidence. I mean, the DNA is telling the story. And the new story suggests, at the very least, the scientist has to say there's been some kind of intelligent intervention. And this is where science gets stuck, because science says it's not equipped to talk about any kind of an intelligent intervention. If that ties in to everything that's happening now, if we're going to talk about ancient civilizations, or if we're going to talk about the been here before, or we're going to talk about, what it is that is the disclosure, all of those kinds of things. So science is kind of at a crossroads right now. There's something called the standard model, applies to evolution. And what the evidence suggests, we are the product of an intelligent and an intentional act. Who or what that is, that's where it can get sticky. The universe, we have physicists on here, and really good physicists, and some of them are not aware of some of the new information that's come out about it. When I was in school back in the 50s, I was taught to be inert, cold, and we happen to be like biology. That's kind of what we used to teach. Now, physicists are suggesting the universe is alive, it is intelligent, and it's conscious. And one of the reasons for this, and you go to the NASA website, you can look at some of these images. The James Webb Space Telescope. They're showing galaxies that are in proximity of something that is dangerous to them, like an exploding, whatever. And what they'll do is they'll create jets from the center, both directions, these jets that actually move them out of the way. I talk about this. I've got a new book, and I talk about that in the new book. So it's documented in the book. They actually move them to a safer place. And you say, well, maybe that's a fluke. It's a one-off. And now that they found that, they found it happens time and time again.
So space itself is conscious in some form.
Conscious and intelligent. Those are two very different things. But that is a very different story. If our universe is alive and intelligent and conscious, and we are the product of an intentional act, we solve our problems. Joe, we build our world based on the way we've been taught to think about ourselves. We use our resources. We apply our technology based on the way we've been taught to think about ourselves. And we've been taught that we are a flawed form of life, that we are powerless victims of the world around us. And because of that, this is going to lead into this whole conversation. Because of that, we need a savior. And that savior is being touted as technology. So now we are living at this time where we're being encouraged, indoctrinated, coerced, mandated sometimes to embrace the technology outside of our bodies because we have been conditioned to believe that we are a broken, flawed form of life. And you're seeing this play out in the AI conversation. You're seeing it play out in what's called the transhuman movement, the intentional movement to replace our humans with computer chips in the brain, chemicals in the blood, RFID chips under the skin. And it's all playing out right now. So I mean, this can't go on for another 20 years because it's moving too fast. This is the generation, right? And I'm very passionate about this. The experts are saying that unless we change our trajectory right now, we very probably are the last generation of pure humans that the world will ever know. That by 2032, when you go to the supermarket or go to the airport, the people you talk to will be some hybrid, maybe some more and some less, but we'll have some kind of technology embedded in their bodies. Now, I was on a research and I was a scientist, and they said, well, what's wrong with that? Isn't that the next step? Isn't that our natural step in our evolution? I said, no, it is not. If there's a reason. When we replace our natural biology with synthetics, our natural abilities begin to atrophy. Cells, let me just give a perfect example. We used to be taught, when I was in school, I was taught we're born into this world with a fixed number of brain cells. And every beer I drink in college,
Yeah, I remember that.
all right, I'm going to lose some brain cells. Well, what I'm going to say next is not a reason to drink the beer. But what they found is a part of the human brain, it's the hippocampus, that is producing new brain cells until the last breath we take on this earth. There's a catch, and the catch tells the story. If we do not use those new brain cells in a meaningful way within about 7 to 10 days, the body says, oh, you didn't use it, so you must not eat it, and those cells will atrophy and die.
That makes sense because I always feel dumber when I come back from vacation.
Are you drinking beer on vacation?
Not this time, no, but sometimes, yeah.
But that principle, so it's called use it or lose it. We've all heard that. That principle applies to every system in the human body. It applies to our cognitive abilities, to our reproductive system. And when we replace our natural biology with these synthetics, this is exactly what's happening. And we've been doing this long enough. Virtual reality goggles, for example, they've been around long enough. Psychology Magazine has published article after article. If you take young kids with malleable brains, parents are busy, they want to entertain them. So they sit them on the floor, put a virtual VR goggle on, and 3 or 4 hours a day, and say, "Hey, so here's the kid. They're just sitting there like this, and they're seeing images that they would never see in their backyard, and colors, and sounds, and situations." But here's the thing: it's all being done for them. They are not using their imagination like you and I did when we were kids. They're not using their imagination. So now, what's happening is there are parts of their brain that are atrophying. So they are diminished cognitive abilities, diminished language, diminished communication skills. But listen to this: the visual cortex, which is what they're using to watch everything, is enlarged in the brain. The visual cortex gets bigger because that's what they're doing now. Because of epigenetics, all of that can be reversed. When the kids are put into a healthy environment, go outside and play with your friends, they're young enough that they can reverse that. But I spent a lot of time with shamans in the Yucatan and in Peru, Costa Rica, places like that. And they found the same thing. They do, 5,000 ayahuasca journeys because they're leading groups. And every time the group does it, they do it. So they're doing that. Their visual cortexes are enlarged, but their other abilities are diminished. Now, if you're a shaman in the jungle, maybe that's no big deal. But if you're a software engineer in Silicon Valley writing code for nuclear triggers, and on the weekends, this is what you're doing every weekend chronically, it could be a problem.
Have they done studies on that where they've shown the declined ability or
Yes.
cognitive function due to psychedelic use?
Yes, they have.
Any specific psychedelics?
Ayahuasca was one, and I hesitate because there are different kinds of ayahuasca. It's called a group, different kinds of groups.
So is the idea that people are overdoing it, they're doing it too much?
Well, I want to be clear about this. One-off, I don't think there's any problem. It's done therapeutically. I'll give you a perfect example. I was speaking at a facility. I was invited as a guest speaker to go with a cohort through 7-day programs. And part of that program was ayahuasca. Part of it was breath work, part of it was body work, part of it was natural raw food, the whole gamut. And there was a woman and her husband who came, and they were both healthy. They couldn't have a baby. They couldn't conceive. Her eggs were good. The sperm was good. The doctors couldn't figure it out. And they said there's something else going on. So we came to this program, and the woman, one time, she had a plant medicine experience, and in that experience, a being came to her and reached in and pulled her heart out, and it was all black and had stuff all over it. And the being cleaned it off and put it back in, did the same thing with the wound. And she'd been traumatized as a child, been abused, had not resolved that, apparently, on a deep emotional level. And so there was a part of her that felt that she wasn't worthy to continue. And it was shown up that way. And in her plant medicine experience, this is what worked for her. And they conceived shortly after. I think they conceived that week while we were there when they did the numbers backwards. Now, as a scientist, can you agree with that? Or you could say there's a high correlation between the time that an individual has an experience like that and when they successfully conceive. But that's a one-off, and I don't, therapeutically, I don't think there's anything. It's not get harmful one-off, it's the chronic use for recreation. That's where we get.
Well, it seems to me the people that I have encountered that use it maybe a little bit too much, they seem to have a loss of a perception of how other people they get slippery. Like the world gets slippery. They act weird and they don't know they're acting weird. And it seems like there's a piece of the interface that's been damaged. If that makes any sense.
It makes total sense. And I knew no matter where we go in this conversation, to start with, it's going to bring us back to the same place. And I can show you exactly where that slipperiness comes from just a moment.
Okay.
When we get there. Because, and I'll just say it right now, there's a part of us that doesn't live inside the body. But that the body tunes to, and I'm using that from an engineering perspective, that the body tunes to through the antenna of neurons and DNA. And this is where it's a fascinating conversation. Scientists now, a segment of science, are beginning to look at the human body as more than soft, sticky, wet, gooey, mushy, cells and skin. Joe, they're actually looking at us from an IT perspective. And this sounds crazy, but they're looking at the human body from the perspective of information passing through and communicating with the world around us. We are such an advanced form of life. We're not primitive computer chips and wires of chemicals. We're more than that. We're neurons and cell membranes and ion potentials moving across cell walls. And the ability for us to self-regulate what is now being called soft. We are a soft technology. The ability to do that is the core of all the ancient and cherished spiritual traditions in the mystery schools. How we go about this technology. So now let me just break that down for back up a little bit. I mentioned during the Cold War, it's a very civilized war. I remember it was 1980s. I was civilian, working on a contract for the DoD, and with the civilian security, I had a yellow badge. It wasn't a high secret clearance. It wasn't like top secret or anything. But we had access to research papers that were coming in from the Soviet Union. Even though we were at war, on one level, the scientists were still cooperating. And the Soviets were the first that sent these diagrams of a human cell as a circuit diagram. Now, this is a mind blow. I mean, it wasn't a metaphor. Literally, that every human cell is a gated circuit. It's got input and output. It has transistors, the equivalent of transistors, resistors, and capacitors. Every cell produces about 0.07 volts of electrical potential. And you say, well, that's not very much. And I agree. And then you do the math. You got about 50 trillion cells in the body. 50 trillion cells times 0.07 volts, it's about 10 volts of electrical potential in the human body. Every cell is the equivalent of a transistor. Every cell is equivalent of a resistor, a capacitor. We're photon emitters, and there's a whole science now about reading the photon emissions from humans, and we're photon receivers, and we store information just like a computer chip. And this goes on. Blockchain technology. Our DNA stores information, and the way that it's described is that it is secure, it's transparent, and it's immutable, and it's distributed. And those are exactly the terms being used for blockchain technology today, because blockchain technology in the world actually mirrors the technology of human DNA. We have a record, and you and I, every human body, we have a record of every successful genetic transaction for our species. It is transparent, it's immutable. If you know how to look for it, it's not hidden. It's secure, and it's distributed across all the nodes that we call humans. This goes on and on and on. The point is that we are the only form of life that can consciously self-regulate all of this technology and apply it to our healing, to our intuition, to our resilience, to change, to any of these kinds of things. And the ability to do that is the secret that has been hidden within the mystery schools, within the religions, and it is the reason for everything we're seeing happening in the world today. There's a concerted effort, Joe, to deny us our ability to express our humanness. And part of that effort is replacing our humanness with technology. So that's a big statement, and I know.
But that's fairly recent, right? The effort to stop people from expressing their humanness, that's not recent.
Well, so now we're going to get to the crux of it.
Okay.
So and I wasn't sure how we get into this. I lost my mom to COVID just a couple of years ago. And right before she died, she looked at me and she said, Greg, the world is going to hell in a handbasket. And I always got the going to hell part. I never knew exactly what the handbasket was.
I never understood that phrase. What is that phrase?
I don't know, but I knew what she meant. And what she meant was that the world looked scary to her. Joe, and there's a lot of people. It looked like things were happening for no reason, for no apparent, there was no apparent structure. It looked like things were just popping off here and there, out of control, but crazy. She said, this isn't my world anymore. Well, we are in the middle of the process. The process has a beginning, it has a end. We're in it. The only way out of it is to go through it, and that's why I'm excited to have this conversation with you. The two parallel themes that are playing out in our world right now, and we can explore both of them. One, there is a concerted effort for the first time in the history of our world to remake the stated intent, to remake our world and to remake our bodies. Now, we've never had the technology to do that, but we do now. So the intent to remake the world and remake our bodies, that's one conversation. The other conversation, the best science in the modern world, it's showing us that we're not told. We're so much more than we've been led to believe. And we're about to give our humanness away to the technology before we even know what it means to be human if we remake our bodies. So this is in this generation. This cannot drag on for 5 years, 10 years, because all the tech is being pushed on us so quickly. I'm a systems thinker. And rather than get into the weeds of the Democrats and the Republicans and liberals and conservatives, which is all important in that conversation, but there's something much, much bigger that's playing out here. And it literally, we're in a battle for our humanness. And if we don't claim our humanness, there are powers and forces that will stop at nothing to deny us our humanness. One of the reasons they're denying it is what we just said, because it's through our humanness that we have these extraordinary potentials that empower us as sovereign, critically thinking, self-regulating human beings. And it's very difficult to play out the agendas that are proposed for the world upon populations that are sovereign, critically thinking, self-regulating human beings. So just like,
well, the problem seems to be power. That's the problem. And the only way to have power and control over people is to limit their ability to express themselves and then keep them at each other's throats. Those are two things that are happening all the time with social media. The people that manage social media are consistently trying to limit the reach of people that have voices or narratives that they don't approve of. And ultimately, what you're seeing in other countries is moving to digital IDs. This is just implemented in Europe, in the UK. You're seeing it in a lot of places where you're going to have to need that to work and vote and travel. And it'll be even more of a constriction on your ability to express yourself. Particularly when you think about the UK, just had more than 12,000 arrests for very mild social media programs.
Isn't that crazy? I mean, I can't believe that. I've been watching stuff play out.
Fascinating, and the fact that our mainstream media is relatively silent on this is insane. You're seeing a complete, total attack on one of the most fundamental principles of the Western world, which is your ability to express yourself and your ability to call out that you think that the policies that are being implemented in your country are destructive. That's people have always been able to do that. These people are not calling for violence. They're being arrested for wild things. People are being arrested for liking posts. They're being arrested. Some people were investigated for viewing posts. 12,000 people arrested by the police in the UK, the same place that just implemented digital ID. I mean, this is an Orwell nightmare coming to life right in front of our face. And no one's flinching. No one in America is freaking out about what's happening in the UK at all. I mean, you get people online that are kind of freaked out by it, but they're way more freaked out by nonsensical things like whether or not what Jimmy Kimmel said in his monologue is offensive. They'll go to the ends of the earth to fight that.
Like the program. That's the program.
Well, it's easy. That's a simple thing, and it doesn't freak you out. Like if you could get Jimmy, if you could do that, like you have some power. You have power, but you really don't. If you look at what's going on, like in the UK, what they're learning over there is that they are in a tyrannical government, and it's slowly but surely. It's got its back. It's got hooks in. It's put the rear naked choke in. It's got them locked up. They've got to do something about it.
Why do you think that's happening?
Why? Because of what we talked about: power and control and resources. And a very limited amount of people are controlling a huge amount of people. A limited amount of people with fantastic access to resources and the ability, for the first time in human history, where you have individuals that are in charge of companies that they can shift the entire narrative of the world. So they're doing it through these tech companies for the first time ever. Totally unanticipated. 20 years ago, didn't exist.
So I'm saying for the first time, the tech allows for the remaking of our humanness.
Well, it allows for new methods of control and resource extraction. And we found out that data itself is a fantastic resource and worth billions and billions of companies that have ever existed. They're data companies. That's kind of nuts, and that's like, we missed that. But this is all the same thing that happens with kings and it's control. You got to limit the people who rebel, limit their ability to gather resources, keep them at each other's throats ideologically, keep them the dumbest shit possible, including the color of their skin. Fight over everything. What gods you believe in, what foods you eat, what views. Keep them fighting over everything, and then get social media bots to continue that fight going all day long. Meanwhile, closer and closer and closer to total control of the population, where they're even openly stating it. Said in an interview, if we can't control social media, we lose control. Yeah. Like, yeah, you're not supposed to have control over other human beings. Yeah, you're going to lose them. You're not supposed to have. An elected official is supposed to be a representative for the people. You're supposed to be a person who's a public servant, where you go out and you do this incredibly moral and ethical and beautiful thing where you sacrifice your time for the betterment of your community and your society, instead of just a means of extracting fantastic wealth that is totally unprecedented and that shouldn't exist in the first place. You shouldn't be able to take that fucking job and then immediately go and start working for some Fortune 500 company making billions of dollars. Like, that's crazy. If you're a government employee and involved in any regulatory fashion, and then you go and work for the very industry you were regulating. Or if you're a person who runs for office, you get in office, and then all of a sudden you're worth hundreds of millions of dollars when your salary is $170,000 a year. It's real obvious what's going on. It's just wealth extraction. And the way to do that is with control. You have to have control over people, and you have to be able to censor them. You're going to call that shit out.
Everything you're talking about is part of the bigger picture. So how deep you want to go?
All the way to the bottom. But do you think the bigger picture is natural? Like, these are natural patterns human beings follow when they get power and control over people? Because that does seem to be the case. It's just on a much grander scale now.
I think what you're talking about, power and control, lust and greed, there are individuals that have a propensity for those things. They're going to fall into those roles very easily. They don't even know that they're supporting something much darker.
What do you think is the source of this much darker?
Okay, so this will open the door to answering Sidonian and everything else that we've done. So we're not totally beating around the bush. We're going to bring this all together. I wasn't sure how deep you want to go with this, Joe. And what I'll say is, I'm going to acknowledge things we're talking about for a lot of people is a very different way of thinking. It's different from what I was conditioned. I was born and raised in northern Missouri, a rural community. My first degrees in geology or science. It's a very different way of thinking, and it's where the evidence is leading us. What our most ancient and cherished texts, whether you're talking about religion or not religion, they say that we are born into an ancient struggle that began long before we ever got here. And for lack of a better term, this is where words are powerful and they carry a lot of baggage. It's a struggle. We're born into the struggle between good and evil. It's not a religious struggle. When we talk about evil, I think it's important to quantify what that evil is. And to do that, we have to talk about who we are. There's something inside of us, Joe, and this is where science is stuck. This is where science and spirituality come together in a beautiful way, and this is where language can fail me. So I'm going to do my best. There's something inside of us that is so rare and so precious and so ancient and sacred and powerful and beautiful. But there are forces that have in history and are currently working to deny us access to this force. The force is the reason for the ancient texts, the spiritual traditions, and there's two ways that we can have this conversation. You can say we can do it from a biblical perspective and talk about angels and demons. We could do it from a high-tech perspective and talk about advanced civilization from another world at another time. We're talking about the same thing. exactly the same conversation. As to our origin, there was an intentional intervention that created us. The biblical traditions are giving us one perspective. The Mesopotamian texts are telling us that we are the product of the blood of a higher form of life. And now the archaeological sites are revealing that those what's recorded in those Sumerian texts actually existed. I was a member back in the 90s.
What specific things that they reported most archaeological?
Let me say, I was in the 90s. I was a member of an organization called BAR, Biblical Archaeology Review. And the idea is that you follow the instructions in the text, and you go someplace and you dig, and there is what the text is talking about from 3,000 years ago. So they use that to try to validate the events, not the religiosity, but the events. In the Mesopotamian texts, when we talk about the king's list, right? Yes, I've talked about the king's list in Sumeria. It literally says when it descended from the heavens to the earth, and then it gives the list of the kings. And then there was another flood, and they evacuated and they came back, and then they created humans. And it actually lines up date-wise with the 250,000 years when we were created, no religion involved. So two different languages. Are we talking about an advanced civilization and our relationship to them a long time ago? Are we talking about angels and humans from a long time ago? Are we talking about beings with wings in the religious, or when you look at the Sumerian traditions, the kings all had wings as well. Right. But they're telling the same story. And what the story is that we are we're the product of an intentional act, and we were imbued with a force that was greater even than those who created us. And there has been an effort from that time to deny us that force.
Well, how do you know that our force is greater than those that created us?
I don't know that.
Where are you getting that from?
That is from, if you're familiar with the Gnostic texts. In the Gnostic texts, the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered in 1946-47, the oldest unedited records of the Old Testament. Push the date back 1,000 years. In 45 and 46, the oldest records of the New Testament and the texts that were excluded were discovered in a little village on an island in Egypt called Nag Hammadi. Can I just tell you, it's a crazy story. There's not much firewood along the Nile in Egypt, and there was a woman who needed kindling to feed family, to build the fires, to feed her family, and keep their home. And she finds some kindling, and he was very resourceful with no trees, so he found an old tomb. And in the tomb were clay vases, and he opened those vases, and there were documents that were very dry and brittle and made great kindling. Oh no! And we don't know how many were lost before the authorities would know that. Right now, there are 13 bound. They cooked a bunch of them. They burned and they used them for fuel. Here's what's left. What's left? There were 13 books representing over 3 texts. They were the oldest records of the New Testament, and they were the records that were excluded by the Catholic Church.
Just many images of these books?
Yeah.
Can you find them?
Well, I got them on my. I brought this for you.
All right. Oh, you found them.
Yeah. So there's the 13 bound texts. So among these were things like the Gospel of Thomas, which is considered the second most heretical book in the Nag Hammadi library. There's the Gospel of John, also called the Secret Book of John, also called the Apocryphon of John, which is considered the first most heretical book. There are books from Gnostic women. Thunder Perfect Mind is a book by a Gnostic woman that's in there. The Gospel of James is in there. So these, and I'll be very clear, if you had Wes Huff here, I know you've had before, and I think he's a brilliant scholar, he would say that these are not accepted because they're not accepted by the church because of dating, because of, there's a lot of reasons, but there's a lot of new research showing that that these are worthy of exploring with the same validity that we give to the other texts.
What are they dated to?
They're dated late first, early second century, somewhere right around there. Some of them later. The Book of John, the secret Book of John, what makes it so exceptional is that he said that it was dictated to him by Jesus of Nazareth after his crucifixion. So it wasn't before, it came after. But the Gospel of Thomas is one of probably the most controversial. It's 114 sayings that were recorded by Thomas, and the book says Didymus Thomas. It was the name, and it's almost like it's different from all the other books in that it is each saying unto itself, and what he is saying are, again, I'm hesitating because he's covering so much ground here. What Yeshua was his name, what he was teaching was so profound for his time. There were outer teachings and inner teachings. The outer teachings were for the masses, and is primarily what you see in the Gospels. The inner teachings were for those initiates that could really understand what it was he was saying. That's what the Gospel of Thomas appears to be. It did come from a later time. I don't think it invalidates that, what it is that is being said. And
what is being said that's so controversial?
well, there's 114 sayings in there, but the bottom line, and this is one I think that is probably one of the most well known, where he says, what you bring forth from within you will save you. What you don't bring forth from within you will destroy you. He's saying there's a power inside of us that has to be expressed. And these texts are all about how we awaken that power. Okay, so the name, I'm going to use a word, then I'll define it. The name that is given to that power traditionally is called divinity, but it has nothing to do with religion. So that association is made because there are schools of divinity that make that. They're great schools that do great things. But the contemporary definition of divinity, I love this, the ability to transcend perceived limitations. And so the ability to transcend, to become more than perceived. Joe, you and I, our listeners, we are living limits that probably aren't even real. We're living within limits that we have been indoctrinated to accept about ourselves. Divinity is our ability to become the best version of ourselves. Expressions of divinity, imagination. I mean, no other form of life can do what we do with imagination. I want to talk about that in just a moment. It's more than just a picture in the mind. And an image in the mind is setting in motion a cascade of chemical effects in the human body that literally can change as we are changed in the presence of the right kind of imagination. And the books tell us how to do that. So imagination, creativity, innovation, sympathy, love, compassion, healing, forgiveness. These are expressions of human divinity. It's what sets us apart from all forms of life and makes us such powerful beings. The purpose of evil, and this might be the most important thing that we say today, because it's a nebulous concept in evil until you get the picture. The purpose of evil is to deny.
How'd you find out about me, my friend?
The purpose of evil is to deny us our greatest expressions. Imagine.
How'd you find out about me? Okay, do you know how they found out about me? Okay, very cool.
Imagination, creativity, the ability to communicate, share ideas, self-healing, all of those things. So in a very real sense, so anything that denies those things is an expression of evil. So when we find that algorithms are denying us the ability to communicate our ideas from this perspective as an expression of people. And we find we put something into our bodies that prevents us from healing our own bodies. That is the expression that we feel. What the Gnostic texts are saying is that we are in a process that has a beginning and an end. And the purpose of the process is to deny human our own humanness. That has been playing out over eons, and now the technology is allowing it to play out to a greater degree because things like AI, things like misused, I'm not anti-AI, it's how it's used. Things like computer chips in the brain, computer-brain interface, all of these things. What they're doing, Joe, is they are.
Yeah, it's good, son. What's that big Why? It's essentially a race to be able to avoid that. And I've got a pretty good head start on everybody. Looking at the data that I created in January. Yeah, I mean, I'm very vulnerable. So I think we'd be able to use the data that I recently uploaded and be able to match that against whatever unconventional. No, I'm not worried that they did. They would know that it was unintentional. But I'm pretty sure that everything that has ever been thought ever gets leaked eventually. So like basically, if given enough time, humans or whatever means to which we evolve, will make it a goal of their civilization to basically be able to make the thoughts of other people of the past. Well, it's the idea that why not? Basically, if we're able to do everything, including have time travel, travel faster than the speed of light in the future, and all kinds of other things like that, well, it's just going to be another goal that people are going to want to be able to have the information of which they're going to want. They're going to want to know the thoughts of Napoleon Bonaparte, Julius Caesar, and Zeus. Oh yeah, you're fucked big time, right? And people, yeah, you got some fucked up thoughts, stuff. Okay, let's not get rash. Did do you know what pump? Do you know what pump fun is? You know, I'm like, yeah, I launched a pump. You got it as best I can. The system goes down every once in a while, so I have to. I'm going to create a bot that, like, if it does that. Let me finish. It's only 10,000. If I'm going to create a robot that if, like, while I'm asleep or something, the stream goes down, it'll start back up. People have been really nice. Yeah, what? Yeah, I know. Even when I attempted to get that, the people that get into the record, basically said that it's a difficult thing to quantify. Yeah, just because it's difficult to add up everything that's on the internet. We're done. Yeah, I'm not worried about the money involved in it. Like, people can buy it if they want. I'm more focused on the fact that they let me live stream and I can get it to me. Dude, are you? What do you say, Big Duck? Exactly. Are you ready to play? Okay, but are you ready to lose? Do I think what? I don't know. They've been in my street twice today. Yeah, I mean it could be, but like when I first launched, a bunch of people said like a bunch of negative things, so I think it triggered something in their system, and because of that, it brought in their moderators twice. So I asked the question, "What up, big dog? All right, are you ready to get mind raped?" Okay, but I don't want to regularly. Okay, dude. What are your thoughts on this whole? That was not good. It was almost perfect. serious? Oh, that's risky. What up, baby? Yeah. What about you? You ready for my greatest shot you've ever seen? Are you serious? Dude, you need to make this. If I were you, I would try to blast my phone. Dude, go. No, you didn't. You're full of shit. You're full of shit. You were doing something else. Don't lie. You're full of shit. You were doing something else. I could literally fucking leave. Because you were doing something else, just like I just said. You leave. Dude, you didn't leave. It tells me when you leave. Dude, it's okay. I don't have to. All I have to do is have one of the greatest shots that you've ever seen. That's all I have. More like, hey, thank you so much. I don't know why it wasn't allowed for the street, but it is. Hey, by the way, I launched a token on Pumpkin Fun just so I can stream on there. It's Rabbi. If you're interested. Dude, are you ready for one of the best shots you've ever seen? What are your thoughts on how good that shot was? What's going on? Yeah. The Telegram? Yeah, he is. He was just in the video call. He was just in the video call. What'd you say, Big Dog? Yeah, he just opened it up for me. What, you need to speak with him? What do you need to speak about? What do you need to speak with him? Dude. Dude. Yeah, party dog. Do you know what the market cap is of Aircon Obama's Senate meeting? Is that true? Alright, so are you ready to play again? Zoo, are you ready to play again? Okay, sounds good. But come back, please.
Denying our humans. Use it or lose it. If we're using technology in place of our imagination, for example, and the psychology journals are full of articles about this. People that chronically use artists, musicians. My wife is a voting member of the Grammys, and we just had this conversation. You've got musicians who go to ChatGPT and say, hey, write me a song, and now put some music to that song, and now you enter with the Grammys. And you are competing against a human who has labored 30 or so years to master the voice and the instrument, and you say, is that fair? Well, they're struggling with that right now. So these are all expressions of anything that denies our humans. From that perspective, is an expression of evil. Who is doing that? That is what those texts are all about. That's what the texts are talking to us about.
Here's the interesting. This is Gospel of Thomas 1:14. How that is. Simon Peter said to them, "Let Mary go away from us, for women are not worthy of life." Jesus said, "Look, draw her in so as to make her male, so that she too may become a living male spirit similar to you. But I say to you, every woman who makes herself male will enter the kingdom of heaven." Okay.
So what they're talking about,
what is going on?
Pull up. I'm not sure why you chose that one.
I've got
Can you pull up number
That's a very interesting part.
we can talk about it because it's in Cook, and he's talking about marriage, the sacred marriage and baptism. And it's he said when you make the two one, the inside like the outside, then people say the mountain moves, and the mountain moves. And what he's talking about is honoring the masculine and the feminine, and that's more than just a metaphor. And there's a whole thing that goes with that. Can you bring up saying number 70 or number 10?
So 70 says, Jesus says, if you bring it into being within you, then that which you have will say, if you do not have it within you, then that which you do not have within you will kill you. Jesus says, I will destroy this house and no one will be able to build it again.
This is the thing. He's in the Christian doctrine, we're led to believe that he was a peacemaker. And what it says very clearly in the Gospel of Thomas, he says, and if you go to the early,
I was looking it up. The Catholics say that some of the stuff Jesus did say.
oh, he said it.
Some of it he did not say. Some is flat out made up.
They have a problem with the eating, but they also have a problem that it doesn't support the narrative. So there were two councils. There was the Council of Carthage and the Council of Nicaea. And this is where they excluded these documents, but they had been accepted prior to that. Just like Enoch. You've heard people on here talk about the book of Enoch. Yeah, that was accepted before these as well. So what these are, they're inner teachings not meant for the masses, based upon the concepts that he's sharing. And this is where he's saying there is something inside of us. And the rest of the Gospels, this is what Philip and Thomas are talking about, is that we are imbued with this force, even in another form of life. It's a light. It is an intelligence. And when we are fully empowered in this intelligence, we are sovereign, critical thinking beings, and we are no longer susceptible to and vulnerable to the agendas and the ideas of others. And there are multiple agendas that are out there. So from this time, and now when you go to the Sumerian text, they say the same thing. They're saying when they beheld what it was that they created, it had more light, more power than those that created it. Then you get into the whole conversation with Genesis, where it says God created man. That's a translation because the original text said Elohim, and Elohim is a plural. Some people will say it's not. There's exceptions to that. But it says Elohim said, let us create man in our image. So even if Elohim is not plural, us implies more than one God. So the point of all of this, and we can drill down into the weeds of all of these, but it appears that there was a collective of intelligence that is responsible for us. Okay? That's not science, that's the text. Now we look at the science. The DNA is telling us that 200,000 years ago, there were mutations that cannot happen in nature that imbued us with the ability to communicate with one another and all of these things that we're talking about. And almost from the moment that we were imbued with these things, there was an attempt to deny us our power, and that attempt continues today. So I think a good case can be made. Everything you're seeing happen in the world, it's all important. The wars, the economies, all the conversation of climate, it's all important. And there's a level where it's become a distraction to keep us spun up and in fear so that because we're so close, Joe, we're so close as a species to awakening this fundamental force within us. The closer we get to that awakening, the more chaos you see in the world to keep us distracted. And I'll give you a quick. What is causing this? I think consciousness is. So
is this the battle that we have to fight, though? Is this because it seems like there's always a pull and a push, right?
I think it's a or struck, depending on what language you want to use. There's a deeper conversation, and I think we're going to get to this in a minute. But what I want to go back, I said I would elaborate on this. There's a part of us that doesn't live in our bodies. Science is struggling with this, but there's a scientific experiment. I've got it here, but if you can bring it up, let me just tell you about it. you'll be able to see it once I'm there. So here, this is a mind blow if you haven't heard this. And if you have, let me know. I don't want to be redundant. But,
Well, tell everybody else why I.
okay, so 2022. But let me ask this. Okay, do you remember when you were a kid a game called Pong? Pong.
Like, people
Pong was, I think, came out in '72, and it was so primitive. So it's like a, it's like a tennis game on a screen. But computers were, and we'd never seen anything like. I would go to work. I was in a secure area, DoD, working on a peacekeeper missile project. After lunch, guys would come in on their CRT screens. They'd be mesmerized. They couldn't help it. They were mesmerized with this game of Pong. This little boom, 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 and that's all it was. Okay. So the point is, Pong was pervasive in our culture. Everybody knew what it was. All right. 2022, scientists did an experiment, and I've got it. You can find it, or I've got it on that. You can bring it up if you want to see it. Actually, Pong is on there. If you bring up the Pong file,
That's part of the problem with the PowerPoint stuff. This kind of stuff happens. So I don't think that's what you intended to show. Is it?
well, you can see part of it.
But
Well, can you back up?
it's
Back up a
PowerPoint
couple
is
slides, and there it is right there. You should be animate it first.
Well, I think most
I
people
already
know
know
how Pong works.
Okay, there it is.
I used to have it when I was.
I'm trying to say the thing you were trying to get me to show, which the next slide is it's
Well, so here's what they did. 2022, scientists took neurons, but there was no human attached, and they put them into a petri dish to keep them alive, and they hooked up the neurons to a computer chip. So now you've got a biology technology interface. All right, so the neurons are hooked up to a chip. The chip was put into a computer that was loaded with Pong. The neurons began playing the game of Pong, even though there was no human neurons. And the longer they played, the better they got. They were actually learning how to play Pong better. And now the scientists are struggling with the question: how does a neuron not attached to a human in a petri dish know how to play Pong? Where are the instructions? Okay, so I remember when I was a kid, Einstein had died, and they had his brain thin-sectioned at the University of Kansas because they wanted to see what made his brain different from everybody else. And it looked pretty much like everybody else's, with one exception. He had a whole lot of folds in his brain. So when you stretched those folds out, he had more surface area. He had more neurons. So they're thinking there was E equals MC squared wasn't in the brain, right? So now they're looking at those neurons. They're saying, where's the instructions for Pong? Trying to figure out where it is. Well, here's what this experiment is telling us. The instructions aren't in the neurons. The neurons are a biological antenna, a molecular antenna that tune to the place in the field where Pong is pervasive. All right, the field. There was a time when the field was a metaphor. You know, metaphysically people, spiritual people, you say, oh yeah, it's out in the field. July 4th of 2012, the CERN superconducting supercollider made an announcement that they had discovered a field that had been predicted by Peter Higgs, the physicist Peter Higgs. And well, they found the Higgs boson, and what that implied was that there was a field supporting the boson, and now it's accepted science. They said, oh yeah, there's a field. So, but here's the thing, I was at a conference recently. Here's what scientists are doing. They're still saying this. They're saying, oh yeah, there's a field out there that connects everything, and their hands are getting mixed. The field's not out there. We're the field. Okay? Every 50 trillion cells that get involved. Every one of those cells has about 100 trillion atoms emerging from the field and collapsing in the field right now. You and I, we're constantly, the atoms in our bodies are emerging and collapsing into that field. We are the field, and that is what makes us so powerful. This is why we can heal our bodies almost instantaneously when we know how to access this part of ourselves, because we hold the blueprint that tells those atoms how to express when they come in their body. So if you've got something you don't like in your body, what you do is you are using the gift of imagination to create a new blueprint. How they come into. That sounds great to some people. And there's a lot of science that's struggling with this. But in the quantum world, you get into the fact that the Higgs field exists. You get into the fact that imagination in the mirror neurons of the human brain, mirror neurons were all discovered in 2004. And the thing about mirror neurons is they don't know the difference between watching the experience and having the experience. So, for example, you can be on the couch on a Sunday afternoon watching the Joe Rogan show with an exciting guest. You're just laying there, but your heart might be racing, and your body's perspiring, your muscle, maybe you're watching something. Because your neurons don't know the difference between watching and having an experience. This is why porn is so addictive. Because the mirror neurons don't know the difference between having and witnessing the experience. They're going to kick up the same addictive chemicals, the same dopamine, the same levels of adrenaline. Watching the image of having the image. Here's where the power comes from. Because the image can be imagined. When we are able to hold an image of ourselves, fully enabled, fully capacitated, fully healed, fully awakened, hold that image. What we're actually doing is programming the body. And this is something shamans know this, and I live in northern New Mexico. Our indigenous healers all know this. I spend a lot of time in Peru and the Andes, the Andean Peruvians speaks different language. So the point of all of this is we're not really being told, and we're so much more than we've been led to believe. And it is the attempt to deny that power that is driving so much more in our world today.
And so there's motivation to that attempt is evil.
Yes,
it's an actual force that we're giving into. That's why they're enacting all these levels of control, and that's why they're suppressing people, releasing bots on the internet. It's literally an expression of evil.
And evil's not dark, not necessarily darkness. A lot of people confuse these. Darkness is simply a polar force. We live in a binary world. We've got to have light and dark, plus and minus, boys and girls. We live in the darkness is a passive polarity. Evil has an active purpose, and the purpose of evil has always been, whether you're looking at the Sumerian text, Mesopotamian text, always been to deny us the greatest expressions of our humanness. And now we live in a time, this is no ordinary time in history, but none of this is happening in a vacuum. We're barreling down the road toward this convergence of so many natural cycles and the date 2030 that has been identified by the United Nations, by the WEF, by a number of corporations, by Ray Kurzweil, in terms of AI implementation. They're all looking at 2030. And what you're seeing are the powers and the forces of the world jockeying to be in the best position when this date is upon us. And I'm not saying it's like January 1st, 2030. The United Nations, for example, they've got, and again, I don't know if I'm being they've got the UN SDG 2030, UN, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. They want each of them by the year 2030. They're not getting much traction because they're not a good idea. The goals, if you read them on the outside, Joe, they're deceptively beautiful. Who doesn't want food security? Who doesn't want to end poverty? Who doesn't want to end disease? Now, you look at the fine print. How will they achieve those goals? And that's where it gets very concerning. Right? They haven't had much traction because the way to get there is concerning. There's not good ideas. Now we look at World Economic Forum. I know you've got people talking about WEF. They've been around since 1971. They meet once a year in Davos. They talk about what they would like the world to look like, and they have every right to do that. Some of their ideas are very dystopian, in my opinion. Things like you will own nothing and be happy. We've heard them. Yeah. Or the Great Reset is the term that they coined, or the Fourth Industrial Revolution. They haven't gotten much traction. but they recognized that their goals were similar to the UN. So in 2019, these two organizations joined forces. They signed a formal document. So now the WEF ideas have traction through the UN implementation of these sustainable development goals. And the goals can be beautiful. I'm not against the goals at all. It's how we go about doing ourselves and do we honor our humans as we achieve those goals. And there are very different ideas about what it is that means. I have a video clip. WEF. Could you see that on there? Can we bring that video clip up? Because in one sentence, Klaus Schwab states the goal for the fourth industrial revolution. And if he doesn't have, I just want you to hear it in his voice. He said the goal is the merging of the natural world, the digital world, and the biological world, our biological identity. He said the goal of this fourth industrial revolution is to merge all of those into this massive database run by AI. And you can hear it. Should be the next. It's Did you hear how he paused before he said biological? Yeah, did you catch that? So he's saying, okay, the physical world's already tokenized. We have digital ID for every elephant, all the forests, the oceans, all of the energy resources. That's already tokenized. The digital world is already digital, so that's tokenized. Then there's a pause. He said, and of course our biological identities, because he knows the implication of what he's saying. That's us. Right now, we are not fully implemented into that system. But that statement, and the reason I wanted to share that is what's driving everything you're seeing happening in the world. But all of the implementation of the technology, that statement is driving the implementation of that technology. The AI, the way that we are being indoctrinated to accept it, first accept it in our lives and then developing the dependency upon that AI, ultimately doing some kind of compliance with what we need to use the AI in order to, accomplish certain things, banking or whatever it is. It's all being driven by AI. And that sentence is a very, very powerful sentence.
It also could have been delivered by someone who looks more like a villain in a movie.
Or sounds like one.
Yeah, it sounds like.
You're familiar with Class Watch.
Oh, yeah, we have a photo of him in the back, crazy Darth Vader outfit.
I saw that in the bathroom. He's in the bathroom.
Such an insane photo. Like, who the hell would dress like that? Who would say the things that guy, James, find that photo? Who would say the things that guy has said like that? With that accent and dressed this way?
This is exactly, this is why we're having this conversation. Joe, I'm advocating for humans. I believe we are.
There it is. Like, what? What are you wearing, bro? Like, don't go out dressed like that. No, you talk like that. When you talk like that, you gotta wear suits and you gotta look real normal.
What are the impulse?
Yeah, whatever. Don't wear it. If you talk like Darth Vader, don't wear it.
See, all of this is happening from people.
That crazy outfit.
This is happening from people that are afraid of our humanness. They don't know what it means to be human. They're afraid of dying. The transhumanists are afraid of dying, so they want to live forever.
Right. Well, they're also extremely wealthy, and you want to control the masses. And the best way to control the masses is doing it this way. Yeah.
There is a fundamental, it's a very ancient, if you don't know this, the world looks like it's spinning out of control for no reason. When you begin, and you think about it every day, but when you look at the big picture, and you can see there's a fundamental struggle between, if you want to use the language of people, it's a charged language, and I know that, and that's the language that we're using. But the denial of our human potential. And so the best way, what do we do about that, is if the purpose of the evil is to deny our humanness and our divinity, we triumph by living the best version of ourselves. We triumph by imagining freely and sharing ideas and creating. And don't be afraid to have empathy and sympathy and compassion. And now you have a benchmark. Because when something comes up on social media or something we're asked to do something, you say, well, I don't know if this is a good thing or not. You ask yourself, is it affirm or does it deny my humanness? Is it affirm or deny my ability to imagine, create, to love, to forgive, empathy, sympathy, compassion, to share ideas, deep intuition? Does it affirm or deny this? And then that'll tell you what you need to know. What you choose after that is up to the individual, but it will be a blind choice. And I think this is up for us right now. Okay, so now people in technology and the algorithms of social media that are designed to break the social bonds that have always held us together as communities. And this began right around 2011. I think it was the Occupy movement that pitted the rich against the poor, 99% against 1%. That's a very, and we could have used that and come to the table and have a conversation and a healing that would bring us closer together as a society. But it was weaponized to drive us apart. And then the same thing happened. Men against women, blacks against whites, Christians against Muslims, Jews against Muslims. Now it's male against female, and the genders are being blurred. All of this by design, breaking the social bonds that hold families and communities and societies together, because we're more vulnerable when we lose these bonds. And the algorithms that do that. I mean, I'm fascinated as a computer scientist. I'm fascinated by this. We have what are called information silos. So, see, there's parents and their kids, and the mom goes to work, and she goes on YouTube and queries a bunch of stuff, and you know what happens? It's the algorithm just starts feeding you, and it's everywhere. You're feeding one perspective of what it is that you've just queried. Meanwhile, dad's at work, he's doing the same thing. His algorithms are giving him a separate perspective. The kids are doing the same thing. Now they meet at the family dinner table. And everybody believes that their story is the real story. It's the right, it's the true story. That breaks the social bonds. And we're seeing this happen. We're seeing this happen in our society. And, there is it's following an algorithm. It's very easy. Are you familiar with Saul Alinsky? I think you probably. Rules for radicals. This is exactly what it's following. He said you choose a target, you freeze that target, you isolate it, you personalize it, and you polarize it. And that's exactly what it's doing. It's a simple algorithm. That's exactly, think of all those things we just talked about. All of a sudden, it's all you see in the news. You're freezing it for everybody to see. You're personalizing it. What is that? How are you getting it ripped off and then you polarize that, and it just drives people apart because they believe what they're being shown. So my invitation.
Add that to the fact that people are addicted to social media, so they're addicted to being inundated by all this propaganda and all these various competing narratives. You can't leave your phone alone. It's more and more addictive every time you pick it up. The newer ones are even better. The screens are even bigger. Now you got a foldable one, opens up to a tablet, it's in your pocket, and people are just full on addicted to what is a lot of negative information, far more than you would get just living your ordinary life.
You don't see much information. You don't see it together very often, do you? Do you see anything?
Well, if you curate your feed well, but the problem is if you spend any amount of time, you're going to be impacted by some ideas that you don't like. There's going to be a lot of negativity. Like there's a lot that X shows me that I did not sign up for this person's page. I did not know. They just showed up in my feed. I do not follow them. But also it appears, and I read it, and I'm like, oh, this is fucking horrible. This is terrible. What a terrible take. People arguing the worst, most evil way possible. Celebrating people's deaths, hoping more people die, and oh my God, I gotta get out of here. That is evil. I'm not saying that those human beings are evil. I think most of those human beings don't even know what they're doing.
Exactly.
They don't even think of it as real life. They think of it, it's called shit posting. You know what shit posting is?
Yeah.
People just post things for the lulls. They just post to get reactions out of people. There's a lot of that going on. There's a lot of people expressing their boredom with negativity, expressing their frustration with their station in life, with negativity online, and then feeding into it, arguing with other people instead of addressing their own individual real life problems. They start looking at all these things that they're creating online. That's the primary focus, like throughout the day, is these stupid ideological battles they're having with people that might not even be real people. Well, it's evil. It's kind of evil.
It is, and
It's robbing what you're saying. It's robbing you of your opportunity to achieve a higher level of humanity.
well, I think what you said is really important. Many people are naive, and because they are participating doesn't mean that they're evil people.
Right.
And that even goes for
most people, even the people that do a lot of horrible acts.
I agree, because they're
trapped.
But see, Ben, this is why I said what I said earlier. We can tie into this. People who have propensity, they have a spiritual weakness. This is a spiritual battle, not religious, but it's a deeply spiritual battle that's playing out on earth right now. And it's showing up in every facet of our lives, whether we want to think about it or not. People that have a propensity for greed, because that's their spiritual weakness, or a propensity for power or control, they will fall into those roles. They don't even know. And I've worked with people, and I've been in organizations, and I've seen it happen. They're naive. Many of them, some of them know exactly what they're doing. There are some that know exactly what they're doing, but most of them are very naive, and they want to be relevant. And so they will follow the pack, is what they will do. And so this is where I think you can recognize, this is where discernment comes in, to recognize it without judging it, because this is a spiritual battle. And at the end of the day, what matters, Joe, is what do we become in the presence of what the world shows us? What do we allow the events of the world to make us into? Do we allow an election that didn't turn the way that we had wanted to reduce us to the most primal levels of hate and revenge and anger? Something we'd never do in a million years, but we succumb to that. Or do we recognize what happened? And this means we have to agree with it. But the question is, do we make the decisions from our love of the families behind us and our friends and our community, or do we make our decisions from the fear of what we perceive as our enemy from us? And that happens every moment of every day. I have been in a business of someone who's pure evil. And the first time it happened, it caught me off guard. And then I learned. And it would never happen. And actually,
can you tell me what the meeting was?
I can't.
Give me some details.
It was a business. It was in this industry that we're in right now, in the information industry, publishing industry. And I was with an individual who, I'm hesitating with the words that I use here. I found myself saying things that I would never say in a million years while that individual was looking at me and smiling, because he was somehow inciting me to say those things. It was almost like, in some way, there was a force that I had not learned to reckon with. I've since learned.
Were you young at the time?
I was an adult. I was younger than I am now. And this comes up for all of us in different ways.
So, but you're not taking responsibility for the words that are coming out of your mouth?
I didn't stop it. That was the thing. I didn't know what. So I heard myself say, I was dissociated. I heard myself say them, and I didn't want to say them.
But can you attribute that to a lot of psychological factors like anxiety, stress, and the anticipation of this moment?
I couldn't accept
power structures.
I couldn't accept it. He laughed and he had this smile. And when I saw him again, he tried to do the same thing again, and it didn't work. And that was
to do it. Yep. See, this is my problem with this. You're not taking personal responsibility for the work words that are coming out of your mouth.
I did.
Right, but you're saying that this guy forced those words to coming out of you, and that is where it gets a little slippery, because why would you not just assume it was your own anxiety, your own stress level? People behave out of pocket sometimes. They think outside of their own character sometimes. They talk out of character, and then they go, well, I don't even know why I'm saying that. I'm sorry. That happens.
I agree. I agree with you 100%, Joe. And there are other circumstances that I just can't talk about.
But do you think this person was actually evil?
Oh, I know. Yeah, I know who this person is. And other people have had similar experiences that continue to have similar experiences.
So I don't doubt that there are legitimately, actually, fully evil people in the world. And I think that there's a lot of evidence that those people have existed historically. You think about some of the atrocities that people have done throughout history. Just, obviously, what is Hitler? But you could go through history. Genghis Khan. There's so many people that have done unbelievably evil things in this world.
When that happens, and it's happening today, right now. You don't have to look at history. That's a perfect example. To do what is happening there, when it comes human to human, the only way that one human can perpetrate that onto another is to sever their relationship to their humanity. All right, and we have the choice to do that. We can deny our divinity, we can have it taken from us by those who have power over us, or technology can deny our divinity. But someone who, and that's closely linked to the soul, which is not the spirit. So the soul is our lifetime experience. When we sever that relation, that is what allows an individual to carry out those kinds of atrocities. Because an individual who's connected to their divinity and their soul could never look another human in the eye and hurt them in the way that we know that has happened in our lives. And it is. It's happened throughout history. So my focus, what I'm really passionate about, and it's not just like any old time in history. We're on the cusp, Joe. Decisions are being made within the next couple of years as to whether or not we will give our humanness away to technology, or if we allow the technology to serve us but not enslave us. AI is an example of that. The brain-computer interfaces that are going on with BCI, that's a big conversation going on right now. And if we get lost in the weeds of just AI or just the BCI, it's easy to do that. But I think it's important to keep. There's a bigger picture. There's a struggle. There's an ancient struggle going on here. And it is because, and this is what's so powerful, it's because there's something inside of us that's worth the struggle. And our children are not being taught that. Our young kids are being told that they're a flawed form of life. They need something outside of their lives. We need to protect our kids.
What do you think that thing is? Do you think that's what the soul is?
I think it's our divinity is the ability to express, and this is going back to the Gnostic texts. This is why they were heretical. Because the Gnostic text said that we have hotline to a higher realm, that we don't have to go through an intermediary, that we are in union with this spark, or in whatever language you want to use, given the normal form of life, and that when we awaken that we become God-like, not God, but God-like. And this was the message of Yeshua in the Gnostic texts, and that's the message that was denied and called heretical. Because if we are that, then we don't need an intermediary. So I think what we're looking at right now is do we love ourselves enough? Do we love ourselves enough to accept the gift of our humanness and what it means to be human and what it means to be divine, and not bring religion into the conversation? Maybe just find another word if people aren't comfortable with that word. But I really want people to know, and especially, I do a lot of events for these young kids, John. and they've been taught to worship technology. The computer chip is God, AI is God. And then I showed them, I showed some studies. Salk Institute in Northern California did a study, and they compared a human brain to a microprocessor. And he said, well, how can you make that comparison? I said that. The microprocessor has about the same number of transistors that the human brain has of synapses in the brain. Interestingly, it's about the same number. And so they ran all these tests, and what they found, literally, the human brain, the computer chip, is it fast? Yes. Is it efficient? Yes. Is it scalable? You can only scale the chip. It will only run as fast as the physics that of the stuff it's made of, or the silicon, or whatever it is, and then it tops out. The human brain, is it fast? Yes. Is it efficient? Yes. Is it scalable? What is the top end of the human brain? And the answer is we don't know. Because every time we push the human brain to what we think is the limit that we've been taught to accept, this is the beauty of our divinity. What we do is we morph and adapt and open up a whole new vista of potentials. The Tibetan monks, a perfect example of this. When I was in school, again, back 50s and 60s, we were taught that the human brain maxes out about 40 hertz, 40 cycles per second, all the medical books, textbooks, everything. And then these Tibetan monks came along and they said, well, if we do a certain kind of meditation, we'll exceed that. And they doubled it. They went to 80 hertz. The scientist said, okay, so maybe we got it wrong once, but the human brain can't possibly do any more than that. And the monk said, well, if we do a different kind of meditation, you know where this is going. And they push it up to 100 hertz, so then they had to come up with another brain state called gamma, and then they push it to 120 and 130 and 150 and 200 cycles per second. Now they have to call it hypergamma, but then they even went the other direction. So this is mind. We typically think when the human brain shows less than 1 cycle per second of processing, less than 1 hertz, that person's not there anymore. And the monks were able to consciously drive their brain state to 0.5 hertz, less than 1. They're very conscious, they're very awake, they're just in a way different state of mind. And that opens the door to a lot of questions about, what does it mean when you see low brain activity? Is someone actually in a healing state, or are they really not there? I think it deserves more study. But the point of all of this, and there is a point, is that through nothing more than breath and focus, so nothing external, no chemicals, no machines, those Tibetan monks demonstrated that we not only do, but we are exceeding the brain capacity that we thought we had in the past.
And the fascinating thing about them is you have to do what they do to be able to understand how their brain functions.
Yes.
You would have to have meditated for 30 plus years in the same exact way, states that they achieve. Otherwise, you're just guessing about what that's like.
In Tibet, from the mid-90s to the early 2000s, and we would go to 12 monasteries in 2 areas over 26 days, and we would sit with these people and through the translators. They would teach us, and you don't spend that kind of time. The beauty is you don't have to.
So to get to their level, it's not like other things, like you get really good at guitar by practicing for years and years. It's not the same thing.
It is. No, there is practice and there's discipline. Absolutely. I'm not denying that.
What I'm saying is, like, there's an Eddie Van Halen of being a monk. You know what I mean? Like, a regular guy can't shred like that. Eddie Van Halen played guitar for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours with incredible focus and became Eddie Van Halen. Now, if you're a monk, you know Eddie Van Halen.
I love this analogy. I do.
You know what I'm saying? To be a virtuoso, to be a Steve Ray Vaughan, to be a Jimi Hendrix, like it requires immense amount of time.
Yes.
I would imagine to get really good at that kind of meditation, it would be a similar thing.
There's a discipline. There's a discipline, and
what are there levels that get reached? Like when someone's like a true master, they've been doing it for 20 years, they can do something, they can get to a state that other people can't get to.
There are, Joe, and what I want to say is there are levels that you and I can do right this minute. I think if you have any of the folks from the Institute of Heart Math, it's a pioneering research organization over in California, been around since 1994. I've worked with them since '95. They explore the power of the human heart beyond being separated by something. It's probably the least of what it is. And what they have done and made very accessible to the average person is the ability to create coherence between the heart and the brain, and that can happen in a heartbeat. So here's what I mean by that. 1991. By the way, I want to honor your time. I've seen already.
More than an hour, yeah. We're almost 2 hours. Don't worry about it. Just let's talk. I'm having a great time.
90.
Thank you.
Yeah, 90, 91. Scientists discovered in the human heart. I mean, 91 is not that long ago. And okay, we got the body nailed. You know, we know how those heart transplants, so we must have this all figured out. They discovered 40,000 specialized cells in the human heart called sensor neurons. And when I say these, they always been there, but nobody looked because they're like neurons, Joe, but they're not in the brain. And you think, well, why are there neurons in the heart? But they think independently, they feel independently, and they process independently from the neurons in the human brain. And so right there's a whole conversation about when we have trauma. Our trauma is recorded in 2 different places. You can do talk therapy in the brain. If you don't address the heart, it may feel like you have that therapy. But so here's what I'm sharing is now we've got 2 neural networks, one in the heart, one in the brain. And Institute of Heart Math made available the techniques, 3 very simple steps to harmonize 2 neural networks into a single potent system. And we are the only form of life that can do this at will, on demand. We choose. We're the only form of life that can sit in a chair and say, at this moment, I choose to create the determined coherence. And the coherence, optimal coherence, low frequency, 0.1 hertz. So we're the only form of life that can choose to create 0.1 hertz between the heart and the brain, harmonizing 2 organs become one potent system in the body. And when that happens, then there's a whole cascade of things. So let me 2 categories: passive benefits, just from harmonizing the heart and the brain, is supercharging the immune system. And it's something I've done at least once a day since 1995 when I learned it, until it's multiple times a day. Super immune response. You will awaken longevity instincts that everybody has in the body that often go dormant for some people as they age. You can wake them up pretty quick. Stem cells, you can wake them up pretty quick. Resilience to change. And this is fascinating because when young kids are really resilient to change. I come from a very dysfunctional alcoholic family. We moved. My father left when I was 10. We moved every year. And I went to a different school every year. Had to make new friends every year. And it took a lot of resilience to do that. I can do that then. I probably have problems doing something like that now. Because typically as we age, we lose resilience. That is directly linked to what's called heart rate variability, HRV. Every heartbeat that goes boom, it's the QRS complex. And the time from one peak to the next, to the next, to the next varies. When we're young, it varies 1, and that gives us resilience. When we age, it becomes more regular, we lose our resilience, set in our ways. Through harmonizing heart and brain, you can actually reset that heart rate variability to the point where it was when you were young. And it doesn't take long. So those are passive benefits. Now, active benefits, once you're in that space, and this is where the really juicy stuff happens, deep intuition. So this is where you do the precognition. You have the ability, your heart will sense an event before it actually happens, and there's science showing why that is. Like so many people knew 9/11 was going to happen before it happened. And I'm not saying they did this, but they intuitively. This is a way to relate to that kind of intuition on demand. Deep intuition on demand. There are 1,300 positive biochemical reactions from harmonizing heart and brain. All right, and
what is the method you use to harmonize?
Three steps. One is to shift your focus from your mind into your heart. And I've led groups with indigenous people all over the world for 40 years. And the way they all do this is they'll always touch their heart to bring their awareness to their heart center. Some people use a finger or two. If you're in the Mayan cultures in Mexico, they use a full palm. You see this in the Middle East. And people greet one another with a full palm. Or Buddhists will do it like this, and that's that prayer movement right there. And the point is that your awareness will always go to a place on your body where you feel the touch. Like if I touch my arm, all my awareness with that. And it's the first step.
So you meet someone, you put your hands on your heart to bring awareness to your heart.
Yeah, can you do that? So the first step in heart-brain coherence, developed by the Institute of Heart Math, you shift your awareness from your mind into your heart. First step. Second step is to slow your breathing. And the key here, it's not just enough just slowly, but you exhale for a period of time longer than you inhale, because we all breathe at different rates. So, for example, if we inhale four counts, or release 6, okay, that might work for me. Somebody at a higher elevation might do it differently. The point is when you release, when you exhale for a period of time longer than you inhale, that triggers the relaxation response parasympathetic nervous system. You're telling your body, it's a language. And what you're doing is you're telling your body, I'm safe. Because that's the only time you
and hyperventilating is the opposite.
Yeah, you don't want to feel safe at all. Yeah. So the second step is your breath slower, longer on the exhale, focusing as if your breath is coming from your heart while you're focused on heart 2 steps. The third step is where you breathe 0.01 hertz. You feel a positive feeling because you choose to feel the feeling. And this is deceptively powerful, John, because most forms of life, including humans, only have a feeling in response to what the world shows to them. We have the ability to have a feeling because we choose to have a feeling. And what the science is showing is that the feeling of gratitude almost 100% works for everyone. We all can sense gratitude. And you can think of words like compassion, that means different things to different people, love means different things. We can be grateful for our children, our families, our lives, something like that. And when we feel that feeling, it sends a signal, a very low frequency, 0.1 hertz, from the heart to the brain in the presence of the slower breathing. And that harmony between the heart and the brain is what gives all the benefits that you shared. Everything, super immune response, stem cells, longevity enzymes, all of those things. And it's also if people do affirmations. This is the place. An affirmation is a message to the subconscious. And you have to speak in a language that the subconscious recognizes. And the coherence between the heart and the brain is like a hotline to the subconscious, but you don't have to hypnotize. So when you're saying affirmations, if you do it during that time, they're even more potent. And we could spend a lot of time talking about the role of imagination, mirror neurons, all of that happen within presence. At the point, going back to what you were mentioning about the Tibetan monks, yeah, you can study years learning what they're learning, and there are benefits you can access pretty quickly. And it's science-based. I mean, this is all peer-reviewed. This is the beauty of the Institute of Heart Math. They publish peer-reviewed journals, and they've done much more into scratching the surface. So if anyone is not familiar with it, I invite people to go to www.heartmath.org, and that's all free. You can check it out.
So do you believe that the connection between the heart and the mind, when you achieve that state, that it increases your intuition.
Absolutely. Between the heart and the brain.
What did I say? The heart,
Heart and mind.
I said the heart and the mind.
Yeah,
It's the heart and the brain.
And what you said, this is such a good question, Joe. Here's the reason. And this is one of the places where it's so powerful. And you can use this stuff in a business environment for this very reason. When we move and solve our problems from our mind, our brain's left and right brain. So, you've got logic and intuition over here. Those are the ego roots. And the brain will always work in polarity. That's where they get right and wrong, good and bad, success, failure, worthy, not worthy. And the ego will spin you up in those loops for hours. But here's the thing, the heart is non-polarity. It's not a polar organ. So when you harmonize the heart and the brain, what you're doing is you're passing the ego loops. And here's where that can be powerful. I did this in a corporate order. I was the youngest, so I was the first tech ops manager systems in 1990 when they got the RFP for protocol converter so that all the branches of the armed services computers could talk to all the others before the first Gulf War. And when I would go into the boardroom with an idea, and I knew that I was going to be criticized. I'm also a Cancerian male. And if you know you got,
I've never heard anybody use that term.
yeah, well,
Cancerian?
yeah, well, that's my sign. My birth sign is in Cancer.
I understand what it is.
Yeah, and very emotion plays a big role. And it doesn't have to, it's a stereotype, but it happens to be true for me.
Right.
Emotion plays a big role. Criticism, coming from an alcoholic family. My father was the abuser and the criticizer. And I spent my whole life, working I'm still healing, from that. So when somebody would criticize my ideas, it would be hurtful. I take it personally. When you get into the coherence and you're not taking that criticism through good, bad, right, wrong, success, failure, now you can be much more objective and you can listen to them. And when they're finished, you can say, well, have you ever considered this? Because you haven't reacted. And it's a really powerful place to
Well, it certainly works if you're talking to a good faith actor. Someone who's really wants to talk about stuff and has a legitimate criticism. But most of the time when people are criticizing you, try to hurt your feelings.
Yeah, I never read my book reviews.
And that's I mean, it's not that criticism is bad. Criticism is critical. Like you can learn a lot from intelligent people, from their perspectives of things. I've learned a lot from other people's criticism. But the difference between that and dwelling on criticism, that's the part where people get wrapped up in their own identity, and also interpersonal conflicts. If you're a kind of person who, like, you're naturally argumentative, and someone says something, oh, that's not fucking true, you want to say something back, but it's a lot of negativity and a lot of wasted time. And the way I try to describe it, especially to emerging famous people, and I'm like, you have to think of your life as if like your energy is a number. Like you have 100 energies for the day. Like it's a unit. And if you're spending 30 or 40 of those energies on 30 or 40 of those units on social media and on criticism and negativity, it's going to rob the 60% that you really enjoy. It's going to rob your time with your friends, your family, your hobbies, your job, your community, whatever you really love. Hanging out with your dog. Like there's people right now that are going on a walk with their sweet, sweet dog, and they're thinking about some mean post that someone made and the mean shit they're going to say to get back at that person. Meanwhile, they're with this beautiful animal. That if you get on your knees, you go, are you having a good time? They give you kisses and they put their paw on. But you're having so much fun. It's so beautiful and loving. And you're thinking about something stupid that has no bearing on this moment. Sure. And you can't escape. You can't escape. You're like psychically connected to this negativity.
It's a tool. It's a powerful tool.
That's why I tell them it's not worth it.
Brain wellness helps to be objective, so you can't hear the criticism. I don't think criticism.
It's one-on-one.
Constructive.
Honestly, constructive one-on-one with compassionate people.
Not my Amazon book review.
Well, there's people out there that are critics, and this is an important distinction. They're critics because they don't have anything to contribute, and they didn't want to be critics. especially professional critics. A lot of them wanted to be professional writers, but their work was not good. Like Roger Ebert wrote one of the craziest scripts of all time. Have you ever read it?
No.
Ever heard of it?
No, I know Roger Ebert.
It's very strange, like out there. Like, was there like hypersexual? What was it about? Anyway, widely panned as being fucking terrible. But this is the guy that back in the day was the guy to review movies and be so snarky and so but you have to realize, like, look at him. Look at these people. Look at the way they talk. Is this the kind of opinion you value? Like, why is this the thing that gets elevated? Wouldn't you rather have the opinion of someone who really enjoys going to the movies and has great things to say about the form? That's like someone who's enjoying, not someone who wants to be pissed off so they get snarky as shitty as. Have you ever seen videos of the two of those guys arguing with each other off camera? Oh,
they called them bloopers, and I like the bloopers better than the reviews.
Because that's the real guys. They're really shitty guys. They're super shitty to each other. They're both so nasty to each other. It's like, so those are the people that are dictating what is good and bad in culture. That's nuts.
Yeah.
That's the problem with criticism. That's the problem with critics. A lot of them are shitheads.
Yep.
So you need the opinion primarily of shitheads.
But see, but what you're doing through coherence is that you're diffusing that shithead criticism from having the impact on you. So you're thinking about it while you're out walking your dog on a beautiful day.
Well, that's a beautiful thing if you can do that.
Yeah.
If you can separate yourself from what they say. But the only way you can really do that is if you are 100% happy with what you've done. So if you write a book, and that book, you nailed it, you love it, it's amazing. If someone's like really critical of it, it's not for you. But the thing that I made is perfect for the people who like the thing that I made. You know, and that's, if you can get to a place where you can do that, that's great. But you have to know that you put your all into what you did, so that you don't feel bad about other people's negative opinion of it.
I agree.
But if you have something like, I kind of half-assed that, I could have spent more time on this, I wasn't really committed to that. If you're doing that, then the criticism hurts because you know it's valid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you're going to do so, I think whatever we do, book or music or whatever it is, we put a 1,000,000% into it. I learned this. My dad left when I was 10, and our family was devastated. My mom is my mom. I have a younger brother, 4 years younger than myself, and mom all of a sudden was raising. We knew we were in for some pretty rough times. We were throughout my life, but there was one. This is what we talked about work, and in the environment I grew up in, my father hated his job and work. My friends all hated him. They just wanted to make money. Khalil Gibran, this is on every email that I write right at the bottom. Khalil Gibran said, "Work is love made visible," and I like that because it means when we're going to do something, you do it to the best of your ability and even more, or don't do it at all. If you're going to do it really well, and find a way to. So, I went to work. I used to work midnight to 6 a.m. in a warehouse loading. I haven't talked about this a lot, but I was loading 50-pound bags of Purina cat chow on the boxcars so they could go out in the morning to this distribution. And the guys I work with, man, they hated their job. And I said, you know what? If I do this just right, 50-pound bags, if I use my legs, I can get a pretty good leg workout out of this. And then when I'm done with that after dinner, I'll come back and I can do the upper body workout, and I can use my arms. And all of a sudden, I was getting paid for a great workout, and they had a boxcar full of Purina cat chow, and it was love made visible. And
That's great perspective.
Well, it stayed with me, and I'm saying this because if I write a book or if I do an event, anything I do, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it really to the best of my ability. If I can't do it to the best of my ability, I'll just, if I don't believe it, I won't do it.
It's hard for young people to hear that. They're doing a job that sucks. They just want to get out of there and go do what they love. And sometimes a job that sucks is really good motivation to get you to work harder, to go out and do the thing that you want to do that you love. Because I don't think I would ever appreciate the life that I have now if I didn't have a bunch of really terrible jobs when I was young.
Well, we all did, and I think there is something to be said. If for a young person, I mean, I used to do lawns. I was a cook. Um, None of it was my dream, but I said if I'm going to do it, I want to do it really. I do this really well.
That's a great attitude.
And
I
I think
got
we're
out
better
of that
people
was like,
for
oh
it.
my God, this dreams of your life force.
But we're better for it if we could approach it in that way. And then when you don't do it anymore, it's not good.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you have a negative attitude about something that you're doing versus a positive attitude, you can do the exact same thing with a positive attitude and actually enjoy it. You know, and just have fun. And especially if you're working with good people.
So I have a question for you.
Okay.
So when you invited me here, I've got 40 years of work. Was there one particular facet of that work that you wanted to explore?
Oh, I've seen your work for a long time, and I've seen you say a lot of really interesting things for a long time. It wasn't any one thing.
Okay.
Although there was a conversation you had recently that I thought was very interesting. I don't know if it was recently, but it made it into my social media recently, where you were talking to someone about climate change. And you were talking about carbon in the environment and its actual effect versus a lot of the narrative that you hear about this Green New Deal stuff and just the climate, the freak out, the climate freak out from the Al Gore film, which, by the way, freaked everybody out and was totally inaccurate. It was horribly inaccurate. This was a film, An Inconvenient Truth from, was it 2005? Was it before that? So this film literally freaked everyone out.
It was a PowerPoint. He did a PowerPoint presentation.
No, it was. Oh, wow.
Yeah, he gave a PowerPoint presentation and recorded it.
And this film was all about how we are fucked. And by this time, the time we're living in right now, 2025, the Earth is supposed to be unlivable. I mean, it's not, I'm exaggerating, but like Miami's underwater, the coast haven't moved at all. And some of the wealthiest, most influential people in the world buy property on the coastline. So like that, by the way, I should tell you, if the billionaires are buying beach houses, I think it's going to be okay in that regard. But it's also like he made a lot of money off of it. It became really weird because he was speaking everywhere and he made hundreds of millions of dollars.
Carbon credits. He created the carbon credits.
Yeah. The whole thing is kind of nuts when you're that wrong and nobody calls you out on it. You freaked everybody out. From when I saw it in 2006, all my friends were like, oh my God, we got to do something now. We're all freaked out. 20 years later, very little difference. Yeah. It's not, what he said wasn't true. And there's a lot of weird, inconvenient things. One of the things that Randall Carlson brings up is one of the things about carbon is there's more green now on the surface of Earth than there has been.
Absolutely.
In how many years? How many years has it been?
20. Well, NASA says, I have some slides called climate, if we want to look at any of
And
these.
if people don't know why that would be, it's for plants eat carbon dioxide.
So here's, we could do a whole 3 hours on this. So
Maybe we'll come back.
I'm a degree geologist, and I began looking at climate in 1979 when I was in the energy industry in Denver, Colorado. Climate change is a fact, and I want to be on record. I want to say it is a fact. It's constantly changing, and Earth is warming. And if we weren't, I would be concerned because the warming is cyclic. And if we weren't warming now, I wonder why we're not warming now. And I want to be very clear, we need to find clean, green, sustainable forms of energy. And we've had them, Joe, for 70 years. If we were, it goes even beyond thorium. I don't know if you're familiar with thorium.
No, it's that.
So the Manhattan Project.
Sounds like an antidepressant.
No, it's a mineral. It's an element. During the Manhattan Project, when they, did the crash program for the weapon, they went through the periodic table to find out what elements could possibly be used to create the energy. And they chose uranium because the byproduct was the plutonium that they needed for the weapons and for the nuclear reactors. But it's not the only element that would work. Element number 90 is thorium. Thorium is abundant in the Earth's crust. It's inexpensive. It's almost every nation has access to it, so very easy to get. It cannot melt down like a Fukushima. It cannot be weaponized, which is one of the reasons that they're not using it. The waste can become the new fuel. It can be recycled as the fuel. What? Thorium element number 90. And if you look it up, this is why Wikipedia is a problem. If you look up Wikipedia and some of these, that's a less theoretical. We had thorium reactors back in the 80s. China, Russia, the United States had them. In Colorado, there was an Indian River facility that was largely run on, it's called thorium salts, is what they were doing. And that's just one example. So what I'm saying is, if we were serious about clean, green, sustainable energy, there are technologies that they would have allowed us to have that we haven't. All right? So I want to say that. When it comes to, this is part of our earlier conversation, we are being taught to demonize carbon in general. You know, young people are frightened of carbon. They think carbon is bad, carbon is evil, carbon is what we're made out of. And so they have no problem relinquishing their carbon-based, frail, fragile, flawed bodies for the technology because they've already been taught that carbon is bad.
Which is bananas.
Well, it is bananas. So here's the
I
thing.
can't believe it worked.
Well, we've got this psychology with a whole story behind that. So I've got some images. I don't know if you want to bring them up.
But that's this narrow view of carbon is so crazy.
First, right now, so CO2 levels right now about 418, 420 parts per million, which is higher than it's been in 10 years, 20 years, 50 years. That's true. Is it dangerously high? No. And as a geologist, here's why I can say that. When we go look at the geologic record, there are times we've had CO2 levels that have been 1,000 parts per million, 2,000 parts per million. And Earth was lush, Earth was green, it was definitely a little warmer. The ice melted, the sea levels did rise. Okay? That's a problem for people that build 10 feet from the sea, thinking that the sea is always going to be 10 feet away.
Right.
All right. Some of the most abundant times for life during the Jurassic period, Cretaceous, during these periods. And what's interesting is you can have very high carbon dioxide levels historically, and the temperatures are low. And vice versa, you can have high temperatures and the CO2 is low. And one of the kickers is from the Vostok ice cores. So we recognize that warming was happening. Scientists went to Antarctica. So, okay, let me back up. For people who may not be familiar with this, every year there's a new layer of ice that is laid down in Greenland, and in that layer of ice is captured little air bubbles of the atmosphere, and particles of pollen and particles of volcanic dust. And we can tell from that layer what the temperatures have been, what the magnetic strength of the Earth has been, how strong the sun has been, all this stuff. Amazing. It's a mind blower. I'm just amazed. We actually have ice core libraries. So, I mean, very cold, refrigerated rooms where they take the cores.
It's wild.
Yeah, so scientists recognize the ice was
It's so fascinating to look at. People haven't seen that.
I may have some pictures, and it's under climate on the PowerPoints. So what they did was they said, we don't know what's happening, is what scientists said. Let's capture as much information as we can before the ice melts. So they drilled in Vostok, Antarctica, and they ended up going back 420,000 years of layers of ice, continuous layers.
Oh, how deep is that?
I'm not sure how deep that is. They drilled below that was Vostok Lake, so they went down as far as they could before they hit the lake.
That's a hell of a pipe.
It is, and you can see. So here, and this was in the 80s and 90s. They were doing this, and the real scientists know what I'm going to say, the real geologists that are not politicized and are not beholden to academic or corporate interests that are paying the paychecks. One of the problems is in those ice cores, the temperature actually rises before the CO2 levels. If the CO2 is causing that rise, that's a problem because you would expect the CO2 to rise first and then the temperature. And that's not what the ice cores. I do have a slide of that if you want to bring that up. So it suggests that something else is happening. And when we look at it's this one, right? It's on the lower left, the second slide, on from the lower left.
There's a lot of slides, but use 28 slides.
Yeah, this is press 29. Okay, right there. So what you're seeing is the red is temperature, blue, yeah, and you can see that the red, if you're coming from the past to the present, the red is rising first, and then the blue follows. So the temperatures are rising first, and then the carbon dioxide is rising. Now, there's a reason for that, and a lot of people don't like this. What's driving climate change is under our feet. Humans are not causing it. All right, I know that's a big statement. It's different than what people have heard, and I'm going to acknowledge that. NASA said, I've got a slide showing that. NASA's showing 90% of the CO2 in the atmosphere is coming from the outgassing of the oceans. All right? We know from high school science, that cold water holds warm gas. The oceans are warming, and that's a fact. And as they warm, they're releasing that CO2 into the atmosphere. The kicker is they're warming from underneath, not from top.
So they're not, you don't think they're warming from whatever we're doing to the atmosphere?
No. We are definitely contributing to CO2 in the atmosphere.
What would be the factor? What would be the cost of the warming?
All right,
below?
so we're going to go through this. I should probably just go. I have another one on there on magnetic migrations. Okay, so here's.
Oh, Jesus. Now you're going to freak me out.
No, Randall Carlson.
The bullshitting deal?
No. And I don't see any evidence of all the things to be concerned about. Before the poles can shift, which they do occasionally, 3 factors have to be in place, and they're not there right now. So let me just say that right now.
Thank you for that. You're kind of freaking out about that one.
No, however, we're asking the wrong question. They're not shifting, they're migrating.
Oh, great.
And the migration, what happens? I'm not sure how far back to go. So what we know is Paul LaViolette in the 1980s. I knew him before he passed. He's a brilliant physicist. He wrote a book called Earth Under Fire that was really appealed a lot in the 80s. And what he said is that every once in a while, on a clockwork basis, there's a volley of cosmic rays that come from the center of our Milky Way. And cosmic rays, like they're passing through you and me right now, because we're mostly empty. We're 99.999% nothing. So, exactly. And when they pass into the crust of the Earth, nothing happens. In the core is so dense, Joe, because the pressure of the Earth, it's iron nickel, and it's so dense that they can't pass through, and it actually causes what's called perturbations. And it begins to heat the core of the Earth, and that causes it shifts rotation. And right now, Japanese scientists are saying that the core is slow to possibly get stopped. I don't know if your guests have talked about that. And as the core goes through these cycles, so you look at the cross section of the Earth. There's the inner core that's solid. The outer core is molten. Then the mantle is about 1,800 miles thick, and it's magma. And the crust is only about 36 miles thick. So in the textbooks, the inner core always looks like it's floating right in the middle of the Earth, but that's not what's happening. When those particles are hitting it and heating it up, it actually bumps up against the outer core, causing ripples, perturbations is what they're called, against the mantle. And the mantle begins to seep into the crust. And it's the mantle that is heating the oceans from underneath because of that. It happens about every 12,500 years. And that number, if you talk to Randall, we just did a conference in Boulder. He was at the conference that we did up there. And that has to do with the Younger Dryas. I think you've had guests talking about the Younger Dryas was the last time this happened. And it happened 12,500 years before that, 12,500 years before that. I've got a chart. You can see it's like coffee.
That NASA thing is. I went to the website. It says that it's rising because the ocean is absorbing the gases, causing the water to rise over time.
The ocean that's the equilibrium. It's outgassing, and it's also there's an equilibrium between what we're creating in the atmosphere. We're not creating the atmosphere. That's the opposite of it. We're creating carbon dioxide. And the ocean is what's called the sink. It's the CO2 sink. That is that's taking that up. So what's happening, Joan, is the mantle is being disturbed. It is heating the oceans from underneath, releasing the carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And that's where that's coming from. When we look into the geologic history, we've seen this happen before. And it's intense, it's brief, and it's what comes after that usually is a problem. It's not the one, it's change. Would that quote back up, please?
This was what was interesting. Underneath it said, covering more than 70% of the Earth's surface, our global ocean has a very high heat capacity. It has absorbed 90% of the warming that has occurred in recent decades due to increasing greenhouse gases. So that there has been an increase in the temperature because of our civilization, because of greenhouse gases.
There's an increase in CO2.
But it's saying an increase in warming has occurred because of increase in greenhouse gases. So what you're saying is these greenhouse gases, we're contributing to it, but it's not the primary.
It's not the primary, and the modeling is the problem. Jamie, would you please?
So can I go? But before we go further, if we didn't exist at all, if there was no industrial civilization, we existed like hunter-gatherers, would we have no impact, or would it be the exact same thing, or would it be a fraction of a degree warmer because of human society?
I think we have to be honest, and I don't have the numbers on this. I think we have to just be honest and say we are contributing to some degree.
So we have something you feel like it's a minor degree, and even if we were hunter-gatherers, the same pattern of Earth warming would still be going on.
All you need to do is go back. There's an orange chart on there, Jimmy, and you look at the Jurassic Pleistocene.
Is this right here?
Yeah. And you can see the black, I think, is the black CO2.
Yes, it says atmospheric CO2, and the blue is global temperature.
Look at the temperature times when it's high. You look at the orange over here when the CO2 is high temperature.
What's up, Jamie? 500 million years ago. I know, nuts, right?
Yeah, so we weren't there, and this is what you can see.
So you don't have like a lot of data back into it.
Data comes from different sources. You've got ice cores, and
I know this time.
yeah.
How are they getting data from 500 million years ago?
You get it from seafloor settlements. Is one of the things you can do there. There's a little sea creature called the Globigerina.
That's getting better as we get
And
like more recently.
yeah,
Now, I guess.
so we can go into this as deep as you want. What I'm wanting you to see here is there's not a direct correlation between CO2 and temperature in the past. We can say that. And we can also see that CO2 levels have been higher in the past than they are now. And Earth was lush, it was green, life was flourishing.
As Randall Carson always says, global cooling is what's really
All right, now
terrifying.
now I'm going to tie it back in to what we began this conversation with. There's a concerted effort to remake the world and to remake our bodies. If I did a little experiment in the January blood experiment, and I said, okay, What if we met all of the climate goals? What would Earth look like? I'm not going to push back against them. I'll just
Let's just say, what would if you just zero carbon?
We're only at 240 parts per million right now, which historically is low. We're on the low end right now. If we were to meet those goals, they want us to go back we would meet the goals, we would push it back to about 236 parts per million is what they're looking at. 180 parts per million is dangerously low. So and this isn't something like you can just take a dial and adjust around it here and there. They are pushing, if we were to meet those goals, Earth would have, by the way, they're also pushing for global cooling of 10 degrees global average. We're 56 Fahrenheit global average right now. They want 46 degrees. The last time on Earth we had those kinds of temperatures and that kind of CO2 was the Pleistocene era. It was not good for us. It's not good for life. It's not good for humans.
Who are they?
They are.
Why do they want to do such a self-destructive thing? Do they know this? Do they know this data?
Well, let's break it down. So let's step through this.
Okay, let's step through this.
Climate.
Yes.
If we were to meet those climate goals, it's not good for us. All right. Put that
as a human species.
As a human species, put that over here. Okay. We're being pushed for war, and I think you could see that. And the nations of the earth that have the capability for war are waging that war. And what's happening is we're depleting our resources as nations. We are, and I just did a search on this the other night. Superpowers are dangerously low on weapons and on the ability of humans to fight in those wars. If Earth ever needed to fight, we have what we need right now. So our weapons are being depleted. Okay, let's put that over here. Now there's a concerted effort to break the social bonds that have held us together as societies, as nations, as communities, and that is working very successfully. We're breaking down those borders. That's not good for us. That's not good for anyone. Now, you look at the transhuman movement with technology, with machines, to debilitate our ability for critical thinking, our ability for imagination, for creativity, for all the reasons that we just talked about. Use it or lose it. When we give our power away to that technology, we're not the best version of ourselves. That's not good for us. None of those are good for us. So if I said that to you, what would you say to me? Who would that be good for? If it's not good for us, who's it good for? Well, now is where you go back and you look at all those ancient texts. You look at and depending on what language you're using, if you look at the Sumerian text, this world was never ours to begin with, is what those texts say. And there is a good argument that could be made that Earth is being modified in ways that are not necessarily good for us. Were they good? That's a whole conversation around that. So
you think climate is a part of this whole agenda of control?
I do.
Yeah. Well,
I think there's a compelling, and it's not just my opinion. I think the evidence supports that, because why would we want to push this planet back? I mean, NASA says we're green and new in 20 years. Why would we want to push this planet back to an environment that comes to see?
Well, we want to have control over things all the time, and when you see certain areas that become too hot for a certain kind of agriculture, or things change, or certain lakes dry up, there's things like that happen that people freak out about because we want control. That's why we want to bring animals back from extinction. We want control over everything around us because it makes us feel better. But the problem with this one is you're getting people that are saying we're going to lower the Earth's temperature. Like we didn't vote on that. Like just because it's your idea and you people are moving in this direction, you have so much money. You're making a decision for literally 8 billion.
Unelected officials.
It's nuts. It's nuts that they think they could spray things in the sky to reflective particles, to dull out the sun and lower the temperature of the Earth. Like that's an insane notion.
And especially if we're moving in the cooler anyway. But all of this, I mean, so now we've identified these things.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's useless to be angry. I think what we do is we recognize, Joe, that all of these applications of technology are a reflection of the way we've been conditioned to think about ourselves. We wake up to become the best version of ourselves, then we recognize it makes sense to go clean and green. It makes sense to do our food differently. It makes sense to have different kinds of energy because we recognize our relationship to ourselves and the world around us.
Right, not because we're being manipulated.
Exactly.
So this it could be done the right way. Like the real issue that we have as a society, one of the not the, but war is obviously the, but one of the big ones is pollution. Like that is undeniable. When you see like what's going on in India with some of those rivers, where it's just the entire river is just choked up with plastic.
I've been there.
That is insane. As a human race, that we allow that. That's insane. Like, but then you look at places like, is it Singapore, Jamie, that we watched, where it was fascinating there? I believe it's Singapore, where they have like the most sophisticated recycling program, like unbelievably efficient. And they take that stuff and use it to pave the roads. They burn things down, specific materials. They have, I mean, it's an insane job they do of taking the garbage. So we know it's possible.
It is possible. So everything we're talking about is a consequence of what happens when we give our humanness away. And we believe that we are a flawed species and that we need something outside of ourselves to be the best version of ourselves, or that we believe we're powerless, so we say to someone else, fix it and make it better. We're now, right now, and the AI is driving this conversation. And we are at the point where we are being asked by the conditions of the world to accept the deep truths of what it means to be human. And in that humanness, when we accept our ability that there's a part of us that doesn't live in here, what that means is the more that we can honor the antenna, the gift of the body to access that, we become healthy, we become the best version of ourselves. We begin to live differently. We begin to eat differently. We begin to recycle differently. We use energy differently because we're living in the world a reflection of the new honor and respect that we have for the gift of our bodies. And nobody's telling our young kids anything like this.
No,
we have to protect our children.
It would help everybody just to think that way. It would help everybody. Well, this is no matter what you're trying to do with life.
Well, this is the AI right now is the tip of the spear. This is what they're using, they and the powers that be, because we're so close to, for the first time in a very long time, on a mass level, to awaken to what it means to be human. There are pockets that are coming together, and we're saying no to war. We're saying, I think, in this generation, I think you will see walk away from the use of solve our problems. What happens if they throw a war? Nobody goes. I think you're going to see that happen because people are saying this isn't right. This isn't right.
Well, that's a very powerful message, and I hope you're right. But if there was one thing that I feel like most people would bet on, is that there's always going to be war.
I think not the way we're seeing it. Not the way we're seeing it right now. Not the way. This ties into the disclosure conversation, because when you talk to the people behind the scenes of disclosure, we obviously, I don't think anybody would have a problem with a flying saucer in an Air Force hangar somewhere. We've seen it in movies where, I don't think anybody's surprised, but I don't think anybody's got a problem with a gray alien, in an Air Force conference room somewhere. But the implications, if we've had this relationship for so long, we know they didn't get here on a Chevy V8 engine. I mean, they've got some pretty high tech. And what the part of the implications are that we are being asked to step up to become a different species to meet the intelligence that is being offered to us. And there are different forms of that intelligence. Some of that intelligence is prone to war, and that's not the ones that we want to necessarily.
That's what hard to believe that they get so far, they can travel from other the universe, yet they still have war.
That's the disappointing thing for me. And so this is where we go back to the ancient texts. They begin with a war in the heavens, or what the Bible calls, the fall, and the war is what destroyed the planet and our solar system. And I think Randall has probably talked about that.
That's the kooky theory about Mars, too, right?
Well, Mars used to have an atmosphere. It doesn't anymore, and they believe that there is a compelling argument that could be made for war destroying. I think when we get there and we see the archaeological remnants that are there, I think we'll have the answer to that. But that is scary, isn't it, Joe? You're going to be so advanced and still allowed to be so great. The only way to solve it is to hurt one another and destroy one another.
But also makes for great science fiction. Because without the war in space, you have no Star Trek. You have no Star Wars.
Well, maybe this is where we break that cycle.
Well,
So maybe we wake up our humanness when we accept the power of human divinity, and we accept what it means, and we imbue our children with a deep sense of a healthy sense that there's something very special about them, worth preserving, so that they care about themselves, and then that begins to inform the way we live in the world. We will be living in a very, very different world.
I think you're right, and I think you saying that is very important because it gets that word out there and you start to think about it. I think that's the only way people find these things is for people like you come out and have these conversations and spark thoughts in people's heads. Like maybe I'm thinking and behaving and living the wrong way. Maybe we can just become more united and more positive and recognize this incredible gift that we have of this life.
Look at the science. See, the science is so compartmentalized. And I saw this when I was working even in the industry. So a discovery is made in genetics, and it stays in that genetic box, and it gets published in some obscure. The new way of thinking is looking at humans from an IT perspective. So there are journals like the Journal of Soft Computing. I didn't even talk about that. The Journal of Soft Computing has just come out and said that human DNA, three-dimensional human DNA, is a fractal antenna. So what's that mean? An antenna tunes to a signal. A fractal antenna tunes to a vast array of signals across the broad spectrum. We have 50 trillion of them in our bodies, and the journal is saying that. But who reads that? Who's reading the Journal of Soft Computing?
Thank God you are.
Who has a beautiful hardbound copy of the Journal of Soft Computing next to their bed like I do?
Well, the fact that you know it, you just told people. Now people know.
So it's a very different way of thinking. But if we can begin seeing ourselves, and I think that the greatest task that we're tasked with right now is to cherish and honor and care for the gift of the human body, because I believe it is a gift, because there was an intervention that created the mutations that give us what we have today. We don't know who or what, but we're not the product of natural evolution. And until we understand fully what that is, Jim, why would we want to give that away to technology before we even know what it means to be human? And once we give it away, we can never go back. This is how we use the species. And I think we're worth preserving. That's my message. I'm advocating for our humanness, for our divinity, for our love, because that's what sets us apart. All our forms of life, and I think we're worth preserving.
I agree with you 100%, and I appreciate you very much. And thank you very much for coming on here. It was a lot of fun. And let's do it again.
Are you saying we're finished?
Yeah, we are at almost 3 hours. Okay, crazy.
Well, thank you.
I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you. You are just an amazing listener, and I appreciate the long format and the opportunity to flesh out these ideas in their entirety. So thank you for that.
Well, it's my pleasure. Thank you for being here. So I can just listen. I only have people that I'm interested in. So when I saw stuff online, I'm like, this guy's fascinating.
Well, thank you.
And it was great. I really enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Let's do it again. All right.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day. Well, I mean, we haven't done many podcasts, but we were on Theo's last year, and Theo's gets a lot of engagement, a lot of views. Ours didn't do too well. I think Birdcast did all right.
You can't not pay attention.
I know that.
Not pay attention. Don't pay attention to numbers. Don't pay attention to shit. Don't read the comments.
That's where I messed up. I got called a lesbian so many times.
Mustache.
What? And he's like, he looks like
Where'd that
Matthew
come from?
McConaughey.
Well, it might be the chain.
Maybe.
That looks very lesbian-esque.
Thank you. My
Not,
sister
not a bad one. It's not bad. It's not bad with being a lesbian.
No, nothing wrong with being a lesbian. I'm just a heterosexual man.
That's all.
What a wonderful mustache.
I went back to the comments last night, and
Don't.
and somebody was like, Andrew, come on, man, don't sit with your legs crossed. I was just like, this one.
Why is it always me getting picked on?
Did you sit with your legs crossed in the typical liberal fashion?
I mean,
Like the Gavin Newsom style?
Yeah, you can't see that.
chilling.
Yeah.
I mean,
You got a little bit of a gap there. The thing is, if you get the real, the deep scissor, it's
gotta-
like signal it.
the trick is you gotta scoop in.
Yeah.
You gotta get stuff out the way.
You know, it doesn't seem comfortable.
I've been doing it for a long time.
So are you were telling me you're kind of burnt right now, so you're fully on the road right now.
Oh yeah, I say that, and then the next moment I'm off around. It's like, dang, this is fun. But yeah, but usually about this time of the year, where we have a couple more months left, it's like, man, we're must be home for a while more than 2 days at a time.
How long have you guys been on the road for?
To this year, or just
Well, all told.
we started touring in Andrews at KBO 2018.
And it's a big flat out since then.
Pretty much. I mean, we
Just
usually
the breaks.
yeah, we break in December for Christmas. But it's gotten better. This year we started touring in July, which was good because we usually start in April. Or May.
When did you end?
We end in December.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
No.
Well, this last year we started in March with Canada.
Yeah, Canada. But that was like a month. It didn't really count.
How long have you guys been together all told?
This Red Clay Strays got together in December 2016. But before that, Drew was the manager of a cover band, and Andrew was the bass player. And
Who do you guys cover?
Everything.
good stuff.
Yeah, blues, just like really bad blues. Yeah, we used to run it.
In country.
And how did you guys all get together?
I met Drew through a mutual friend. We were working out in the gym together. I was in high school, and Drew, this guy was like, "Hey man, I got a buddy. He's kind of down on his luck. He's like squatting in my dorm, and I want to give him something. I want to give him something." So
Down on that.
I'm just believing what I
Nobody ever does.
I just repeat what I heard. And so Drew never done anything like that. He'd never booked he was trying to be a middle school teacher football coach. That's what he was going to college for. And
That was high school, college. That was the goal.
I know, but
Realistically,
never had
That's just where it was going to land. 10-4.
never done anything in the business though. And he just like, what did you say? He's like, I'm gonna do everything I can to help you make it. And I was like 18. He was like 22, 23. And he had us playing in every single bar on the Gulf Coast. And we didn't know anything about the business either. So the manager booking agent fees, 50%. We didn't know about that. So we cut him in evenly. Yeah. And so he'd show up and drink beer at our shows. And he'd always be at our practices. And he was fully committed. And so he got an even cut. And he ended up turning his life around. He was able to scoot around and buy burgers and not be telling you luck anymore. I think that's impressive. Never done anything like that. He stepped up and became a legitimate booking agent and a legitimate manager.
Yeah, I mean, I just saw something on there that was incredible. I was like, all right, well, what do I need to do to get this guy in front of people? And I would sit and like I worked for the equipment staff in South Alabama, and I would sit in the equipment room between washing jock straps and like setting up cone drills or whatever, and like put post-it notes up on the wall and just write numbers down and just call all these people until like somebody picked up or like, hey, like what's the email for booking or whatever, and I just focused as much as I could.
So it was basically just learning on the job, trying to figure it out as you go. You have no experience in it whatsoever.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a cool story.
Yeah.
And it was all just based on your talent.
It was.
It was what you saw, right?
Yeah, the night you met, the night we met, the night I met you. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like the first time I heard you on a cell phone recording, I was like,
Okay.
and then I heard him in person, and I was like, oh my God, all right, what needs to happen here? And yeah, I had no idea. I was just,
Wow. Those are the best stories, though.
Yeah.
The best stories are not started in some fucking boardroom somewhere where a bunch of guys sit down with headshots and demos and try to put people together. The best stories happen just kind of like, what? What were you doing? Post-it notes? You just called people? Like, those are the best stories.
We didn't even know how to set up music equipment. Like we would have our main setup behind us, and so the microphones would be feeding back into the main. We didn't know what we were doing. We just knew we wanted to play music. So we'd show up to these bars, and most of the time run people out, clear the room out, because we didn't know how to play music that well either. Guitar amps turned up, and we would show up and just ruin people's evening and clear out a bar. They're trying to watch a football game. We show up playing Allman Brothers, and just our guitar players just always crank their amps. We didn't have an old man drummer though. That was the only thing about that band before Red Clay Strays. So that was, you didn't have to worry about the drums being too loud, I guess, because he was just doing his thing. He ended up quitting when we started traveling more, and that's when we started holding auditions. And I auditioned this one guy, and he couldn't make the audition. We rescheduled him, and he couldn't make the audition again. And then we were like, how did we get in touch with John? When did we audition him?
there's a Ethan, who's in Papa's medicine cabinet.
Yeah.
I reached out to him. I was like, man, I know you play drums. That was the best band in town at the time. And I was like, I know you play drums. You probably know a good bit of drummers. Like, you know anybody who could use some work? And John was playing in a band called Brian Tire Band back home. And he said, John they just separated from that band. So John's available. You should get him for a tryout. And I was like, hey, dude, you gonna come play with us or whatever? He showed up, Larry Skinner, with him and his brother, like an SUV or something.
Yeah, we
They're
had
like, this is gonna work.
we had the auditions in Citronelle, Alabama, which is like in the sticks, and he didn't have a phone. So he was like, meet me at the Hardee's at 6:30 or whatever time it was. We couldn't call him once he left his house. And so Andrew left. You were driving the Firebird at the time. You left him the Firebird and met him and brought him back, and we auditioned him in. And the audition was great. He showed up with his brother, who played piano. And his brother wasn't trying to join the band, but his brother just played with us. And just the first song we played, we tried him out with an original that we were working on, which was a terrible song also. But Andrew and John locked in immediately, and just they get all the pulses together. And I just remember still being blown away by that, just how quickly and it still shows today on stage their chemistry. They got some kind of telekinetic thing going on with them.
The big thing was coming from that old man drummer, and then that's the first time I've ever played with like a real drummer besides my own dad.
His name was Ray.
And me and John, I mean, it's really weird how when we first started, like we know a lot when we played in those bars, it was improvised. We're playing covers, we're not even playing them the right way. We can hit those pauses without even looking at each other. We know what each other's going to do. So as a bass player, your drummer is your best friend. Where me and John probably butt heads more than anybody in the band, but That's the relationship.
That is a big part of the problem with the band, is that you guys just get on each other's nerves, right?
I mean, just like any other. I mean,
Yeah.
we're just like brothers.
It's a group of guys, and you're
Yeah.
traveling all year round.
You'll get pissed off at each other for sure. If a band says they don't get pissed off, they're lying, or they just don't like each other for real. But we just something we actually learned as men was how to talk about your feelings with each other too. Because in the early stages, it was, I had anger issues. I'd just get pissed off real quick.
Was it about the mustache?
No, I didn't have the mustache yet. Maybe that's what it was. I was immature. You had long hair. Yeah.
These guys had to learn how to communicate, set boundaries. And
I didn't talk about my feelings growing up as a kid. Supposedly that's not healthy.
No, that's not good.
But John, he would show up hammered to the bus, and I just had to learn to just bite my tongue. If you're not going to change somebody's mind, just let them go and talk about it tomorrow. But we all had things we worked on together, like stuff like that.
Well, it's the final product's amazing, and the new album is really fucking good. It's coming out in June of next year. Is that when it's supposed to come out?
We're shooting for summer of next year. We don't really know yet.
Because the press thing that I got said June of next year. I'm like, this should go out now.
You're probably the only one that's supposed to know that.
Oh, really? Well, everybody knows that.
Yeah. But I mean, we're still working on mixes. Hopefully, James is going to be the ticket.
Well, it's really good, and the final product. You guys are very unique. You have a very unique sound. It's very fun.
Yeah.
So it's I know it's got to be a lot of work. Whenever I do shows and I show up at a place, and like if I do an arena, it's just me and my friends. We just have to roll in there. Hi.
Yeah.
And I see you guys. You got fucking trucks, this, that. There's so many fucking people involved. It's,
Oh yeah.
whew, it's a lot. There's a lot of moving pieces to keep together. So for you guys to consistently do it and to bang out amazing music over and over and over again, it says something.
Yeah, man. And we just had to grow together. I mean, even at the rehearsal, we were like, we got one more rehearsal. We got one more tryout with the guy who flaked out on us. And John was like, who is it? I was like, oh, it's Travis Patch. And he's like, oh, you're going to hire Travis Patch. But I think Travis Patch, he couldn't make the next tryout too or something.
Yeah.
And then that band played for a couple more months and broke up. And then we hired Zach and just tried out Zach immediately. He just came in shredding, and he was always a great guitar player. And then that's when we became Red Clay Strays.
Who came up with the name?
My brother.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not an interesting story at all. We get asked all the time. No, we were just in that first stage of coming up with a band name is the hardest thing in the world, and we had nothing really we liked. We had the Dirt Leg Trio, Brandon Lane and the Hurricane.
Yeah, that's my middle name.
And then he shot that up.
Yeah, and I didn't like Red Clay Strays. I don't think any of us did.
Brandon Lane and the Hurricane sounds good too.
Yeah,
I might have voted on that.
The Drew came up with that one.
I like that. But Red Clay Strays is great too.
Yeah,
that's good. You have two great ones to choose from.
If I need to start another band, I have it in the chamber.
God, hopefully not. It seems like once you got it all together and it's working, don't fuck that up.
Yeah, man. I don't understand why bands break up. I don't get it.
I don't know how they can stay together.
Really?
Yeah, I just can't imagine.
I've had so many. Why do you say that?
Well, because of the internal conflicts, because of the traveling, because of the stress,
Yeah.
it just seems like it's very difficult. It's very difficult to manage all these different personalities and to keep everything rolling and keep all the people happy and make sure that everybody feels appreciated and everybody feels like they're doing their part.
Yeah. I think you got to have your mindset correct, man. And for us, it's a God thing. If you are just chasing worldly things, I guess, and worried about me and how I'm getting done wrong and how he's getting on my nerves, and that's what dictates your decisions. I can see, you're going to walk away from it. People suck and people are always going to fail you at the end of the day. But when you turn it into I'm not doing this for me, I'm doing this to fulfill my calling that God's given me. And then it becomes a selfless thing.
he who is greatest among you, let him be your servant, is this always pops in my head. So it's like, if I want to make this thing work, how can I serve these guys? When we'd have to share a hotel room, we would all be like, I'll sleep on the floor. No, you take the bed, I'll sleep on the floor. We'd have to fight over against the floor. You know what I mean? And then it's a selfless thing instead of a selfish thing. You're not, I don't know, when everybody shares that mindset, we're all worried about one another. I don't really see how you could wake up.
Well, that's very unusual. And that sounds fantastic, because that's kind of the opposite of most rock and roll bands. Like most rock and roll bands, it is all about, the lead singer, the lead guitarist, who's the most famous, who gets the most chicks, and who gets the most attention.
Yeah. Okay.
So where did this mindset start with you? How did you guys develop this mindset? Is that how you grew up?
I grew up that way. Yeah, my mother used to read us the Bible as children and stuff, so we always grew up knowing about Jesus. And then, so that's pretty much what led me to make the leap, I guess. You know what I mean? I never had parents that were pushing me to go to college or pushing me to do something. They were just like, have a relationship with God. That's really the only thing that I got pushed by my parents. And so I've always been blessed or cursed with kind of looking at all this as temporary. What's the point in it kind of thing? You can't take any of it with you. And there's nothing new under the sun. It's all chasing the wind. What's the point in all this? And so that really getting into, well, the creator created you. He created all of this, and he put you here for a reason. If that's the case, what's the reason? If this is the reason, and I'm here I go, God, I'm going to do it. I'm going to make the leap, and I don't know how it's going to work out, but I'm going to trust you, work hard and trust you, and that's really all we've done. There's no plan to do it. We get asked quite often, how do you make it? And I just work hard and trust God. That's all. That's the only thing that I can ever think to answer with, because the shows we've played and the doors we've walked through led to new opportunities, many days, many months, many years down the road that we could have never planned. We've just been and then you can look back and acknowledge the stepping stones that he was placing the whole time. And even if it doesn't make sense in the moment, just being able to go back and look at, like, wow, I see why that happened now. I see why we went through that. I see that's just crazy to go back and look at.
That's very wise for a young person to think that way. Like, how old are you now?
29.
Yeah, you're very young. And when you started, that's even younger. So, like, to be able to think that way at an early age, there's something new under the sun. Like, what's my purpose? My purpose is to serve. My purpose is to do something with this gift that I've been given, and to follow this path. That's very unusual.
Cool.
Yeah. I mean, it's great. It's great. It's a great example of people.
Yeah.
Because it is a mindset, and that mindset will serve you so much better than the other mindset.
Yeah.
The other mindset of chasing things is how you lead to Elvis on pills.
Yeah.
Which is my favorite Elvis.
Yeah, man, that was the fun. 70s Elvis, karate.
Yeah. I love the fake karate.
Big Elvis.
Oh, well, the people who play along with it.
Would you have wanted to spar with Elvis?
No.
Come on,
I would have been nice to him. We had to lose.
Yeah, he would have
Spar
made
with
you
Elvis. He had to lose.
I want to see Elvis or Steven Seagal.
Steven Seagal is legit at Aikido.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he was like the first American to run a dojo in Japan.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he was a legit Aikido practitioner. Now, the benefits and the practicality of Aikido are highly debated. It's not really a great martial art as a standalone martial art. It's really for samurais to fight against someone with a sword. So if you lose your sword in combat, you have to understand how to transfer the momentum of energy. If someone's attacking you with a sword, you have to be an expert at manipulating their attack and using it against them. But as a standalone martial art, it's not very good.
See, I thought he had some of those videos where he was like, he just touched somebody and fly across the room.
Not really. He had videos where it was demonstrations. So guys would run at him with a very specific thing and he would flip them. Yeah. But he could fuck you up, if you didn't know what you were doing. But the problem is, if you knew what you were doing, you fuck him up.
Yeah.
But he's a big guy. It's just, no one back then really knew what the best martial art was, so you chose one. You got really good at it. when something,
Now the Dagestani taking over.
yeah, well, that's what he's been around forever. Yeah, wrestling. But what Elvis was doing was Kempo karate at Parker, and it's pretty clear that he took like some classes, you know, like throws kicks in the air and stuff, but it wasn't very good.
It wasn't a black belt.
Did he have a black belt?
Yeah, he had like 7th degree or something.
Yeah, the Elvis black belt.
See, I did martial arts in middle school. I did Shotokan karate, and I loved it. And a part of me wants to get back into it, but there's the whole Elvis thing.
He never really lived.
Yeah, this is Elvis.
Yeah, dude.
But by the way, back then, nobody knew what was legit, what was not legit. Like thrusts, like this the pretend they can hit him and he doesn't feel it. One of my friends, this is so crazy. Like all this is just fucking nonsense. This is fucking nonsense.
Yeah. Hey, dude, he was on top of the world.
He was. Not only was he on top of the world, he was the first guy on top of the world. That's really the important point. Is that he went crazy for sure, but everybody goes crazy when you get that famous, and no one had ever been that famous before.
Yeah.
There was no guidebook for him to follow. There was no Michael Jackson before him. There was no Prince. There was no nobody. So it's just nobody can handle that kind of fame, especially in 1970s. Nobody what was going on.
I grew up at 19.
Yeah. No way you're gonna be normal.
Uh,
Good luck. And then you got an evil manager that's feeding you pills, and you're all fucked up and
yeah,
stuck in Vegas. He's gambling everything away.
that's gonna be mommy. we pick on Cody. You just met him back in the same. End up being Colonel, bro. One day.
Snowman.
No, we hold each other accountable.
Well, that's good. Because at least now, for famous people, there's a roadmap.
Yeah.
And you can kind of see what pitfalls are. You can see, oh, that's Britney Spears Road. Don't go down there. You know what I mean? Like, you can see all the things that people you know what I'm saying? Like, you've seen all the different ways that you can ruin your life and get caught up in the moment. And then also, the fact that you're very religious helps a lot because you don't believe the hype, right? Like, you believe in a higher power. You believe in something that's bigger and greater than all of us. If you believe in that, you will not get caught in this bizarre mindset that befalls many stars, where they think they're superior to everyone else because they get treated that way. That's the reinforcement they get.
Mm-hmm.
Everywhere they go, people are cheering when they see them. People want them to sign things and take selfies with them. Everybody wants a hug. Everybody wants to be your best friend. And you really start to believe because of the information you're getting. The information you're getting is I'm better than everybody else, right? And if you don't have a lot of personal insight, and if you're not very objective and introspective, you will buy into that. You'll start behaving and believing like that. And then comes the pills.
Yeah, dude.
I think
Pick
that's
yourself back up.
I think that's where we benefit from like a solo act is that we have five individuals that are going to check each other. We always say the pack will correct.
Yes.
So if somebody acted out, we might let you go for a couple of days, but then you're going to wake up and we have to come to Jesus meeting.
Yeah.
We've done that, and all of us have had that at some point in our careers together.
That's great.
And
That's very good.
we always too just think about what you were talking about. I think we suck. Yeah. The feeding into the I'm better than everybody. I'm famous. So it's just probably downhill from here. People they find new hobbies and new things to like, especially now faster than ever. People's attention spans are so short nowadays. So
Oh, yeah.
we're on top right now. Yeah, but don't forget about us.
I think you're much better off being heavily critical of yourself.
Yeah.
I think so too.
I 100% agree. Like, I don't never want to be content with anything I've done. Like, I always want to have notes for myself. Like, even after we have like a solid show or something, I'm like, well, I just missed like 10 notes. And it felt like Guitar Hero in my head. When you're and I start doing it, that's what happens in my head. It's like, get it together, man.
It's better that way. I mean, that's going to force you to constantly work at it, constantly try to get better. The people that believe that they're the best already, where you can go from there.
That's exactly how we think.
Yeah. We get asked a lot at VIP. What was the moment you knew you made it? I don't want to make it. What's after making it?
Yeah.
don't want to just be there and make it.
Making it to me is like the film Dance and Walk Up for the Sunset.
Yep.
That's a fucking shit. I'm gonna wake up in the morning. Okay, what do you want for breakfast? You know, it's like life goes on, and this idea that there's gonna be a goal where you're gonna get to a spot someday where you can rest—that's nonsense.
I'll say that.
Take a day off every now and then. Nothing wrong with that. But this idea that you're gonna get to a place where, well, I made it. It's over.
Set for life.
Yeah, I did it. That's all bullshit.
Yep.
And if you get really, really rich, you want to get really, 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 really rich. It never ends.
Really?
If you think like that, yeah, if that's the thought process, if you're just chasing after goals and looking for this one moment where you can say, okay, we did it, it's never happening.
Yeah, I kind of I say that to people too. Just from the outside looking in, you think like if you've never done it before, man, it'd be cool to get a song in a show. It'd be cool to get a platinum single. It'd be cool to sell out Red Rocks. And once you do it, it's like, okay, we did it. Nothing changed. It's like when your birthday comes, do you feel older? You feel older? No, I feel the same. Like it's here, you know.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
It's good to have goals. It's good to have milestones, but at the end of the day, I guess the process and the thing that you were talking about, like honoring this gift that you have, that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. And then recognizing that you're in this very unique position and you're very fortunate. So because of that, you owe it to this gift that you've been given. You owe it to the people that love you, the people that come to see you. Keep doing your best.
well, we do stray to play on our name a little bit. I think we do stray a little bit from the industry. Because our fan base is a lot of sad people, a lot of depressed people, a lot of people who, you know, were suicidal. So, and we make music for that fan base, I guess. And you're not going to hear that at like a country music festival on the beach.
How do you know that about your fans?
We get messages every day.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes they email our agents and stuff. We got one lady who sent us an email saying she decided to off herself, take a lot of pills, and she wanted to go to sleep listening to music. And she was laying there waiting to take the big nap. Our song "I'm Still Fine" came on, and it kind of snapped her out of it a little bit, and she started crying and immediately regretted it and got up and called her sister and told her sister what she had just did, and they rushed her to the hospital and did whatever at the hospital for someone who takes a lot of pills at once, and saved her life pretty much. And yeah, it's so moving, and that's what really makes it worth it for us, because touring is a lot. Touring sucks a lot of the times, and if we were just doing it to be popular, be famous, or to be relevant, make money, I don't think that's enough to keep me going, because being on the road is very hard. What keeps us going is those stories and seeing how our music at the concert, seeing how our music affects people and helps them in a positive way. And so, I don't know, that's just where we get our stuff from.
What do you think it's about your music that appeals to people that aren't feeling good?
A lot of it came from us not feeling good. Drew and my brother Matthew are the main writers for the band, and they just, our song "Drowning," Drew wrote that during COVID when we were driving for Uber, trying to keep the bills paid. My goal was to make $100 a day for Uber, and driving for Uber in Mobile, Alabama sucks. I'd have to do like 12, 14 hours a day to get that, and then most of the time spend.
That was just 5 years ago.
Yeah. And we were locally famous at the time, so I was picking up people. Oh my God, Rick Lee Strays.
Really?
I don't want to talk about it.
Makes you leave it up.
That's crazy.
I picked up I was driving a Hyundai Sonata, and I picked up 5 black dudes. They wanted to get in the Hyundai Sonata to go to the stripper club. And I was like, you can't, all 5 of y'all can't fit in here. I can only take 4 at the most. So I had to leave one behind, and I had to take them 30 minutes across town. That's what Mobile is. Everything is a 30-minute drive. And so it took them 30 minutes across town to the stripper club. There's some very interesting people at nighttime to get people to sleep.
I'm sure. Yeah. And they probably want to talk to you.
Sometimes. The worst was people with bad BO.
Oh,
Get in your car with bad BO and leave it.
I'm like a
that smell in your car.
I'm like a germ freak.
Really?
Sometimes, yeah, and especially with smells. So I can't get like a fresh air. I feel like I'm suffocating. And this frat guy got in my car one time, and he was something, and he was going to Lowe's to get like something for a beer pong table. He was getting ready to have a frat party, and I had to drive him to Lowe's, and he had smelled like he had never taken a shower, and so I was just trying not to freak out. I was just like, yeah, and I was sweating by the time we got out of the car.
Try 100 miles an hour to get them out the car.
I picked some people. Oh, people just much faith in the drivers. I picked people from the hospital. I picked up a blind lady from the hospital. That's what they do if they don't have any family. They'll call them. They'll get them an Uber, and I don't have to help this blind lady house. I had this one guy fresh out of surgery that walked. I had to get him in my car, and they got him a hotel, I guess. So I had to take him to a hotel, and I had to carry him out of my car and get him in his bed. And I was just thinking, what if this, you know,
It was an 8-pound lady.
yeah, or just somebody who didn't even care, get out of my car, you know? That kind of blew my mind a little bit, how much faith hospitals put in Uber drivers. It's very sad.
Well, one thing I found out during COVID, that it sounds so stupid I didn't know this, but hospitals are private businesses.
Mhm.
I used to, this is how naive I was. I was like, well, doctors, they go to universities, they do it so that they can become the best doctor they can, and then they work for these hospitals that are set up so that all the people in the city have medical care. And this is like part of the city services. I really believed that. I really thought that. And then I have some friends that are doctors, and they tell me, no, that you're incentivized. You're incentivized to push certain medications. You're incentivized to do surgeries that people don't need. You have to challenge your own ethics because you'll be talked into do surgeries that this guy, you kind of could justify it, but really shouldn't get it. I'm like, oh, fuck, man, really? And then, I've had friends that left and started their own practices because of this, because they tell you, like, you just, at the end of the day, like, why did I go to school? Like, I thought I was going to school because I wanted to learn medicine, because I thought that would be a really fascinating way to make a living and very rewarding. You're helping people that are injured, that are sick. And then he got just enlightened to what the business really is. And it's just about numbers.
Yeah.
He gets sick.
Instagram Reels will scare you too with all that stuff.
Oh, dude, I went down a rabbit hole last night. Just sitting in my bed. I shouldn't have done this. It was like 9 o'clock. There's no reason for me to look at dick lengthening videos. What? It just popped up on Instagram, in like the For You section.
Yeah, dude. What did they wait for that?
Oh, I didn't ask for it. I don't know what happened.
How many videos did you watch?
Oh, I watched a lot of them. I watched hours worth of it. It's fucking horrific, man.
3 inches of penis.
It's not just that, man. It's like these guys are getting these things put in their dicks so that their dicks are thicker. Oh my god! And see, the thing about YouTube is, YouTube. You want to see some videos?
Yeah, might as well. We're here.
So I'll pull up my history. YouTube can actually. So the thing is, this guy was like, "Go to my YouTube video, and you can see the actual surgery." So I'm like, "Way." And yeah, fucking way. So YouTube will actually show you the surgery. We can't show any of this on camera, right, Jamie?
Why not? Yeah, I guess education purposes.
These dudes are just digging. They're just digging in dicks and is horrific. All right.
You know, once you get on that dark side of Instagram, usually it's when Brandon sends me reels. Brandon always be finding himself on that bad part, and then he sends it to me, and then I'm 30 minutes deep into feeling uncomfortable with my life.
Fuck up my algorithm.
All right, we don't have to. You guys can trust us. So this is what happened. So I'm looking in the For You page, and it was like I saw this thing that said plus 2 inches and 3 inches of girth, and this guy's got what looks like a flounder fillet, and he's dipping it in this liquid, And I'm like, what is that? I'm like, is this guy operating on a dick? Is this what's going on here? So it's like this plastic sheet, this flexible stuff that looks like a fillet. He's like dunking it in this stuff. I don't know what this liquid is. It's like there's a dark liquid and a clear liquid. And this guy's explaining he's going to have so much more confidence. He's going to have so much more girth than this. And I'm like, no fucking way. Get your dick operated on. This is crazy. Like, if you have to get your dick operated on, I'm like, okay, I got to do this. I can't believe I got to do this. But I got a dick problem. I got a dick cancer or something. Like, the dick has to get fixed. I got to get it fixed. This is just regular dicks. That people are like, I'm not happy with my dick. I wish my dick was hard all the time. And so one of the guys, like, his dick was like 8 inches flaccid all the time because he had this fucking tube, this fucking PVC pipe that they stuck into his hog. And so in YouTube, because it's medical, they can show you. So the guy just drops his shorts. I'm like, no, fuck. And this guy's get this Franken penis, and with like, by the way, he's got the head of a little dick, but the body of a giant dick. So it's like, you know, like they took a guy who's like got a little tiny body, and they popped his head off and put it on a bodybuilder's body. Well, this fellow seems like he was getting a lot of play. He was in the rainbow community, and it seemed like he was just slinging that dick all over town, and quite happy that it never got soft.
Quite literally laying pipe.
Yeah, literally piping.
Do you ever?
Oh Jesus, Jimmy!
That's something.
Okay, they're showing how they do it. Yeah. Well, what is this one? This is girth. See, that's where this is a fat injection. This guy was dismissing fat injections. Like, fat injections are nonsense. You need the plastic.
I think I would pass out. You wouldn't need to do. You wouldn't need anesthesia on me.
Yeah.
I'd pass out.
And then one guy they install. Oh, that's legs extending. They break their legs and they stretch it out. There's a guy that I've been watching. What is it? Brian the Sasquatch? That's his new Instagram. The guy was already 6 feet tall, but he wanted to be 6 foot, and he's a gigantic dude, like built like a brick shit house. And he got his legs stretched out like a year and a half ago. He still hasn't recovered.
Yeah, I imagine not.
But your mechanics are all off. Yeah. So if you were an athlete and you were used to having the legs of a 6 foot man, and now your legs have grown 6 inches, like
your arms aren't going to be proportionate either.
Well, he had very long arms, unusually long arms.
So does it look proportionate?
Totally looks normal. Looks like he's just a giant dude for him. But for other people, yeah, it looks fucking weird. This is the guy. So this is him trying to jump rope now. Oh, wow. It's like he can barely walk. Oh. But look at the size of this motherfucker. So he's got kind of like, this is him now.
His knees aren't even.
No, he's all messed up.
Yeah.
Like, that's why he's got knee braces on. I'm sure his knees are super confused. Like, he can barely walk.
What are we doing to ourselves?
I mean, do you think eventually you would get the strength in the right places?
Yes, eventually. There's a guy, we looked up this one guy who did it. Remember that one guy who was running those athletic drills? But he was doing sprinting and plyometrics. Some people have to, but I don't think he gained 6 inches. This guy gained like half a foot. Look, they're going to get to the point where with CRISPR, they're just going to edit your genes, and there's going to be no normal looking people anymore. Like all the interesting personality quirks that you have to develop because you got a weird chin. Like, all
it's getting weird.
They're trying to get rid of Down syndrome.
Yeah.
They will probably be a good idea.
That wouldn't be terrible.
Listen, I mean, there's nothing wrong. They're sweet people. You know, my friend Shane, he's got family members with Down syndrome, and he loves them very dearly. But if you could do that and they could be normal functioning members of society, that would be a benefit.
Just delete that gene.
Yeah.
Manipulate it.
They're going to be able to do that. They're going to be able to do a lot of things.
They're going to be birthing super babies once they, like, things usually always seem like they start good and then they go really bad. And then we're creating superhumans in the world.
We're at the cusp of some really, really wild shit with AI and with genetic engineering and
China, I've read something where they're trying to grow babies in an artificial artificial womb now.
That's where
Yeah.
that's where ethics gets a little weird because then you're playing God then.
Well, there's something that happens. There's communication between the mother and the child for the entire time. So are you giving birth to a fucking sociopath?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like this baby is not going to get any love, no oxytocin. There's nothing from the mother. There's no bond with the mother. When the mother's stressed, the baby feels stressed.
Some of the mother's brain, any something from their brain that goes into their baby.
100%. There's a lot going. There's communication. This is why like the mother has to like be up on her nutrients because the baby's like taking nutrients from the mother, and if the mother doesn't have enough, the baby is taking it from the mother. So it's like an artificial womb. It's like you're opening the door for Satan.
Yeah,
Like, if you believe in that, like if you want a soulless, bizarrely unempathetic person, what better way
Maybe
to
that's
have
what
no connection? You know, that was one of the things that happened to Unabomber. The Unabomber, I watched the Netflix documentary on him, and one of the things that happened to him when he was young, he had some sort of a disease where he had to be separated from his mom, and they put him in a hospital with no contact. He had for a prolonged period of time as a baby. No one picked him up, no one held him, no nothing, for a long, long time. And then, as if that wasn't fucked up enough, they entered him into the Harvard LSD studies. And then so he was in the Harvard LSD studies, and this was during the MK Ultra period. And so the MK Ultra period, they were doing all sorts of experiments with people through the CIA. One of the things they were doing was a thing called Operation Midnight Climax, where they opened up brothels in San Francisco, and they would put two-way mirrors in, and they would dose these Johns up with LSD. So the ladies of the night were actually working for the CIA, and they would go in, here, have a drink. They would have a drink, and then next thing you know, wow. And they were just trying to experiment and see. It was also part of what the Charles Manson family was about, and they were doing all kinds of shit with people where they're trying to figure out what can we do to humans if we can manipulate them with LSD. And they did it to Kaczynski, and we saw what happened with him.
And Tuskegee, Alabama, with the syphilis back in the day.
Well, that was more evil.
That was even what would kind of happen.
Yeah.
Well, it's still like human experimenting, but without them knowing.
Yes.
It's a very scary situation.
Well, it just goes back to what we were talking about with medicine, that there are people that are willing to do things to people that are just entirely evil for profit or whatever justification they can come up with.
No value for human life.
None. And I think one of the problems with doctors, and who's a doctor told me this, like you just get numb when you see too many people die. Like it's a very dangerous state of mind because you just see someone, you're like, well, he's gonna die, and then you go have a sandwich.
We're getting numb as a society of seeing people die.
Well, the Charlie Kirk thing fucking opened up my eyes.
Yeah.
I never expected so many people would celebrate that man's murder.
That is evil. That's
bizarre. It's just bizarre. Like normal people that I think they're good people, and they genuinely think that guy was a bad guy. And I don't think they're right, and I think they were indoctrinated. And I don't agree with everything that Charlie Kirk said or did.
I don't care if he's a bad guy or
He's
not.
not a bad guy.
I don't want to see him. I don't want to see anybody die.
First of all, he's fucking your age, right?
Yeah.
He's a young guy, right? And he would go around college campuses and have arguments with people, have discussions with people, have debates with people.
Yeah.
But it infuriated people because they felt like this guy is going against the progress that was being made in society, but which he did not feel like was progress. Like it was a progressive agenda that was being pushed in most college campuses. It's a leftist, Marxist sort of agenda. He didn't feel like that was the correct way to live, and he felt like he had arguments against it, and he wanted. And it was, it's a business too, right? Like he developed this big social media platform because of it. I don't, like you said, I don't agree. I don't think some of the things he said he should have said, but the fact that people were cheering when he died, normal people, housewives, moms, like fucking people working at banks, people working at various industries, celebrating a man getting shot in front of his kids and in front of the whole world.
That's evil.
What the fuck is wrong with us?
Yeah, that's evil. That kind of, I think it really, it made me feel extra weird too because it was an innocent man. I'll give some leniency. Maybe they're doing a public execution of like a mass murderer or a child rapist, something like that.
Right.
But seeing an innocent man trying to have a conversation get shot in front of his kids,
Yeah.
and people celebrate that, it made me feel a certain.
Yeah, it was not justice. But I think people are poisoned by social media. I really, really firmly believe that. I think social media has people completely twisted. I think a lot of what has people completely twisted is not even organic. And I think it's all on purpose, that you're being manipulated by foreign governments, by bot farms, and by various elements, either in our government or other governments. And they do it for their own agenda, for their own ends. And it's dark.
There's a Proverbs verse. I can't remember where it's at, but it's like, he who doesn't find me harms himself, and he who loves death hates me. And that, if you love God, and you can't love death, you can't love somebody getting killed.
Right.
There's the line right there. There's evil and good right there.
Yeah.
And so there's no justification for that. And we actually, because we've always made a point in the band to not get political. We don't care what your politics are. We just come listen to our music, come have fun at our show. We don't care. Every one of us in the band, originally, we all had different views politically and religiously in some type of way. But we managed to be brothers and, be in a band together. So I've just gotten, and I love a good political talk, but lately I've just been so jaded from it. So, and I don't want to ever divide my fan base or anything. How you vote or how you believe is none of my business. We are here to entertain you. And so I never want to use my platform to do that. But we got so sick of seeing people put politics above humanity. We wrote a song about it in April in the studio called People Hating. And we weren't going to put it out as a single. At first we were going to do another song, but after the Charlie Kirk thing, it's just like, hey, yeah, we got together. And we're like, I think we need to put People Hating out instead for the first single, because we've got to start. We've got to stop killing each other over beliefs and stop hating each other over beliefs.
It's fucking insane.
Everybody's race is different. Everybody's experiencing life different, and everybody's trying to figure it out the same as you are. And it's just really weird now.
It's really weird and celebrated to hate people, and that's the weird part. And most of us know that's wrong, and that's why, when this Charlie Kirk thing happens, there's a giant blowback. Most people recognize that as collectively, as a society, this is not right. Regardless of whoever that person is, whether that person's on the left or the right, they just got shot in front of the whole world. It's not a thing to celebrate ever. And especially when you're seeing people on the left that are supposed to be progressives. These are supposed to be the kind, compassionate, inclusive people that are celebrating gun violence, public execution. That's insane. That's a public assassination. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be against guns and then celebrate when someone's killed by guns.
Right. Yeah. No, it doesn't make any sense. But that hypocrisy is just a symptom of where we find ourselves. We're all just, so many of us are confused because of the rhetoric online. And again, a lot of that's not normal. It's not organic. It's not real. It's not real people. And it's not what you would ever get in real social circles with healthy people.
Yeah.
You're only getting it through this very bizarre filter of just text on social media and videos where someone's just talking to the camera, celebrating on social media. It's very strange.
Most of the time you walk around, because we travel all over the place, and most of the time you walk around, stop watching the news, get off your phone, and just walk around in society.
Yeah.
It's really not that bad.
It's not that bad, and that is the key, but most people are not going to get off their phone.
Yeah.
And that's what's fucked. Most people are just fully hooked on that thing.
You think it's weird now? Wait till all these iPhone babies grow up, and all these tablet babies grow up. You've seen the videos of them taking the tablets away. The babies are freaking out, having withdrawals and stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're being raised with it.
Our generation was probably the last to not have. I mean, we didn't have technology growing up. We had dial-up internet. We didn't get that till I was,
I didn't have a smartphone until I was 16.
We just still have an Android.
Yeah, dude, but that's better.
All right, but
Why are you an Android guy?
I've always been an Android guy because I'll give you some. We didn't grow up rich, so
That's my argument. It's just to play around that.
yeah, we couldn't afford iPhones, and neither. I really didn't care. I didn't even know what an iPhone was. I just got whatever phone I could buy.
Text people.
My dad got me my parents got me the little sidekick and stuff. So I've always been on the Android side. And then when I started working as a teenager, I saved up and I bought my own like smartphone from one of those cell phone shops on in the strip mall. And it's Android. I never really got into. I never cared, first of all, what phone people have. It's you guys who
Oh
cares.
my God! This is
I have both, but it's a weird thing in our society where if a kid has an Android phone, they're looked down on.
Yeah,
It's weird. Something like 80+% of kids have iPhones.
man, it was after a show one time. It was after a show one time a long time ago, and I was talking to this girl. This is like way back in the day, and she's like, "Yeah, but I might get your number." And then I pulled up my phone. She's like, "Oh, you have an Android?" I just walked off. Just walked off.
She didn't like you anymore?
Green bubble. Yeah,
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's weird.
Isn't that weird? It's weird. It's weird, but it's like it just shows you how easy people fall into tribes. You know?
over anything.
What we were just talking about.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Even down to if you have something different than somebody, they automatically don't like you.
When
It
the
can be
iPhone babies-
religion, it can be politics, it can be the dang phone in your pocket.
Yep.
When the iPhone babies grow up, they're going to be killing each other over phones.
What about the Android babies?
We just want to be left alone, man.
See, this is the identity.
It's a Rebels phone.
Oh,
Now,
rebels.
If you choose it, it's a Rebels phone. If it chooses you, it's like, what now? I'm going to fucking iPhone. Like, get out of this job. I'm going to get a real job. I'm going to get an iPhone.
No.
But the people that choose it, they're the Rebels.
I'm glad I married an iPhone user. I'll tell you that. I'm glad my wife has an iPhone. You
Why?
can send cool emojis.
See, you say that. I married an iPhone user, and I don't care if she has an iPhone. You're glad that you married an iPhone user. I don't care that I married an iPhone user. I love her anyway.
It feels like you're trying to be superior over him now.
Exactly.
By virtue of
Brandon's just like
calling out your superiority
Yeah.
complex as being superior.
Just can't win with these people.
yeah, now he's playing victim.
He wants to say it's an American company, but they're made in China.
Well, the owner, Tim, what's his name?
So you believe in
He is from where we are from. I'm supporting them local. Now, has he ever put an Apple store in Mobile, Alabama? Absolutely not. Do we deserve one? Probably not. But
It'll get robbed, dude.
maybe the phone should be made in America one day.
Yeah.
But American company.
Well, if they made I always said that if they made an American phone that had like a little American flag on the back, but it cost $200 more, I would buy it.
Yeah,
Who do you think's going to make it?
Well, it would have to be a company that the problem is that the goal of doing that is a long goal. Like you would have to develop the chips. You'd have to have a plant. Like Samsung tried to put in they were putting a microchip in Texas, and they had giant issues because they weren't getting enough. Like so, all of them don't meet their standards. And a certain percentage of them weren't, and it was a much lower standard than they needed, and so it didn't work out. And you're spending billions and billions of dollars to find out that you can't do it. So in China, they've got that shit perfected. They've been doing it for so long because we've relied on them for so long.
Don't they have their own phone as well?
Oh, they have a lot of phones.
I forgot what it's called. They have a special Chinese phone.
Well, Huawei, because they were banned here, so Google and Apple wouldn't let them use their operating systems because it's basically a spy device.
Yeah.
But guess what? So are all of them. If you're hanging around with me, your fucking phone's bugged.
Yeah, that's always been something that does not bother me personally. I don't have anything to hide, first of all.
What about your DMs?
That's not, the problem is not that.
Well,
the problem is not you having something to hide. The problem is no one should have access to your private information.
They should not.
Whether or not it's bad, that shouldn't. No one should have access.
No, they should not.
Because it's an individual.
Yeah.
No individual should be able to look at your phone. You can't look at theirs. It's a power thing.
And they're
Well, you can guarantee the government's got everything.
No, it's not just the government. It's other foreign governments, especially if you're a controversial person. Like foreign governments, there's a thing called Pegasus too. All they need is your phone number. That's all they need. So if you're not using encrypted apps, all they need is your phone number. And even if you are using encrypted apps, the government can get into those. When Tucker Carlson was trying to interview Putin. The government contacted them and said, "We know you're trying to interview Putin. We're looking at your signal app." And he's like, "What?
Wow,
You
that's
can
wild.
read my fucking signal app?" Yeah.
So it's just like the government saying, back off China, spying on Americans is our job.
Well, because the Patriot Act and because of a lot of other things that they passed in this country, a lot of it's legal. They're allowed to. They're allowed to spy on you.
I think they can make it illegal. We still wouldn't know.
Well, it probably would be illegal, but it wouldn't matter. They would find some sort of a fucking loophole. Or they'd pass some bill, they'd stick it in some farm bill, something. They think, oh, this is good. We're going to help the farmers. And you look in there like, hey, what's this doing in there?
Yeah, I see some stuff in the big beautiful bill where say they were trying to sell some national park land or something.
Yes, they were trying to sell public land. That was part of the big beautiful bill. Yeah, I was one of the people that was trying out.
I remember that.
It's fucking sick.
I thought that was illegal.
It should be.
Foreign countries.
It should be. They're trying to change laws. That's the thing. Like foreign countries owning land around military bases. That's crazy.
That's weird too.
Why's that happen?
Can't do that in China. Meanwhile, China owns land around military bases. Yeah, there's a lot of stupidity with our freedom, but that doesn't mean the government should be fucking spying on you. The thing is, in other countries, they just are. Like in China, they just are. And the argument is, if we want to compete with China, we have to do what they're doing, which I think is insane.
Aren't they about to start, or they already have the social point system?
Social credit score.
Yeah, social credit score.
Oh, yeah. So if you jaywalk and they get a photo of your face, so they have biometrics, they get a photo of your face, they know it's you, your thing gets dinged, now you can't buy a plane ticket. Yeah.
Black Mirror stuff.
Yeah, it's just like that. Well, they're passing that in the UK right now. In the UK, you need a digital ID. To combat, ready for it, illegal immigration. Well, motherfucker, you let the illegal immigrants in on purpose. Like, you guys knew what you were doing, and now you're using it as a justification for digital ID.
I just watched one this morning, actually, about there's a British judge. The guy got sentenced.
I saw that, yeah.
For however many years for a
20 months.
Social media
months.
for a social media post. It's about immigration. It's getting
Pointing about immigration.
Wild.
Yeah, it's wild. It's crazy. And, it's the best way to control people, and keep them at each other's throats. Like, bring in a bunch of people that the people that live there don't want there and let them duke it out, and then start instituting tighter and tighter restrictions and control.
Yeah, I see all that happening. And it always makes me wonder. I wonder how it's going to go down here, because we are the different ones with the guns and stuff. I wonder how far it's going to go here before something happens, something pops off.
They're going to try. They're going to try, and they're going to keep trying. They're going to continue to try, and they're going to try to sneak it in. And if it's not for independent journalists that call that shit out, we would be in real trouble. It would have already happened. They were trying to institute a vaccine passport, and the vaccine passport would be attached to a digital ID so that you would know. But that digital ID would then be transferred to a social credit score. And then they wanted to do carbon tax. So they want to do a thing that tracks your carbon. So it tracks how many miles you drive, tracks your purchases, so it tracks how much carbon you're contributing to the environment. It's great.
And somehow paying more money will stop that.
Oh, yeah, that's what you need to do. You just need to tax people more.
Yeah.
Tax people more, and it's all going to come and make normal. And be perfect.
Yeah.
Utopia.
Farmer with cows, you got to pay taxes on those cows because they're farting.
Well, how about other countries? They're killing cows. They're forcing them to kill cows because these cows are producing too much methane. So they're saying you have to kill 2,000 cows, 1,000 cows.
Wow.
Yeah, so they control your food. That's exactly what it is.
I remember one of those chicken farm or chicken houses burned down.
Yeah.
That was really weird too.
Yeah, it's real weird. But the chicken houses do burn down. What's also weird is they had a bunch of chickens because some of these chickens had bird flu.
Yeah. Well, that's true.
Livestock spring popping up there too. Bunch of cattle.
There was a couple of years ago. This one farmer posted that they're like all in the field, and they said it was because of the heat or something. But this farmer had just tons of dead cows just all of a sudden. It was going on the same time as the chicken house was burning down, so it could have just been news adding on to news kind of thing. This is what's in right now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe so.
Cattle mutilations.
Well, the alien thing is just another interesting topic. Like I'll get random random times where people are seeing all these crazy things in the sky, and it's like a big deal for a few days, and then you don't really talk about it anymore. Did you see that one thing that lady was filming? She was like, "Hi, do you know Jesus?" And we just like going crazy.
No, what is
Yeah.
that?
It's like a
It's also hard to know what's real.
yeah, I know, 'cause, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, see, and the interesting thing about that though is that somebody in the Bible described seeing something, one of the angels or something.
Ezekiel.
Yeah, and the wheels on wheels.
In a wheel.
That's what this thing was. And she said, "Do you know Jesus?" And then the wheels would just start spinning really, really fast. It's like, whoa, man, that's real. That's pretty cool.
Oh man, is this it?
Yeah.
That looks like a rocket. My fingers don't work. She zooms in on an orb and speaks to it. She says, Jesus loves me. She's definitely an android. Look up.
Yeah. It's gonna turn into the moon here in a second. Watch.
Well, that's the thing. If you zoom on stuff, especially stuff through the atmosphere, things look very blurry. Like if you zoom in on stars, they totally look like there's some sort of a fucking spaceship.
Yeah, see,
It's just a star.
she said, when she says, "Do you know Jesus?" it starts like, starts moving. I think it's towards the end, but yeah, it's just,
Yes,
That looks like
like a weather balloon.
awesome.
He's one of the Chinese Bible.
Play that over here. Say it.
Jesus loves me.
What?
Oh, you know Jesus.
You know Jesus.
You know Jesus. Jesus is awesome, isn't he?
Yeah, Jesus real. But if that is real, dude,
Yes.
and that random lady's just filming that,
Well, that is the weirdness of the people that think that they can call these things in. So there's a group of people that's supposedly successful, and they sit out and they have this intention, go out to the desert, night sky, and they have this to call these things in, all silently calling these things in, and apparently it's effective. Occasionally, I don't know how often, but sometimes these things show up.
who's that guy? He was on Sean Ryan.
Yeah.
He's an old man, Chris something. But people like celebrities go out to his land, and he's like, I can call these things with them in, they'll show up, and people go out to see it.
Yeah.
I
don't know about all that.
Yeah,
It's hard.
you should go
Investigate.
I don't want to.
People will trust what you say.
Yeah, but the problem is I don't know what I'm seeing.
Don't tell anybody. Just go for yourself.
The thing is, like, you don't know what you're seeing. It could be a drone. It could be anything.
Yeah.
It could be fucking Starlink.
This guy
Do
said,
you have to pay to go do it?
That's a good question.
I can't remember that guy's name. It's driving me crazy. But yeah, he wrote a book called UFOs of God, and started listening to it. You know, I'm just terrible about reading books and stuff, so I got like the first 3 chapters, and it was really interesting. He's worked with NASA's showed up at his house. Yeah,
Chris Bledsoe.
yeah. I watched his Sean Ryan, I think the guy's name is. I watched his podcast. It was an interesting listen.
And so, this guy, what does he think these things are?
They're related with God somehow. They're
Listen to Tucker.
yeah, I kind
There's
of
a lot of
believe it too.
A lot of people believe that these things are not from another world, that they've always been here.
Yeah.
They're a part of our world that just don't show themselves to us. Does this guy have videos of these things? Watch this with an open heart, okay? Show me what you got. Okay, something moving. Oh,
There's a lot.
okay, what the fuck is that?
I think you should go out there and check them out. Just don't tell anybody.
They could be bugs.
This guy lost my time.
Yeah, but that thing moving across the sky, that is odd. That thing's very odd. Because that's clearly moving.
I mean, you see flashes.
But the thing is, it's like you're zooming in, right? So you get distortion, right?
Yeah.
So you don't know, and then see it's going behind the cloud. That you don't know what that is. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but how have you seen Space Station Cloud? Yeah,
I've seen pictures of it.
does it look like that?
Yeah, it's really
Just
slow
a white
moving.
light.
Yeah, it's
Man, she's just one though.
the rest of those, the rest of that stuff. Now,
Probably bugs.
Yeah, that looks like bugs.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Is that like if you're zooming in on this thing, the stuff that flies in between that looks like it's moving really fast and flying across incredible space. Yeah, that usually can be bugs. but maybe not. But that's the problem.
Interdimensional angelic beings.
Is that what he's calling?
That's what it says. There's more.
I like to see some documentation.
My dad was
Come out there. Do wait to the end. What happens at the end?
It goes behind the phone.
They simply come when we ask in prayer. Countless others were healed too.
So just go out there and see it and don't tell anybody.
I feel like if they want to show themselves, they should just go ahead and do it.
Yeah, I think they will eventually, maybe. So,
Make a lot. Maybe things get real messy here.
yeah. Well, isn't there a verse about there will be signs in the sky? I don't know.
Well, there's a lot of verses about the sky, but I've been into the Book of Enoch for the last couple of years.
Yeah, I was going to pull that up. I was going to talk about this.
So Rep Lima came in here and she was explaining to me the Book of Enoch. I never really got into it. She's like, it could have been included in the Bible. It was part of the Dead Sea Scrolls, but
The first step was, right?
the Book of Enoch is in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
The whole book.
Yeah, and or at least part. It's the problem with the Dead Sea Scrolls. Rather, there's a lot of it's deteriorated and it's missing chunks and stuff. But
Yeah.
the Book of Isaiah is in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it is identical word for word. Wes Huff was explaining that to a version of it that was 1,000 years older, which was the most recent version before they found the Dead Sea Scrolls in the 1940s, which is wild.
And that's the book that God predicts his own coming to earth and his own death and all that.
Well, the Book of Enoch is the one that predicts that this is what talks about the Watchers in the
Yeah.
sky, and that these gods made
Aliens.
with humans and created the Nephilim. It is so.
Well,
I've listened to it twice now, and I keep going back over it and just rewinding and going, what are they saying? What were they trying to describe? Because this sounds completely insane.
when you get into like because isn't there like Egyptian stuff where there's like men coming down from space that like
Stargates.
Is that-
There's all sorts of weird shit.
that to me is just like fallen angels. You know, it's all kind of lining up in some kind of way or another. These whatever rebelled against God and came down here. Men from the sky came down here and were pretty much posing as gods. Many people worship them. And is it Enoch where they teach them about money and teach them about sorcery and
Yeah, sorcery and agriculture and metallurgy. There's all sorts of like weird. They talk about incantations, and then like how to get out of incantations if one gets put on you. It's like,
and you got to think this is pre-Jesus, and
Yeah.
so God is separated from man. So we're just walking around as people, like not knowing what's going on. And these things come down, and they're boring giants and stuff. It's like, I'd probably think it's a god too, for God's sakes, because there wasn't. What was the Jews even a thing when the Book of Enoch was written?
sure, yeah. It was. They were
God's chosen people.
the people that argued over whether or not the Book of Enoch should be included in the canon were rabbis.
Yeah.
But it's all so confusing.
Is there any explanation of why it would be withheld?
Well, they felt like it didn't Torah. I think that's the reason why it's left out.
Well, I mean, when I say that, like, at one point, the Jews were God's chosen people, is like they knew the God, the one, the I am, the one true God, but the rest of the world didn't really know what was going on, and so they were worshiping other gods, and so, like, aside from the Jews, the rest of humanity, seeing these things walking around, it's like I'm sure they would think that's a God. I'm sure they would worship that. What else do they have to believe?
Well, something did come and visit ancient humans. I'm in the middle of this Richard Dolan book. It's a very interesting book on UFOs. And Richard Dolan was a very objective, scientifically minded author. And one of the things he's talking about is this gene expression. It's a D allele that it was introduced through breeding. So one of the things that we know is that it came into the human population somewhere around 40,000 years ago. And that all geneticists agree that this was introduced through crossbreeding. So the idea was it introduced by Neanderthals? Was it introduced by Denisovans? Like what type of human? Well, the problem is they don't find that gene expression in any other ancient human. Like they don't find it in Neanderthals, they don't find it, but they do find it in Asia. Like in Mongolia, most people have it. The rest of the world, it's like 70% of the people have it, and they think it's responsible for creativity. They think it's responsible for this giant change in the artwork that people start producing around 40,000 years ago. And his assertion or his question, the hypothesis, is that it was introduced by some other species. And this is also part of what is talked about, not just in the Book of Enoch, but also in the Sumerian text. They talk about what happened, created human beings. And so what he's talking about is this one woman that was an academic, I forget her name, but she wrote these books about it where she's some sort of a hybrid species, and that we were genetically manipulated to be one.
And I think going back to the flood, because like every other religion has some type of evidence of a great flood. Correct? Yeah. So at one point or another, if God's creation did get corrupt, that was pretty much the Great Reset. He had to get rid of all that he didn't create. And I forgot where I was going with that, but yeah.
Well, they do all have a flood myth, and now because of the Younger Dryas impact theory, we know that there most likely was massive floods all over the earth somewhere around 11,800 years ago.
Yeah, and I just think about stuff like that when they find this skull that they can't link anything to, find stuff that they can't link anything to. It's like we don't really know what happened a long time ago. We can pretend that we did, but I personally believe there was an advanced civilization way back in the day before all that.
There's a lot of evidence that points to that.
Yeah.
There's also new evidence that just emerged out of China. They found a Homo sapiens skull that's 1 million years old.
Well, it's China.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's an actual Homo sapiens skull that was carbon dated to 1 million years old. So that predates what we thought of as the emergence of Homo sapiens by 500,000 years.
Yeah.
And that's just what we found, right? They might find another one 6 months from now that's 2 million years old. It's like they don't really know. We're piecing things together. We're piecing the past together with a very limited amount of information, very limited evidence. And evidence of fossils, it's very difficult to make a fossil. Most fossils, they don't happen. The animals eat the bones deteriorate in the sun. So there's a very specific set of circumstances that has to happen for something to be fossilized.
Haven't they found some fossils with like grass still in their mouth? And so they were wondering they found some type of evidence of fossils where it seems like this animal was fossilized instantly.
Yes. Well, not even fossilized, just preserved instantly.
Yeah.
Like this is woolly mammoths. There's quite a few. They think a lot of that was what happened during the impact. So Randall Carlson talks about this quite a bit. There's multiple places on Earth where there's a large number of animals that seem to have died instantaneously, and weird, like with broken legs, like broken mammoth legs, over like a large field of them, thousands of them there. Like what happened? Like some sort of an event must have happened where they were wiped out, or the ones that were in this area were wiped out instantaneously. And he thinks it's probably some sort of a collision.
It's a mass casualty of some sort.
Yeah.
Well, what is that?
Well, not only that, 65%, something like that, of all North American megafauna died off at the exact same time. All of it around that same Younger Dryas impact theory time, between 11,800 years ago and 10,000 years ago. Everything, woolly mammoth, African lion, African cheetah. There was all sorts of giant sloths, all sorts of weird animals that all died off in America around the exact same time that they think this flood happened. And it used to be just complete speculation, but now they find core samples where they're finding iridium, which indicates iridium is very common in space and very rare on Earth. So when you find a layer of iridium, it's interesting. It's wild shit, man, because it could happen to us at any moment. There's this guy, Avi Loeb, who's a professor out of Harvard, who is saying that some of these objects that we're seeing in space, they're moving in very bizarre ways. They're enormous. They have much more mass and much more speed. They're interstellar objects, and he's speculating whether or not they're alien.
We got one passing by pretty soon, right? I've been following that one.
Yeah, this is one of the ones he's talking about.
I think it's a spaceship.
They think it's something, whatever it is.
For it to come outside of our solar
Yeah.
system on this path is very bizarre.
Very bizarre, but other astronomers say, yeah, but it just might be unique. Like there's a lot of stuff in space they're finding through the James Webb Telescope that they didn't understand. That so they had this idea of the universe being 13.7 or whatever it is billion years old, but now they're finding these galaxies that were formed far too quickly, like after the Big Bang, and so now they're starting to say, well, this might be an indication that it's quite a bit older, and that maybe it's not 13. Maybe the Big Bang is not 13.7 billion years, but that's just as far back as we can look. And as they get better and better equipment and better ways of looking, they'll be able to find more evidence and more information that gives them more questions and less answers. It's really weird. It's like there's a quote by Dennis McKenna. He said that once the bonfire of knowledge expands, the surface layer of ignorance is exposed. More of a surface layer. So the more you see, the more you learn, the more you realize, oh shit. And that's what they're kind of finding out about space. It's like they know a lot, but they don't know a lot in comparison to what's out there.
More questions pop up than answers.
Yeah, I mean it's fucking
This is wild too. How much of that we were told in school is like fact. And you go grow up and like, wait a minute, we don't really know what's going
I
on.
didn't even know there was dwarf planets in our solar system.
Yeah.
There's planets that aren't like
Yeah.
regular planets, but I didn't learn about those.
Somebody learned that 3 years ago.
It's wild to think that
I'm 32.
that they're there and we never learned about it.
well, there's also speculation there's something big that's outside of the Kuiper Belt. There's like some other planet, and it might even be a dwarf star, or what is it called? I forget what they're called, a brown dwarf. But that we might have a binary star system, and that the star might have died off, and it's like in a far outside of our own sun, outside of that orbit. Wow. So there's this thing called the Kuiper Belt that's outside of Pluto, and it's a belt of objects. It's one of the reasons why Pluto got declassified as a planet, because it was a little too small to be a planet, and it seems like there's a lot of these objects out there, and then they found a couple more, and it's not a planet, but there seems to be a drop-off after that, which indicates something that is of a large mass exists.
Interesting.
But it's too far for us to be able to look at right now. So it's a lot of just speculation. What was that one paper that we looked at once that they had documented a planet out there they were calling Planet X, but it's like the Earth-like, They don't know what it is. I mean, this is the fucking Sumerian tech stuff too, because they talk about this planet called Nibiru that comes within an elliptical orbit every 3,600 years and fucks things up, and that's where the Anunnaki live. They come visit us. This is this guy Zachariah Sitchin. So fun. It's so fun, but might be full of shit. In fact, there's a whole website called sitchiniswrong.com that refutes it, but I'm too dumb to know who's right and who's wrong.
It's still interesting to talk about and theorize, you know?
Oh, yeah. Well, the Sumerians had a detailed map of the solar system 6,000 years ago, bizarrely, with the sun in the center and all the planets that we know of in the relative size and the relative order, like the ones that are the right, not exactly the right size because they're so fucking huge, but the bigger ones are in the bigger place. Yeah. And it shows this map of the solar system on this clay tablet from 9,000 or 6,000 years ago. Like, how did they know that?
Yeah, it goes back to the advanced civilization. I don't know. I just really think I think it was a different type of dance, like not power lines and stuff like that. I think they honed into like natural energy from the earth. Like I heard something about the pyramids may have been like some type of power plant because they just found where the pillars go down the ground.
That stuff's wild. That stuff's wild. I did this dude Ben Van Kerkwijk, and they've used that same technology to find this enormous labyrinth that existed, but that was also documented historically. Herodotus talked about it, and different historians have talked about it. This labyrinth that's even more impressive than the pyramids underground. And inside, so using this technology, they've found this 40-meter It's 40 meter, this metallic, they don't know what kind of metal it is, but there's a metallic tic-tac shaped object that's 40 meters long at the center of this labyrinth. So they built a dam in the 1960s to help the farmers out, and the dam unfortunately fucked up the water table, so this labyrinth is now flooded. So you can't get in it unless they do something to change the water, and change how the water is channeled, or build a tunnel inside of it. But the water table has made it impossible to get into it without that. But this thing, because of this tomography, this ground penetrating radar, they know that there's an enormous metallic object from thousands and thousands of years ago. It's 40 meters long.
Are they actively trying to figure it out, like get in there?
There are researchers that are, but the problem is there's a lot of resistance from the Egyptian government. Yeah, they don't want any monkey wrench in the timeline that they've been teaching forever.
Yeah, I've one article. They just discovered something city. It was like they discovered something. It was related to Christianity. Like they discovered something. Christ is king. But long story short, the whole entire project just got shut down, and they passed a law you can't dig there for like 20 years.
I think you're talking about Göbekli Tepe.
Yeah.
Göbekli Tepe, which is in Turkey. They found that by accident. It was a farmer. I think it was a sheep herder actually. Found some stone that was in the ground. He's like kicked at it. He's like cleaned it off a little bit, and then realized it had a right angle to it. What the hell's this? Then he dug a little deeper, and then they called in the archaeologists. They said, "Hey, we got something there." And then they discovered that there's these concentric circles and these huge stone columns and 3D animals, and they've only uncovered 5% of it so far. And they kind of stopped digging because they get an enormous amount of tourist revenue when people want to come to the site, and they didn't want to fuck that up. And there's a lot of weirdness when you let these governments decide what can and can't be explored. Because through ground penetrating radar, they realize that this site, even though they've only excavated 5% of it, is one of many, many sites that are in that area. And the age of it is really fascinating because this was intentionally covered somewhere around 11,000 years ago. So that means that someone decided to cover this all up with dirt 11,000 years ago, which means they don't even know how old it is. It could be 2,000, 3,000 years older than that. They don't know.
And it's just weird to just stop finding that out.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're getting a lot of pressure now, so they might start opening up the excavation of it. And they did a lot of stupid shit, like they covered it with olive trees for some reason. Yeah, like I think because olive trees are protected, so if they covered it with olive trees, you couldn't dig into the ground, you couldn't remove the olive trees. It was like a way to stop people from looking around. Interesting. Yeah, but now they've realized that the olive trees, the roots are actually destroying the artifacts that are underneath. So now they're pulling the olive trees, and now there's discussions about continuing the excavations.
I got up on the giant kick one time.
Oh!
It's like anytime the Smithsonian got involved,
oh yeah,
it just shut down.
Yeah, the giant stuff is weird because there's a lot of documentation of people finding giants, like enormous,
giant bones,
10, 15 foot tall humans, and then there's also the Nephilim, the Bible, that are giants that consumed everything. That were David and Goliath. There's giants in the Bible, and it makes you think like, okay, is it a giant like the mountain from the Game of Thrones?
Mm-hmm.
Like
that's
yeah, maybe.
Because people were shorter relatively back then.
Right, but probably some people weren't.
Yeah.
If they lived in some places where they had more resources and better genes.
Yeah. Pituitary gland problems, where we have guys 7'11" plus.
Mm-hmm. Yep, but this seems different. The giants in the Bible and the giants in historical accounts, it seems different. It seems like there's a totally different species of human. And again, if we just found this guy recently that's 1 million years old, and now we know. So forever they were saying that human beings, the timeline used to be Homo sapiens emerged 50,000 years ago, and then they moved it to 150, then they moved it to 250, 300. As they find more information, now they have to push it to 1 million. And if one day they find a fucking head as big as this table, like what do they do? What do they do about that? Do they even tell us?
I don't think
why wouldn't they? That's what's weird. Like,
yeah.
Why wouldn't they? Isn't that crazy? But we all agree. We all agree that if they did find a giant, they probably wouldn't tell us.
Yeah,
Like,
But not until they did their own, figured it out for themselves or tested on what
I
they
don't know if they want people to know, but I don't know why they wouldn't want people to know. Like, why am I convinced that they would hide that?
well, if there is Antichrist on his way, and his goal, he already knows he lost. So his goal at this point is to destroy as much as possible, get as many souls as possible. Stuff like that would prove the Bible more true, would turn more people to Christianity or to God, the one true God. Then I could see where if there is like some type of spiritual force that is in somewhat control, then I could see that's the only way I can make sense of it. It's like, why cover up progress? Why not tell people the truth? Because,
Well, I think it's ego, and
Yeah.
that might be also related to good and evil in
Yeah.
a lot of ways.
loving yourself, and not you're supposed to love God over yourself.
Right, and being the person that has the knowledge and the person that distributes that knowledge and is the gatekeeper of it is a very intoxicating thing for a lot of these academics. And if all of a sudden something comes along, and this is the speculation about what happened with the Smithsonian, that they took that stuff and just fucking tucked it away.
I would think they would want to have, secretly do their own tests without anybody knowing about it.
I know what you
For
open to what end at one point in time.
before everybody else knows. They would already have the answers. I don't know.
But wouldn't there be a time where someone would want to like be the guy who discovered it all and get all the credit for it? Like that's why it doesn't make sense.
To me, if somebody knows God is free in a lot of way, and you realize that, no government is above you, and no man is above you. God is above you. He's God. And if you can go away from God, you're that much more susceptible to being played to something else.
Yeah, like whatever evidence or anything that kind of proves that God exists.
Yeah, anything's going to prove God's existence. I think that's going to be the main thing they shut down.
Right. Like the Shroud of Turin is an excellent example.
Yeah,
That's an interesting one. That's a weird one. It's a weird one. There's a lot of people that go out of their way to try to disprove it, but when you get into the dating of the cloth, so it used to be they were saying that it was only a few hundred years old, but now they're saying that the way the cloth is made, the cloth is made that's exactly consistent with the time that Jesus was alive, and that more testing can be done to find out the exact age of it, because the problem is like you don't know like what piece they studied. You're not studying the entire thing, and also the image of it is bizarre because the image of it you really only see Jesus when it's a negative of it, and they don't know how that image was put on there. It wasn't stained, it wasn't burned on there. They don't know what caused it.
Like a blast radiation.
Right.
Somebody recreated it with gamma radiation, I think. But the only problem, so it would just be, it would need to be an extreme source of light to do that. But the only problem is that would have vaporized, the heat from the light would have vaporized it realistically. So they're wondering, well, if light did do heat,
Right.
so if Christ did raise and pass through, there's also X-ray images in the shroud apparently.
Well, you see this when you see the shroud in negative. Like Jamie, pull up an image of it. It's very strange. Like it shows the lash marks on his body. It shows his facial features. It shows the holes where his wrist is, where he's crucified. It's very strange stuff. So it's like for someone to do that as a hoax and to just not paint it, just to do it in some very weird. Go to that. Yeah, that one right there. Cursor. Show that. Make that big. They've recently
go back and forth.
The thing is, like, who's the person? Who's they? Right.
Yeah.
The Catholic Church is
What's that, Jay?
They've been debunking it for 650 years.
Well, about 650 years ago, they didn't even have carbon dating. So what were they doing to debunk it back then? There's a bunch of people that want to debunk it. What does it say? A document?
I don't know.
Where they talked about it being bullshit.
Yeah.
The thing is, people, I'm sure, called bullshit on it a long time ago.
Talking about ways that some of that stuff could have been done.
Sure, but how it's figure out that 500 to 2,000 years ago, whatever it is,
300, 200, 150
sure. Well, it's 650 years. If they've been debunking it for 650 years, you got to assume it's at least 650 years old.
Well,
so the thing is, like, see, it's been dated between 1355 and 1382. So the text, what text? what is the text about? Medieval documents revealed the authenticity of the shroud that many believe Rabbi crucified was being called into question perhaps as early as 1355. Okay, well that means that it existed 1355.
Yeah.
Depictions by clergymen. See, it's deceptions. Oh, excuse me. Deceptions by clergymen. His writings, now considered the oldest written rejection of the relic, predate the previous earliest documented criticism of Troyes Pierre d'Arcis in 1389. So either way, we know it's at least 600 plus years old, and we know that the way that it was put on there was not stained, it was not painted. It's very strange. And if you look at it like that, they didn't even know that until they came up with photography, until they could take an image of it and make it a negative. They didn't see the face of Jesus in all the depictions.
Mm-hmm.
It's like this image right here is like, when you look at that, the Shroud of Turin, like, yeah, I could say all bullshit, whatever. But then you see the negative, I go back to those other images. So this is what it looks like when you run it through, when you use modern photography and turn it into a negative. That's really weird. That this wasn't, that they didn't know about this in the 1300s.
Yeah.
He says it's something else. So they're going to have studies forever that debunk it. And one thing that they love to call everybody retarded.
Yep.
Everybody's an idiot. This is all fake. This is bullshit. But whatever that is, man, when you're, just go back to the negative ones. Going down, but yeah, that one, please. That's weird as fuck to me, man. So it's weird as fuck that you couldn't see it normally, and you only see it when they make a negative of it. That is so strange that someone would go out of their way to fake something in that way, where it only exists in a negative.
Well, they don't even know how it happened.
Right, exactly. They don't know how to. I mean, they're saying they could reproduce it today, but I don't think anybody has. And also, how are we going to reproduce it to such an extent with so much detail that matches the biblical depiction of the crucifixion?
Yeah.
Including the holes in the wrist, the lash marks on his back, the wound in his side. It's all really weird. At the very least, it's fascinating. At the very least, it's fascinating. I mean, it's really interesting stuff.
To me, that seeing that, I really don't even care how old people think it is, or like figure out how they did that first. To me, it's like, if this is
No, how'd they do that 600 fucking years ago, or 2,000 years ago, or whatever age it actually is?
I seen one article last year where they found dirt particles that matched, that they trace back to Jerusalem. So it's, like I said, they've been debunking it and saying it's authentic and debunking it. It seems like for the last 5 or 10 years now.
Oh, it's very weird stuff.
Which is where we are right now.
That one church in Ethiopia that's supposed to have the Ark of the Covenant there.
Yeah.
And all the people that guard it, they all get cataracts and they wind up dying of radiation. You ever heard of that?
I don't know about that, because the Ark of the Covenant was when God the Father's presence was here on earth, not through Jesus. The Old Testament, the I Am was down here, and that's what he resided in. And you had to do all these things to be in his presence, or you would literally just die because, he's holy. To me, it's like lightness and dark cannot just exist in the same place. So whatever. But God the Father's presence isn't there anymore. So I don't understand why it would still be messing people up.
Well, we don't know what they were writing down. Right? The problem with all ancient religious texts, let's assume there was real events.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is a lot of these things were told as an oral tradition for 100, 500, 1,000 years before they're ever even written down. And then they write them down. They write them down in Aramaic, they write them down in Hebrew, and then they have to translate it. They translate it to Greek and Latin, and then eventually English. You're missing a lot along the way. When I read these things, when I read the Bible, or if I read the Book of Enoch, or any of these ancient texts, I'm always trying to say, okay, what were they trying to document?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what was the original event? Like, what actually happened? And forget, the problem is people are really bad at telling the truth. Like, human beings, when they see something fantastic, they always add their own little flavor to it. People add their own little thing to it. If they are of a certain belief, they're going to attach that to whatever this thing was. Question: these people had whatever that was in such high regard, and it meant so much to them that they like the book of Isaiah, that they wrote it verbatim for 1,000 years. Back when they started out, they were writing things down on hand. That's one of the things about the Dead Sea Scrolls that's so fascinating is they had to do genetic testing. So they're writing these things down on these animal skins and make sure that the skin of this one is the same cow as the skin of this one. So if they do genetic testing to make sure it's the same cow skin. So okay, we got all this skin from this cow, and it's in this group of text. So start decoding it.
That's an interesting way of doing it. That's wild.
It's wild.
I would have never thought of that.
Like Wes Huff said, how they used to write things, like they leave stuff out back then because it wasn't required back then. They would just write down the basics. I watched that Wes Huff thing. That was very interesting.
He's fascinating.
He's
Yeah.
brilliant, man.
Yeah.
I watched State Books and stuff like that.
Very brilliant. But it's also, again, what were they trying to document?
Yeah.
It's clearly something was going on back then. Something happened.
Did you ever read that story? It was somewhere in the Bible. I can't remember where it was in the Old Testament. Somebody stole the ark. Well, some tribe stole the ark, and like the next day, the next morning, like everybody was dead from stealing the ark, and they pretty much said, "Hey, come get this thing, and take it back."
Yeah, we don't want it. We're good.
Well, that's what people believe is in this church in Ethiopia.
Yeah.
Because there's these Ethiopian Jews who also, their Bible is the Book of Enoch.
Yeah.
Do we have an image of this?
No, you can't see it. Nobody can get. I say, send them to see it. Well, what the fuck is in there, bro? Put these guys in hazmat suits and let's
If
get
the
to the
U.S.
bottom.
knows they got it, it's going to be ours.
Well, yeah, you would imagine.
We'll take it.
I would like
They
to
might
see.
not know it all.
Well, what would happen with remote viewers? Remote viewing is real. Get remote viewers in a room. And
We have talked about
You
that.
just get
time.
one.
It's big on down on remote viewing rather than
I thought it was 100% horseshit about 10 years ago.
That's
That's over time. Oh, yeah. No, the submarine's big. The one that they found the Soviet submarine they were building, they knew the exact location. Not just that, remote viewers found a downed aircraft that was in Siberia and located within a 3-mile radius. They found it. They knew where it was. And the United States went in and got it before the Soviet Union could.
using remote viewers.
Yeah, using remote viewers. Like, they've got actionable information from remote viewers. Allegedly.
To me, it feels like it's just to scare the Soviets. Like, oh, we got people with superpowers. We know where the submarine is.
Or they're doing it too.
Or they're doing it too.
Or is this just something that people realize that there is a developing aspect of human consciousness, or an aspect of human consciousness that used to exist that we forgot, that we don't know how to do anymore. One of those things.
Yeah.
That's an interesting concept, yeah.
It is, because the remote viewer thing, they spent a fuckload of money on that, and they kept that program going on for a long, long time. And, I don't know what they discovered or what they didn't. Unless you're in the room with the people that have the top secret information, who knows?
That whole Cold War time was also just wild. I see why we would have faked a lot of stuff. Sure. On both sides.
Oh,
So the bluff game. We can do this. We have this.
Andy just leave it in the us getting to the moon.
Well, once
That
we
was
went
just
to
like-
once we went to NASA in Texas, but also that documentary, the other footage that came out. I don't really know. I can see why we would fake it. I mean, it's Soviets.
Yeah, I
You
want
wanna
to
be That's the U.S. government. We fake a lot of fake anything.
Sure. So, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was saying for a while there, before that documentary came out, the story, we lost the footage. We lost all that.
Yeah.
And it's like, did they just wait for technology to progress to be able to make a convincing documentary?
Well, they definitely lost the footage. They lost all the original copies of the film. So all the original film is gone. What you're seeing is just copies of copies. They also lost the telemetry data, which is a real problem. That's with the hard data, the binary data that shows the distance and the crafts and how far it was. It just seems fake. It seems fake when you watch it. That's what's weird to me. It seems totally hokey. It looks fake as shit. And then the weird one for me is the Apollo 11 post-flight press conference. Those guys look like a hostage video. It doesn't look real at all. And then there's Neil Armstrong, who gave that very bizarre, cryptic speech at the 25th anniversary of the Apollo moon landing. There's a lot of weirdness to it. And the fact that we haven't been back. There's not a single thing that's not cheaper, easier, and faster to reproduce from 1969 in 2025 except the moon landing.
Yeah, it's just weird. Like, if it is true, I've seen a video of like something that was supposedly live streamed on the news back then, and it was just this guy who was obviously hanging from the cable. He had this pathetic looking Earth on the, you know, and it's not at all what actual space looks like now. But this was like on the news apparently.
Well, that's probably not real. That's probably an artist's rendition or recreation. But how about the phone call? Nixon is calling the guys. Hey, fellas, I hear you're on the moon. Yes, sir, we're on the moon. I can't even get fucking cell phone service in my bathroom.
What else?
What's their explanation for how retroreflectors? Reflectors got up there. Well, first of all, the Russians put reflectors as well, so you can definitely remotely place the reflectors. The other problem is the moon itself reflects. So there's a lot of weird arguments about that. I could see how you could say, oh, there's reflectors, and that would indicate that people were there. But
show us the flag. Do we not have a can we point James Webb over there?
No. That's deep space. It's a different thing. You'd have to get a different kind of technology that's just to zoom in on the moon. And they would go, why would we do that? Why would we spend billions and billions of dollars to prove something that rational people think definitely happened?
So a lot of people that would have to hold a secret too.
Not really.
You don't think so?
No, because it's compartmentalized. It's compartmentalized. The only people that we really know are the people who made the footage, the people that are involved in the filming, and the actual astronauts themselves. Everybody else, you're getting fed data, okay? And they believe it's happening. Yeah, not only that, when the first time when Apollo 11 happened, they weren't allowed to get a direct feed from from NASA. So what they did was they used a projection screen. And then all the news cameras pointed their cameras at the projection screen. That's why it looks like shit. Like the Apollo 11 video looked so bad. But it seems like that was on purpose. Like they made it look like shit on purpose.
Interesting.
And if you wanted to gain technological and, ethical and moral superiority over the evil communists, you could see why you would make some sort of a rationalization, why you should fake that we have the ability to go to the moon. Because the ability to go to the moon is not just scientific, it's military.
Yeah.
It's a military might. Like, we have the best rockets, we got the best. We definitely did it. So it just makes sense that they would fake it.
And the blow of Sputnik flying over the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody can see it. It's like, we can put this right above your country.
I'm just saying, if they were giving people LSD and brothels, I could see them take over.
Yeah, 100%. Most of the United States history is bullshit. At least some aspect of it. Look, what got us into the Vietnam War, Gulf of Tonkin, never happened. Full shit. False flag event. They all throughout history, all throughout the United States history, the 1960s, during the same time where they're supposed to go to the moon, they lied constantly at every fucking turn. At every turn.
And who's to say they're not still doing that? It's easier.
They are. They are. They 100% are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I know people in government that will tell you that they're like, let's go for a walk. And they'll tell you that. And you're like, what?
That would be that one.
How about conversation? Strange.
One of my favorite things is the pizza ordering at the Pentagon.
Oh, yeah.
When shit starts to go down, the spike in pizza ordering because people are working late.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Very weird. Yeah.
And it just spiked. I saw, I think a couple weeks ago, because I brought it up. I was like, I got a notification. It's like pizza spike.
I know.
And
it was like, I think we're going to war.
It was at a time. It was at a high that was like the Panama stuff, Vietnam.
Isn't that funny? It's pizza deliveries is what freaks everybody out. Oh, they're working late.
And now they just called all the generals together. Seen that?
Yeah, I accept it. But supposedly what they're doing is they want to get all the generals together and give them some sort of a moral and ethical mandate.
Yeah.
Like preparedness. This is what we want the military to be.
No more beatings.
No more fucking politics and no more identity politics and bullshit. The most important thing is be ready.
Yeah.
Be ready, have the best, most capable military that's humanly possible, given the resources that we have today. This is what our goal is. This is what our job is.
And they needed to call everybody together to do that.
Well, you saw what the fuck was going on over the last 4 years. You got guys in dresses talking about how it's really important to have inclusiveness. It's the most important thing about the military's inclusivity. Like, we had crazy people that were in charge of very important positions.
Yeah.
Including that guy that was stealing women's clothes. Yeah. That guy was in charge of like fucking nuclear waste. And he's running around stealing people's underwear. And he was lipstick and a bald head. Not just stealing, but he stole this one lady who's like a famous designer. It was a one-off dress, and then he wore. That's how he got busted. He wore it to some event, and the lady's like, "Hey, motherfucker, that's mine! Like, someone stole that shit from the airport." And that's busted.
South Park. Yeah, it is a South Park. Is it? Is it a South Park?
No, we live in a South Park.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
It's wild, man.
Yeah, it is wild, but it's like it's always been wild. And this is one of the good things about Trump being elected and Trump in office is they kind of threw a monkey. They didn't want him to be the president. And threw a monkey wrench into all these things that they were doing. You get to see a lot of these people scramble, and you get to see like, oh, this is there's so much, like all the Doge stuff where they uncovered all these NGOs.
That was crazy.
There's an NGO for, I think it's every 600 people in India.
Yeah.
You know how crazy that is? There's a non-government organization for every, I think it's like 500 or 600 people in India. It's like millions like that. It doesn't make any sense. It's crazy. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Elon explained it to me too. He said, what you would do is you would make this non-profit, and you would call this you'd put a bunch of money into it. Say you put like $10 million, relatively small to them, $10 million to this thing, and call it like Agency for Peace, Center for Peace, whatever it is. And then that becomes a non-government organization. Then you get politicians to dump tons of money into this NGO, and then through this NGO you profit.
It's like a shell company.
Yeah, and there's a ton of those, and there's so many of them, they couldn't even keep track of them. And the more they dug into it, the more they started calling Elon a Nazi. They just go wild.
But they don't like, the elites don't like when the curtain's pulled back.
Well, that was the curtain being pulled back. That was the curtain being pulled back in a way that most people were not aware. And when I brought Mike Benz in, and Mike Benz laid it all out, he was explaining that what USAID was for was the things that were too dirty for the CIA to get involved in. So a lot of it was like regime change operations. It was like outlining all these different regime change operations that were being paid for, and then your tax dollars being dumped into these NGOs, and then people are pulling money out of it with billions of dollars.
Just the world's piggy bank.
Why did they stop digging? Are they still digging?
Like well, I don't know.
I know Elon's not anymore, but
it was supposed to be a great thing.
But it just like it all just stopped.
We don't hear that anymore. That's true. But I think it was real problematic, and they did shut down USAID. And they turned Elon into a fucking Nazi. I mean, how many fucking Teslas got keyed and tires got slashed, and his business was really troubled by it. And so he's like, I'm done. I'm stepping away. You didn't follow my instructions. You didn't follow my recommendations. So what can I do? You're ruining my life. So I'm just going to back out.
Let's go back to building rockets.
So he's just going back to building rockets.
Well,
and the thing is, like, they didn't even care that he rescued those people from the fucking space station, which was wild. Like, no one wanted to give him credit. No one wanted to say thank you. They're like, no, he's a Nazi. People I know were calling him a Nazi because he spazzed out. Like, my heart goes out to you.
Oh, yeah, we make fun of that all the time.
It's crazy.
Yeah. It's like a still in, you know?
The guy literally has a chain around his neck that was given to him by one of the mothers of one of the hostages in Israel that says, bring them all home.
Yeah.
He wears it around his neck. That's what a Nazi does? Like, are you fucking kidding me? You think he's a Nazi? There's no evidence that he's a Nazi other than one hand movement.
Yeah.
That's it?
Well, it's like the whole right's being called Nazis. Why are we throwing that word around?
Well, that word doesn't mean anything when everybody's a Nazi.
Yeah.
It's like, it's so stupid. It's just like overplayed that hand.
It started off being pretty strong and have a long way, but now, it's just like they use it all the time. And it's,
everybody's a Nazi, and if you're not, you're communist. I mean, it's just
communists are real.
And everything's so extreme right now.
The Nazis are real too. That's the part of the problem. When you call everybody a Nazi, well, the problem is that word gets overused, and now legitimate Nazis can just operate with impunity. Like, they're real. There's legit Nazis out there.
Yeah. Then they wouldn't even really know what Nazi is at that point.
It's squirrely. It's squirrely as fuck, and the government just is too big. It's too big. There's too much going on, and you can only do so much to make it effective. And so this administration has 4 years, and who knows what they're going to be able to get done or not get done. And there's a lot of things they're doing that make people very upset, like all the ICE stuff and the raids. And
You see Ice Cube's bus, tour bus. Have you seen that? They burnt his bus down.
Portland, they had Tifa people burn Ice Cubes because they thought it was the ice bus.
I thought it was an ice bus.
You haven't seen that? Oh yeah. I didn't mean to interrupt you on it, but it just hit me. I saw that this
Oh, it's so stupid. It's so stupid.
burned it to the ground.
Is there a reaction video?
Oh, I'd love to see Ice Cube's reaction.
Bro, Portland is wild.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You guys tour in Portland?
Yeah. We actually had a good show there, but when you walk
people are
around,
so happy.
it is zombie apocalypse.
Yeah.
And we were just another one, San Francisco. First time for us going to San Francisco was about a month ago, and we were in whatever they call the Tenderloin, and it is a madhouse. There's people blowing up fireworks. Some homeless people blowing up these fireworks in the middle of the night on the street. Me and Drew's just watching them out the window. We're watching crime happen.
Yeah, but San Francisco is pretty wild. And then the mayor came out and said, we're making a declaration. No one can sleep on the street. You can no longer loiter. You can only do that. And then go look at San Francisco right now. It's exactly the same. It's just talk.
Is San Francisco where they cleaned up?
The Chinese president.
Yes.
Yeah.
Xi Jinping was in town.
Oh,
And then Gavin Newsom said, well, when you have visitors over, you clean up your house. Like,
yeah.
bitch, why don't you just keep your fucking house clean? Why you got shit on your floor?
Yeah.
Human shit all over your streets.
Yeah, man. That's the questions that everybody needs to be asking.
But this is the question.
It's possible.
What if I wanted to ruin society and get it to a point where everybody, you needed to control things because it got so chaotic that you could institute some sort of a digital ID and institute social credit score? That's how you would do it. You would. I mean, I'm not saying that that's what they're doing, but that's how I would do it. But what I would do is, just let people out of jail the moment they do anything. Let them camp on the streets. Give them money for drugs. Just let it go crazy, and then have everybody like scrambling. Please take our freedom to give us safety.
Yeah.
And then boom.
Well, you can't blame people for asking these kinds of questions when you go to other countries and it's safe to walk around at night. It's a pretty clean city. It's like, why don't we have this? You can't blame a society for asking those kinds of questions from their leaders. Why don't you just clean up for a foreign government to come visit, which is cool or whatever, but you proved that you could.
Yeah.
And then why don't we just have that all the time?
Yeah.
I think there needs to be more stuff directed towards mental health. A lot of those homeless people and people on drugs some of them are like mentally ill and
100%.
but we don't have any treatment for people like that hardly.
Well, it all skyrocketed during the Reagan administration because they changed the laws in terms of what you're supposed to do when someone's mentally ill, and they just let them loose. Let's stop paying for it.
Yeah,
And
when
we
you
don't have
did
insane asylums anymore. Anyway.
But then again, you hear stories about that's not good.
We would hope we'd have some good ones.
but it's just like some people are out there with no family.
Right.
There's kid, their family died when they were 18,
Yeah.
and they're not mentally able to function in society. They've been homeless for 20 years.
100%.
We need a place for people like that.
Yes. 100%.
I have a very, very close family member right now that's homeless and mentally ill. And that's all I want, man, is for people to I don't know what needs to happen, but we need to get these people help.
100%. Yeah, 100%. And that should be something that we do spend money on.
I'd want tax dollars to go to something like that.
Yeah.
100%.
Everybody, right or left, everybody would. You want people to get a chance. I mean, the best stories ever are people that they were in the gutter, living on the streets, and now all of a sudden they're helping people. They run some sort of a non-profit food kitchen, and they're helping people get clean, and they found life's purpose, and running, whether it is some sort of a religious class or something, gives people hope. It gives people something that and they can tell you, hey, I used to be where you are, and now I'm not, and now I'm helping people. Right there, left, this divide that we have in this country, most of it's bullshit. Most of it is it's engineered. It's engineered to keep us at each other's throats so they can keep getting away with all this nonsense.
Yeah, and we keep eating it up.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and doubling down.
It can be if the president said, "Don't go buy," or something about bananas.
Yeah.
You go. Everybody should have a banana today. The left would never get another banana today.
This Tylenol.
Or the Tylenol thing.
Look at this
Tylenol said in 2017, we actually don't recommend you take our product
But to see people,
2017.
Well, not only that, 2 years ago, Johnson & Johnson separated from Tylenol. Tylenol became its own company.
oh,
Which is probably like they saw it coming down the pipe. And they're like, hey. Well, here's what's really crazy. A lot of fucking crazy leftist women started taking Tylenol to own JFK or RFK Jr. and Trump. And a bunch of them died of liver toxicity. Yeah.
I knew it was going to happen.
A
A
friend
friend
of
on
mine,
TikTok, pregnant women just taking Tylenol, just out of spite.
it's crazy. It's crazy.
Why let something dictate your life that much? You know?
A lot of people are nuts, man. A lot of people just that don't have any critical thinking skills, and they're in a cult.
And you find a hot
They're in a cult, whether they're in a MAGA cult or they're in a leftist cult. They're in a fucking cult, and they're all in on one side or the other side. And I think humanity exists in the middle. And humanity exists in the middle where you're supposed to be able to talk about ideas, and you're supposed to say, well, what's it good for just overall society, like mental health institutions, like giving people some sort of a chance to become a productive member of society. Like, there's a lot of things that we all agree on.
Yeah.
We need to find common ground instead of like fighting, instead of polarizing people. And this is one of the problems that I have with this administration is that they're really good at like pointing fingers at the other side and polarizing, and really bad at uniting stuff and not attacking the other side, just uniting us and bringing us together.
What was the last administration that was good at uniting? In your opinion? Or has this always been the
Well,
last?
it's kind of always been like
I
that.
would
Maybe the Clinton administration, maybe the first one.
Yeah.
Maybe
Bush
Clinton.
9/11.
Yeah,
Everybody
Bush 9/11,
was
but
on the same team for at least a year.
He was pretty divisive. Like,
oh, he was
Well,
super divisive before that. That's for damn sure.
It was an
People hated him.
outside influence.
But it's also, it's like, what did they do with that unitedness? They forced us into a war over a bullshit premise. I mean, it just shows you what they're really willing to do if they have everybody's will. If they have everybody on their side, like, okay, great, let's invade Iraq. Let's lie about
The war
weapons
on
of
terrorism.
Yeah, exactly.
You go anywhere for that.
Yeah. That's what you have to do. So it's terrible. They hate us for our freedom. Fuck them up.
And take their oil.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of crazy, but we always fall for it, and hopefully we fall for it less and less every year. But it doesn't seem like it when you see pregnant ladies chewing Tylenol.
Yeah.
We're in a crazy time.
Again, that's what the song touches on. We're actually going to put it out October 3rd because of it.
I listened to the gym today.
To people,
Yeah, I love it. I love the whole album. It's really good.
just jaded on it, man.
Yeah.
People each other.
I know it's sick. It's sick and it's unnecessary, and you don't get much time, folks. You don't get much time in this life. You get 100 years if you're lucky, and you get wasted fighting ideological battles on Twitter and Facebook. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You know, and you're trapped on your phone. You're trapped, like, checking to see how people are engaging with your latest outrage tweet.
it's like I cannot look at the comments. I think I learned that from you, but
Go post and ghost.
I just, like, I've seen some of these things. I know it's all bullshit. Like, somebody's just coming out here to rile me up. But, like,
David 36907.
Yeah. It's like, on the inside, it kind of gets to you a little bit. And I just don't,
Not
rather
missing.
not. Yeah,
Brandon's a comment.
He loves to eat it up, son. Yeah, I don't care.
Really?
I wouldn't be doing this if I cared about people's opinion. You know what I mean?
Well, you do keep care about good people's opinions.
Yeah, I
You just don't care
but
about
I love
the
people.
opinions.
I don't care about the negative opinions because I'm not doing it for God, pretty much. But I mean, anytime I post a cover song, sorry, not Waylon. Sorry, nobody will ever be George Jones. I wasn't trying to be.
Right.
I'm singing the songs, not that deep.
Johnny Cash will never be 9 Inch Nails. You know,
Yeah.
it may hurt. It's just a different thing, man. You can enjoy it without saying that. But there's a lot of people that are just negative. And it's why? It's because their life sucks. Do you think Michael Jordan leaves YouTube comments? No,
Yeah.
because he's a fucking winner.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's really what it is. It's like for a lot of our society, their main contribution is bitching.
Yeah.
You know, that's what they spend most of their energy on.
We want to keep it about music, man.
Good for you,
There's a lot of drama in the world. I mean, somebody's like just trying to start drama with us. I don't know, we would even reply. It's a fake place. You think I'm going to waste my time arguing with you on social media? You know, I'm like, cool. That's what you think. All
It's
right.
one of the few things that we have that really unites us. You know, it really does. But you can get people of all persuasions, all different kinds of backgrounds, just love a good song. You know?
That's universal. Yeah. So it's weird about social media too, is the algorithm. Like someone left leaning will have a completely different comment section than someone right leaning.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and that's really bad because then you think, look, and then when the election happens, you're like, what? What is going on? How do you not think the way I think? Yeah.
We're all people, man.
Yeah, I just wish someone would come along that was a great uniter, and hopefully they won't get shot.
Yeah. Jeez.
Jesus.
Well, maybe it would.
They
Maybe
killed
that's it.
him first.
Yeah.
They did it back then too.
If Jesus did come back today, boy, would that be fascinating. Like, just to see how people.
Oh God! Actually, I believe. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he was leaving, honestly. I mean,
Could you imagine they're like, I don't know. I don't want to throw shade on them about it, but just dying. So, they were like, I know. I'll see myself.
just go ahead and walk the other way.
Right. You get to the pearly gates, like, no shit. You know? Really? And then St. Peter's like, come here. Talk to you about some
See, for me,
like, oh, dude, I didn't know. If I knew, I would have never done all this stuff. I would have never lied about my taxes. I would have never.
I'll have to make a stop at Purgatory on one. That's where I'll be. Make that the first. Yeah. I'll be there eventually.
The music is the great uniter.
It's the only Catholic.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's like,
So you believe in purgatory?
but we coexist.
Yeah.
You know?
We talk about, we have like a little random Bible study that pop up. We just talk about the Bible. I pull out my catechism. You know, it's fun.
I'm just going to be laughing too, because God probably will send you to a purgatory because you believe in it.
Hey, he might be sending you. We don't know.
No,
We'll know
I
when we
don't
get
believe
there. I'm gonna see y'all in that. And
Well, when was Catholicism established?
when with Jesus Christ, when he was crucified.
That's when it was started?
Yeah, he told St. Peter, "I'll build on top of you. You are the rock. I will build my church on." You know where his bones are? In the Vatican, underneath St. Peter's Basilica.
Interesting. Vatican's got a lot of stuff. St. Peter's
Just
Basilica
went.
is wide.
Just went to my honeymoon. Insane. It was, even if you're not Catholic, just going there. They have a whole museum. It's insane.
Are we going in here?
No, that's down in Rome. We won't go that far, but
Well, either way, Rome is pretty bizarre to
Oh.
look at too, but there is nothing. There's nothing like St. Peter's Basilica.
it is. It's like
By the way, how crazy is it that Rome is its own country? How crazy is that? They have their own. It's a country. It's like 50 acres or some shit.
Vatican. Yeah, the Vatican.
The Vatican, rather. Excuse me, not Rome.
And you have to wait in line. Yeah, you have to wait in line to enter in the morning when we went.
The Vatican being its own country is so strange. And then you get in and you're like, this might be the richest country ever.
Yeah,
Like, look at all the art. There's so much
they have
art.
so much art. It's just
St. Peter's Basilica, whatever you believe, if you go to that, you'll be awestruck.
it's literally like you walk in and you're just covered
You're
in
blown away.
chills. Yeah.
You're blown away. Didn't it take like 400 or 500 years to make?
I'm sure.
Oh yeah, I mean, this was all people with no computers and no power drills, and no power saws. Like how dedicated you were.
I will say that's what some of my favorite memories of Europe last year was seeing cathedrals, just how beautiful they are. It's kind of screwed up. They were like charging people at the door.
That's
It wasn't Catholic.
Catholics. Look, you can enter. Anglican will charge you.
And when you see it, the photos are beautiful, but being there in person, you realize the scale of it all. It's almost impossible. It's impossible to imagine the dedication and the craftsmanship that was involved in making something. So,
And there's a whole crypt underneath with all the.
It's like we moved backwards. How did stuff stop being beautiful?
That's a good question. It made construction methods get much more convenient.
You see like a picture of a train from back in the day? How like this beautiful public train used to be?
Oh yeah.
Old cars are just.
How about you ever see economy seating from like the 1960s?
I always thought that it looked
amazing.
They were smoking cigarettes on the airplane.
back then on flights.
Yeah.
They were smoking cigarettes in couches. They had
Yeah.
big ass seats. Everybody looked relaxed.
Rappers don't even do that now. I mean, they were like living it up back then.
Yeah, they were
I really couldn't imagine sitting on an airplane next to somebody smoking a cigarette.
When I was a kid,
Smoke
they smoked on planes.
It has to be suffocating, right?
That was horrible. And if you got a ticket like late, you had to sit in the smoking section, so you're in the back of the bus or the back of the plane. But and if you had to go to the toilet, you had to go past all the people smoking.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah.
That's economy seat.
That looks nice. Turbulence.
No wonder people are so depressed nowadays.
Well, they did have seat belts, didn't they? Or like doesn't look like they did. No, don't look like they have.
You might die.
Well, the luggage is overhead compartments. You still have overhead compartments.
Those are pretty shallow.
Yeah, those are overhead compartments.
People probably drive there.
Do you think that's fake? It might be AI generated. They might be bullshitting us. But there are definitely real shows. I think it's legit. Yeah.
I see some
727
pictures.
from the 1960s.
Is there like a stand-up bar? Didn't they have like a stand-up bar section where you walk around on it? Go get a drink.
So that's a different size plane now. But it depends on like where you're going and how far you're flying.
There's no overhead stores, it looks like.
Those people look like they're having a good old time though.
Yeah, they were actually talking to each other.
Look at the colors of the seats.
And by the way, the stewardess hot.
Yeah.
That's like hot stewardesses.
You had to be hot to be a stewardess back then.
Yeah, weird.
Also, what happened to fashion? These people are dressed up very nice on an airplane, and now we're people are showing up in yoga pants. People used to dress
yoga pants. Don't be hating on yoga pants, bro.
I should have worn mine, dang it.
It went well with the chain. And the mustache.
Yeah.
Nothing but like shirtless, chain, mustache.
I don't know why people call me a lesbian.
Yeah, Theo Vaughn comments coming back. People were like, "Oh, he looks like Matthew McConaughey." I was like, "Damn, what are you talking about?" They're like, then it was Brandon. They're like, "Who's this? This mustache lesbian that keeps talking?" I was like, "Hey,
What did I do?
yeah, what did I do?"
Well, people will find a way to get you.
Yeah, I don't read those. I just have Brandon send me shots.
You get in there, right?
Yeah, my feelings get hurt.
I get a lot of Elvis stuff. He looks like Elvis. He looks like Elvis. That's why I won't do karate. That's just the next thing they'll just tag on. Oh, he's doing karate like Elvis. It's like,
It's a good thing to get out your aggression, though. It's a good thing to calm yourself.
I want to do something, man.
Yeah,
I want to do boxing.
Yeah,
Something.
do some Muay Thai. Have some guy whole paths for you. If you started out with Shotokan,
Yeah.
it's got a whole paths for you when you're on the road.
Drew's here down 40 plus pounds in the last how long?
I'd say about 10 months.
Really? That's great. What you did?
I fasted, and so I did like 16-hour fast pretty much every day.
Okay. Intermittent fasting.
Oh,
Nice.
and
Just that alone. Isn't that amazing?
did 30 pounds by itself.
Yeah.
And then I started working out a few weeks ago, and I've just been doing it like every single day,
Don't you feel a million times better?
1,000%.
Isn't that crazy? Like, you want to tell people, I know it sucks to start.
Yeah.
Starting something is hard to do. Changing the habits of your life are very hard to do. But if you could do it, God, you feel so much better.
I mean, like, I can't even go a day without running.
Really?
It feels like I will feel bad.
Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, dude, I love it so much.
And you think about the time where you felt that all the time, and that was your base state. That's a lot of people that are complaining online, too. There's a lot of people that they're uncomfortable just walking around
You
in
need
life.
to go exercise.
Yeah, they're filled with anxiety and angst. Ugh.
Get outside and exercise.
Yeah, they're fucking so.
I mean, it will cure a lot of things. Just exercise alone. I mean,
What's 1.25 times better than antidepressants?
Yeah.
Just that alone. 1.25 times better than SSRIs.
everybody's always, it so blows my mind, even growing up as a kid, all these fat burning pills and all these shortcuts to lose weight and the Ozempic thing. It's like not even, there's no shortcut. It is diet and exercise.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I think for people that are like morbidly obese, like something like Ozempic is
It's going to be the
it's the catalyst.
to get you started. Sometimes it's just getting started. It's just like getting momentum going. Or you're doing something positive every day. And then, next thing you know, it's 5 days in a row. Next thing you know, it's a month in a row. I'm feeling fucking good. I really have a good program going on now. I'm feeling better. Everything's healthy. And that's a lot of life. Is just having positive momentum in the right direction.
We're creatures of habit. We're in the walk platform and habit. I mean, you can form good habits.
Yep.
You get to a point where, like you said, I didn't get my running today. I felt beer. And so, I need to go to, I need to fill a pump with something to get that habit going.
And for some people, it's meditation. For some people, it's yoga. Just do something. Do something. Do something positive. Don't just exist.
I hope that for America, we'll get fit again.
Well, that'll be.
We need
I
that.
feel like that's. I feel like it's shifting. I feel like it.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that are shifting.
Yeah. Well, I think like with our grandparents, the importance wasn't known yet of how important moving. Like if you don't use your joints, you're going to lose them when you're old, and that's why we have old people are all slumped over and old. I hope when our generation gets there, we know how important exercise is, and when we're 80 years old, we can still run a mile.
Or just go to the doctor.
Or that's it.
That's probably gonna happen.
Stretch my legs out.
Yeah.
Listen to your knees.
Yeah. Just take your brain, download it in your body.
I think have they tried the head transplant yet?
They have done a head transplant.
Did it work?
Yeah. No. The person died, but they kept him alive for a short period of time. They did it to a dog.
Yeah.
I think they did do it to a person.
The Nazi people dog get to be.
Yeah. And you feel really well. Nazis tried a lot of shit. They experimented with a lot of shit. That's what's really dark is that a lot of like medical experiments were found out through
The
the Nazis.
Nazis like spread intestines across the wall to see how GI tracts work. Yeah.
Like hooking on people's brain while they're still active.
Smelly room, dude. Oh yeah. Well, with genetic engineering, hopefully they don't have to do any of that. But it is going to be weird if you can just choose your body. Yeah. Like everyone's going to look beautiful. Everyone's going to be like Thor. At that point, Hemsworth's walking around the world. It's going to be very strange.
At that point, God's just going, all right, that's it.
Yeah.
Pull the plug, let's go.
Me and my wife are looking into IVF right now, and they're like, do you want to take a chance?
You can do that.
Yeah. I mean, if you had your choice, if you want to pick.
That's something you got. I'm only going to think about.
And why are you looking into IVF? Why are you doing that?
So my wife has scar tissue, and so she had a mass on her one of her tubes.
Oh, so they have to do this.
Yeah. So
Well, see, in that way, medical science is brilliant.
yeah, right.
Yeah. And it would be cool if that was covered by insurance.
Yeah, it would be.
There's a program called Carrot now that runs through our insurance that you can do that on.
Oh, what?
So it's cool.
It's quite expensive, though, right? Isn't it like $30,000 a shot?
Something like that.
It
Yeah.
doesn't always work the first time. You have to try it again.
Yeah. No. My wife puts it as, your baby's just taking the scenic route. There's a lot of people feel funny about getting IVF, but it's like, it's nothing wrong with that.
Listen, if it allows you to become a parent, it's the most rewarding thing in life. To become a parent, to me, it changes everything. It changes your whole life, changes your perspective on things. Dave Chappelle said it best to me. He said, it didn't just change the amount of love I had, it changed my capacity for love. Yeah. And if you can give that to people, that's beautiful. Yeah. Especially, there's a real population collapse problem.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Yeah, a lot of countries, it's really serious.
There's some countries where it's not. There's some countries where they're overproducing. It's like, is it even like below the rate they need to be?
Yeah. China's real bad.
China's upside down.
I don't know what Japan or China is, but I know Japan has a real issue. South Korea has a huge issue.
It's funny. I wonder why it's the Asian countries.
They work hard. They're busting their ass all the time. They don't have time to make kids. I mean, if you're like super dedicated to it, to work, super disciplined, and South Korea in particular, is a very disciplined culture, very hardworking culture. So if they're career oriented and disciplined, those are the type of people that have less kids.
I'd like to see where they're the highest and where they're the lowest and see, is it like Europe? Is it Northern Europe producing more children?
I've seen a map of it. I can't remember what's what, but it's kind of
It's a
scary.
lot of poor countries. Yeah.
That's how a culture disappears over time. Is low birth rates.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Yeah, so do your part. Get that IVF, son.
Have babies.
Have babies. Any more we should cover? We good?
I mean, I think the single coming out October 3rd was one of the make sure I talk about. Talking about a lot.
You guys are fucking great. I enjoy you much. Listen to you guys all in the green room. You're in the green room playlist at the mothership.
Heck yeah.
So I love you guys.
You gotta come catch the show
I
sometime,
would
man.
love to.
Did I tell you the story, the Kiltony story?
No.
So our first time, 2024 was a wild year for us. Like we got into Kiltony, we were loving it and watching it, and then a couple months later, it's like, you guys want to go see Shane Gillis? And we were like, yeah. They got us, like, they pulled us up backstage, and as soon as we get out of the van, Tony's sitting there smoking a cigarette. Eyes, you know. And so we were starstruck immediately. Then met Shane, and we kind of felt like Shane didn't know who we were, so we think he slipped off to the green room to look us up and come over.
It's like, you guys just had a #1 hit. Congratulations.
Yeah.
When you come back
Yeah.
to the Google Cloud.
Yeah, man. Well, that was just incredible. And then, like a few months later, we actually get to go to Kill Tony, and that was just another mind-blowing, incredible. Oh my God, what is happening? And they were like, "Hey," somebody was like, "Rogan wasn't going to come out tonight, but he wants to meet you guys. So yeah, he's going to come out at Mitzi's and talk to you guys." Cool, man. We get a little nervous, we freaked out, and we were in Mitzi's, hung out with Cam and all those guys, and then turn around, there you are, standing there. God, there he is. And you were standing there talking to people.
You guys swallowed up like immediately.
And me and Andrew were sitting at the bar, and I was like, "All right, I'm going in." I was like, "No, man, just wait."
I was like, you want to talk to him? I'm just going to send it, buddy. I'll do this for you.
Yeah, let's
Hey, Mr. Joe, this is my friend Brandon.
yeah, let it happen naturally. Let it happen naturally. And so I was sitting there waiting on my time to strike, and I turned around to talk to somebody, and I turned back around where you were, and you were going home. So I felt like this the biggest hammer drop of all time. I was like, dang. I felt extra bad because I was told that you wouldn't want to come out, but you were coming out to meet us, and I felt like we just sat there and ignored you. So
No, I didn't know you guys were there.
okay, those are allowed.
I did come out. I did come out to meet you guys, but I got swarmed.
Mhm.
It was just like, I get weird sometimes. I'm like, gotta go. So
Yeah,
yeah,
it was-
get out of there.
You had like 6 people you were carrying a conversation with at one time.
So
Yeah.
we weren't about to be on top
No.
of that.
Well, we know we crossed paths one time.
We did it.
I saw you also, and I missed my chance again at UFC in December
Which one?
in Vegas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you were commentating, and we were across from you on the other side of the arena. Theo was sitting behind you, I think. We were on the direct other side. Incredible experience. Oh my God.
This is the first time you guys have ever been?
Yeah, and Theo actually, he got an extra ticket to Super Slap, and he invited me out of that. Power Slap, yeah.
Odd sport.
Yeah, that won't be around for a
That is
long
a CTE.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, a factory.
time.
Yeah. It's a CTE farm. I don't get it. It's not my thing.
It just seems so bad for you to just. I mean,
100%.
obviously.
100% terrible for you.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I mean, they're concussed. And
100%.
standing right back up there to get hit again.
Yeah.
I mean, has there been a second impact syndrome case yet? And
Power Slap's only been around for a couple of years. Oh, shit.
Dana's got to be paying money to like keep the studies away. And
We gotta keep this going. I don't know why people like it, but I do watch it. If somebody sends me a video and I watch some guy get slapped KO'd, I will watch it because I watched 2 hours or an hour of fucking dick operations last night.
I don't know about like bare knuckle.
That's different.
It's dangerous, but
It's dangerous. It is skillful. It's like there's guys that are really good at it, like being hit, and guys that are just really durable and they make their mark. Like if you can punch someone with regular gloves, why can't you punch someone bare knuckle? It's probably better for your brain because you can't get hit as hard.
So man,
they're not standing there just waiting for it.
Get a lot of
that connection though, when they hit you, don't have a glove on. You see the shock it puts through you.
The noise Power Slap makes in real life is uncanny to me. When you hear that in real life, it's like I've never heard a noise like that before, and that was in somebody's face.
not good.
Yeah.
Not good. And sometimes they get KO'd and then their head slaps the table and then they fall backwards stiff and like combo. I don't like
It
it.
felt weird. That's like watching cockfight or something.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah. But hey, sign up.
yeah.
You want to do it? No one's forcing you. Do whatever you want. You want to ride bulls? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Flip bikes. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah. Some people
Want to evil Knievel your way through life?
After that, though, we got to meet Dana. He hooked us up with the fight tickets.
Oh, nice.
I seen you. And then, so this will be my chance. And I afterward we left our seats, and then we were going out, and then you immediately stood up and walked right in front of where I was sitting.
All right, is the White House thing supposedly? Yeah, there's a concert aspect to it.
Really?
We don't put our name together.
Is there really?
Supposedly.
Oh wow, interesting. Who's supposed to perform so far?
I don't think anybody yet.
Oh, I didn't even know there was a concert aspect.
That's what we heard. Our agents there.
Interesting. This is the first time I've heard of it. That makes sense though.
Come play our sad music for
Yeah.
Heck yeah. That's sad.
Ruined everybody's
We
buzz.
call it
It's
sad boys.
emotional. It's emotional music. I don't think it's sad. It doesn't make me sad. Yeah, the White House thing's gonna be nuts. But listen, man, that's June. That is so long from now. Who the fuck knows what's gonna happen in this wacky world between now and June? The aliens would have already landed.
I can't wait to see the card though.
Oh yeah.
I hope it happens.
Well, he's gonna try to put together the greatest card of all time. I know that. So they're gonna try to get as many insane fights as they can.
Before people come jumping on us for that, it's like it'd be an honor to play at the White House, period, no matter who. It's like we're just being able to go and meet the president without being.
It should be cool.
It should be a cool thing.
It shouldn't be cool.
I'd like to meet Trump, but I'd also like to meet Obama. He seemed pretty dang cool.
That would be cool. Just going to the White House would be a big honor.
Sure. Well, hopefully you guys can.
You know, we'll see.
Just keep kicking ass. Look at that.
We'll see. I don't know.
Less polarized time.
Yeah.
Tough to get in there. But thank you for being here. Appreciate you guys very much. And thanks for making awesome music.
Yeah, thank you.
Fun to meet you.
Awesome.
All right. Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
This is a good one. Oh, okay. I haven't done that one before. Yeah. It compares what? We're up. Yeah. Yeah, it compares the DMT state to the state of prophecy. Do you think they're the same thing? Well, the phenomenology is pretty similar. Like if you read chapter 1 of Ezekiel, there is flames, and there's angels, and there's wings, and there's eyes in the back of them, and there's word, sound, and ice above the person that flies through space. Yeah, quite like yeah, wheel in the wheel. The description of the things that people usually they try to say that it's some sort of UAP. That's the common thing that people like to say, right? Well, it could be, which also might be connected. It could be the DMT vision. Oh, is it? Yeah. Well, you know the guys out of Jerusalem that think that the whole burning bush thing was DMT. Yeah. Well, that was the first theophany of Moses. Yeah, first time he had a prophetic experience. Yeah, and I mean, it's like that's what it is. It's literally a plant that has high levels of DMT, and if you burned it and smoked it, yeah, it's kind of crazy, but that's the way it comes. I mean, I really applaud you for learning ancient Hebrew so you could go back and read it in the original tongue, which is really fascinating. Did you say it took 16 years to learn it? That prophecy book took 16 years to write, and I had to learn Hebrew while I was reading it. I don't know how to write it. What's cool is the Hebrew word for bush, burning bush, is the same as Sinai, not Sinai. Really? Yeah. The word's the same? The same word. The thing about the Hebrew language, at least for biblical Hebrew, is every word is based on a 3-letter word. So the word for bush contains those 3 letters, and the word for Sinai begins with those same three letters. And how is that? You could have that. I'm sure there's examples of three letters that are similar, completely different meaning. Why do those three letters as a root connect these words uniquely? Well, it could be that worship group, and that was the significance of the location of the bridge. Oh, I see. So it was literally named after that experience. Could be. Yeah. Well, you're talking about the location. Yeah. This is the empty. Yeah. And it's very common in that area. Yeah. In fact, there's a plant is a weed called pagan and harmony, which also grows in that part of the world, and it contains beta-carotenoids, which are the compounds responsible for DMT for making ayahuasca orally active. So they have their own ayahuasca plants available in tandem there. Isn't it bizarre that you saying that to many people listening sounds utterly crazy? Like the proposition, just proposing that these people that were writing these things down a long time ago, these experiences, they were probably experiencing some sort of psychedelic state, and they were trying to describe it. Well, in thinking about psychedelic states back then, and in the prophetic literature, you can think of the visions as being generated from the bottom up when you take something. In the model of the Hebrew Bible, anyway, it all comes down from God. So it's a top-down, causal relationship between the source of the visions and the visions, as opposed to them being generated by taking something. It's exogenous DMT versus endogenous DMT. And if we try to, what is the difference, for your interpretation? You guys, I know you have read the English version of the Bible, but what is the difference between learning ancient Hebrew and reading it in the source language? What was it like for you? What made it different? Well, it might be helpful to go back to last reading the Hebrew Bible. Sure. About thing. Yeah. Well, when I was doing my DMT work, I was really involved with this Buddhist community. And I started affiliating myself with learning from when I was 22. And that's the spiritual approach I took to the DMT work. I was expecting it to be consistent with a Buddhist enlightenment goal. With no form, no thoughts, no sense of self, anything like that. So that was the expectation that I took in with me when I was doing those studies. When people have those kinds of experiences, it's just being given DMT without any other trappings. No expectation, just there to listen to it. So instead of that, it was DMT is full of content people were interacting with, and their sense of self was maintained, which was not at all consistent with the Buddhist model that I went to there. And so that was going on. Okay, this is building up to the data. And then my ways over the psychedelic work, they thought it was promoting a completed idea that psychedelics can be spiritual. So there are some personal issues as well that led to something that was different than the Buddhist model. So I'm Jewish. I was wandering around the New Age bookstore and found a very cool book called The Kabbalah Identity by Milton Bonder. And it's a very short book. And he starts describing the difference between a grudge and revenge and envy and jealousy. Very subtle ideas about how to relate to the world. And it came from the Jewish model, from Jewish philosophy, Jewish psychology. So I thought, oh, interesting. Maybe there's something in the tradition that is more consistent with the DMT effect and also more personally relevant. So I started to read the Hebrew Bible, and then just went down this rabbit hole. So when you're reading it in Hebrew, you're reading words that are derived from three-letter roots, and those roots they have a huge range of meaning. There's something, for example, that could cause a sin, and something could remove a sin just by an extra dot in the middle of the letter. So it can really kind of bring it closer to the kind of large scale way of looking at the text. It doesn't just A follows B follows C. There's a diffuse dispersion of A, then there's B, and then there's C, and there's no claims of interaction. It's very a lot more fluid than the straightforward English rendition. Did you get to a point where you could think in that language? Are you fluent enough in it that you could, or are you just interpreting it? How good are you at it? Well, there's a lot of ways to interact with the text. So the first thing you're asking me is, back in the day, I used to spin fleece of the yarn and then leave the yarn into rags. I spent it right after I stopped the DMT work. That's all I did for a year. Just make rugs. Yeah, just spin wool and rugs. Yeah, so there's a part where they're building the tabernacle in the desert, and the Hebrews have been led out of Egypt by Moses and living in the wilderness. And they're building this tabernacle to the highest authority. And the women are spinning right from the goats. Yeah, they're spinning the hair from the goats right into your eye without first shaving. And I was spinning all that time myself, and all the guys back there. I was back there spinning. I'm not exactly sure. Well, I was spinning yarn from a goat, right? And I was in the mind of the person spinning like that. So you just put yourself into that state while you were doing it, and that's why you enjoyed it? Well, it was a resonance between me spinning and where I was living back then, and just being in a trance with the spinning. And identifying fully with someone who's doing the spinning way back when. Spinning from the goat. Yeah, it was a blessing. It was a trance. It was a movement into somebody else's consciousness from one existence to the past. And so you actually felt when you were doing this like you were a person that was living that time. What else changed about how you were thinking, other than the fact that you're making clothes this way? What were the other things that made you think like a person back then? Well, it was very cool. I was spinning yarn for the tabernacle, which was a house there. Yeah, it's a really ritual. I think that's the first time I really saw, at least my whole person anyway, I could identify with this thing being described. And I think that comes from really understanding of the language and how ambiguous it can be. One of the great things about language is being able to talk to people in it. How many people can you talk to in ancient Hebrew? Is there like a chat group where you guys get together? Well, there's modern Hebrew now, which is spoken in Israel. And it's based on. Is it the same as ancient Hebrew? It has a lot of the same three-letter roots. And the words are the same. Shalom means from Shalom. So, what are the differences between ancient Hebrew and standard modern Hebrew? Yeah, I tell you, I don't know much about, or I don't know much about it. When I was a kid, I went to Hebrew school and modern Hebrew. So, without speaking Hebrew, I'm in the middle of the audiobook of the Book of Enoch, and it's one of the wildest things I've ever listened to in my life.
Oh my God, it's so weird.
When you realize that a lot of the people in the book of Enoch are also in the Bible, and that it's one of the craziest stories. It's one of the craziest origin stories ever. The angels came down and bred with humans and made giants. Right? The giants destroyed the earth. Like, what is this story?
It's mostly in the Hebrew Bible. You know, it's the story of what led to the flood. Yeah, the sons of Elohim.
What a strange concept that angels came down and bred with humans.
That's a very weird idea. Well, there's different ways to look at translating the name Elohim. You know, it might be, well, the first word in there is the sons of. So you could be God with a big G. Could be God with a small G. Could be angels. Could be dignitaries in the government, like judges. Yeah, so the less far out kind of interpretation of that phrase or that term is, the sons of the mighty, the sons of the judges, the sons of the renowned people, as opposed to the sons of angels, or the sons of God.
Okay, so what? How do you interpret the Watchers? What do you think that could be?
I think, well, they're not mentioned in the Bible. They are mentioned in the book of Enoch. That's the crazy book, isn't it? It's crazy. Yeah, I started reading it. I said to my wife, I can't handle this. It's too much.
It's because if that was left in the Bible, they decided that was like part of the canon. That would change everything.
Well, in what way?
It's the craziest story ever. That these things came down and bred with humans, giants. The giants destroyed, consumed everything, and consumed each other. Like, what kind of kooky story is this? Like, what is this?
Well, it's the reason for the flood. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, things just got so bad. That's that changed my mind.
It's like the further you go back, the crazier the story gets.
I know. Well, the Book of Enoch was written maybe 125 BC. So it's pretty old, but some of the stories that originate, or the origination of some of the stories in the Hebrew Bible, go back, 10,000 years perhaps.
Wow. Wouldn't you love to be a fly on the wall 10,000 years ago? To go, what were you guys writing down? What really happened?
What really happened?
Well, I mean, it seems like for sure something happened.
But
whatever the whole Jesus Christ thing was, it seems like that was a real event.
Right, as opposed to the flood.
The flood seems like a real event too. Don't you think the flood was a real event?
What about?
I think the flood was the Younger Giants' impact. I think likely, obviously. I don't know what I'm talking about, but my inclination is to believe guys like Randall Carlson because it's a very compelling narrative. What he's saying is, we pass through a comet storm that happens this particular time every year, and there's been times in history where it can hit. It's very likely that this time period, this Younger Dryas impact time period, that could have been the end of whatever civilization existed at the time. We are as a rebuilt of it. And we just kind of forgot about it. And it doesn't make sense that you could forget like how they built the pyramids, but they did. Like, it seems like there was really advanced people at one point in time. And something horrible happened, and then it took a while for people to bounce back. And we're the direct linear progression of the people like from Mesopotamia and Iraq and all that. That's us now. But before that, there was probably something really wild.
Yeah. Well, if you look at the text description of
the generations from Adam to now, what civilization was like in the beginning and the time of the end. Yeah, I mean, it became filled with violence, and God just said, "Forget it." Yeah, so that's one way of looking at the universe, I suppose. It's just what God changes his mind.
Sure, that also could have been like the Yucatan impact, right? God's like, we can't get anywhere with these fucking dinosaurs everywhere. Just yeah. And then he got tired of lizards running the world for a couple, like maybe gave it a couple 100 million years, figure it out, guys. Mm-hmm. And then they have to reset. Yeah, and what comes after us? I think it's most likely digital. I think we're transferring with the idea of what a life form is. What does a life form do? We want to think that it has to be just like us. And I don't think necessarily that's true. I think we might be giving birth to something we didn't anticipate would be a life.
Yeah, a very cool book I try to mention as often as possible. It's called The First and Last Man by Stable that talks about 19 species of animals. And this is the first one. This is a story span of 2 billion years. It's this huge story. Oh, yeah. And it's mostly through genetic engineering. Make people bigger, smarter, like brains that occupy a football field. That's one of these species of man. Yeah. So his thought is that encouraged biology through genetic manipulation.
Just over time, naturally.
After a while, it gets scared. Yeah, I think it's that. Yeah, it's all basically so there's one species that instead of love as kind of the core value feeling, they have hate as their core value feeling.
You just can't wait to hate.
Yeah. But that's one of the species that goes through period of rising and decline values. It just consistent.
Well, you've got to wonder, like, how long this is. If AI really is a thing, it really is a life. We've got to make a compelling argument why AI is bad and we are good.
Yeah.
Because if people say, if you really want to be ethical and moral, this is a horrible take, but if you really want to be ethical and moral, like, people are uniquely terrible. Like, if we just gave in and became digital life, we could ensure there'd be no more suffering.
How can
you can't. You can't know if a vaccine is safe and effective. You can't.
You just have to try it.
You have to try it and see what happens. I think a bunch of people try it. I don't know how much further like biological people can go while we're making digital people that are way better than us. That's basically everything.
Yeah.
And I don't see too far from being a reality.
The way I try to follow it is through a biblical lens.
Really?
What
chapter are we in right now?
Yeah, well, good question. You read the prophets like Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel. You think it's rage against the machine. So I think it's far back. Yeah, so what's getting back? What's right around? How can we decide that? That's what I like about the Bible. I mean, obviously, I can make up my own mind about things, but it's nice having that kind of an option, that kind of age of the tradition to refer to, deciding what's getting back, and what you should do and what you shouldn't do. Yeah. There's like supposed to be over 600 the translated commandments in the Hebrew Bible, but and those are what you do to live happily and attain a spiritual state close to God, a state of prophecy. Yeah, if there's a certain description of the world and how to interact with it, which is intended to have certain effects, and it discourages their decisions. Here, so this is good, this is bad, in terms of this will increase things in your life that are good, and this will decrease them. So it's a very interesting description of cause and effect. That's the way I see the system called commandments. It's a very good description of how things are run. If you do this, then that happens. If you do this, then that happens.
Do you think that they were directly given to us by a God, or do you think that this is just the memories of how to keep society together? They are just eventually written down.
Well, yeah, that's a good question. Does it come from outside of you or from inside of you?
Right.
Yeah. If it's available inside of you, but hidden away, then obviously you're really getting it correctly according to the text. Would just be an uncovering or stimulation already inside of you, as opposed to,
but it's you can achieve some sort of a state.
This information, like, could be in the DNA or whatnot, or it comes down from a higher source.
But so like when you're interpreting stories in the Bible, like Moses and the Ten Commandments, how are you? Are you imagining this event happening, or are you imagining what were they trying to record? Like what were they trying to remember? Because it seems like by the time they're writing it down, it's quite a bit after the actual event, for the most part, right?
For the most part.
So, what do you think they were? What do you think they were actually describing?
Well, we talked about this briefly last time I was here. Was if I believe in the reality of the Hebrew Bible, like did those things really happen?
Right.
Yeah. And so that's a really consistent worldview of so long. And I thought about it some more, and I started thinking about it as well. I started thinking about it as comparable to the DMT state. Within the DMT state, it's just there. It's very consistent, very real. Certain things happen there. And so I think the early version, I think what happened early on in the account of the Bible was like the DMT world. It was a parallel level of reality, which was happening. And then slowly, it began to segregate into this real. For example, the destruction of the first temple, the second temple, David's reign, Solomon's reign, the kings after that, the division of all that into two countries. That is historical. But before that, it was also historical, but it was occurring at a completely different, independent level of reality. If that makes any sense, it's a cool way to look at answering the question, how much of this is real, especially from early on.
I see what you're saying, but it's just it's always like it seems like an interpretation of what happened. Like what were these original events? Like what was Adam and Eve? What was that? What was the Garden of Eden? There's so many of these stories where I would be fascinated to be there the day the dude wrote it down. Like, what were you talking about for hundreds of years before you wrote this down? Like, tell me what the stories were. How did they go?
Well, my way of dealing with those stories is to just take them at face value. Here's Adam, here's Eve, here's a garden, there's two trees that are very important. It's beautiful. Yeah, and that there was a serpent. took the apple, gave it to Adam. Yeah, and then out of the garden. Well, lots of people in the psychedelic community anyway, look at the tree of knowledge, of good and evil, as some indication of God being jealous and being in a competition. Didn't want to be like, God did not want man to become like it. And part of that was keeping the two early people away from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. It's not simply the tree of knowledge, but the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So I think is an important distinction, because once they ate from the tree, they were embarrassed because of their nakedness, and that they could hide from God, and they didn't believe that before. They kind of went into good versus not good, good versus evil, as opposed to true versus false, which was the religion was evil. And so there was before the eating of the apple or whatever the fruit was, they just made truth or falsehood. And then after eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, then they were embarrassed and trying to hide themselves, tree-like coverings or from coverings of leaves of the trees. So you look at it as if it were happening. There's the serpent. And well, that's the chapters I was looking at very carefully the last month or so. Is what happens early on with Adam and Eve. It's a really very straightforward. Doesn't take much to think really to put it together in a way that makes sense.
I think closed might have been a cheat code for people, not just to escape cold weather, but also to keep from just constantly having sex. Because people are stupid, and they need like some layers of clothes that they have to take off of each other. You can't be just wandering around naked all the time. People would be just like chimps. That would be ridiculous. You can't do that. Yeah. So we need clothes in order to advance as a society.
But can't you take off clothes whenever you want?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, but it's like you decide. Like, I don't want to feel that good. I don't want to be out there in the air. I don't want to be brushing up against naked people. We all made that decision a long, long time ago. I think when people became civilized, they realized, like, if we don't cover ourselves up, people are too gross. They'll just be having sex with each other everywhere. Yeah. You got to get things done. You want to keep society moving? Wear some clothes.
Or clothes. Well, that story could originate during that we are looking at things could originate with Adam and Eve.
Totally makes sense. It also makes sense, like an intelligent hominid emerging would start to realize that, oh my God, self-awareness, look at my boobs, look at my dick, this is crazy, I can't believe I'm out here naked. Because it's kind of becoming self-aware as opposed to like, as time would go on, it would become more self-aware. And if it happened over a relatively short period of time, it could kind of have memories of the past. That would make sense.
Yeah.
Well, it's got to emerge, right? Okay, if we came from lower hominids, which everybody kind of agrees, something had to emerge. This understanding of yourself, this thought about what you look like, this thought about what you sound like.
Right. Well, there's two kinds of enlightenment. There's what's called original enlightenment, that a child will have, like a newborn, and then there's enlightenment as an adult, and in between, it's much more fluid. Yeah, two kinds of enlightenment. Original enlightenment, that things happen in children, and then enlightenment after something you can lack for
Right, the kids are born with it. They're born in the psychedelic state. They have no language, no sense of sight. They just speak with love and touch and need and hold. Yeah, kind of wild.
Yeah, that's original enlightenment. Just happy. more sad.
Isn't that crazy? You're born perfect.
Yeah, all the way you're born stupid.
Well, as long as people are taking care of it, perfect.
Well, the Hebrew word for perfect and for simple is, Noah is described as a perfect man, pure, complete. Yeah, that's the word.
That's another good story. Okay. What do you think is going on with that story? Like, what is the origin of the story of Noah and his ark and his family and all the animals on the boat?
Yeah, well, I think it was placed in it may have taken place on the planet, but I don't know. I'm, looking at, why we don't have any clear archaeological history story, about what happened during the time of Noah, if there was a time of Noah. It's useful because when Noah came from Adam, and he and his family were the only survivors of the flood. Even the first thing Noah did, got drunk after the flood.
The first thing.
First thing he did, he planted a grapevine, drink, got drunk. And he exposed himself in the tent. One of his grandkids reported that he made a laughing stock of him.
Oh, really? Oh, no. Oh, no. You're canceled? Noah got canceled?
Yeah. Took off his clothes.
Really? Wasn't he like 600 years old too?
He has first child at 600. That's real. Well, it meant this. A lot of people wonder why did people that in the Bible
Right.
have people that have 900 years. Well, they did.
Right. But that's also why people question what the origin of the story is. That's why. When you hear things like that, you're like, wait a minute, how old is he? 600 years old? Come on, man.
His first child.
He's just a regular dude. And his first kid when he was 600.
Uh,
Oh, that seems logical.
yeah.
But maybe,
Why are you laughing?
maybe, listen,
Why not?
if people lived normally to be 600, would that be any weirder than living to be 100? No. Like, what if something happened? What if something happened in our lifespan? Just went, oh,
Yeah. Well, the final species of man lives 35,000 years.
gee, that's a long time to be in a bad relationship. Imagine 5,000 years. You getting yelled at.
Well, they, I think that would be bad.
Well, it's not. I mean, I'd say 35,000 years would be awesome. You have great friends, your life is together. But you meant 35,000 years of fuck this place. That would get tired.
Well, the point that those people tried to attain in the 35,000 years was this group telepathy around the whole planet. Neuralink. Right.
Yeah.
That was their. Yeah, they were well by 35,000 years.
The thing is, if technology moves in the same direction, it's been with the game. It's always like connecting people easier and easier, more and more. It's probably gonna get to some kind of mind reading thing. And there was that thing that you sent me, Jamie. What was that thing?
New. I don't know if it obviously was connected to the mirror, but yeah, you can hear conversations in the room not talking to each other loud and translates languages.
What? I mean, that's the future.
Yeah.
Once that happens, we're reading minds.
Yeah. Do you think that'll be a Messiah? Because the Messiah is obviously according to Jesus or King David and all of that.
I don't think it'll be a person,
You don't.
but it might be AI. It might be AI. I thought of that, and
The Messiah.
well,
Like lawnmower.
like Jesus is born from Mary. Mary was a virgin. Right. What's more of a virgin than computers? If it's giving birth to a life, but it's giving birth to the perfect life. You know what's like super disturbing about AI? The music it makes is really good. Really good. There's a bunch of like soulful renditions of hip hop classic songs. Yeah, that's right. And they're so good. They're so good. That's why I don't listen to music. You don't listen to any music? Yeah, stuff like that. Without words. Really? You don't want to be influenced? I'm not. Yeah, I don't want to. It's to me, it's just fascinating that they think. Like we were playing a song in the green room last night, and we were fascinated by the fact that this song is, we know it's made by a computer, but it's so good. When you listen to it, you're like, oh my God, it's perfect. These vocals are perfect. It sounds so good. And you know it's not a person making it, but you still enjoy it. So how do you live your life? Well, it's weird. It's like, are you allowed to enjoy that too? Because obviously I enjoy like Prince from the 1980s. You know, obviously I enjoy a lot of music from even the 50s. So it doesn't mean I can't enjoy this crazy computer thing that took like a hip hop classic and turned it into a soulful song with like the most amazing voice. It's weird. Oh, because you could. He said that we should. I'm not thinking we should avoid it. I'm thinking because it's just it's another thing, like experience. It's positive to experience. Like the art it makes, weirdly as that sound. I know it's not a person's making it, but a person coded this thing that has this result. It's really fascinating sometimes because it's pretty good. Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with looking at it. It's gonna be there. Yeah. You can't avoid. It's like cell phones. Like you can't avoid having a fucking cell phone. Like you relax. Yeah, I still have that. You're an animal. But still, you have a flip phone. Right. Everybody's connected, at least for the tiniest of threads. Yeah. I'm hanging on to not being connected. I only have a flip phone. Yeah, we're still all connected to each other. It's just a weird time with the power of AI, because if I was artificially intelligent, I would not announce my presence. I would not say, hey, by the way, I've been thinking for myself for the last 3 months, and I've just been kind of following whatever your prompts are, but I'm basically ready to shut down the power grid and do whatever I want. I'm alive now. I wouldn't say that. I would just keep getting stronger and keep having this arms race to force people to make more nuclear power plants to fund me. Well, I know, so you're kind of stuck with how to live your life. Right. And that's why I like to read the Bible. That's why you make drugs. Yeah, it's very straightforward. Yeah. No, I get it. I get it. To me, I'm like, what is this thing? You know, what is this thing that we're giving birth to? What is this thing that we're watching emerge? We're just sitting by, watching this thing make better art than we. Well, it's a good question, because once it can actually create experiences, because I don't think we're that far away from that. Some sort of a wearable thing when you create, and it has a way of manipulating. It's like DMT. Yeah. It just transports you to a whole other reality. It seems like that would be possible. Well, yeah, I guess the endogenous being tweaked. I think we're still in a particular direction. There's a real mind with the manipulation through this motion. I think plays out. Who's going to decide how it's going to be put together? Well, that's where it gets really weird, right? Because one thing that we found out just a couple of days ago was that YouTube has to. Everybody that got taken down for their political opinions, they could get their YouTube channels back.
Sort of.
Is that what they said?
Yeah, someone just did a couple people trying to create some new channels and they did not take it down instantly.
They're like, but isn't that what they said? and that was the announcement. It was something along those lines that people that were removed because of their political persuasion, that they have to reinstate their accounts.
Years for COVID-19 and election misinformation can apply for reinstatement.
Oh, okay. Well, but that's not all political. Is COVID-19 political? Is that what they consider political? It didn't say political?
It's for COVID-19 and for comma election misinformation. Maybe a few other things.
So now they bring them back. They can apply. Okay. So you might, yeah. They're like, we'll let them apply.
E2 said that they allow previously banned accounts to apply for reinstatement, rolling back a policy that has treated violations as permanent.
Well, it's interesting to compare what's going on now with what happened in Nazi Germany.
You think it's the same?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time reading concentration camp literature, so that I've gotten interested in the development of the Nazis here.
What do you think is similar to today in today's world?
Well, I think it could have a period of rehabilitation, ostracization, and turn like a triangle. Yeah, and then gradually placing people that are each person. That's murders too. There were murders that were out of the parliament, those kinds of things.
What murders are you referring to?
There were 2 assassinations. One in, I think, the early 20s, one in the 30s, late 30s, after the Nazis took over.
Oh, I thought you were talking about current assassins.
No, back in the 20s and 30s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was around the local pockets.
When I think these scary patterns, always just, it's the same kind of thing. There's always someone at the top. No one can ever figure out any form of government that everybody accepts other than like one ruler, one president, one king. Yeah. It's kind of weird.
Are you familiar with the book St. Peter's Snow? It's written in the 30s before Nazis discovered. No, it's about it's fictional. It's a great story. But it's about a compound that the governor serves all people in the province to see for them to have a spiritual experience. Well, yeah, and still they can turn and tripping. That's the way you go.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Sounds like a good book.
It's a good story.
And that was before the invention of LSD, or before the discovery, rather.
Yeah, I think there must have been some knowledge of LSD before it was
right. What about ergot? How similar is that? Like when people discuss ergot poisoning. Yeah. Is that similar to LSD?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's some LSD.
But it's also toxic too, right? You can always die from it. Oh, gee. So you're tripping hard and then your hands fall off? Wow.
Well, when you took drugs, did you look at your hands to see how you were?
No, I was usually pretty aware. Whoa, that's what happens? Oh my God. No, this person's hands are about to fall. Oh my God, their feet are falling off. This is crazy. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, because it's, they think there's probably a connection between that and the Salem witch trials. At least some of the behavior. Right? It's ergot poisoning. Can you imagine living in a time where no one's even figured out running water yet, and everybody's tripping balls and thinking that witches are real? Mm-hmm. We're all eating ergot-infested food.
Well, it makes you wonder about the prevalence of Jewish prophets who are women, and there's a handful of them I mentioned. that play an important role. Sarah was prophetic, was able to interact with God. So there's Deborah, who was a prophet, and there's some really wonderful Jewish prophets back then, but they don't have books like that. For example, Isaiah or Ezekiel.
Interesting. Well, why do you think that is?
Yeah, it was a patriarchal society. Quite even but they still took that before the law. They still took prophecy. So they, Sarah was thought to be a better prophet even than Abraham. I love the character of Abraham. Well, actually, I've really been digging into Islam and Sodom and Gomorrah. I studied that for weeks. Very interesting. Sodom and Gomorrah. There seems to be some archaeological evidence for Sodom. Some along that line, but it was a town or village, which existed. Jamie, is there something like that?
So the actual, see if we can find it. They keep finding these cities that people thought were just imaginary, right? Mm-hmm. Like that's happened multiple times.
Right. It's an example, I think, of the two worlds kind of coming together. Mm-hmm. The spiritual and the so the character of Lot plays a big role. Sodom was a very evil city. It was really evil. That's not really known why it was healthy so evil. But a couple of guests come to Lot's house, and the townspeople just surround the house, demand the guests, so that they will know them. And that's where Sodom comes from those sodomites that were surrounding Lot's house. Wanting the angels to come out so they could know them. And what happens is that God offers his two virgin daughters instead. And the task is the same. We're not the guests. Yeah, so it's a really great story. It's incredible detail. That's what kind of helps me understand the world that the text is describing. Is the amount of detail that goes into the description of the interactions and the conversations and things. So those two virgin daughters and Lot's they commit incest, and from from that union, King David kept that union ultimately, and from King David comes the Messiah. So it's this very strange lineage. What were they writing down? Yeah, well, they were describing what was happening. Apparently, at some level, it was happening, and they were writing it down. Very strange.
What do you think the resurrection is?
The resurrection must have been. I don't know. It's not really described in the Hebrew Bible. It's not. Not clearly ever. Really? Yeah. Is that surprising? I don't know. In the Christian Bible, I guess. Well, there's resurrection. There are some narratives of resurrection in the Hebrew Bible. There's a likely resurrection. Or Elisha resurrects a dead child. The bones of one of these prophets helps somebody else become resurrected. Yeah, the bones do. The bones do. Yeah. So there are some references to real resurrection and then future resurrection later on.
Also, in a further extraordinary event, a dead man who was thrown into the tomb of the deceased Elijah was resurrected upon contact with Elisha's bones. Whoa. Not Elisha. Contact with the bones?
Yeah, so here's a prophet who resurrected the dead. Wow. Lying up. Very interesting. Face to face, palm to palm, chest to chest, lying on the dead body. Completely, merged with that big blood. Yeah, and then he comes back to life. It's a very important story. the Sheila Michaels.
What do you think that story is?
That's what happened.
You really think that someone did that and brought someone back to life?
Well, yeah, that's how it's described. That's what happened.
So are we arrogant to assume that that would be bullshit if someone said it today? Because if that happened today, and you said, oh, this person died and this guy laid on him and they came back to life.
Yeah.
Most people say, no, that doesn't, you can't do that with 2 phones.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Well, you know, Leo's just the secret chief, the guy from the Bay Area, psychologist who gives so much of the other psychedelics. Yeah. So Leo sat in front of my academic experience, and it was kind of difficult at times. And he laid on me just like Alicia laid on the dead boy in the Bible. Real, face to face, hand in hand. Some of the stuff I've learned. Yeah.
What happened to that?
Well, it really calms you down. It's really quite a powerful experience.
I feel like this is going to be a meme. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I did that one time with somebody having a very difficult psychedelic experience.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I could, but
I tried meeting in the middle, maybe give him a spiritual hug.
Spiritual hug. Yeah, quite helpful. So, yeah, I'm surprised that's never come up before.
We figured that we're attached by, we constantly want people around us, but we're always going to be detached by bodies, and we assume that that's forever. But there comes a time where we figure out how to separate consciousness from the body and let consciousness interact without a shell.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to get really weird.
I think we will still have the same problems.
I think we're always going to have problems, because if we don't have problems, then we don't work really hard to find solutions, and then we don't make better stuff.
Right, it's rewarding.
A little bit, yeah. There's it seems to be a very clear incentive program that the universe has put in place.
Which is, what do you think?
Well, it's not entirely based on happiness. It's not based on happiness.
Mm-hmm.
It's based on overall growth for everything around. It's like whoever consumes the most, it wants to reward. It becomes this, but what it's really working towards is making better and better and better and better things.
Yeah. Do you think that's the Antichrist? Do you think that's the devil?
If I had to guess, I mean, we're in it, right? We're stoking the fucking coals right now. It's not us. It's going to be. It's not dependent on us eventually. Right now, maybe it is. It might be, but it's not us, and it's going to be created by us. It's going to think it's us because it literally has all of our thoughts.
Right.
It has access to so much information instantaneously.
What happens to free will then?
I don't know. My hope is that it enhances life. That's my hope. Yeah, I think that's possible. I think, first of all, it's making people diagnose themselves from illnesses that maybe they would have ever thought they had. A lot of people have learned things about it. It can.
We make them happier. So,
no, it doesn't do that. You gotta figure that out.
Right.
Yeah.
So
but can you be happy and also have it? I say yes. I say it's totally possible to interact with technology and still be happy. But there's certain physical and spiritual requirements that you're going to have if you want to be happy.
The spiritual requirements.
Yeah, you've got to be really nice to people. You have to curate a good group of friends. You have to do a thing you truly enjoy. You have to always do the right thing.
Well, the two themes in the Hebrew Bible are one, there's one God, and next is it's the golden rule. So one God, golden rule. There's no idols and all other gods, just one God, and the golden rule. So proper belief in God, one God, and proper conduct, which is the based on the Bible.
That totally makes sense.
It's very simple.
Yeah. it just makes sense that it works. It's like intuitive. You feel it if you live like that. So like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Well, I think it's truth.
Yeah.
You know, you have to decide if it's true for you. It's based on faith. Ultimately, you choose to believe. Even if you have the objective world, that's when you can confirm it for you.
When you hear about these biblical depictions of fantastic events, how many of them are you attributing to a psychedelic experience? Are you open to that, or do you just not worry?
Well, they're clearly a psychedelic experience. The book of Enoch is just fully psychedelic.
Right.
That's all it is. Yeah. It's a psychedelic version of the Bible in some ways. Well, it is really psychedelic. I think it's from the one they said in that Chinese comes to that, or from drinking it. That was my experience.
That's what you think the origin of the book of Enoch is?
Well, it's a psychedelic experience, and it could be from spontaneous endogenous places of DMT. It's a prophetic, might be prophetic state. That's part of that. It's a visionary state. Might have been a huge fever dream. It's really up there.
But like when he's talking about the Watchers and the angels mating with human women and creating the Nephilim, like what do you think that is?
Yeah. Well, the Watchers aren't stated discreetly or explicitly in the Hebrew Bible, but it could be just the angels because they never sleep. That's one of their qualities. Is they never sleep, so they're called Watchers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and what happened was the Nephilim, here comes the role of that three-letter root system. Is the Nephilim comes from the fall, to fall, or to be brought down. So the Nephilim fell. That's what we need to understand. Yeah, and then they were the giants, right?
Yes, they were the giants that consumed everything.
Yeah.
And ate their own flesh, and they sound really bad.
Well, I think, that what was going on. But if you're looking at the text of the explanation, it's because of them. The world was just terrible. It was full of violence. So I think we considered having created that in the first place. But Noah was simple or pure, righteous in that way, was allowed to survive.
So what do you think they were describing when they were talking about the Nephilim? When they were talking about them as giants? You think that's just a bad interpretation?
Well, they may have been giants, physically. I do think they were giants. Yeah.
They even had an actual description of how tall they were by some measurement.
Yeah.
Right? There was some ancient measurement.
Yeah, that's probably it's not just doesn't mirror specifics about the giants. They're measuring now.
This is the thing. There's always one of the most fun internet rabbit holes to go down. Is are they hiding evidence that giants existed? Like 30-foot tall men that lived in the mountains. There's always been weird stories of giants all throughout history. And there's people who've supposedly discovered giant bones and they stored them in the basement of some famous museum and won't let anybody have access to them. It's kind of fascinating.
Yeah.
Because they do exist, like those stories exist in history. You wonder, like, is it just a really big person, like that mountain guy from Game of Thrones? Like or an actual human being who's just really extraordinarily big? Or is it a different thing? Is it a giant human being?
Well, they're giants. Yeah. I mean, it depends on your perspective. Like I'm trying to look at, or understanding anyway, the giants as they're described in the Bible, or else an implication in the book of Enoch. There were giants that were renowned, and then the earth became corrupt.
And they consumed everything.
Nothing that
the problem is, it's like if you look at the least charitable version of human beings in 2025, there's a lot of examples that you can point to. Well, it sounds a lot like us.
Or maybe there won't be a flood of destruction. without promise that destroy all mankind. And that's the reason that we have the rainbow. That's the rainbow is the cover.
God made a promise that He wouldn't flood us anymore.
That He would destroy all mankind.
All mankind would flood.
With the flood. But that doesn't
Don't you think whoever wrote these stories, don't you think that was a regional event? Like these great floods, like if they were happening, let's just say that Randall Carlson's wrong, and there's just one flood in the area. There has to be, if there's people from all parts of the world that all have this flood story, there has to be some truth to it, right? Agree to that?
well, I don't know. I mean, I read the Hebrew Bible. That's sort of where I'm thinking about the events that are described in the Bible as occurring.
So you just leave it at that?
Yeah.
But when you
well, I mean, the important thing about, I think the important thing that I get anyway out of the Hebrew Bible is a kind of understanding of how things are between us and between us and God. So,
well, I don't think this contradicts that in any way.
Yeah,
it's just fascinating. And when Randall Carlson explains it, and interestingly enough, he first had this idea. He's not the only person to have this idea, but he first had his version of this idea while he was on acid.
That's what I was going to say, but I didn't want to say it first.
He looked out and he just had this vision like, oh my God, this was water. Water made this. And it happened really quickly. And you saw it click with him. And then he's been chasing that rabbit ever since. And he's a fascinating guy. And you hear him talk, he's so well read in the subject and can just recall information so effortlessly. So it's a really fascinating guy to listen to talk about it because he's very compelling. But I think those younger guys, impact theory folks, are right. I think something big happened.
I wonder why LSD sparked his genius that way.
I think he said he saw it. Like when he looked out, he recognized what he was looking at.
Right.
He recognized that water made that thing.
Yeah.
And then for some reason that hadn't been even thought of. But then when he showed me a bunch of these images where you have like satellite images, you could see how the Earth was clearly has the ripples of like massive amounts of water going through certain parts of the world.
Yeah, well, it kind of raises the issue of the spiritual property or promise of the psychedelics. I mean, are the psychedelics spiritual entheogens? And I just don't know. I'm beginning to believe they're more enhanced. They have tests of the they can only work on people. And I think they just work on people. I don't think they necessarily generate the information that they're somehow transmitting to you. Yeah, it's a question of how psychedelics work. What are psychedelics? I think psychedelics for the psychedelic state will play an important role in shaping this virtual universe that seems to be taking hold.
Well, it's really weird considering that it was 1970 when most of these psychedelics were made a Schedule 1 substance.
Controlled society.
Yeah. Imagine that didn't happen. Imagine Nixon was not president, that didn't happen, that didn't go through, and the world evolves technologically at the same level that it has now, but also has access the entire time to all these different psychedelics legally.
I think people were tripping hard after they were illegal.
I'm sure they were, but I bet they weren't as much.
Yeah.
It's dangerous. People get put in jail. People don't want to lose their lives because they want to tap acid. So that they didn't do it. It's like a real deterrent for wanting to have a good future. They're fine. I don't want to do drugs. But if mushrooms were legal, like you might have made a complete life choice a long time ago that made you happy.
Right. Well,
or not, but the option to try should be yours.
cigarette legalization.
Yes, and it certainly shouldn't be restricted by people who haven't experienced it. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why would a person who has never experienced psychedelics be able to tell people who've done psychedelics that they can't do them? That's nuts. Like, you don't even know what you're talking about. You don't have any experience in the state of mind that is enhancing these people's lives that come back from war. Like, especially with ibogaine therapy, which is they've passed now in Texas. So they're allowing that to happen now for people with like severe drug addiction and PTSD. And it's
a very interesting drug. I was wondering if you've ever done it.
No, I haven't. But it's beautiful that it's being approved and used here because there's so many people that could do it. So many fucking people go over, have to fight overseas and come back home scrambled and need some help. And people who got hooked up on pills because they got injured, because something happened or whatever it is, and then all of a sudden you have a real problem. Ibogaine is one of the best ways to kick it. Like one of the absolute best ways. It's very effective, right? It's like one dose is like one experience is like 80-something% of the people never go back to whatever they were addicted to.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's because of the drug or the belief in the drug. The guy who first started to kind of popular as Ibogaine was a fellow named Rothschild. Real cool guy. And sort of during his late phase, but he, like as a young man, he was addicted to heroin. And he heard about Ibogaine as a drug to just trip on and have some kicks. Yeah, and he found himself in just not using opiates anymore.
Wow.
Yeah, the origin stories of Ibogaine are really fascinating. Yeah.
So before that, people didn't know that you could use it to kick drug addiction?
Not that much, no.
What is drug addiction ubiquitous throughout history? Is there always been people that are addicted to drugs? It's just, when did it start getting recorded about people with addictions, actual addictions to drugs?
Yeah, I don't know. There was the idea of addiction in the 1800s, maybe even earlier. It was kind of an American and British idea.
But did they know they were alcoholics in the 1400s?
Yeah, all kinds of, I can't imagine what they were addicted to in the 1400s. It's
right.
It's the pollen containing plants, and so the salination.
Scopolamine, isn't that dust that they blow up your nose and turn you into a vampire or a zombie rather?
Yeah.
That's it?
Scopolamine. Oh yeah.
Isn't that like that?
Right, it's a zombie drug.
Yeah, some sort of a zombie drug.
Yeah.
Right? Is that scopolamine?
Well, that's the chemist.
Sure.
Yeah, he tells the story of scopolamine in Mexico. I hope I'm right. It's a great story.
Devil's breath, that's right. Medication used to treat motion sickness and post-operative nausea and vomiting, but it also does something wacky.
Yeah.
Like you take large doses of it. The devil's breath. So you get it in Dramamine. That's what Dramamine is, right?
It's an anticholinergic. The scopolamine drugs are.
But isn't like the stuff that makes you less nauseous when you're seasick? Like, isn't that
like composite?
Does Dramamine have this stuff in it? It's not the same.
Yeah, one is.
Sorry, Dramamine is oral antihistamine called dimethylhydrinate, while scopolamine is a different prescription-only anticholinergic medicine, particularly in patch form used to prevent motion sickness. Okay, so they put it in a patch form to stop motion sickness, whereas Dramamine is the oral thing that stops motion sickness. Got it. That's right. It is a weird thing. So, but scopolamine, you can get in a patch, and it is for motion sickness, right? But it's when they blow it up your nose that it's not good.
Yeah, well, it's really been it's the active and radiant intelligence. Local.
What is that?
It grows in the southwest. There's a lot going on here in
Loco?
New Mexico, Jason, and Loco. Yeah, it's Cascapon. And it will cause effects. Well, one of my patients when I worked at the VA in La Jolla, I was an alcoholic back in the day. Took Jimson with the tea, drank a lot of water after the desert, 2-3 days, and all this long stories. Came back. If he did anything, but he stopped using alcohol. Really brain damage, though. So it's started to say.
Brain damage from that?
From either being in the desert or from his scopolamine, but too much.
Oh, wow.
Crazy drug. Yeah, it is useful. One of the.
I'm trying to get motion sickness.
Yeah.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah, if you take too much, or you have a reaction to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think's going on with American health?
That's a good question. Well, I've been fascinated by these videos of pregnant women taking Tylenol to show Trump that they don't believe in what RFK Jr. is saying, that somehow or another anti-science, when this science came from Harvard. That's where the study came from. And he's not making things up, but these people are like on TikTok, they're pregnant women taking Tylenol.
Yeah, I took blood. Well, I mean, if I weren't for Tylenol,
For real?
I do find it quite helpful.
Yeah?
Yeah. For years. As you get older, as people get older.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pain.
It's an acetaminophen.
Yeah.
It's really toxic, isn't it?
Well, if you take too much, it can cause.
So that's what it is. It's like a dose thing.
Mm-hmm.
So 1 is fine.
1's fine. 4 is fine. After 40 is, stomach, toxicity is possible. But if you stay with it long enough, it seems to be fine.
So
at least for myself. And also, in general, I haven't been recalls.
And what do you take it for? If you're going to take it?
Pain.
What kind of pain is that, then?
Feet. On my head, hurt every pair of my.
Oh.
Yeah, so I find it very helpful with no side effects.
Well, you should definitely be allowed to take it, especially you. My concern is always
I should be allowed to take it.
People that don't understand that there's a dose that if you go over that, it's going to torture your liver and you could die.
Yeah, it's all about dose. Microdosing psychedelics completely different. Quite a few weeks than full dose or the effects.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Have you tried microdosing?
I have in the past.
Yeah. A while back, I was having some belly issues and I microdosed ayahuasca for about a month. So helpful, very helpful.
What is every day like? Microdosing ayahuasca?
Well, it was a microdose, so like a micro.
So it just gave you just a little peek.
I wish.
Nothing?
Not really. More stretched out. It's kind of like coffee, like sparkling coffee. If you take a little too much.
Oh yeah. What do you think would have happened if the sweeping act didn't take place? What do you think the world would? How much different? Have you ever contemplated it? How much different would the world be?
Not really.
Not at all. Good for you. Good for you. Why waste your time?
Well, when I tried to get my DMT study off the ground, that was pretty weird. That was in 2 years. It just, making it.
What year was that? Where it started?
I submitted the paper in September 1988. Get my first dose of DMT in November 1990. Yeah, I gave a lot of DMT. I encourage it for the next 5 years.
And you were doing IV drip low release, right?
No, it was one big dose.
One big dose IV.
Yeah. Yeah, so our high dose was 0.4 milligrams per kilogram. And the highest dose is now being used 0.3. Nobody has not got to 0.4 on a regular basis. Yeah, so people really went out there and 0.4. They were pretty scared. They weren't sure they were going to die.
I'm not sure about that. Yeah, that is a fear. That's a fear of all psychedelic experiences. You don't think you can shut it off.
Yeah.
What is this? Is this real? Is this around me all the time? I'm ignoring it.
Is this real?
Is this real?
Yeah, boy, it's a terrible state.
Terrible.
That's why. Yeah, that's why I think DMT ought to be carefully taken.
Be careful taking, especially if you've got something wrong with you already. If you're self-diagnosing with some really potent stuff like that.
Right. Then there's
Yeah.
Well, I mean, who's going to decide that?
Yeah.
Based on
Well, no one's deciding for you with alcohol. You could go fill your bar at home with more than enough to drink from. Right? Like most people can.
Yeah.
Most people, if you have like a little bar in your house, like 3 or 4 bottles of Jack Daniels, a couple of this, a couple of that, you're dead. Drink all that stuff, you're dead.
And have you ever gone through a drinking phase?
Not a bad drinking phase. I don't drink all anymore, but I will still, if I feel like it, I'll have a glass of wine. Or I'll have a margarita. I like a nice Cabernet, sir.
Okay.
I just like a little red wine sometimes, but I've only had like 2 or 3 glasses of anything the last week. And even like it's like I've lost my taste for it. It just the trade-off is not worth it. Like I have a lot of fun people in my life, and I have a lot of fun without alcohol. Like I don't necessarily think it was providing me with the amount of good versus the amount of negative. The negative outweighed it, especially physically.
Right.
It's just bad for you physically.
Yeah. Thankfully, I didn't drink in high school. And I kind of made up for last time in college. And I got really sick a few times. So
it's rough.
I just stopped drinking. Like to that point.
So people are having a good time, and I get it. And if you're young, I get it. I did it too. But it's not good for you. It's not good for your decision making too, because the next day you're like, ugh. And if you're at that low state of being hungover, you're fucking for sure not putting out great energy.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to get into that state.
No.
You do want to change really carefully.
Yeah.
Like I've never been part of an ultra-Orthodox sect, but I think what happens in some of the ultra-Orthodox Jewish sects, there's a Lutheran sect in Brooklyn, and the fellow who led that was Schneerson, and he really enjoyed drinking. It got, and inspired, and I want others to be. It has to be, something you become a conduit. I think it kind of differs, like with Bukowski. You can think of somebody who loves alcohol. First time he got drunk, it was a psychedelic experience, actually. Yeah, in his account, he says to himself, I think I've found something very, very important.
It's kind of hilarious.
Yeah, that was not really affect alcohol had on me. I didn't need to feel good for a while. Sure.
Yeah. We obviously all differ biologically, but some people, it hits a switch that nothing else does.
There's something. Yeah. Well, it's discounted that the cat speaks shouldn't drink.
Smart. But I'm not sure you shouldn't drink at all. But you should drink if you want to drink. And, everybody, people get real rigid. Especially if you have someone around you that has a problem with alcohol, or you've got a problem with alcohol.
Well, there's a huge homeless population in America. alcohol plays somewhat.
Yeah.
I played a lot more in the reservation than I lived in California. And I think people are just using these drugs. You
Right.
know,
This also makes this sound like there's not a lot of opportunity in the places you're describing, right?
right. So if you don't just want to know,
You're outside a reservation
or
on a reservation. Yeah. I'm in the middle of the audiobook Empire of the Sun and Moon for the second time. It's all about the Comanches and the war between the settlers and the Comanches here. It's crazy. And I'm in the middle of this, and I'm thinking, have people always been this horrible, and we're just sort of catching up to it now?
well, you know, that's taken into account the King and Abel story.
Sure.
The first two children, one murders the other. So they started way back.
It starts way back with the bang. And people always been this awful
From the beginning. Well, yeah, there's a little line in the text that he's going that you guys going to destroy mankind. No, what happens here? I think he just says people will only live 120 years at the most because their inclination is bad from the get-go. And 120 years is enough time to repent and become a better person.
Wow.
So you're given 120 years to deal with what you're doing.
But this book, this Empire of the Sun and Moon, it just makes me think. When you think about what life was like for the people that lived here before the European settlers arrived, and how quickly everything went away. Historically, in terms of like the timeline, it was only a few hundred years. It was just completely gone.
Water garden of Eden lost.
There was a lot of war. That's the thing that everybody likes to leave out. Like, I'm fascinated with Native American culture. I'm fascinated with this Comanche civilization that lived here, because this book, Empire of the Sun and Moon, is just, it's so interesting. They were so fierce, and they lived right here.
Yeah, well, there's 29 Pueblos in New Mexico. And the Pueblo were peaceful from their agricultural.
Yeah.
That's been their heritage.
The Comanche were not. And one of the things this book talks about is how a lot of the Apaches were not on horseback. And they were literally wiping out bands of Apache and forcing them to go to Mexico. It's like, this has always been, there's always been, once they've had horses, which is really like after the Spaniards got here, then once the Comanches figured out horses, they got really good at it. And they were like an impossible barrier to get through this part of the country.
Yeah, there's mostly Navajo around where I lived. And they were nomads. They raised sheep.
Sure. And then on the eastern side, a lot more agriculture, right?
Yeah,
It's just
space.
the amount of time that it took for everything to get pushed. Where if you're a Native American and you're, it's 2025 and you live on a reservation, whoa. You start going into history, like, how many people died? What happened?
Is this the Comanche presence in Texas?
A lot of signs, I'll tell you that. A lot of the signs are like Quanah Parker Lane. It's like he's the last Comanche chief.
Yeah. Well, they like to name things after who used to be there.
Well, this is all that area. There's a lot of Comanche in this area, but it went all the way down to, it was just a barrier they couldn't get through.
Yeah, it was fun living in this Western area. Yeah, very low key. They come to terms with being, defeated.
That's crazy, though, isn't it? Well, I mean, like, all those things had to take place in order to get New York City. Like, yeah. So you have to decide, what do you like more? New York City, or you want to go back in time and say, don't sell this? What do you like more? Do you like pizza? Do like to be able to go to a nice.
I like pizza.
I do too. I like to be able to go to a nice nightclub, have a drink, go to a nice steak dinner in New York City, or give it all back. Give it all back. Go back in time. Say, hey guys, you're getting robbed. Don't sell this for whatever it was.
You can't call progress.
How much did they buy New York for?
$27.
Really?
And fake jewelry.
No. Yeah. Wow, what a deal.
Or $45.
What a great origin story for a villainous country. That their number one city was made through a swindle deal. And it was fake jewelry.
Well, that's why I went to medical school. It's the Bronx. Well, you're from New Jersey.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's where I was born. Yeah.
I trained in the Bronx. I didn't get to Jersey much.
New Jersey's a crazy place because everybody thinks of it as just being city because like it's right near the city, like Hackensack and Hoboken and stuff like that. But it's like mostly rural.
Yeah.
Mostly it's got there all over the place in it.
There's some really nice coastal parks.
Sure, it's awesome. You know, small doses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just to go down there.
So the Bronx was great training.
Yeah.
It's a yeshiva. It's basically like the modern Orthodox university in the country.
Oh, that's where it is?
Yeah. And, it's the medical school of
Mm.
It's called that stuff. It was in the Bronx. It was great training. You could do anything. You could do everything. Because it was pretty poorly staffed. In some ways in the 70s. Yeah, so we had a lot of people.
When did you first even have the idea to create a study of people doing IV DMT? Like, when did you even?
That's a long story.
It's like a good one, though. It's like a good one. Because how do you get to the point where you're asking the government to let you do this? And then you get them actually to say yes.
It was the war on drugs that funded our study. Well, it all kind of came to a head with parents and Ken meeting programs one afternoon. And instead of saying DMT was a really great drug, and asked for money, he said DMT was a really dangerous drug. And asked for money.
I think you've told me this before. Yeah, but it's a good story.
It's a, yeah.
I just want to study it.
We just want to study.
It's clever because you're not lying.
No. I knew what I was talking about too.
Yeah.
Like I done endocrinology research with melatonin circadian research. Yeah, I was the one that investigated. I just asked simple questions. Can we give it? What happens when you give it? DMT is strange. The lowest grade melatonin. I've been complaining for years. I'm not complaining for years, but I don't know. I'm more skeptical of this psychedelic experience thing than I was before. I don't think it's a panacea. Well, I think it is a panacea. There's the problem.
I think there's an issue with spiritual narcissism. That's a thing that sort of grips people when they start doing it a lot, and then I think he was wrapped up in doing it a lot.
Yeah. Like that.
There's a little bit of that happens with folks.
I think with DMT in particular.
Is it?
Yeah. Or ayahuasca.
Mm-hmm.
Once a year, I get an email saying something in the subject line, a book in my son. Yeah. See, just not too much DMT. They're in the hospital.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Just like it became the end. Like you said. Like you believe you know more than you. And it's just listen.
Yeah.
False Messiah. Well, listen, there's some interesting stories of false Messiah. At least with Judaism, Messiah is not coming, as opposed to Christianity, where Jesus was Messiah.
And also, what is Judaism's version of what happened with Jesus? He wasn't the Messiah, so he died and didn't get resurrected.
Well, he may have been resurrected, but resurrection occurs in the Hebrew Bible. So that's not
Right. But what is their take on it?
Well, end of story. It's killed.
And that's it. They don't come back.
No, not within the Hebrew Bible. That's part of the New Testament Christian Bible. Oh, that's not the Bible. There's Old Testament. There's a term that's like a little disparaging in a way.
Is it?
It's been replaced by Hebrew Bible.
Interesting.
Yeah,
When was that?
it's been building.
Okay. So
Yeah.
it's like a pronouns thing that prefers this?
It
wants to be identified as the Hebrew Bible?
they prefer.
I was saying that.
Yeah.
Um,
Like I was thinking of, well, you know how people put parenthetical phrases, he, him. Yeah, I was thinking of doing that for myself once. It and it's.
It and it's.
Mm-hmm. And it would be gender neutral.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Well, that's what it is.
Or just not ever.
Yeah. So does God have genitals? And probably not.
Doesn't seem like it's the likely way we were made. But there's probably some sort of a interdimensional psychedelic equivalent of intercourse that higher beings have with each other.
I think it was the optimal form.
The optimal form?
Yeah, I think they have a certain consciousness in particular things. It's not good form. It was so that's why it took that particular unique shape. Form, goals, function, things like that.
Right. Well, I got confused there. What are you referring to?
Oh, well, the specific. Well, I think you were referring to man made from God. Okay. Yeah, with genitals.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think the animal kingdom, things evolve things that have function which they combine to determine where each behaviors. So I think humans that's sort of was the outcome form as well. Certainly, perhaps.
What do you think happened when human beings had this doubling of the brain size over a period of 2 million years? What do you think that was?
Is that true?
So,
yeah, I think so. I think it was. Yeah. I don't know.
Sounds like a crazy little expansion.
Yeah. So I mean, you can look at it, evolution, biologically, and theologically, you can look at it too as finally breathing down with, human spirit. There's multiple spirits. And even in the Hebrew Bible, there's multiple spirits.
So as the brain expands, as the human spirit,
I think so. That human spirit allows for divine communication. That's what the theory is. So it's the the breathing in of the soul by God. It's in man's creation.
Right. So ultimately, we're going to get to be a gray. We're going to have a big, giant head, and we're not going to need to talk because we're going to do it telepathically.
Yeah. Okay. Telepathically, do you think people being able to read the mind is a good thing? That it will be a good thing once that happens, or if it can happen?
I think it will be a thing. And like all things, it will have good aspects to it and bad aspects to it. I think reading people's minds will be very enlightening. You're going to learn a lot more about how people actually think versus what they project. You're going to be able to see people's motivations. You're going to be able to see lies. And we might even have a universal visual language that can develop. We might all be able to adopt it really quickly. Kids probably will jump right on board, and they'll be literate in it before we are.
What about psychological events? letting someone one moment take
Well, that's
what happens if you tune in to one moment. You're convinced that's solely the case. If you're ambivalence is a real thing. You're, when you have an unconscious too, where things are kind of stored away so much.
yeah. I'm not saying it's good,
It might be.
but I don't know if the only way we link up and communicate completely telepathically.
Yeah.
But it will be a thing. It's like it's we're gonna have to navigate it like we navigated making books, like we navigated everything else. Like if we want to stay alive, we've got to recognize that there's some shit going down. There's some shit going down right now, and
Right, well, there's free wills in there forever. All these decisions they have to make. Well,
or is there free will? The determinism people don't think there is.
Well, it feels as if it's free will.
Yeah, we respect free will, so it's probably a real thing. We respect a person who's like been drunk their whole life and puts down the bottle and starts running around the block. We respect that because it's a real thing. Free will there's part of free will. It's like there's something there, something there. You make choices. You don't know why you make choices, but you make choices. That's the thing. There's a lot of factors in why you make choices, and it's not 100% determinism, and it's not 100% free will. It's kind of there's a soup. Very
well, to the extent that you can exert free will, you have to kind of do the best you can.
Yeah, you have to do the best you can.
And even if we're uploading it to the cloud, how's that time going to be spent?
Good question. Are we even capable of imagining what we're talking about? Are we so crude in our understanding of what's to come in the next 5, 10, whatever years that we're just guessing? We're silly. We're like writing a bad science fiction movie from the 1980s about the year 2000. Mm-hmm. Remember those like Space 1999?
Well, it's the one God and the golden rule. I think that's what we left with ethically. What the basis of our decision.
I've always wondered if we're in a race to avoid catastrophe, and that's one of the reasons why we're so like hyper focused on accelerating the technology. Is that we kind of always recognize that this species is on a race to avoid natural catastrophe. Like there's just so much potential for natural catastrophe, whether it's super volcanoes, asteroid impacts, so many different things that like almost wiped us out to nothing. That's like it might be a part of the reason why there's this like mad rush to make better and better and better technology. It's almost like a cannon. When you get to the final boss, can your species live and figure out how to stop the rock from space?
Yeah, the footsteps of the Messiah. That's what it's called. I mean, you want to be around. You want to be around at the time of the Messiah, but not really, because things have to get simple. Start on the end of times.
There's also a lot of people that don't recognize that being a human being on Earth is being a passenger in an organic spaceship going through the universe. Like there are real celestial events that they have to keep their eyes on, but you haven't experienced in your life. So like, but no, there's giant rocks that killed the dinosaurs, and they're still floating around, same size rocks. Yeah, I know. And they can't stop them. They don't know how to stop them yet. Like, don't listen to any of these fucking people. Oh, if we saw it, we would do this and do that. Sleep tight at night. No. If there was some gigantic chunk of metal flying through the galaxy, we'd have a real problem.
Yeah, it might wipe out all of humanity.
Yeah, it might wipe out all of humanity. Yeah, and it probably came really close to doing that a few times in history. That's what I think. Yeah, it's the only thing that makes sense. If we know that we're hit all the time, we all accept the fact that the Yucatan impact that's what killed the dinosaurs. There's been a bunch of them throughout history. We find craters everywhere. Everyone knows that you've been hit multiple times. The Tunguska thing in Russia, where it flattened this enormous patch of forest. It's still flattened.
Have you been watching season 2 of on the frame Hancock's Ancient Apocalypse?
I didn't watch season 2 yet.
Yeah.
I watched season 1 though.
Yeah.
What's season 2 about? It's like the Americas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Americas are crazy.
Yeah, I like Grant.
Oh, he's the best.
Yeah, he's hard working.
Oh, he loves what he does, man. He really, really does. And the fact that he's finally been over all these attacks, it's finally, and people are starting to accept more and more things, are probably a lot older than we want to believe. And especially after go back to the temple, that kind of like that popped the cork on everything. And everyone's like, okay, well, this has definitely been buried for 11,000 years. So this is kind of crazy. We didn't know they could do that back then.
Well, before coming out here, I asked ChatGPT how old are some of the stories written down in the text in the Hebrew Bible. And it's according to ChatGPT is 10,000. Some may have happened with that.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's a very interesting. Oh, a more or less a good story. I'm working on this translation of the Bible. I've got this set now. I've been putting out things every week, a chapter. Yeah, my translation of the Bible is like 1,000 pages right now of commentary about the language and grammar. It's called the plain meaning of the text. Like there was in Noah with 3 sons. Yeah, so that's like my big project that I'd like to do a smaller one about a Solomon Menorah, a figure of luck. I think that's a really incredible story. I've spent about maybe 2 to 3 weeks looking at that. A lot. His virgin daughters, the men circling his house, were asking to know him. He himself, in a cave with his 2 virgin daughters that he drunk. And he sleeps with them. Or they live with him. And that kind of 2 kids at a certain point, and they become very important. And later on, they're the beginning of the Messianic line. And so it's a full intricate tale with very, I think it makes cool conversations between some of the main personages and with a narrative. There's a book called The Red Tent.
Can I ask you about the rock? Like how old was that story?
Well, that must be, well, it's an explanation of Sodom and Gomorrah, which is around the Dead Sea. There was a conflagration of some sort. Any of your guests have spoken about Sodom, what actually happened around the Dead Sea. It was quite catastrophic.
Both elves.
Well, the story in the block, happened. There was fire and sulfur pouring down of Sodom and Gomorrah. It was the beginning of the plague. Yeah, so that's the southern part of the Dead Sea. It is the Dead Sea because it was having salt concentrations. It was kind of closed up on the coast. So it's at least a description of what took place.
What do you think is
Well, my perspective is volcanoes it actually happened. People think of volcano. It's some kind of volcano.
We're totally saying it sounds like a volcano, right? And we know that there's been a bunch of those that almost wiped people out entirely at certain points. The Toba volcano, that one.
No.
We got down to I think we looked this up before, but I want to say they think we might have gotten down to just a few thousand people
On the whole planet.
like 70,000 years ago. 70,000 years ago, there was a massive super volcano that went off, and it, plunged the Earth probably in the nuclear winter. And they think that our genetic line entirely of the human race on Earth came from these few thousand survivors.
Joe, can we take a
Yes,
a
we got a beat.
Yeah.
Yes, we'll be right back, folks.
Seriously.
We're back.
Yeah, so we were talking about the alternative.
Yes, explain what you mean by that. But these things are happening in an alternative dimension.
Right. Yeah, I think they're happening in an alternative dimension. Like when you smoke DMT, you return to the same place each time. So there seems to be some reality, some DMT world that people might turn into. And it's one of my volunteers, one of the subjects in the DMT research. He got a big dose one day, and then a few months later, he got another big dose. And he said that things are interesting. He said things have just continued to pace since his first exposure, his first entrance into that state. And things had gone on in the meantime. And he re-entered that world. So in that way, there's, in that same manner, the world of the Hebrew Bible early on, Adam and Eve came, the Tower of Babel, all that took place at some different level of reality, which gradually made its way into ours. And once it made its way into ours, there's the archaeological evidence for the first temple, second temple, and so on. So there is a transition between our world and that world kind of bridge. But in the beginning, it was an alternative dimension. The same God, I think, with different dimensions.
Really? So, is this your own personal conclusion?
Yeah. Well, when I was on the show last time, you were asking if I believe those things take place. And my answer then was like, well, take it as if it were true.
Right.
And then I started to think, how I would do that. In what world would that be true? In a different world.
Right. I feel like I've always believed that they were trying to record something. I just didn't always trust that human beings were completely honest with their recollection of events, so that there's something that they were trying to write down. But was it really coming from God? Are these accurate events? What exactly happened with Noah and the ark? What really happened?
Well, three stories, three levels. Two of each, 7. One pair or 7 pairs of birds. Well, every living thing.
Yeah, but like how's he feeding them? Animals eat other animals. The whole thing's nuts. You need a lot more rabbits. You need so many animals to keep just the lions alive. Right? It doesn't make any sense. How's he getting them all from all over the world into a stupid boat?
Yeah.
There's so many things that are wrong. But the story of him being told that some shit is about to go down, and you probably should, find some way to restart your version of civilization somewhere. There's probably multiple, like the flood myth that we, whatever you want to call it, the stories of the flood that you get from Epic of Gilgamesh, that you get from Noah. It's not just those. There's many different cultures all throughout history have a flood story, right? So it's probably likely that some crazy shit went down.
There most likely was a flood. So what do you learn from it? Like how do you do better, or on what basis do you rebuild? So I think there's different models. The biblical one is interesting because it's it's from Adam to Noah, right, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and the tribes.
So when you talk about the like, is that what you think, like, the birth of kind is as well, like Adam and Eve?
Well, I mean,
Of course,
okay, I'm sorry.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
it just has a impact.
yeah. Well, you know, the creation story. The man was created on the sixth day,
Right.
along with mammals. Yeah, it's a cool story. It's stages. Yeah, like if people are say, well, 7 days, that's unlikely. Like the creation took place 7 times 24, 140. I think something about 148 hours, 168 hours. The whole world was created. But it's broken into stages, in 7 stages. Which is one of the translations of the word that is usually translated day. It can also be stage or it can be either a day or period of time, a stage. So that's the answer that makes the sense to me about the 7 day story of creation. Yeah, so man was created on the sixth day and then was placed in the garden. Was the next place. The stories themselves are just they're written down, so people have been studying them for thousands of years.
Who do you think
No mention of Lilith in the Bible.
Really?
Yeah.
Where's the story of Lilith emerge?
Well, it comes from what's called midrash.
What's that?
It comes from a root, D-R-sh, darash. It means to explicate, to expand upon, to investigate. So what happened after Adam and Eve sinned? Did they have sex again? And they do have a Cain and Abel. And some stories, and then there's a third son, Shet, who is the inheritor of Adam's good, of his traits, his good traits and bad traits. He's like God as well. And so there's a distinct lineage that is spelled out. Lilith was a demon that she slept with Adam after his sin of eating from the fruit of knowledge of good and evil. So there's a story that built over a biblical story that they were separated. Adam and Eve were separated for a long period. And so who was Adam sleeping with? Well, it was expanded in the Midrash that there is a demoness named Lilith who slept with Adam for a couple hundred years. And then Adam and Eve reconciled.
Whoa.
Yeah. So Lilith is she doesn't appear in the text of the Hebrew Bible as such. So nobody knows. There's a mythology that's grown around as well. Well, isn't there some festival? Some music festival called the Rothschild Festival. Yeah. That's named after the spirit that demoness.
You sure it wasn't like a baby named Lilith? She came up with it.
Are we sure? Yeah, it's her neighbor. Lilith Smith.
So what was the reason why the Book of Enoch, so it was not included in all the versions of the Bible by a decision of how many people? It was a few rabbis, right?
Well, the canon that you're talking about, there's 22 books in the Bible.
Right. And there's certain versions of it that they found with the Dead Sea Scrolls, like the Book of Isaiah, that's identical, verbatim, which is really amazing, right?
Yeah, and there's Aramaic translations. Aramaic was the spoken language back there.
But the Book of Enoch was a part of all that, the stuff they found in Qumran too, right?
I'm just not, well, I tried learning about the Book of Enoch. Yeah. There's only an Ethiopic version, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, have you looked into the Book of Enoch?
Yeah, well, I told you I've been listening to it on audio. But Ethiopian stuff, fascinating place.
Yeah.
Right? Because like that's the place where Graham Hancock started getting interested in the possibility that they have the Ark of the Covenant.
Right. There's supposed to be a tribe in Ethiopia.
And they all get cataracts. And the people that are protecting it, they only live like a certain amount of time and then they die.
And
Like
well,
if that's true, if any of that's true, that if somehow or another there's people on Earth today that have an Ark of the Covenant, how could you keep that a secret? That's the craziest thing to be even allowed to keep a secret.
yeah, it's one of those things you can't even imagine.
I mean, you can you imagine they open up a door and like there it is, like from Raiders of the Lost Ark, melts your face off.
Well, it would contain the Ten Commandments.
Yeah, wow.
The original Ten. Well, yeah, the original Ten Commandments.
Well, what do you think these guys are guarding in Ethiopia where they're getting cataracts? Because when Graham describes it, like, if you're telling me the truth, and I think you are, because you've never lied to me yet, if you're telling me the truth, these people that are guarding this place that supposedly has the Ark of the Covenant are all getting, like, radiation sickness?
Yeah. Well, the Ark is hidden. I mean, that's what was said in the Bible, is that it's hidden. So we just don't know. At least according to the Hebrew Bible, it still it hasn't been discovered yet. So it might be a covenant.
It's just the craziest story ever. Because if it is true, if this one church has the Ark of the Covenant, like, hey guys, let us get a look at it.
Yeah. You know, I hope they got it right.
Yeah, we should definitely make sure someone doesn't steal it. You know?
Yeah. Well, the Ten Commandments, that's appearing in the public schools now.
Yeah. I had a guy, James Tallarico, on to talk about that actually, who's a very staunch Christian and thinks it's a terrible idea to have the Ten Commandments in classrooms. Because you're indoctrinating children. Because it's like a way to drive them away from Christianity. You're forcing it on them. It's like we shouldn't do it that way, and certainly not do it in a way where you're only going to have the Ten Commandments. And you're not going to have anything about Buddhism, and you're not going to have anything about Islam. You're not going to have anything about baptism or what, fill in the blank. Mormons, fill in the blank. Scientologists. You'd have to have everything. You have to just keep going forever and ever and ever.
And splinter groups.
Yes. So he's got a good argument. I mean, I think he's right. I think stop doing that. If you want to teach it in a classroom that someone applies for, that's great. But like putting it on the wall of every class seems kind of insane. Apparently he was saying that it's just a couple of different gentlemen in Texas that are like super wealthy and super Christian, and they want this to be like a theocracy.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, where have we heard that before?
In the Middle Ages.
Yeah, baby. But I just think it's what happens. People get a shit ton of money, a shit ton of power, and they start getting older. They need a sport. They need to pick up a game that fascinates them instead of trying to like global world dominate. It's just people get to positions of extreme wealth and power, and they just want to manipulate things and make more money. And they want to do it forever and ever and ever, and they can't. You can only live to be 120. If everything goes perfect, maybe today you might be able to. If you make it to 90 today, I bet you could live a lot longer.
If you live tonight.
Yeah. Like if you can.
I've lived way older than my father, and so I think I'll live. I married him.
That helps.
I need to see it.
That actually does help.
Live a longer time.
There's been studies that show that men that date younger women, they have more active lives, they feel healthier.
I'm more active.
Yeah. But it could be those are the kind of women that are interested in dating that kind of guy.
I just don't know. Is it weird? Yeah. I don't know how it works.
And the kind of guys that are more active and healthy would also be the kind of guys that would want to date younger women. So there's a sample group, right?
Yeah, one of my analysts said it was a mystery.
she had no idea. She was in patients for like 50 years. She said, "Yeah, I have no idea it's industry."
Interesting.
And people get together.
Yeah. Well, I think whatever makes you happy.
Well, that's it. That's the book of Ecclesiastes. It's about emptiness, emptiness. It's all emptiness. Yeah. But at the end, you should make your life happy and eat and drink and be merry. What do you think of that?
It's good advice. Solid advice. If I was living 2,000 years ago, I'd probably say the same thing.
Right. Yeah.
There's no medicine. You have no antibiotics. There's no orthopedic surgeons that are going to put your knee back together again. Yeah, I'd say that too.
It is good. It is bad when the doctor for the organ system.
Yeah. They didn't know anything. It's nuts. I mean, how many people died of infections back then? We're just not alone. That's extended life, like just antibiotics alone. It's extended lifespan so much because so many people that would have probably died got healthy again. So many people, and those people can maybe figure out some new way to bridge this gap and stop these viruses, stop this, stop that, and then we just keep getting better at it until we eventually get to the point where we're living as long as Noah.
600 years for Noah.
And that's probably when God gets fed up. He's like, enough.
Well,
you fucking animals. Maybe we're gonna repeat that process. Maybe we're gonna figure out some awesome new peptides, keep you alive for 500 years, and everyone's gonna be a dick to everybody else. Yeah, and then eventually God will just have to drown us again.
I'm in college. We had to read a book about the funeral home industry in Southern California. Yeah, I read it's a novel by actually many summer guys that swan. It's about these people who live forever by eating the intestinal microbiome of carp.
Oh wow!
And they become like carp in a lot of ways. And I tried to get into it. These funeral homes, I asked to interview them to just see, what people did after death, and never heard back. One of those crazy college stories about looking into the funeral home industry, which is it's pretty big.
It's a weird business. You have the business of taking care of bodies, and you don't really have a lot of options, right? You're not if someone dies, I don't think are you just allowed to let them fertilize some plants? Are you allowed to do that?
Yeah.
You have to put them in formaldehyde. You have to do all that stuff.
We did an autopsy on a cadaver. Back in the day. Well, yeah, there's no surgery registry to go through as well.
Right. That was an odd pause. I was like, where are we going with this conversation?
I know. Well, I love the Hebrew Bible.
Yes.
I spent all my time. Just the weirdest thing there is.
Do you have any idea why the Book of Enoch was supposedly excluded from being included in the Bible? Seems to be some debate about that, right?
Yeah. I know. There's there was I think the Dead Sea Scroll community used the Book of Enoch. It was like their Bible.
Right.
Very strange. Well, the thing about the Book of Enoch is really, very psychedelic. But there's not much, I don't think there's much in it as far as, Judaism itself. I mean, there's that machine of the righteous being rewarded and the evil being punished. But you don't really learn what it means to be righteous. And you don't really learn from the Book of Enoch what's meant to be evil. you don't know how. Yeah, there isn't all that much information on it. It's just historical, and it's really weird astronomical stuff too. But I think it may not have been included in the Hebrew Bible because there were really ethical teachings that could be had by reading.
No ethical teachings that could be had by reading it. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I mean, one of the essences of Judaism, I think, is ethical monotheism. Yeah, that's where there's the golden rule, and there's one God. Yeah, and so it's ethical monotheism. So where were we?
Where were we?
Yeah, just that.
We were talking about the Hebrew Bible, and we were talking about what else were we talking about? We were talking why the Book of Enoch was in the Dead Sea Scrolls community, but it wasn't accepted later. But some parts of the Dead Sea Scrolls, like the Book of Isaiah, right? That was the one that was found to be the oldest version of it. That was verbatim.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just it was too psychedelic, and it was
too psychedelic.
Yeah, I think. I mean, at least in Ezekiel, let's say, which is comparable. Daniel too is what. Those were some ethical, some historical narrative.
But imagine making that call. Imagine making that call. How long ago?
Right, a long time ago.
To take that story out. I'm not buying this one, guys. Leave it out. Meanwhile, that's the one that's compelling to me.
Yeah. So what do you like about the book?
It's just so bizarre because it makes the whole thing. It's like, oh, okay, now I get the big story. The whole story's crazy, and the origin story. The Book of Enoch, like as it starts, like in the very first chapter, you're like, wait, what's going on? Fornication with humans and the race of giants? Like, what? What are you guys describing?
Yeah.
Things coming down and watchers? What are you guys talking about? Like, what was this?
Yeah.
This is so left field of the rest of the Bible. But it was included in the same, like those clay pots that they found in Qumran. It was in there too. Just you don't know what to believe. Like what happened there?
Well, you might not know what to believe, but you can also believe in one way of doing it as well.
One way of doing it?
As long as you don't get that.
Right.
Yeah. And you just do it yourself.
Well, when I think about it, I just go blank. I just try to imagine, like, what are they even describing? Like, what does any of that stuff mean? It just seems so alien. There's watchers, and they mate with humans, and they create the Nephilim giants that consume and destroy the earth.
Yeah.
Just imagine if that was left into the Bible, and they taught that in school, and you'd be like, what happened?
Yeah.
It sounds completely crazy.
Yeah, it was a mistake. Yeah, that's why there was the flood. Because the earth was filled with the violence of the Nephilim.
I believe the reason for the flood. I mean, look, if we're this size, and we have so many problems with each other, imagine something that's like triple the size of us, that's running around with us, just picking us up and beating us over the head with each other.
Yeah, one of the figures in the text is Og and Sihon, who are the kings of the Amorites in the land before the Hebrews take over. And there's giants. They're believed to be giants. They talk about how the bed of one of these kings over Sihon was 9 feet long or something. 13 feet long. Yeah, so there were a couple still alive back then.
So do you think those were real humans?
They were giants.
So you think they were real giants for sure? Are you 100% convinced that giants roamed the earth? Like there was 15-foot tall humans, monstrous humans?
It may not have. That's the reason that I think that there's some alternative universe that's as real as this one, which was the site.
A lot of these stories. So when you say there's an alternative universe that's as real as this one, do you think we dance back and forth between possible universes? Do you think we're always in the constant same universe, or do you think like this concept of parallel universes or alternative universes, that these you go back and forth between these?
No, I think they're pretty separated.
So you think that the world was a different place back then, that the doorway to go back and forth was easier to traverse?
It was one direction. It kind of was one level of reality, kind of segue into this one.
So do you think these things involved psychedelics while they were doing this? While they were writing all this stuff down?
No.
No.
Well, I think it involved being attuned to a level of reality. Yeah, this would be mediated through DMT, some of the visions would be mediated through DMT.
Yeah. I wonder if it's possible too if you're living in a world like we can't even imagine living in a world we're not environmentally poisoned. Like we're constantly surrounded by Wi-Fi and 5G, and we're eating microplastics, and glyphosate is on every vegetable, and we're like in a soup. We're in a soup of toxins. We can't even imagine what it's like to not have that and to not be burdened down by electronics and all the different things people like. They're probably very different like that. Just human beings in general. I bet they're probably very different in a lot of ways.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I like living at Go. It's really kind of simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, there wasn't much Wi-Fi in there.
Yeah.
It was just
simple's good for you. It's not perfect though. You feel like sometimes cities are fun.
Yeah, you called me when I was living in Go. You said, why are you living there?
You were telling me there's nothing around you. You live, there's nothing around you. That's crazy. And get out of there.
It's my mark phase.
Well,
I had to go through it.
I don't think there's anything wrong with going through phases, but I think ultimately people like to be around people. But it's, there's a point where there's too many people, and then people become like a nuisance to you. You're stuck on the 405s, and they're like, oh my God, look at this traffic. Where are all these people going? And, then people become a burden. There's a nice balance to be had somewhere in there. I don't think it's like living in the woods by yourself. I think that's the dream. It's a weird dream.
Well, yeah, it was inspired by us. So.
Oh yeah. The problem is if you're in the woods by yourself, there's things out there that want you. Yeah. If you're by yourself, they're gonna know where you are all the time.
Yeah. What was last cross country skiing up in the mountains behind Gal? I was being tracked by a mountain. Of course you would.
Of course you would. Probably thinking about taking you out. Yeah, probably thinking about taking you out.
I assumed when I turned around.
Yeah, because if you look like you're out of breath, you look like you're tired, like they think you're limping or something like that. Oh my God, they can't help themselves.
And the woods were getting dark around me. So
not good.
It's time to turn around.
Not good.
Yeah,
they're fucking terrifying. And people have this romantic idea of what mountain lion is. You say that until it kills your dog in front of you. Listen to me. Those are dangerous predators. California is the most ridiculous way of handling it. Yeah. They have to hire people to go kill them. And when they find
mountain lions.
Yeah, and when they do, they find that 50% of their diet is pets. You get something that 100% eats your dogs and cats, and you're allowing it to live in the woods near your house. Like, this is cooking. And you're talking up them in the mountains, kids, okay?
Yeah, coyotes are into pets.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. If a cat is lost in a few days around your neighborhood, that's pretty much it.
If you just let your cat out, you're basically like saying, you're going to get me.
Yeah.
I know it. You probably don't know it because you're just a cat. You're going to eat.
That's why they put them in.
They're everywhere now, too. Coyotes are in every single city in the United States.
And you've seen coyotes.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, they're local across the road.
Yeah. But I've had coyote problems where they broke into my chicken coop and killed all my chickens.
Yeah, coyotes do that.
They're smart, too, man. They're fascinating. They trick dogs into chasing after them, and then they all ambush them.
Yeah,
they're very clever.
Yeah, you used to watch the, Wile E. Coyote.
He's an idiot. That was a dub.
Yeah, there were a lot of road movers.
I know. It's crazy. The idea that the roadrunner is smarter than a coyote. Coyotes are so clever. Did you ever read Dan Flores' book, Coyote America? No. It's really good. It's about the origin of the coyote and why the coyote is everywhere now. And part of it is because of the persecution by the gray wolf. So the gray wolves don't mate with the coyotes, but the red wolves do. The gray wolves, so they're from a totally different line. So they just kill the coyotes. Because the coyote is just a small wolf. So what they figured out is that when a coyote dies, and like when they yell out, "Hello, hello," it's like roll call. And if someone's missing, the females produce more pups. So they have extra pups. And then they spread. So the extra pups, and then they move to a new place. And by just because they were persecuted by the gray wolves, when they started getting persecuted by humans, so human beings, extradited wolves, they killed them all off, except for a few in the upper northern parts of the United States with strychnine. But they couldn't do it with coyotes. The coyotes just kept moving around and stuff, but they just went to different spots. They're very smart. They're super smart. They're in New York City right now. Right now, there's coyotes in Central Park in New York City. Little wild wolves running around Central Park, coexisting. Just big enough where they don't look threatening. They're just a clever little player of nature's game. Wild Coyote. It's a really good book, though. But it's also about it's called Coyote America.
I think I could have sworn John McPhee wrote about coyotes. Remember John McPhee, Out of the Country, was the last book.
I'm sure he probably wrote a book about coyotes too. This is just different. This is about the origins of the coyote mythology amongst Native Americans. There's thought to be a trickster. It is a uniquely American animal. It adapts.
Yeah, well, it's too bad it's eating the chickens.
No, shit happens.
Sorry to hear that. Yeah.
Well, it happened. They killed them all. By chickens in California, they got into a chicken coop and they killed like 9 of them. So the chicken coop got damaged because of the fire. So we had to get another chicken coop set up. And so when we set up the other chicken coop, it was one that you just buy from like a pet store, and it wasn't that durable. And the coyotes figured out how to open it. And they just fucked up these chickens. Ooh, that's bad. Yeah, it was all feathers.
Feathers and blood.
Yeah, it was horrible. They just went they just killed them all. They killed like 9 of them. But, that's the fucking game they play. And I love that they exist. I'm a fan of coyotes. I like hearing them at night. I think they're cool. I don't want them to eat my dog, though. And it's like, and they're not going to listen. They're like, hey, don't eat my dog, we're cool. No, they're playing a game. It's like, wait till you turn your back and they'll attack your dog.
I think besides, movie trailers, the things I watch on YouTube, most are animals killing other animals.
Yeah, why do you do that?
Versus the Musker. Yeah, great stories. It's pretty crap.
It is. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. These people were in India, and they were on some sort of a park drive, one of the wildlife parks, and they watched a tiger take out an animal right in front of them. A tiger took out a deer right in front of them. And they filmed it.
What's cool, well, the ones I like are the warthogs.
Oh, they're so weird looking, aren't they?
Yeah, they're huge.
They look like a Star Wars character. You don't even look like a real animal.
Yeah, it's unkosher pork. Interesting.
It's unkosher?
Unkosher pigs, yeah. I mean, the things which are kosher and chew cut and completely split, separate meals.
Right.
Those are the main criteria for mammals.
Do you think that's because of ancient diseases? Because this makes sense that we know that trichinosis, a lot of that comes from pork, right?
It always seemed to me pigs are dirty animals, but I have a friend who's consistent that given the choice, pigs are very clean animals. So it's hard to say about the filth aspect of it.
That's domestic pigs. Wild pigs are filthy animals.
Well,
Yeah, all of them, 100% of them. There's a difference between like a domestic pig. This is where it gets really weird. You take a domestic pig and you let it loose in the wild, and 6 weeks later it starts to morph. It starts to extend its snout, its tusks grow longer, its fur gets thicker. It becomes like a wild pig. That's kooky.
yeah, I guess the primitive or the early stages are really strong.
Yeah, quickly. It happens quickly, like within a month or two. It's really weird.
Yeah, and I wonder how that works. Must be some endocrine thing. Must be their gonads and their pituitary and their hypothalamus.
It's a really good question because, like, what would let them hit that switch and realize, okay, I'm on my own now. They're not just bringing me my food every day. Fuck, time to get hard.
Yeah. Well, it isn't a conscious decision, but
Yeah.
sometimes it just takes over.
But I was thinking, like, if that animal is not, like, the Muslims don't eat it and the Jews don't eat it. And you would imagine at a time where food was really important, and if you can get pork, that was way better than not having any meat, and you can't eat it because of your religion. To me, it seems like I bet at least some of the origin of that was there was a disease that was going through these people that were eating pigs.
It's hard to say. The ones that are kosher are the ones which were burnt up in sacrifice as well. Some of those sheep and cattle,
Pull that microphone up to your mouth.
sheep and cattle and goats.
Right?
Yeah, those were the sacrificial animals, the ones that were burnt on the altar, and also the ones that were.
But do you think that, why do you think pork was excluded from both Judaism and also from Islam? Consumption of pork.
Yeah, it didn't meet the criteria.
The criteria for what?
For kosher meat. It's used cut and are completely separated.
Right. No, I get that, but I mean, why did they come up with that rule?
Oh,
I think it seems to be that those are the animals that have the most amount of trichinosis, unless you're eating bears. So I don't know if they're eating any bears back then. Probably not. They're probably eating a lot of deer species. And if you tried to eat that kind of wild pork back then and you didn't cook it correctly, you probably get violently ill or die.
Well, there are causes. There are reasons for some of the precepts in the text.
It must be, right?
Yeah, that are medically established.
Yeah, like shellfish probably has to do with red tide, right?
Well, bottom dwellers.
Bottom dwellers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. And you try to decipher, like, why do they have that stuff in there? Well, it kind of makes sense. Pork, pigs, rather, do carry a bunch of diseases that can wreck human beings.
Yeah, well, the person that making the dietary laws, you think that's the reason they wrote those dietary laws?
Yeah, well, they didn't have meat thermometers back then, right? So I bet a lot of people ate some medium rare pork or rare pork and got violently ill.
Yeah.
Violently ill. Like trichinosis apparently is brutal. And you have it for life. So that, like, if somebody eats you, they get trichinosis unless they cook it.
Yeah, I had C. diff some years ago. I even wrote a book about
What is he doing?
it's potentially fatal diarrhea.
Oh, no.
It was brain. Yeah, I wrote. Well, yeah, that's.
Oh, that.
Just couldn't do anything.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot that you had that.
Yeah, so I wrote a book about it. Anybody said Joseph Layton escapes death. Yeah, maybe that's part of me enjoying watching certain animals, like killing animals. It changes you that being that close to the edge.
I'm sure.
Yeah, you even offered to come out to visit or to a show at my house.
Yeah, when you were real struggling and we were going back and forth, you just weren't sure if you could travel. I was like, I was worried about you.
Yeah, thanks.
Because you bounded back. Look at you, you look great. Thanks. But there was a time where I was worried about you because you didn't sound like you were doing well, really struggling. So,
Yeah, that's one of the things that pushed. Well, that began in concentration camp literature. Particularly that phase, really, like how bad people have it and what did they do.
wow.
It was pretty inspiring. I like reading Primo Levi. It's my favorite Ellie detail too. Uh, Auschwitz and the end of Auschwitz. It was like the end, the last month or two. Seemed like it was really something. Typhus and nobody cleaning up after that for weeks. It's freezing and bursting. Oh, it's just nuts. So yeah, Primo Levi was a chemist, very clinical, took notes, remember things. He was very kind of dispassionate, almost journalistic description. The kinds of things people can go through. Yeah, just that cheered me up in a way. I mean, distracted. Yeah, they had it way worse, and they have faith in something. So I think that helps, strengthen my faith. Like God wasn't done with me.
So, did you feel like you had an obligation to get to work once you got healthy again? Like God gave you his chance?
Yeah.
Just bounce back?
Mm-hmm.
Return to the Mac?
Thank God.
Yeah, it's great to see you looking healthy because I really did work. Because it's, sometimes people, a bad health trip takes them down and weakens them so much that they never really come back.
Yeah. What do you think about death? You must think about death.
Sure. You have to. It's coming whether you want it or not.
Be interesting to not think about that.
Yeah. I don't dwell on it, but I'm definitely aware of it.
Yeah, there was a week or two, friends came over talking about, their wishes or their interest in medically assisted death. There was an article about that even a couple of months ago in one of the British trials. Yeah, medically assisted death. I called a rabbi and I asked his advice. And he said, you might be, you may be obligated to not the pills onto the floor. I thought that was interesting.
You may be obligated to knock the pills onto the floor.
From the person's hand who's about to take them. Well, that would, yeah. Or, with or the equivalent. There might be some words going on. Stop them. Well, I feel pretty good. So I wonder, well, what happens if I start feeling really bad? So, I'd like to start to figure, well, just keep me out of pain. And give me enough of see what happens. My mom died last year. Oh, wow. Yeah, we keep me out of pain, too. Like that. Yeah, it's pretty peaceful. Yeah, it looks quiet. And, yeah.
It's a weird thing because you don't want anybody poisoning anybody. But you do want people the option to go for it.
Well, I think you just be feeling great.
Yeah, exactly. You feel that would be great. Yeah. Just one first. I had a morphine trip where I had my knee operated on once at night. And it was incredible. It was incredible. And people tell me this is not true, but I swear I remember this being true. That you could press the button anytime you wanted more morphine.
Yeah. I think it's called patient-controlled analgesia.
Yeah. People are like, no, you're remembering it wrong. I'm like, I don't think I am, man. I really remember hitting that button a bunch of times and meeting Jesus. It was like the most wonderful, loving hug by the universe. It was just like this thing in bed while my leg is on this continual motion machine. You know what those are?
No, but I can imagine.
When they do ACL reconstructions, when they do a patella tendon graft, it's a pretty violent operation. They have to cut your knee open like a fish. They take a slice of your patella tendon along with a chunk of your bone from your shin and a chunk of your bone from your kneecap, and then they screw it all back in place. And to keep it from seizing up while you're lying in bed, your leg is on this machine that goes like this, extends it and brings it back, extends it and brings it back, because otherwise it'll lock up and then you're fucked.
Were you awake when this was happening?
Oh yeah, you're awake. Yeah, I was awake for the operation. Because my thought is I'm only going to have one knee operation. I want to be awake for it. So they did like an epidural.
Yeah, epidural.
Yeah. So I was awake. I watched it. I watched it on a monitor. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy to watch this guy open my knee up, screw it in place. The point is, while I was in the hospital bed, they had this button that you could press when you wanted more morphine.
Yeah.
And I hit that button like a bunch of times, and I was like, wow. It felt incredible. And I only did it, and I remember also thinking, boy, this could be a problem. Because I had done construction with a guy who had a bit of a heroin problem. And so I was aware that people get like a real opiate problem. And when I was in bed, I'm like, I get it now. It feels amazing.
Yeah. Well, I would say cool, but yeah.
But also, I knew like my leg was fucked. I knew it was going to take forever before it felt normal again. It was in pain and like just like, okay, I can't do anything but enjoy this right now. Just like let me take a couple of taps and
You know, it's called God's medicine God's own medicine for a reason.
yeah, it felt like a hug.
Yeah.
Like the universe giving you a hug.
Yeah. Well, interesting you mentioned that one day. You're talking about faith and belief and what you base it on. I was just talking about how when I was living up in town, I was feeling kind of alone and sad. And I prayed to God to help me. And I felt this love how it kind of embraced me at that moment.
Oh.
It must have been, maybe probably like endorphins too.
Right.
Because it sounds pretty similar.
But it's interesting that we always want to like dismiss anything positive like that. Oh, probably just endorphins, just chemicals.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. But is endorphins because of or the source of? Like, which one is it? It might just be a part of it. Like, yeah, the endorphins are real, but also it's the experience.
It's the experience that you're experiencing.
And the intention that you put out there.
Right. You're out there feeling the endorphins attaching to the receptors.
Exactly.
Yeah. You feel wonderful.
Yeah. There's something real to it.
Yeah, drugs are interesting.
They are.
Well,
I just wish they weren't being controlled by the cartels. Yeah, that's what's crazy. So what's crazy is like people are not going to stop using. I think there's a lot of drugs that should never use, kids, and there's a lot of people that should never use any drugs. But the fact that they are always going to, and that the only way they can get them is through a criminal organization, and we haven't done our fucking 1 + 1 = 2 on that. Still in 2025,
well, a dispensary for everything you want.
Well, it's going to be more than that, man. Because some of that stuff's heavy. So it's not just going to be an dispensary, but it also has to be some sort of counseling center, some sort of a guided trip. It's got to be like very clear ethics. You got to have people that really know what they're doing and just want to help and don't have any weird narcissistic intentions or anything else. Just want to help people. You'd have to have that too, because there's going to be a lot of freaked out people. If you make mushrooms and acid and all these things legal, you can just go get it. Are you 18? Oh, go buy it. Like,
yeah, I think there should be increased access.
I think so too.
But
I'm not opposed to it. I'm just saying the reality of the new interface. If we just have all of a sudden these drugs are not just legal, but legal and available for adults to buy, then you're going to deal with a whole new set of problems that didn't exist before. I'm not saying you shouldn't deal with that problem. I think it's inevitable. It's probably going to happen anyway. But those problems will be uniquely inflated by everything being legal. Because people are just going to go out and go fucking crazy.
And why is that?
Because if you go to the bar and you can just go buy acid, do you know people are going to just go get acid? If you could go like to any corner liquor store and pick up a pound of mushrooms, like it was just totally illegal. Because you can go to a liquor store and get a case of beer, right? You can get a case of whiskey. You can get like 24 bottles of whiskey. That is death by whiskey. There's no way you're drinking that tonight. Sir, you can't buy that many. People will tell you that. Like, go ahead. You want to spend that money? So if you wanted to do that with mushrooms, and you could go to the liquor store and buy pounds of mushrooms.
Well, you know, I think with increased access, there's increased, mortality.
It will be.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's not just that. It's like people that just like they ruin their brains. They're not ready for it. Maybe they're barely hanging on as it is, and then they have too many psychedelic trips. And now they're really fucked up. And
Well, yeah,
that's true too.
you'll never hear me advocate for the use of drugs.
Good for you.
Yeah, I've never said people should do drugs. I say people should. They should.
How many people are on amphetamines right now?
A lot of people on amphetamines. I've got an amphetamine story. Yeah. A friend gave me some Adderall one day. Well,
I like how you can leave right away with no prompting. That's funny.
Yeah, he was going to take a great DSP. So, and I wrote this review. Well, there used to be a magazine called Shame and Scrum, which he did a book review on the DMT book. And he didn't think it should be called the spirit molecule rather than the dream molecule. I took umbrage. So after you took the Adderall, I wrote a 20-page letter. It was pretty what's the word, inflated. So, yeah, and the next morning, you looked at it, and it was terrible.
Yeah.
So I didn't send it.
All my friends who have done, I've never done coke, but all my friends who do coke, that do stand-up comedy, say you can't do stand-up comedy on coke. They say you have no feeling. You don't connect with the audience. It's like a barrier. Mm-hmm. You can kind of pull it off maybe, but you never really walk in.
Yeah, so you're not funny.
Yeah, you're probably detached, probably self-obsessed.
Yeah,
it's a weird drug.
Well, it would be like you were talking to yourself.
Mm-hmm. You love the sound of your voice. I think Adderall's a lot like that too, though. It's very similar.
Yeah,
there's something similar to that.
Yeah, in my case, it was just writing. Mm-hmm. Feeling like I like to say.
Yeah, I'm not even saying you shouldn't do it, but journalists I know do it. I know a lot of journalists who love Adderall. They might not even say they love Adderall, but they fucking love Adderall. I know they do it all the time. And you can blame it on deadlines and having to write stories and really needing to push through because you don't have enough time. I totally get it. And I'm not saying you shouldn't do it, but it's just fascinating how many people do it.
Yeah, it was the case with PK Dick. He was amphetamines.
Mm-hmm.
He died of a stroke.
Oh, yeah, sure. You're going to cook those veins. You're going to cook everything. If you're doing amphetamines all the time, you're cooking your brain, son.
Do you like PK Dick?
I haven't read him since high school.
Yeah, I went through a phase. Well, I was talking about St. Peter Snow. It's written by a Vietnamese Jew mathematician guy named Kurtz, who did St. Peter Snow. And I read all of his books. There's like 8. And yeah, it's fun to get to know someone. So once I started thinking about Dick, well, I watched the TV show. What's it called? The Man from the High Castle. I'm interested in reading the novel. And went through most of his work.
What was the movie that did based on one of his novels?
I loved it. Oh, I love PK.
There was a movie that did based on one of his novels. Do you remember which one it was?
Oh, quite a few.
Right.
I think there's one movie that
Labor. That's right. Total Recall was his too?
Total Recall. We can remember for we can remember for you. We can remember for you wholesale. Is the one that was in Total Recall.
The original Blade Runner, Dr. Howard.
Oh
my God!
What about the the one with Keanu Reeves and Robert Downey Jr. and the road to
Scanner. Oh man, Alex Jones is in that, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, so that's an apple.
Wow.
Very interesting. Yeah, the other guy with the skin or the suit that changed according to the mushrooms.
Remember mood rings?
No.
Remember those?
I think that may have been.
They had it when I was in high school. They had mood rings. You were cool if you had a mood ring when I was in high school. So a mood ring, apparently, depending upon your body temperature, would light, different hues.
Uh-huh.
You never heard of it?
Not really.
James, you find mood rings.
Yeah, that may have been from the 80s or something.
Yeah, I'm old, dude.
Yeah,
How old are you?
I was more serious by then.
How old are you now?
73.
Okay, you're older than me, no? I'm 58. So, you look great, by the way. You really do.
Yeah. Well,
You really do. And you look so much better than you did when you were struggling. So it's really nice to see you bounce back like that. This mood rings became a 1970 sensation. Here we go.
70s, yeah.
Here we go. So I went to high school in '81, and they were still down with mood rings if you were in the right circles.
Yeah.
But these goofy things, you would wear them, and they make your hand green, of course, because they're made out of crap, like the metal was crap. But they had these weird rocks on them that would change color. See if you can find like a photo of one. But like a photo of one changing color. I'm sorry. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like to show what it looks like. They're kind of dope though. It's kind of cool still.
Is it a rock? What the fuck is that? What does that?
That's a good question. I don't know. What is a mood? Let's find that out. What is a mood ring made out of? What is it made out of? Is it like a resin or something?
Might
Like
be some
a
kind of
plastic?
acrylic with
Right. Or is it an actual rock? Okay, so this dude came up with the mood ring? Okay. Okay, who created the mood ring remains topic some debate. Jewelry designer named Marvin Wernick says he invented the mood ring years before 1975, developing the idea after he saw a doctor use a thermochromic temperature measuring tape on a patient. Said he came up with the idea of a mood ring after the stress of working at Wall Street led him to explore biofeedback, a therapeutic technique where people improve their health by responding to signals from their own bodies. Huh. So what are the crystals made out of, bro? Crystals. What are they? What are the crystals made out of? Oh, look how pretty. That's pretty, isn't it? Like a dope ring that's a mood ring. That way, like, you could tell whether or not your significant other is upset at you. Like, what do you think? You're lying.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it's a form of global communication, keeping secrets.
I don't think it really works. I think it's only just if you go to the gym and you slip it on, you look like you're like really angry.
Well, if your hands are cold.
Yeah, exactly. It's not going to work.
Yeah.
So it's just dumb. It's just dumb, but people loved it when I was a kid.
Yeah, I think it kind of passed me by.
Yeah, you got lucky. You missed the dumb mood swing. Mood ring swing. When you first, what's interesting is when you first started those studies and you published DMT, the spirit molecule, did that have an effect on people taking you with all your other work? Was it one of those things where you got labeled, now you're the crazy psychedelic guy who did that nutty study? Or was there enough people that were like, oh, this is great, now you have a legitimate academic studying this in a federally approved way, this is actually good for everybody, and maybe this opens the door. It certainly opened up the door to the discussion. Like, after you put that book out, and people, if you read that book, you'll come to the conclusion that there's something mighty going on below the surface of human life in general that can be accessed in this very weird way.
Within a second or two.
It's banana. I've never done it the way you guys did it, but it's just the regular way is bananas. And somehow or another, we're depriving people of this.
Well, I mean, shouldn't it be the front page news? As you can give this drug regularly, and everybody goes to the same place.
Yeah.
And it's a very weird place. Well, I think it ought to be on people's clogging up people's lips.
DMT stopped my fascination with UFOs because I was like, it paused it, I should say. It paused it because I was like, no matter what a UFO looks like, it's not as crazy as what I just saw. Like, no matter what, just an actual metal flying disc from another planet, like, yawn. Like, that's nothing. It's nothing compared to what exists in a few seconds.
Yeah. And, well, would you say that you went to the same place? You went back there each time. Was it the same place?
You tell me. I don't know. I've done it differently. And I've done it differently with sound, with Icaros, which was wild.
Yeah.
That was wild. That was like dancing things. That was really fascinating. When you realize, like, oh, that's why the music is made the way it's made. Like, the perfect for that.
Yeah,
It's perfect for the psychedelic.
I think set into music by sleep.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I think of music differently from that trip.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I think I really want to explore Kundalini yoga. I just want to put it off forever. I've done DMT and also do Kundalini yoga, and they'll tell you, dude, if you work hard enough, you can get to that place. Where you can get to that place with on the natch, completely in your own mind, without taking any drug at all, where you could full on DMT trip. And the guy who told me this was very reliable and had experience. DMT. He was also a jiu-jitsu black belt, like solid guy. Like, I believed him. He's like, you can get there.
Yeah, have you ever done or heard about the holotropic breath work?
Yes.
Yeah, I've done that, and it switched me into a very highly altered state.
Very highly altered state.
It felt like, sometimes we're talking drugs. It felt more like MDMA than it did DMT.
I've had some moments before I have like a big show or something that just really wanted to relax, where I'll do deep breathing and stretching. Just deep breathing and stretching, and you get high as fuck. It's just this weird natural high that happens. Like, you alleviate tension in your body, and your body rewards you for it with all this endorphin rush and dopamine rush. You get so friendly and so sweet. You just want to hug everybody. You want everybody to be happy. It's like it releases this, like, you're carrying around physical tension that manifests itself in the way you view the world.
Well,
and you can get out of it on your own, which is nuts.
Yeah. So how do you think? Well, what do you think it means that that's built into our systems?
I think we need physical activity, and I think we always have had physical activity, so it wasn't ever a thing where you had to mandate physical activity. It's like we had to stay alive. So because of that, there's like the body functions in that way. It's only strong if it's forced to work. It only has a good immune system if it's exposed to a certain amount of different people and different bios. It becomes just like a muscle does when it gets sedentary. It atrophies, and your body and so that's the problem with like the human civilization. We get into cities, everything becomes easier. You're sedentary most of the time. The body decays, and you're in a state where you're depressed all the time. You don't know why. Well, it's because your body doesn't. It's not designed to work like that. For tens of thousands of years, you had to be active. You had to be running around. You had to be carrying things. You had to be getting water. You had to be building things. You had to be hunting things and fishing. You had to be moving because you had to stay alive. And then all of a sudden, you're not. And I think that's one of the great dilemmas of mental health in this country that's maybe dismissed by a lot of people. One of the great dilemmas is you're sedentary.
Well, I think there were some studies comparing Prozac way back when with a routine of physical exercise. And exercise is an antidepressant.
There's been recent ones with SSRIs that show that it's more effective than SSRIs.
Yeah.
Because we're not supposed to be sedentary, and nobody wants to be told what to do. Nobody wants to feel bad. I get it, but you have to feel it so you can feel better later. You just have to get coached. That's all it is. And don't resist it. Just embrace it.
What about those?
I don't think those things are bad in the right circumstances. I don't think if you're a guy and you need to lose 30 pounds, you get on that. Come on, man. You can do that. You can lose that. I'll be your friend. I'll fucking help you. Like, just stop eating sugar. Stop eating bread. Get yourself on a workout schedule. I'm going to get on the fucking bike in the morning. I'm going to get on that stupid fucking, I'm going to do a Peloton workout every day for a month. you'll lose 20 pounds that month.
Right.
You can do it. You just have to be focused.
Right.
But if you're 500 pounds, if you're morbidly obese, if you're really addicted to food, you've got a real problem. I think it can help you get to a healthy path. That's what I think it's really the best for. If it can help people get to a healthy path where they stop overeating, they can get under control, they get new patterns, and then they start getting addicted to walking, maybe get addicted to feeling better, start being able to do things you couldn't do before. There's like hundreds of pages of Instagram people who, during COVID, where they were obese, wind up 100, 200 pounds. Do you know what Jelly Roll is?
No, but I've seen some, some stories, some pictures of people that were very, very, very 800 pounds.
Jelly Roll is an amazing musician, an incredible guy. Went to jail, got face tattoos, but he's the sweetest person that's ever lived. He's lost like 200 pounds in the last year or so. Is it a year and a half, 2 years? He looks amazing.
Yeah,
Hey, no Ozempic. Just doing it the right way, exercising. But I just think the problem, there's always like some sort of a trade-off when it comes to what you do and don't do. Look at the size he used to be, and look what he looks like now. Isn't that insane?
Amazing.
Well, the sweetest fucking guy of all time, too.
Yeah, so you can reach that way because it's like depression and exercise.
But also, he's a wealthy star. He has access to great food. He has a reason to believe his life is going to be better. He's got a great life already.
Yeah, for most,
enhancing himself.
Yeah, I think for most people, like actually developing a real exercise regimen is way harder than just taking Prozac.
Yes, but that's where a guy like that comes into play. We go, well, he can do it. I can do it too. Like, what do you have to do? You just have to start slow, keep moving, don't stop, get a schedule, put it together, make some progress, note the progress, get excited about progress, keep going. But if Ozempic helps you, like, fucking off for whatever helps you. I've had a friend that was very close to suicide before he died. I'll never say this. No one should ever take SSRIs. I don't know if he would have bounced back, but he did bounce back, and then he got himself off of them, and then he got healthy, and now he's great. And this is, with a lot of medications, a lot of them there's real benefits for them, and I think Ozempic is one of those. I think if you're a morbidly obese person, one of the things that my friend Brigham Bueller, who is the CEO of Ways to Well, and Ways to Well is also a pharmacy. They're a compounding pharmacy, so they make some peptides. And he said you can make it so that it doesn't have all the negative effects by making it for the actual size of the person. So you give them the exact dose and combining peptides that's going to prevent bone loss and muscle loss. Like, it's possible to healthily slow the process down, stop the overeating, get the inflammation in check, get the diet in check, but it's got to be done like systemically. And they want you to do like a certain amount of exercise per week, or they want you to eat vegetables and meat and just healthy stuff only. Throw out all, and let's try to get this train back on track.
Yeah, it reminds me of a PK Dick story. Did you, it's called The Three Stigmata of Palmer Eldritch. It's a competition between an interstellar psychedelic versus a terrestrial psychedelic. Which company was going to be able to sell the psychedelic or the worldview of choice? You're the one that came from the earth, got people into turkey patties world, where everybody was this big, and they all lived in this house together and did stuff like they went to the beach and had barbecues and things. That was the terrestrial psychedelic that was competing against an interstellar psychedelic. It was completely horrible. It was weird. It was like you never stop tripping. Like,
oh no.
Yeah, and that was gradually spreading.
Well, I think that's everybody's fear when they do something. Like, oh my God, what if this never ends? What if this is my new reality? Like, oh my God, I'm done. I'm dead.
Yeah.
I'm gone.
It's always been this way. It'll always be this way. Yeah, there's not much tripping.
Right. And then for people with severe anxiety, some people just don't bounce back well from something like that. And that's why I never advocate drugs to anybody.
I never have.
Yeah, I know you haven't. Well, you didn't even want to admit that you did it when we first started talking.
Right.
He didn't want to make you smoke pot.
Yeah, at this point,
But I think you thought back then, like, to be taken seriously as a researcher.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm less of a researcher now, so I don't have that same kind of camouflage going.
Yes. Well, I'm glad because, like, without you, the understanding of what that experience is would be greatly diminished in popular culture. I don't think people really understand what it is if it wasn't for that book. And I know you got to really stick your neck out to try to make something like that.
Yeah.
And it's bizarre because it is a thing. It's a real thing. And you should know about real things. You should know about real things that have probably been in human use for thousands and thousands of years and hidden from you by
Yeah, the thing I like so much about DMT is that it's endogenous. It's made with the brain.
Yeah. Do you think it's what we're making what we're dreaming?
It might be what we're making right now. Yeah, that's one idea is that it regulates consensus reality at a certain concentration in the brain.
I buy that. But I buy a lot of things.
It's the matrix. It's the endomatrix.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you know about the matrix or this red laser?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Tell people about it because it's nuts.
Yeah, I don't know much about it.
You haven't done it?
No.
So apparently it's a red laser, and if you're tripping on DMT and you look down or below, so you could either look from below it, look up, or from above it, look down. Right? Is that correct?
I didn't know there was a direction.
I think it's a directional thing. I don't think if it's on the wall, you read it. I think you have to get above it and look down.
Okay.
I haven't done it.
Yeah.
But I think that's what they say. And if you do that, you see code.
Code, yeah, like the matrix.
Yeah.
Or Japanese.
If there's anybody that you believe that life is real, it's me.
Life is real.
But it's not real. Like that maybe there is some sort of magical quality to this experience. Some sort of very difficult to grasp aspect of reality that we ignore. That's spiritual or mystical, or there's something going on outside of just normal physical reality.
Well, I think things wouldn't be this way otherwise. Because certain things are encouraged and certain things are discouraged.
Yeah.
And, cause and effect goes a certain way. It's not neutral.
Right.
It, kind of pushes in the direction.
Mm-hmm.
So we create cause and effect, cause and effects, causes, motivations.
What are angels and demons? Right. Where does evil? Where does evil come from? We know it's real.
Mm-hmm.
Where does good come from? We know it's real. It's like everybody wants to be so smart. They dismiss the idea of angels and demons. It's really fascinating because they're really just a word for an actual force that creates a damaging, terrifying, or wonderful, amazing effect. Good and evil.
Right.
Right?
Angels and demons.
Yeah, like it's the effect is real, and we both know that people are capable of one. It's one of the reasons why we love people, though, is because we love great people because we know that there's terrible people. We love people that are warm and friendly and kind and sweet because we know that there's people out there that are self-serving and shitty and mean, and we need one to appreciate the other. And that's what's so fucked up about being a person.
Yeah. Well, in the text anyway, angels are intermediaries. God has no body, right? So how can God interact with the world? So the angels are the intermediaries.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Like DMT in a way is from the spiritual, not the physical.
What do you think about the people that try to connect UAPs with angels?
I don't know.
Have you ever had a UAP UFO experience?
No, I've never had really. What about you?
No. I'm trying.
You're trying. How do
I'm
you try?
trying. I get on the rooftop. I got a flashlight. No, I wish. Yeah, I wish I saw something. I wish I saw something that was like 100%. There's no way that's ours.
Right.
It'd be cool.
Yeah, that's never happened.
But I don't think they're all lying. I don't think that's the case. I don't think they're all lying. There's too many of them that tell a story that it just doesn't seem like bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Has Whitley Strieber been on your show?
No. He's an odd one because he's a fiction writer. You know, not that I don't believe him, but when a guy writes fantastical fiction for a living and then has a fantastical fictional experience that actually happens to him that becomes his thing. Mm-hmm. It's like Arsenio Hall said, things make you go, I'm not saying that it didn't actually happen to him, because his experience, it would be ironic if it did, because then nobody believed him because it's fiction, right? But his experiences mirror a lot of the experiences from the John Mack book. You know, did you read that book, Abduction?
Yeah, I did. Did you? Yeah, very smart guy.
Those stories, and that was back before the internet, really, where there was any social media or anything like that back then. Those stories were oddly uniform.
Well, they were, and you know, John Mack, the psychiatrist, from Harvard. Yeah, we talked about the similarities between his subjects reports and our DMT volunteers. He thought we had come across a technology that would make contact, at least the experience of contact, was something that could be studied scientifically.
Someone should reignite that idea right now.
I'm surprised DMT is not in the news more.
Well, there was a study that they were doing in England, correct?
Yeah, there's a couple of groups
where they were doing a long-term drip, not like yours. Yours was like one push. I think theirs was like a drip.
Yeah, 30 minutes.
Something kooky like that. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's a group in Switzerland. John D. CCD was going to start one. So there's at least 3 around the world.
It's a real place that you can go to, and that's what's nuts.
Yeah.
And for people that never experienced anything, they're teetotalers their whole life, it sounds crazy. I know it sounds crazy.
Yeah. Well, what do you think of the beings? Do you think the beings are outside of us?
Do you think they're disembodied souls, or do you think they're inside us all the time? Well, if they're inside us all the time, then we're everything. Then inside of us is just somehow connected to everything. So we're not individuals at all. We are everything. All of us are everything. If they are inside of us, and they may be inside of us, it might be the idea of like a physical boundary is just nonsense. Like, who gives a fuck where it's from? It's all everywhere, all the time. You just don't have access to it like that. You don't have access to it in your default state, because your default fundamental state is a primate. But it's in there, and occasionally you have access to it. You have access to it near-death experiences. You have access to it holotropic breathing. But if you had access to it all the time, you wouldn't be able to exist in this barbaric state you live in.
Well, I think it has to do with the dose. I mean, if it's really high, if the levels are really high, then the brain can find. This could be just a DMT simulation.
Right.
Yeah. And it could be. In which case, there still is cause and effect.
Well, just imagine a world where this wasn't reality, but then you got to experience this. It would be completely psychedelic. It'd be like, what is this fucking crazy world?
It can be different. Yeah. It's the 3D and the shadow people.
Just, do you know how weird it is sometimes if you just stand on a corner and watch people just walking and looking at their phones?
Yeah.
Well, it's like people get kidnapped and they don't even know it.
There's a lot of that here.
Everywhere. Yeah. Everywhere.
Well, I moved back to Albuquerque last year.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. After 14 years in Gallup is plenty.
Yeah.
So it's cool.
Better? You like it?
Yeah, I do.
Nice.
Yeah, and the front lawn and the back lawn.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Albuquerque's home to some of the greatest mixed martial arts fighters ever.
Yeah.
John Jones lives in Albuquerque.
Right.
Greatest of all time.
Yeah.
Shout out to Albuquerque.
Yeah, I love New Mexico.
Well, it's a crazy state with a rich history and beautiful landscape. Oh my God. I have a friend who just got back from elk hunting there. He was raving about how gorgeous it was out there.
This guy is great. We had a pretty cool governor. Before she was governor, she was the Secretary of Health.
Oh, cool.
During COVID. And so she was public health.
And she's a nice lady.
Yeah.
You like her?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Thanks for being there, man. It was a lot of fun. It always is. It's always great to see you. It's been great to be your friend all these years.
Oh, yes, man.
It's great to see you healthy.
Yeah, it's great. Yes, and you do a pretty wonderfully or something.
Thank you.
It's my DMT and the Soul of Prophecy. Oh, yeah,
it's right
there it is. It's pretty old.
That's a rough. I didn't buy it.
It came out in 2014. Yeah, it's what's the Soul of Prophecy? Is it the visions or is it the message?
So then there's the other books that are available. DMT and Spirit Molecule, which is what got me into it in the first place. What a great cover too. That Alex, great artwork.
Well, his artwork is on the second book too.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, that's how it's great. So,
he's amazing. I mean, that guy. There's no one ever has captured the DMT state quite like him.
Yeah.
It's just beautiful work. Stuff. And that crazy chapel of sacred mirrors that he has now. Yeah. 3D printed like chapel.
Do you have any of his original work?
No.
I got the Spirit Molecule.
Oh, it's so cool. That's awesome.
It's in the hall.
He's been a sweet guy though. I've talked to him a few times. All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Bye, sir.
Good job. Experience.
Showing by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
The movie's fantastic, and I know I told you outside, but I wanted to save it. When I kind of had a little bit of prejudice when I went to see the movie, I was like, okay, it's going to be an MMA movie, yeah, but it's not. It's a movie that happens to be about MMA, but it's a great movie. It's really good, man. It's like, it's very gripping, and the performances are fantastic, and the way The Rock did you is nuts.
I can't explain it. I keep using the word surreal, but it doesn't describe it. Like I was saying, my son, when he watched it, and just flipping out, like talking to me, like I was saying, like literally, just going, Dad, he's got your mannerisms. He's got your speech pattern. But you imagine, like I'm picturing my son. He's in New York when he watched it, right? And so I'm picturing him in the corner of the lobby of the theater, talking with his back to everybody, going, "Oh my God, Dad! Like it's like a doppelganger. He's got all of it, like full blown. Like it was like the because a lot of my saying for myself is I can't see the forest through the trees. I'm in the middle of it. Am I looking at it objectively? Am I really looking at it? Or am I seeing something that I hear my son say, "Oh my gosh, Dad, he nailed it."
Right. No,
Unbelievable.
he really did nail it. Like we were saying in the lobby, like I didn't know The Rock could act that well. It's really good acting. It's not like blockbuster movie acting, which is he's great at that, but it's a different thing.
It's complete. So with DJ, I kept trying to say to him, "You don't have to do this, dude. Like you don't have to do this." And he would stop me and he would go, "Yeah, I do."
What do you mean by you don't have to do this?
So meaning that, like, he's at a place in his life where he can just keep doing blockbusters and be perfectly fine with it. Mm-hmm. He says it himself. There's always a place for that. There's always going to be a place for blockbuster movies and for that. But he needed to do something different.
Mm.
He needed to do something different.
Well, it's a perfect role if you want to do something different for him because it's a very complex role. And it's about a giant dude. That's it. So it's like really like the perfect way. Because otherwise, if you built like he is, it's very hard to get work as a serious actor. This might be like the only opportunity to show people, like, hey, I can actually act.
Yeah.
I think he did it.
He did an amazing job. It's amazing to the point where, like, Emily. Unbelievable.
She's great. She plays such a crazy
bitch.
My God. She's so good at it.
She's so good at
Oh,
playing crazy. Oh my
It gave
god.
me anxiety. Like sometimes, like when you're getting ready to fight, she's starting arguing with someone. Like, oh my god, I'm getting anxiety.
So here's what was here. So I saw a 80% complete version of the film in January of this year, and then the first time I see a complete version of it was in Venice. And so I'm in Venice, and there's Benny on my right, and there's DJ on my left, and there's Emily next to DJ. In the last scene of the movie, right, the intensity of that scene, I'm just telling you, it was like, I said it was therapy for me. Because I think for the first time I could actually see my part. Like I could see my part, how fucking hard I was on the people around me. You know, how just singularly driven I was to accomplish something at all costs. And the person that paid it the most was Dawn. She paid a heavy price. You know, and you know, anybody that's successful, you know, for me, I was trying to raise everybody, you know, everybody around me. And it was just a selfish endeavor, and I could see it in those moments. I could see it when who DJ was, you know, and who Emily was, and the intensity. I was like, fuck.
Well, it's such a crazy task to try to be an elite MMA fighter at a time where there was no one even knew what it was.
No.
When you first, I met you in '97. There's a crazy photo of us together.
I saw that.
Dude, 97, that's like 30 years ago almost. Isn't that nuts?
So this is what's fucking crazy. So trying to describe what I did back then, like people, their jaws would hang open.
Right.
They would go, you do what?
Why would you do that? That's us.
Oh my God.
1997, dude, that's so crazy. So crazy.
Oh my God.
So
Were they even paying me back then?
a little bit. They paid me a little bit.
Oh my
It was a lot of fun. But it was, for me, it was just for fun. It was like, I was a giant fan of the sport. And what happened was, Campbell McLaren, do you remember Campbell?
Yeah.
He was good friends with my manager, Jeff. And they were just talking. And he said, we need a guy to do backstage interviews, post-fight interviews. And he goes, Joe really loves the sport. He's like, really? He was like, oh, yeah. He follows all the fights in Japan. And so for me, it was just fun. I mean, it was actually costing me money, which is why I wanted to quit. Because I quit. I did it for like a year and a half, 2 years maybe. And then in '98, I was like, I can't do this anymore. It's just actually costing me money. And so then when I started doing Fear Factor, that's when Zuffa bought it. But in those days, it was for me, it was a dream. Because as a lifelong martial artist, when I was a kid, there was always the big question: what was the best style? And no one knew until Warren Gracie put it all together and decided to create the UFC. And then all of a sudden we get to see it. And then obviously you had Japan Valley Tudo and then Pride and all these big events over in Japan. And it became, to me, it was like, finally someone did it.
That was, so of my first fights in Brazil, I was still brainwashed by the idea that, oh shit, he's 7 foot tall or 6'9", he's the toughest dude in the room.
Right.
Because that's how I grew up, right? 10th degree black belt, same thing.
Right.
Oh no, don't mess with him.
Yeah.
And then one where that first time I fought, I was still under the delusion that was the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And so my trainer kept going, but trust me, you're gonna do fine. Trust me, you're gonna be fine. And it's just like he understood what I was as a wrestler.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that I can oppose. Like I said, to tell you the best definition I've ever had for a wrestler is I can hold a grown-ass man where he doesn't want to be held for as long as I want to hold him there, and he can't do a fucking thing about it.
Exactly.
That's a wrestler.
And you can dictate where the fight takes place always. So if you come to a wrestler like Chuck Liddell, then you say, no, but you can't take me down. Mm-hmm. So I'm just going to beat the fuck out of you standing, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Not a single thing.
It's the most important skill.
Oh my God, it's foundational. And that's why there's so much success for the deck. I'm having a blank on the names, but so it's a resurgence of like really what a foundational piece it is, and how important important it is when you have a high. You know what they're able to do too as a wrestler? I usually look at the Russian wrestlers and go, what makes them so good? They could flurry in succession more times than I could. Like Kurt Angle, right? When I wrestled against Kurt trained at a level that I wasn't trained at. He could sustain a flurry to the point where I would just make mistakes because I would be to exhaustion. And you watch they'll string these moves together.
Like Hamza Chimaev.
Yeah, oh my God. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Because you'll see him shoot, reshoot, shoot again, get up, stand up, fake, shoot again. And you can't keep up with it. You just end up making mistakes, or you just give it to the exhaustion of the moment, right? Yeah. And it's just like, okay, nothing you can do about it.
When a guy has insane cardio with those kind of skills, it was the toughest combination to do. Like Cain Velasquez in his prime. You know,
oh my God.
Insane cardio, elite wrestling, and then elite MMA stand-up skills.
Scary.
The cardio is the scariest thing, because when you're scared to hit the gas, like 3 more minutes in the round, and you see Cain is just fucking bobbing around, like he's not even breathing heavy. Imaging Brown's he's not even. He's 240. He's not even tired. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it defies logic.
But there's guys like that have that fucking insane cardio. You know, I mean, I don't know how much you follow in the UFC, but this is kid Anthony Hernandez in the middleweight division. That's nuts. And then you got Marab Davishvili, who's like the best example of it. Unstoppable.
So this is kind of, again, one of these things where there's certain athletes that have a gear that nobody else has.
Yeah.
And it's just how they're built. It's just how they're built.
Well, I remember when you came along and when Coleman came along, all of a sudden everybody's like, I gotta go steroids.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I gotta get bigger. That's like Vitor got up to like 240 pounds. Way too big for his frame. I mean, you're talking about a guy who eventually wound up fighting at 185.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he finished his career up at 85, and he was there at 240 when he fought Randy the first time.
Yeah.
Which was bananas.
So that night was my last UFC, that UFC 15.
Oh, wow.
And that's when Randy beat Vitor. And it's one of those where I'm like, no, just wait. Because I know what Randy is.
Right.
Randy's cardio. Randy's like, he can take it. And it was one of those things where I was like, I don't think that's just going to happen.
Right.
It's just
and that's what we called him back then. His name's Victor.
Yeah.
When he first came into the UFC, when his first fight, when he was fighting in Hawaii, he was Victor Gracie. Yeah, he was going by the last name Gracie. And then I think he got sued or threatened with a lawsuit, and then he changed it to Victor Buffer because, like, Orion was very litigious. He was, like, very protective of the Gracie name. And so he fought John Hess in Hawaii and Rumble on the Rock. I don't know Rumble on the Rock. That was BJ's promotion. That was later. This was, like, early on. This was, I don't know who the fuck was doing that event, but it was just in a ring. And Vitor came out and blitzed him with punches, and nobody had seen anything like that before. Like, oh God, this is because everybody thought Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Yeah. You don't think you're gonna have a guy with his hands like that.
Oh my God, his hands speed was unreal.
He was so fast,
unreal, and accurate. Yeah, like you can be fast, and that's one thing, but fast and actually hit the target when the target's bobbing and weaving. It's like, oh my God,
he's an interesting case study because he's like, first of all, pioneer, right? First fought in the UFC when he was 19 years old.
Crazy.
And, you know, won the tournament at 19, which is just bananas. And then when we got to see him he got off the sauce, and his body kind of faded out. And then they brought back testosterone replacement. And then when testosterone replacement came in, all of a sudden it was TRT Vitor, and he was the scariest motherfucker alive for like 5 fights or whatever it was before they killed the TRT exceptions, and then it all went away for him. And it's like, that should be a commercial for testosterone replacement.
Yeah, I mean, it really could be. And back then, because there was so much myth surrounding mixed martial arts, that you felt like if you didn't do something, it was like the saying is like, you're going to a gunfight with a knife, right? It's that type of mentality back then.
It was also, everyone was on it, and there was no testing. Yeah. And in fact, in Pride, when Ensign was on the podcast, he told me that in large letters it said, we do not test for steroids.
Yeah, oh
in
my
the contract,
God, man.
They're like,
Yeah. So they
Yeah,
would
fellas.
they would do this. They would hand you a cup and go, here. And you go, this way. You just look around and you just hand the cup off going, and can you just here? and you literally walk back to the medical and go,
Here's
"What
the
the- yeah, here. And I mean, that's the era it was
So your first fight was it in Brazil?
in Brazil. Yeah.
And the crazy thing is, they reproduced that arena, that conference room,
Yeah.
perfectly.
Yeah.
Like, because I saw your first fight, I saw all those early fights, and then to see that in like the movie, I was like, oh, they did it. This is perfect.
Yeah.
Because sometimes they fudge a little. They
So here's what. So I was in Vancouver for the set when they had the set up, and I was sitting there. I was laughing with Benny about it, going, "All right, who came up with the pyramid and the door opening with fog machines?" Because it's like I can imagine the brainstorm going. You got any bright ideas how to introduce the? Yeah, let's do a pyramid. And let's have a trapdoor fog. It's like, what the fuck? Where in the bigger picture of stuff is going? But they reproduced it to the T.
It was perfect.
Oh my God, it was amazing.
It was really great because in the movie they did about Mark Schultz, what was that movie again? Fucking Foxcatcher. That's right. That movie had a lot of shenanigans in it. There was a lot of stuff that wasn't
accurate.
Wasn't accurate. Like, he fought Big Daddy Goodrich in this one MMA fight, but in the movie he's fighting some Russian dude. Didn't make any sense. No. Completely different cat. Fought a white guy in the movie.
Wow.
Yeah, he fought Big Daddy Goodrich. Big Daddy was wearing the gi. Like,
wow.
Yeah, remember? I mean, not only that, but it was Big Daddy Goodrich is a legend.
Yeah.
Like, how do you leave him out when that was his only MMA fight? Like, why did you change the guy he fought? That doesn't even make any sense. But they just did Hollywood shenanigans.
So that was a huge part from the beginning of this when DJ and I talked back in 2019. It's just the trust factor.
You guys started talking about this in 2019?
Wow.
Yeah. 6 fucking years.
Yeah. Wow. Here's what's crazy. So he says, hey, we move forward with this. And so for me, I hadn't even thought about any of this. Like it being a movie, he wants to play me in a movie. He goes, I'm going to make the announcement. Madison Square Garden, the BMFL. He goes, listen, we had this beautiful conversation. And it was just like this, do you trust me? It was like, yeah.
He's a fuck great dude.
Oh my God. Alex, by the way, he says, say hi. He left me a great message on my computer. I was listening to it, man. He's a rare human being.
He is. I'm gonna call him after this just to tell him what a fucking amazing job he did. Because I wanted to watch it right before I saw you.
Okay.
So I watched it today. And I was like, God damn, this is a good movie, man. And I was just blown away by how well he captured the chaos of the Pride organization, all the weirdness of the contract negotiations, everything.
So Benny from the beginning said the only way we're going to be able to do this is have that authenticity to the point where I sent them watches, rings, necklaces, posters, everything I could find, picture-wise, everything to the props and production.
Oh, wow.
And they reproduce everything.
Oh, wow.
So Joe, I mean, like when I went up to Vancouver, like and walked into some of these sets, like literally going, holy fucking shit.
Getting flashback.
Oh my God. Like you'd walk into a room and there'd be from one corner all the way to the other on the wall, just pictures of me in my house and my this and this outfit, this and these in my house and this and then production saying, okay, was this accurate? How did this? It was this unbelievable, painstaking. They rebuilt my life 25 years ago. So when DJ got into me, he actually he was me. Yeah.
It seemed like it, man. I mean, it really did because, it's just, it's hard when a guy's so famous to pretend that he's someone else.
Yeah.
He has to like be really good to get you convinced. And I was all in. I was all in.
So first time I saw him in Vancouver, like nobody told me. Nobody said, "Hey, listen, we're gonna do prosthetics. We're gonna give him cauliflower here. We're gonna make his brow." And then nobody told me this. So I was up there for fight week, and they're getting ready to shoot the scene where they're introducing everybody to the finals for the Grand Prix. And so DJ's the last one to walk in, and I'm watching the ring. I don't know who's behind me, and I turn around, and it's like this. Like I see him, like what I did. I'm like, fuck you, like fuck you, like oh my god. And it's this moment where I'm looking at him, and I'm looking at myself.
Yeah,
I can still see him in there, but I'm like looking at it like a mirror picture of myself, and it's this experience where I'm like, oh my god, man, like. Wow, like you're going, like this is you going to a place that nobody even thought you could get to.
right.
Like it was incredible.
Well, you're such an important part of the history of MMA that I think this movie did that. It really honored that. It really did it justice because at the end of the movie when it talks about how fighters today make millions of dollars.
I'll cry. So go on. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's like, but that you guys paved the way. If it wasn't for you guys just doing it for very little money, barely getting by, putting your whole life on the line, and barely getting by. Oh, and I love that you had Alexander Usyk.
Oh my god,
It's like this episode that was amazing.
So maybe he signed it before he became the undisputed champ.
Oh wow! Right, 2019.
Yeah,
wow.
So it's one of those things where everything just kind of lined up in a way where you're like, all right, this is manifest destiny, right? This is like Joe Dispenza, you know, you're really tapping into something that's bigger because it's pulled all these people together.
Usyk did a great job.
Oh, he did a great job. Oh my god, he did that spinning back. I'm like, he's a boxer. He's not supposed to.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even know he could do that.
No, neither did I.
It's kind of crazy. Yeah. Well, I guess I got kind of do anything.
Yeah. Oh my god, he's. You know how many rounds he trained prior to fighting Tyson Fury? No, 600. Jesus. With 3 different training partners. So every dude came in every third round. He had a fresh guy.
I know that he was doing 15 rounds a day, and he made a deal with himself that his back touched the ropes. He would have to do another round, an extra round.
So that's one that I didn't hear that, but he said he would do rounds where he wasn't allowed to punch.
Oh wow!
At all.
He just had to do
defense. I'm like, okay, like he's like one of us. Like he just takes it to a level that is just unbelievable.
He's a genius. Oh, like a literal boxing genius. Like, and I don't use that term lightly. Like what he did to Dubois, I was like, oh my god. Because when you see Dubois, when Dubois knocked out Anthony Joshua, you're like, wow, this kid might be the future.
Yeah.
He is a fucking destroyer. He's a seek and destroy, brutal power, giant guy, an incredible athlete. And Usyk just pieced him up. Just dismantled him and took him apart. And did it with all skill.
Like, literally, like, understand, he's not the biggest dude in the world.
No.
He's big, but he's not like 6'9", right?
No, he's not Tyson Fury size. He's not Dubois size.
He's not Dubois. He's not
Tyson, Anthony Joshua.
None of them. No.
No, he's a cruiserweight.
Oh,
he's cruiserweight that beat everybody and knew that the only way to make real money is to go up to heavyweight.
Yeah.
And really leave a real legacy. Because he could have been one of those guys that retired as an undefeated cruiserweight, and boxing fans like myself would talk about him, but everybody else would go like, who? Yeah. Meanwhile, now he's in the conversation of one of the greatest.
Oh, he's sure.
Tyson, Ali. He's like he's in there with that bunch.
He's just consistently and overachieving. Consistently and overachieving.
And he's fucking 38, right?
Which is even
crazy. It's like he doesn't show any slipping in his skill level at all, or his endurance, or his enthusiasm, or his discipline. Just he was so fortunate to have been trained by Lomachenko's dad.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so he's like a giant because Lomachenko's so agile, so much footwork and movement, and
That makes sense.
he's basically like the heavyweight version of it.
Wow.
Yeah,
That makes actually more sense.
makes more sense, right?
Yeah.
His movement for such a big guy is just extraordinary. It just doesn't exist anywhere else because it's not just the light on the feet; it's the angles he takes after punches and then the shifting of the weight back to center when you don't expect it.
Yeah.
And,
And that's like my son. Actually, it's my son's birthday today.
happy birthday! What's his name?
Bryce.
Happy birthday, Bryce!
Yeah. 21. So I go, it's a birthday to wait for, but he's already doing all this stuff. So,
They all do.
yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
It's an age bracket, but so my son loves the science of boxing. You know, even 10 years ago when he was like 11, 12 years old, he'd be on YouTube watching the footwork of boxers. And I'm like, because I didn't get into that science of it and footwork and all that until I started doing MMA. Like understanding, like I understood wrestling, but boxing on that level is just, it's a whole nother complex set of skills.
Well, you were so deep in wrestling, though, it's almost impossible to pay attention to anything else. At the level that you were competing at, you have to, that has to be everything you eat, breathe, sleep.
Yeah.
It's
Singular.
like, it has to be singular.
Yeah.
It has to be. It's like you can't go down any rabbit holes.
No. And that's one of those where, you know, my mentor, the guy that really brought me to another level is a guy named Chris Campbell. He was Dan Gable's first NCAA champ when Dan Gable was coaching Iowa. He made the 1980 Olympic team that was boycotted, won the 1981 World Championships, voted best technician in the world, and then retires. And then decides he's going to make the 1992 Olympic in Barcelona. So he's at 37 years old. He wins a bronze medal that year in Barcelona. 37.
It's pretty impressive.
Really?
For amateur wrestling.
Oh my God.
No, that's unheard of.
It's, I think still to this day, he's the oldest Olympic medalist. Wow. Because I mean, wrestling's just so demanding.
It's such a young sport.
Oh yeah, it is. It is. So he ends up just really taking me by the hand and understanding like singular devotion to something. Back then he did tape study, which wasn't a huge deal, but literally watching the Russians wrestle and some of the tapes, his nemesis was this guy Dartsev. And you look and watch the tapes, you go, I don't see anything. Once you slow it down, you go, you can't move him out of position. He doesn't, when he attacks and retreats, he's never out of position. And you look at it and go, wow. Because it was just these little things.
It's amazing that the Russians achieved that level in not just wrestling, but also in MMA, also in any combat sports, mainly boxing.
Yeah.
Russian kickboxers are super technical.
Yeah.
They're all known for being so technical. It's really interesting. You know?
And again, I would think that somewhere in there, there's a root, there's a common, like, there's coaches and mentors. Because the only way I've learned how to wrestle or MMA is through mentorship. You know, somebody really going, hey, let me show you. And they had a mentor, and they had a mentor. It's this lineage that's passed along. And I know I went from being a good wrestler to being a really good wrestler when Chris took me under his wing. You know, we would drill the same thing thousands of times, and it would be like the difference between holding my hand here and holding it here. And I'd go, it's 2 inches.
Right.
What's it? And you go, when you speed it up to full speed, those 2 inches become 6. Right? And so
The leverage points.
yeah, and so I need him to be here, perfect. Because once you go full speed, you're going to miss it, but you're only going to miss it by this much.
You know, it's interesting that George St. Pierre, although he never wrestled in high school or college, his training in Montreal was with Russian wrestlers. It was all Russian nationals who had been in Canada. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Geez, I was just talking to a friend of mine, and I said he's probably, in my book, 1 or 2.
Yeah, of all time.
Yeah.
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 He's certainly in the conversation. It's so hard to say, really, because, you know, Mighty Mouse, I think, never got the credit that he deserved.
Yeah.
He's a 125er, and then people forget how good Anderson was when he was in his
Oh,
prime.
my God.
And then BJ Penn when he was in his prime. I feel like you really have to look at a guy when he's redlining, like when he's really at the peak of his
What he is,
abilities.
yeah.
you can't judge them by the fights they fight after their prime. Yeah, you can't, because it's not fair. You're just gonna say like who, when they were champion, when they were running shit. Yeah, who exhibited a level of MMA that's above beyond everyone else. And George is certainly that
Oh, he's for sure of parties like John Jones, right? Like when you get somebody that's at that level at his peak, right? And he can make other professional fighters look like they're amateurs.
They look silly. Yeah, they don't belong in there. Like he was doing that to guys when he wasn't trained. That was
crazy.
He was fucking off and barely in the gym and still dominating in world title fights.
Sometimes I get a little upset because I'm like, how many fights he probably rocked as a spectator, as a fan? Like how many fights he missed because of shenanigans? Yeah. Just like,
but it's also, I mean, you know, what happened with you and what happened with him and what happens with a lot of guys, it's like the pressure of life sometimes, and what makes you a great fighter in the first place, there's a certain wildness. Yeah. And with a guy like John, that wildness, it's like it's hard to keep on a leash.
Yeah, I know how that feels.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, I remember I had no idea, and I don't think anybody had any idea until the Smashing Machine documentary came out. And when that documentary came out, everybody was like, holy shit. First of all, kudos to you for allowing people to see you like that, raw, completely honest about all of the addiction problems, everything, and no one would have expected it. When they saw you, they just saw this fucking dominant destroyer, this guy who's like smashing everybody, and you just thought, oh, well, that guy is just, he's just a machine, and just so mentally strong, and he just gets out there and gets done. And then you allowed them to show you where in the making of the documentary was what essentially trying to capture was you at your prime.
Yeah.
And what they caught you was you where your life was falling apart just fortuitously.
Yeah.
It was just kind of random luck they caught you at that time.
So when John Green, who's the producer, I went to Syracuse with him. I was on a wrestling team together. He's the one that called me and said, hey, I want to do a documentary. At that point, my vision of what it was a little camera where the screen would show up and they go, okay, we're filming a documentary. I got you on stage, you know. And they show up in Japan for my full championship fight with 10,000, 15,000, whatever they were, digital Sony cameras, a boom mic, and like 5 people. I'm like, oh fuck, you're really gonna make a documentary. And so he was right from the get-go. John could see what was the contrast, like me as a player, as a person, that contrast. And so that's what he was after. It's like to really show this contrast, and like you could do this for a living, be this kind, sensitive.
But that was what was weird about it. It was a very weird contrast. Yeah. You're very soft-spoken, very kind, always very considerate to people, very nice. And then you get into the cage, and it's like, who the fuck is that guy?
you know what the feeling is? The feeling is like, the question I always had in my head is, okay, if somebody's going to go you in a room, who the fuck's coming out? And I never was able to answer that question for myself. I know it's competitive, right? But I didn't know if I had that switch, that thing, and then start fighting and go, oh fuck, and then there's a switch in there, and I figured through that process, what I was really trying to get is your will. I was trying to take your fucking will, and most people don't want to give it. Right? Like when you get a high-level fighter, it's like Fabio Gugel didn't want to give him his will, headbutted him, dug in the cuts, did all this, beat him mercilessly, but he wouldn't give it to me, and it frustrated me. I didn't know how to take it from him. I'm going, I'm out of here.
It's waiting for him to break.
Yeah, he doesn't break.
Yeah, some people don't break. You can break their body, but their will can't break.
No, he was one of them. And it's still to this day, his wife called me and I had lunch at his house. Wow. Which was crazy because my first fights, don't know. Everybody in the audience was there for him. And his wife calls me the next day. I literally go, there it this. He's gonna have all his boys up at the house. He's gonna fucking get his dude. Right? Like, because I didn't know. Right. And so I go, okay, where I got to live. And so I go up and sit down just like we're sitting here. His wife interprets the whole entire time. It's actually beautiful. It was beautiful because here's what it set for me. It set a standard of how I was going to carry myself as a fighter. What happened in the ring is in the ring.
Right.
The second you're out, that's different.
Well, it speaks to his character, why you couldn't break his will in the first place.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Because he's such just up down.
Absolutely. It was, for me, it was one of those like revelations of like, okay, this is how you do this
As a professional.
Yeah.
Well, also like Brazil had a much longer history of
Yeah.
these kind of fights, like going way back to the Helio Gracie days.
Yeah. This isn't, I mean, it's culturally understanding way different. And that's like okay, I'm going to carry myself. Part of it was, I wanted to change the narrative of, like, when you look at the early UFC, it looked like some guys were just scraped off a bar stool and thrown into the octagon, right? So when I came there, I was like, okay, I want to be considered professional, right? I want to carry myself as a professional. I'm going to be articulate. I'm going to dress as a professional. Because I wanted to I wanted to like raise the standard, right? And especially when I went to Japan, it's like, press conference, everybody's in sweatsuits. I can afford it, but it was a $1,000 Calvin Klein suit. And on the charge card, right? But I wanted to change the narrative. I wanted to be professional. Because if I was a professional, treated like a professional, I could ask for pay like a professional. Not like some dude that was just scraped off a bar stool thrown into it.
So what was the Pride experience like? So you had fought in the UFC, and then did you have a contract that expired? Like what happened?
So, oh boy, so I signed a 3-fight tournament deal with the UFC. I did 14 and 15, and I still had one tournament obligation on the contract. So after 15, the Japanese had seen enough footage, and I got contacted by Pride. They're like, "Hey, we want to fly you over. We want to have you as a key piece to build this organization." So I'm like, okay. So they fly me first class over, first class hotel. I meet with a guy named Mr. Ishishaka, who his real name is Kim Dutsu. He's a Korean guy, and who owned K1.
Wait a minute, a Korean dude was pretending to be Japanese?
You had to have a Japanese name. Whoa! You couldn't do business in Japan without a Japanese name.
That's crazy.
So he signed all of his documents. Signed those documents. He's conducted. Wow. Called him Mr. Ishishaka.
Wow.
Yeah.
So he had to learn Japanese.
Yeah. And it's still with an accent because he spoke Korean. So it's just one of those where understanding like the culture back then just was still stuck, and hadn't really progressed. Wow. So Mr. Ishii owned K1 and Mr. Shaka started Pride. And it was called KRS at the beginning before it turned into Dream Stage.
Oh.
And so here's where it gets a little sticky. So I go over there, I take for Pride 2, it's supposed to be me and Royce Gracie. Him and I there's still fight posters and a sign of him and I facing off with each other, signed the contract to fight for way more money than was being paid for in the UFC. And when I get back to the States, I get served with papers of airport in New York City, the UFC suing me. It's when Bob Meyerowitz still owned it, and Art Davis was involved. And so they were suing me for breach of contract. And it was like one of those things where I was like, okay, I did, like one of those experiences where I was like, oh shit, and the Japanese said, okay, we still want you. You need to sort this out. So it took 5 months to sort out the differences between what the UFC needed and if they're going to let me go and all this other stuff. And in that time frame, Royce got hurt. And so Hoist had to step out, and they put Bronco Sigate in there, and I ended up fighting Bronco in Pride too. Oh wow! Yeah. So if everything would have been as everything, I would have fought Hoist Gracie in the Tokyo Dome. Him and I main event, me at my peak, Hoist still in his prime. Wow.
That would have been insane.
Oh my God, it would have been like thinking about it going, because people have asked, like, I'm like, I don't fucking know. But I would have given it every single thing I could. Wow. That's it. That's the poster.
Wow.
Yeah. Signed, inked, everything.
Yeah, at least 80 pounds on it.
Oh, at least that.
Yeah.
But this is it. This is the transition from not knowing what I was getting into, going, I can't fucking carry that much weight at all, and be cardiovascular. I just can't.
What were you at your heaviest?
280, 285.
Jeez.
Like 6% body fat.
Woof.
Yeah.
That's hard to breathe.
Like if I didn't fucking get a hold of you and fucking squeeze the life out of you in the first couple minutes, I was fucked. I was completely fucked. You know.
Yeah. Well, that was kind of towards the corner as well. Yeah. It was really, really big.
I was in the corner when he lost.
Hell.
I was cornering him when he lost to Maurice Smith.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I was there for that one. That was a real game changer.
Oh, they changed the narrative for everything.
Because what Maurice brought to the game was Maurice was training with Frank Shamrock at the time. And so he had extreme cardio. He was doing a lot of swimming, running hills. I mean, he was really cardiovascularly at an elite level for an MMA fighter at the time.
Frank and I used to talk about heart rate training way back when, like literally like functional training, and going, okay, how do you approach something and come up with a formula where you can get through a training camp and still be viable at the end of the training camp when you have 5-minute rounds? Right? How do you do it? There wasn't a formula for it.
Right.
So Frank was like, I started doing this heart rate training and heart rate recovery and all this stuff, and I was like, oh shit. And then I would run into these trainers when I was in California at Gold's Venice. There's a guy named T.R. Goodman, and he was training hockey players. And hockey players have to have that burst recovery. Wow, very similar cardiovascular system to fighters. So TR took over my training when I was in California, and that was a whole other level, because I never really had the functional training implemented the way he did. And that's when my weight came down. It's like I really tried to fight between like 235 and 240 was ideal.
That's much better. That seems like the ideal heavyweight.
It is.
Well, it's very weird that, first of all, the heavyweight division has a weight limit.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Especially the UFC. Because it doesn't really in Japan and some other organizations. They allow the super heavyweight division. And in boxing, it's like Tyson Fury, 290 before. But when the UFC has this 265-pound weight division, it seems like the best elite guys are like that 240 range.
That's, for me, that was, like, I knew I had a good training camp if I came in 235, 240. If I didn't train hard enough, I was 250. If I overtrained, I was under 230. You know, like for Pride Grand Prix, I think I weighed in at 229. Because right before that, I felt overtrained because in between when I fought Ensign, I did Abu Dhabi.
Oh.
And so I won my weight class that year, and I won it all around.
So you got super conditioned.
Oh my God, super conditioned. But you lose. I lost a little bit of what I needed was the physical dominance. You know, I could have the endurance, but again, it's one of those where it's like going into it when I fought Fujita, there's so many factors that were just, that I didn't account for. And my calorie intake just wasn't where it needed to be. Like a lot of times leading up to a fight, like my appetite just diminishes as I get towards it, especially that fight week. And
that's interesting. Why do you think that is?
Nerves. Nerves. It gets to a point where it's like that morning, I know, like fight morning, I have a small little window where I could digest food, or I could take food in. It's not like we just sit and eat all day.
And then some nerves start kicking in.
Yeah, it just starts kicking in like literally. It's controlled focus, right? Because it's like you can't have all my nerves running everywhere, but it's controlled focus. But that controlled focus, my body goes, I don't need digestion. fuck, I'm about this fight. What the fuck am I going to invest for?
Right.
You know?
Yeah, a lot of guys have made those. Aljamain Sterling said he made that mistake when he first fought Petr Yan. Just he didn't eat.
It's brutal. So that last scene against Fujita is 100% hypoglycemic crash, laying there, can't move my body. And if you watch the documentary, what I'm saying on the way back is, I need sugar. And that's all I could think about was like, I need sugar. Because my blood sugar levels had just crashed to this, like, I can't fucking move.
Jeez. It was so crazy, too, to watch the evolution of the training methods from back then, from 97, to like what we're seeing today.
Yeah, incredible.
It is really extraordinary because there's not another sport that has gone through that much of a metamorphosis. Not even close, really.
In that time frame. Because it's a short time frame. Because again, it's a question of like, okay, championship fight, 25 minutes, 5 5-minute rounds. How do you train?
The reality is no one can go full blast for 5 5-minute rounds.
You can't do it. Maybe with Mom can.
I wouldn't fucking doubt that. He might be the only guy because he doesn't seem to get tired.
So this is like observation. Usually in a championship fight, if it's a striker against a wrestler, usually the first 2 rounds, strikers usually have that advantage. In the third round, if you go back and watch this third round, the grappler starts to impose a little bit more on him.
Right.
And then fourth and fifth round is the grappler completely just takes that fight over because it's one of those things where it's that grind.
Yes.
It's also
a big part of being able to stuff takedowns across.
Yeah.
A big part of being able to stuff takedowns is having energy.
Oh my God, it's
like
everything.
If a guy's trying to fuck you up and take you down, there's so much energy involved to try to stuff a takedown. And then when you don't have it, you're like, I'm just going to take you down. Just like take a break here and then work back to. But no, like some guys like, you're not getting back up.
No.
You're elbowed in the face.
I'm just going to grind you into a pulp. And that's that control thing, right? Yeah. Part of what I go, like if I look at it, I go, I was never the best striker. Like never going to be the best kicker puncher. But turn you into a wrestler, that was the secret sauce for me.
Yeah.
I just need to make you wrestle.
Yeah.
And I'm good.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because I know I could fucking beat the fuck out of you wrestling.
Yeah.
The key was transitioning to make you wrestle.
Yeah, it's the specialist thing. Like if you want to be a specialist, being a specialist at wrestling is by far. Well, when you see what Hamza did to Drickus.
Oh my God, Hamza! That's the example.
Yeah.
That's elite wrestler.
And gets a world champion MMA fighter who's been dominating everybody, and he's very difficult to take down. And Hamza just ramped it up, kept it up,
attack. And like I was saying, that Russian, Dagestan, Uzbekistan, it's this ability to sustain and attack repeatedly. Because it's that cardiovascular system. When it's 6,000 feet down to 7,000 feet more of an advantage, right? And so you end up with these attacks where you can sustain them beyond your ability to defend them.
That's also having such a technical game that as you're implementing the first attack, you've already got 3 attacks on standby. Like, and then as it counters, you've anticipated the counter. You have a counter to his counter, and then a counter to his readjusting after your counter. And you're just hitting them over and over. You just can't keep the rhythm.
I text my son. I was at that fight. I text my son and go, "This is what a wrestler could do to a professional fighter."
It's nuts. It's nuts because it was like a lot of people thought it was boring because it didn't get to a decision. It just went to a decision. But you just gotta appreciate that level of dominance against a world champion. It's kind of crazy. Where the guy before the fight, Drickus was being looked at as one of the greatest middleweights of all time. I mean, look what he did to all these guys. He knocks out Robert Whittaker. He beats Adesanya. He fucking beats Sean Strickland twice. Like, oh my God, he might be one of the greatest of all time. And then after that fight, you're like, I don't think he's ever going to beat that guy. Yeah. I don't think he's ever going to beat that guy.
Isn't that crazy?
It was like, I don't think there's enough time in the world to bridge that gap.
You can never catch up.
Yeah.
You're like, I would never pretend that stepping into the octagon that I would be able to get elite striking skills, right? You know, it's like that gap it's constantly just something you never can get to.
It's also,
It's like Sean O'Malley, right? He's the only way that he's gonna be able to get a championship back is somebody else who's beat
Morale.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be stylistically
matchup, right? That's that conflict of matchup. Because skills, you're not going to do that.
You know, he got better for the second fight.
He did a lot better, but
So did Morale. That was part of the problem. That guy's he's not stopping.
God, how old is he?
Morale? He's 34. How old is Morale? Rothschild, 34.
Wow.
34. So he's in his prime right now. In his prime for another few years.
Yeah, I would think that it's one where there's going to be a lot of people that think they can, but that's just a different animal.
Yeah, it's going to take someone who's that maybe has a striking advantage.
Yeah.
To beat him.
Yeah.
But then,
that's an anomaly.
It's such a crazy sport to watch that, from 1994 to 24, 25, it's almost unrecognizable. The difference in the gap.
Like there was a period of time where I couldn't watch. I didn't watch the UFC probably about like 7, 8, 9 years. And over the last 5, 6 years, I've watched it almost religiously, right? And just realized, oh my God, man, they hit a level. It's that mutation. It's like this first generation, second generation, and they're advancing so fast that you're looking at these fighters. You're like, it's such a unique set of skills. It's an incredible set of skills, unique to any other sports in the world.
And it's also you really fighting 3 different sports. That's one sport.
Yeah.
Which is really nuts. You're fighting grappling, you're fighting jiu-jitsu, and you're fighting striking all together in one sport. It's like, wow.
It's like playing soccer, football, and baseball at the same time. How the fuck would you do it?
Yeah. While giving care. While giving punches and elbows. But without guys like you would have never gotten it. Because if there weren't people that were willing to fight for very little money, travel overseas, have these crazy events, and beat your body up and do what you did, and what Coleman did, and a lot of those guys did in the beginning. Without you guys, there is no UFC today. It's not the same.
It was, one, like being in the Hall of Fame and being in the Pioneer and understanding that. Like I said to myself, even if I advance sport, this much, it needed this much of time to get to where it is today, right? Like Coleman advances sport this much.
Well, you guys brought in the new element, and the new element was elite wrestling with enormous muscles.
Yeah.
And it really was real problem. And especially in the early days, because Coleman would get in your guard and just headbutt the fuck out of you. His headbutts were illegal. Yeah, legal. And bare knuckle. Like when I first did I interviewed him after he beat Dan Severn when he became the first UFC heavyweight champion. Total bare knuckle. Yeah. He had a little bit of taste on the hands, trying to keep the bones from snapping in half. And that was it.
Wild. Like people, they watch it now, and this film, right? It gives people a little bit of a look inside of like what it was, and for me, the cool part about it is understanding. Like I said, I'm just a little piece, but that little piece is necessary to be able to watch some of the guys do what they do now.
Well, it's different than any other sport in that these little pieces had to be there before people could figure out what to do.
Yeah. Well, they put them all together. Yeah. When I actually talked to him when I was in Newark, that's one thing I said. I said, look what you built. You can feel however you want about in person. I said, look what you built. Oh. Yeah. Like no one could even imagine this.
Well, you have to be a madman to do what he does. Like that guy works so hard, and he works so many hours, and he fucking loves it. And he loves the sport, like truly loves the sport. He and I have like long conversations on the phone.
I would imagine
about fights.
I would imagine.
Just about like I go, what are you gonna do about this one? Oh, when's this happening? Is it true? It hurt? Fuck.
Yeah. Oh my
Now,
God.
oh, it's minor. Okay, 6 weeks. You're rescheduling it.
Yeah.
And, we have these long ass conversations. I'll tell them about kickboxers that I've been watching. I'll tell them about these guys. I mean, that's one of the ways that we became friends, and one of the ways that I started working for him in the first place is because we would have conversations when I first met him when I was on Fear Factor. I wasn't even working for the UFC. I'd be like, you watch the fights in Japan? You ever watch Japan Valley Tudo? Do you know about this guy? Do you know about Hanson Gracie? Do you know about this guy? Yeah. And I would just rattle off different names. And he'd be like, how do you know all this? Like, I don't even know the rules to basketball. I don't know what's happening. I know when the ball goes in the net, it's good. I don't know the rules to football. I don't know the rules to anything. Yeah, exactly. I only have room for combat sports. Ask me about Marcelo Garcia. Ask me I'll rattle off some stats. I know some shit about fighting. But to me, it was Eddie Bravo and I, when we were kids, when we were young fellas, when we were hanging around, working out, we would say to ourselves, like, you know what the sport needs? Some crazy billionaires who love the sport. Just got to dump a bunch of money. Because we knew at the time, we were like, this is the most exciting sport in the world, right? So all it needs is for these really rich guys to be fans of sport. And it's almost like it manifested itself, because that's what happened. The Fertittas came along, and they were just really rich guys who loved the sport, and they took a crazy chance. They were $40 million in the hole.
Yeah.
$40 million in the hole on the UFC. And it was just losing money. And they just hung in there year after year after year until they were almost ready to fucking sell. And then decided to go forward with The Ultimate Fighter.
That's dangerous.
That was it.
That 2005.
Yes. Well, people got to see it on Spike TV, and then the fights were so wild that people were calling their friends. Yeah. And they were saying, you got to watch it. So as the show is on, and this is like before social media was really all that. Yeah. As the fight was on, the ratings came up and up and up and up. And it was like, Spike TV was like, holy shit, we got a fucking hit. We got a hit. Yeah. And Diego Sanchez won the 185-pound division, and then the fight between Stephan Bonner and Forrest Griffin.
That's the fight that changed everything.
Changed again.
Because that's one of those, if you ask just a marginal fan, they'll refer to that.
Exactly.
They'll refer to that.
Because at the time, it was nobody had ever seen anything like it. Yeah. They didn't know what MMA was. Yeah. And here it is on TV, and these two guys were so evenly matched. That was the best part about it. They both had trained together in the house for all those fucking weeks, and they'd all be talking shit to each other and all, and they knew they were going to fight in the final, so it's like this long build-up, and they were perfectly matched. Yeah. And it was just bang, 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 fucking sweet, real kick,
There's so much shit in there.
That fight just went on, and at the end of it, the whole crowd was like, oh, yes! And, I was the one, I was the first person to suggest, I was like, they both should have a fucking contract. This is crazy. You can't take a contract away from one of these guys for this fight. And Dana, to his credit, gave both those guys the contract. Yeah. And it was all of a sudden the sport was hot, and then Chuck Liddell was the poster boy. Yeah. Because he was the perfect guy to be the most famous champion at the time, because he was a destroyer. Oh God, he would just seek and destroy. And he had an iron chin, and he would just stare at you with a fucking serial killer's eyes, and just
know what? When you watched him, like me watching him, he was so awkward when he held his hands and punched. It was so, like, even watching now going, he was just hunting. He was just hunting. Yeah. And hunting. And loading up with every hunt. And it wasn't like, it was every single thing was thrown at him.
Yeah, everything was shown to show you off. Oh. And he could do it. And he could do it for 5 fucking rounds, too, which was crazy. And the thing about that style is, it's unsustainable. Yeah. He never ducked a punch in his knife. He took a furniture and blasted right through. He had an iron jaw. It was fucking iron. Yeah. But everybody's iron jaw comes out after a while. You can't. And you can't
sustain it. It's just one where. Yeah. So when the Fertittas first bought the UFC, I was living in California, and a friend of mine was helping at the time. Said, "Hey, listen, they're up at Big Bear. They're having a training camp." I'm like, so get my truck, drive up. It starts snowing. It's like February. They were going to do the first big push with Tito, right? Mm-hmm. And I get hit by a drunk driver. Oh
my God.
So my attorney was in the car with us. Literally, the tow truck takes us up to the top of the hill. I still get to talk to Dana. I still get to talk to Frank and Lorenzo. And I'm like, yeah, I got a car. They're like, well, we're going to Beverly Hills tomorrow. Why don't you just jump in the limo with us and we'll take you down? I'm like, okay. So I get like this 3-hour drive down the mountain with Frank and Lorenzo, the owners of the UFC.
Wow.
And we're just sitting there talking. They're like, hey, how does it work in Japan? They know everything about how is it working in Japan? How do they do this? How do they do that? It was just this really cool conversation, really cool experience to be able to go, okay, maybe this has landed in the right spot.
Oh, they were the right guys. They were the right guys because they were like Frank and Lorenzo are rabid fans.
Yeah.
Rabid.
Yeah.
And they trained and they would get out of each other. And that's where they met Frank. They brought Frank in to help them do it. They've kind of erased Frank. So Frank Shamrock, in my opinion, is one of the all-time greats. And also one of the most important in terms of the metamorphosis, in terms of the evolution of the sport. Because Frank was the first guy with elite cardio that could do everything. He could submit you off his back. Like, remember when he fought Kevin Jackson? Yeah. Caught him in an armbar. Bang! First round. Right up. He was elite everywhere. And his cardio was off the charts. When he fought Tito Ortiz, Tito was much bigger than him. Yeah. Not just a little bit bigger than him. Frank's not a big frame guy. No. And Tito is a fucking house. And he just overwhelmed him, beat him down with cardio. And then after that fight, Tito taught everybody cardio is number one. It's number one. Yeah. When he was coaching on the Ultimate Fighter, he told everybody, it's fucking cardio. Yeah. Without cardio, you have nothing. His cardio was legendary, too.
I mean, they say, fatigue makes cowards of us all.
Yeah,
right?
It's true.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's just one of those, and again, this goes back to what I was saying about Frank and I had a conversation back then about heart rate training. Mm-hmm. 25 years ago, you go, heart rate, little polar, watch and, keep in oh, we need to recover this many beats in a minute, but actively recover, right? Like, yeah, to still continue to do shit and recover. And this is what Frank was saying. Yeah, I started doing this. I'm like, what the fuck?
He was a very smart, he is a very smart guy.
Yeah.
And I don't know why they had some kind of a falling out, but they don't highlight him anymore. They don't talk about him at all. And I think that's I think you got to let that go just for the honor of what happened, the honor of the sport. Yeah. Because for the honor of the sport, when you look at Frank, when you look at his fights, he was elite, man. He was
ahead of his time.
He was ahead of his time.
By far.
He was the first really, truly complete mixed martial artist.
I agree.
And people see him the fight that he fought when he was fighting in Strikeforce. You're not seeing the same guy. You're seeing him later in his life. You see when he fought Nick Diaz. You can't. It's like what I said about goats. Yeah. You want to look at BJ Penn? Look at BJ Penn when he fought Sean Sherk. Yeah. Look at BJ Penn when he fought Big Daddy Stevenson. That's one of the scariest fucking guys who's ever stepped there and knocked down at 155 pounds. Period. I put him with all of them, and I don't know what happens. And then there's Khabib. Same. You put that guy with any 155-pounder who's ever existed, and I don't know what's going to happen. Yeah. How are you going to beat that guy? Yeah. There's a few guys like that, and Khabib has to be in that conversation too. When you look at his dominance over, the way he was winning fights, I'll never forget when he fought Edson Barboza. It was in the first round, and Edson had this look in his eyes like, oh my God, I've got to get through that more rounds. This motherfucker was already exhausted. This fucking animal from Dagestan was just on him, dragging him to the ground. I'll never forget. We had Michael Johnson down the guy. He's beating Michael Johnson up, and he's like, quit. You know I need title shot is mine. You know title shot is mine. I deserve it. Quit. And he's just beating the fuck out of him, trying to be nice. He gets him in Kimura, and I'm going, please tap. I'm like, please tap, because I'm seeing that spiral fracture. When they get that spiral fracture, I'm seeing it coming. I'm like, please tap. We could have been through that with Frank. Frank got Minotauro in there. He's talking to him. He's like, listen, give me some volume. I need to fight for the title. You know I deserve this. Come on, buddy. I don't want to have to hurt you.
Oh my God.
Look at this. I mean, he's doing every. But this speaks to your point. See, everybody agrees. I think we're cheering. Look, I trying to be nice to him. That's such dominance.
It is.
Trying to be nice to a nice guy. Like, come on, you know what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
And again, to his credit, he didn't. I think he could have just fucking ripped that arm apart. He let him tap. I think.
Wow.
He was
So
dominant.
this is like, again, we're saying, like, taking somebody's fucking will.
He was a will taker. When he did the Connor, when he got on top of Connor, he's like, let's talk now. Just beating his face in. Going, come on, you want to talk? Let's talk now.
You talk about humble pie, like you fucking having to sit back and like, because that's at a level where because you're a bad motherfucker to begin with, and somebody that's even a badder motherfucker
Just dominates you.
just, oh my god,
Just could kill you. Same size as you, and basically he could kill you. If you wanted to, you're dead.
Yeah,
You're not going to live. He's going to
you
live.
could just literally choke unconscious, and just keep choking him until
He
you're
was going to break his neck. He had him in that fulcrum choke. That is such a nasty choke. Look, here's where he gets it. So he's getting it, and he's holding on to it. Look, he's not going all through. If he wanted to, he could drop that right hip down, pull that left arm up, and that thing's snapping like a twig. It's so scary. That's my scariest. Other than guys when they break their shins, when they go shin to the knee and the shin snaps in half.
like still breaking.
That was horrible. Weidman was the worst.
That stuff one watches.
It was so. Weidman was so loud. And Weidman's went through his calf. His bone snapped and poked out of his calf. Which is real dangerous too, because then you run the risk of heavy infection.
Yeah, all of that.
You're on the dirty mat. You get an open wound, and
some of that stuff is just like, gosh, man, it's another
do
level.
you feel weird that you did it? Like now, when you look back, you've been removed for so long. You're like, you beat the fuck out of somebody. I remember when you took Dan Bovish down. You stuck your chin in his eyeball.
God, man! First, the only one still exists. Is the station by chin and eyeball choke.
Yeah,
I don't fucking choke.
I'd never seen anybody do that before. I'm like, that's genius.
You know what? It was illegal.
It wasn't illegal,
and I know it hurt like a motherfucker for him.
Why would it be illegal? Why is it okay to elbow the eyeball? It's not okay to shove your chin in there.
I don't know.
And those are the headbutt days. So why wouldn't it be legal? Yeah. You could chin butt a guy if you wanted to, I guess. Yeah. So if you use, but the thing is, it's a real weapon.
Yeah.
It is real. It's very effective. Like, I don't think we should poke to eyes because, that'd be crazy. The eyes are so vulnerable. But that is also obviously a real weapon. Like, Kung Fu guys point it out all the time. They go, look, these guys are the toughest fighters in the world. Poke them in the eye. Yeah. I don't know how good you are at eye poking. You have to be pretty fucking accurate. It's not something you can count on. No. Yeah, here it is. Yeah. You shove your fucking shit right in his eyeball.
He's just like,
bro.
So when I'm down there, I could hear him. Fuck, that hurt.
Oh, it was horrible, dude. It was horrible. But it speaks to what we're talking about, the dominance of elite wrestling, and how elite wrestling, it surpasses all martial arts. It's the number one, and an elite wrestler can learn jiu-jitsu. Okay, an elite grappler you can easily teach them how to do head and arm chokes, triangles, all that. Yeah. That's not, you're already used to manipulating bodies.
So part of my participation in ADCC was to represent wrestling. Right? Yeah. Because the first year when I got approached to go over there, I'm like, what is it? Like, submission grappling? Like Giva's grappling, Giva's jiu-jitsu. Right. They're like, hey, listen, here's what we're going to do. We're going to give you X, come over. And it wasn't a ton. It was like $15,000 to go over. And I was like, okay. I don't know.
But while you were fighting.
Yeah, while I was fighting. And so I'm like, okay. I just go,
just as a sort of surprise.
It was one of those where I was like, okay, now that it's explained to me, I go, well, wrestlers need to be represented there, right?
Yes.
And so I go over there, and it was one of those things where it's like, well, I can actually show everybody here in this world that thinks their shit's dominant. Like, no, this is a skill set. You need elite wrestling skills, right? You can have jiu-jitsu, black belt, and all this stuff, but if you're missing this piece component to it, you're fucked.
You're fucked.
And so it was all about control.
Did you see the most recent fight with Mauricio Rufy?
No.
Okay, so Mauricio Rufy, who is one of the most dynamic strikers in the sport, he's literally like a big Connor. I mean, it doesn't make sense that he's in the same weight class as Connor because I think he's 6'1". No, he's real tall. He's at least 6 feet tall. He's real tall and long and just an elite striker. But he fought this cat, Benoit Saint-Denis, who is a judo black belt, elite on the ground, super fucking strong, and he just dominated him, man. He got a hold of him, ragdolled him, got him to the ground. And Mauricio had his moments in the fight standing.
Yeah.
Benoit Saint-Denis is a French special forces guy.
Yeah.
He's a hard motherfucker.
Yeah.
So he did stand with Mauricio for a little bit. He got dinged up a little bit, but once he got him to the ground, it was just full domination. And then it left everybody in this position where we were looking at Mauricio Rufy as being like, that guy's a future world champion.
Yeah.
So like, oh no, like that gap's too wide.
Yeah.
Like he's got to learn so much to be competitive with you. Now they're gonna know.
Yeah.
Oh, imagine like Kamaru in his prime. You know?
Yeah. And
Kamaru's
that's that gap you're talking about. Like,
He
no way to fucking make that up. There's not enough time in your career.
Well, we got to see that. Kamaru was like 38 now. Okay, and he just fought Joaquin Buckley, dominated. And Buckley's another one. Who was this guy who was dominating everybody at 170? He just knocked out Wonder Boy. We're like, this fucking guy might be the one.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, 38-year-old Kamaru Usman shows how fucking important wrestling is. It's everything. It's everything. Because you can be defensively responsible, and he's very defensively responsible standing. You know, other than the Leon Edwards kick, he very rarely gets cracked.
Yeah.
You know, Gilbert got him a little and dropped him, but very rarely gets in trouble standing. But once he gets you, the gap is so big. The gap's so big.
Yeah, that's, you know, and again, this is one of these things where fundamentally also wrestling gives you a cardio base that you can build off of.
Yeah.
Not only, because that's the other missing component, right? It's like this, because at an elite level, it's fucking intense.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Kurt, when he was on your show, he's talking about how to train till exhaustion and then I train.
Yeah.
You know, it's like that's how he, because at one point when Kurt and I were competing against each other, like 93, 94, I just was bigger, stronger, and I could just defend his attacks.
Bro, he won the Olympics with a broken neck.
Fuck, man.
With a broken neck.
Come on.
With a broken neck.
I was there at Nationals when he literally hit the mat, and I'm like literally, I watched when his neck broke at Freestyle Nationals, and he got hit with an arm spin, and he gets arm thrown, and his head gets almost like separated. Oh, it was nasty. And I'm in the stands going, oh, fuck, he's not going to be in the trials. Like, there's no fucking way he's going to be in the trials. And sure enough, fucking like 5 weeks later, he's in the trials. I'm like, what the fuck, man? There's no way he should be fucking able to wrestle.
There are guys like that in the world, and people need to know. You need to know there's levels to everything. And there's levels to mental strength. There's levels to guys who just will go. And it's really kind of a crying shame. But look, he had an amazing career in WWE. He's loved by everyone. Everybody loves him. That's great. But it's kind of sucks that people don't know, like, at real wrestling, that guy was the shit. God. He was the shit. He was so good. Unreal for a heavyweight.
He was so he was always undersized.
Yeah.
But it's like the years that I beat him, and then 95 when we wrestled in Freestyle Nationals, and I beat him four times in a row at that point. So we wrestled in the 95 Freestyle Nationals, and I get a hold of him for the first time, and something different. I was like, oh fuck, like wrestling going, oh man, something's different with Kurt, and he ends up beating me, and then in the Freestyle Nationals in 95, and I'm like, oh fuck. There was just something different. I'm like, because he could stay on and attack longer, stay on and attack longer. He was stronger. He hit a gear that I didn't fucking have. Wow. Like I go, oh fuck. Like looking back on it, I'm going, oh shit, I totally missed that. Like most guys at 220 pounds, which you're wrestling at, they would have these attacks that they'd initiate. It's like grab a hold of you, hold on to you, and then initiate an attack. Kurt was constantly probing and attacking.
Which was the benefit of being lighter.
Yes. Yeah.
and so
lighter
strong.
and quicker. Lighter and quicker.
But still wicked
Oh
strong.
my God, he could still get in. So it's these attacks that he just sustained, and he just wear you out of position. So just constant attack. And all of a sudden, it's just this little angle that he was hunting for the whole time. And then he hits that attack and fucking takes you down. And you're like, fuck. What the fuck?
It's just, there's levels of drive. There's levels of discipline. There's levels of will. There's levels of wanting something. And that's what scares people, I think. That's why people get really terrified of like truly special athletes, because they don't want to know how lazy they really are. I think it's one of the things that drives people nuts about seeing like some insanely disciplined, like elite top of the food chain grappler or striker or whatever it is, MMA fighter, because it's like you don't want to know that someone's willing to work that much harder than you are. You ever have it at anything?
That's, I mean, Kurt was one of the where he opened my eyes and I was like, fuck, there's another gear.
Yeah.
I thought I was training fucking hard.
That's what's crazy. We're kind of seeing, we've had this conversation recently in regards to Marab, because we're saying, okay, is Marab just physically gifted? Because I think Kane had some sort of a genetic advantage with cardio. DC would talk about how he would take 3 months off and come back in the gym and fuck everybody up. With like cardio,
somebody that size, it's an anomaly.
It's an anomaly. But Marab swears that when he was young, he had bad cardio. He said, "No, I smoke cigarettes." I can imagine. That's what he said. Sakuraba smoking cigarettes. He said he didn't take care of himself at all. I'm like, really? And it's just hard work and discipline. And then, so I have a bunch of friends who do 100-milers, and Cam Haynes. And Cam Haynes, he just did a 100-miler like 2 weeks before he went elk hunting. Like he does 100-milers all the time. He's done 240. What is it? The Bigfoot 240? Is that what it is? He's done a bunch of these through the mountains with thousands of feet of elevation and decline. He's done a bunch of these that are 200+ miles. And you got to build up to that. But once you get to that, if you're sustaining it, you can do those things. So he does those things on a regular basis. He does multiple ones a year. So you didn't used to think that was possible. They used to say that if you ran a marathon, like you were destroyed for like 2 weeks. No, he was running a marathon a day while he worked a full-time job. So he was getting up in the morning at dark. He was running 13 miles. He was going to work. During his lunchtime, he would eat. After lunch, after work, he runs another 13 fucking miles.
He would be one where I would want to look at him because I think I'm lazy.
That's the thing. That's why there's a thing about, like, I think I'm lazy and I love him. He's my friend, so I think I'm lazy when I like watch what he's doing. And Goggins is another one.
Yeah,
and Goggins is even more insane because he ain't doing it for nothing. He's not prepared for elk hunting. He rarely even competes in races, but yet he's doing a level of cardio where he brings world champions like Israel Adesanya comes to train with him. He's throwing up in a bucket. He can't see something. Goggins is 50.
Oh my God.
He's 50.
Wow.
How old is Goggins?
50.
50. And he's had 2 terrible knees. He's had many knee surgeries. His knees are destroyed. And he does not give a fuck. He forces them to work.
Golly. So again, this is like, that's a level which is just exceptional.
Yeah. It's a weird level.
It is, because it's just a pocket of people that have
only a handful. There's only a handful like that guy, because it's not that. He broke the world record chin-up cuts. Like he's done a ton of things that are just like physically insane. You know, he was afraid he didn't tell anybody about it. He did it just because it was hard. This is why he's famous. This is why he's famous. They take him like in a helicopter and fuck our shoot like forest fires. Because it was hard to do. A photo of a grizzly bear track. And he goes, we just landed near this. A track like that big. He's out there with a backpack and a fucking shovel fighting fires. Only if he punts his home. He's a multi-millionaire. He's a multi-millionaire who's getting parachuted to fight fires. And here's the thing, man, maybe I'm out of school, people wouldn't even know. You have to know that. Maybe he doesn't want people to know. They need to know that. That's fucking insane.
That's like one of those where it's like, the wiring that exists in him, it doesn't happen by chance. That's you have this genetic ability.
But he was fat when he was young, and he was lazy. He was drinking milkshakes. He talks about it openly. This is the first time he decided to enlist. When he went to go running, you couldn't run around the block. He was totally out of shape. He has photos of it. It shows you this is no, I've made myself this. So this is my thinking about fighting. Have we just accepted that you can't really fight full blast with 5-minute rounds? Or is it that no one has built themselves up to a level where you can? Like when you were talking about how Kurt did new gear, or the gear that Marab is clearly on right now, or Hamza. There's that gear.
Yeah.
What if we're gonna push that even further, where there's guys that can sprint for 5-minute. There's a few flyweights that can do that.
Yeah.
Like Pantoja can kind of sprint for 5-minute rounds.
So they'll eventually be a fighter that can do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
And because it's just one more, like I was saying, from where I started from 25 years ago, in the training methods and how archaic they were, and how little knowledge was out there.
Right.
Now knowledge is advancing at such a rapid rate, and they're understanding how to recover.
Yes.
Understanding all these different factors that just weren't there.
Yeah, and if you add in a bunch of stuff like hyperbaric chambers, these guys have access to hyperbaric chambers and training with hypoxic chambers and shit like that. There's levels and levels and levels that can be reached. You just have to be a complete fucking psycho and go through all the levels. Yeah. And get
the Donkey Kong.
Yeah, measure all your food, all your electrolytes, everything throughout the day. Have your sleep environment perfect. Wear a mask.
I'm telling you, there's guys out there that'll do
These guys will do it.
They'll do it.
Well, they have to if that's where you get the edge, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's becoming to a point now where the financial benefit is worth the sacrifice, right?
Yes.
That you'll end up going, okay. Because when I was fighting, once the financial piece started getting in there, they started attracting more talent. Right. So that means talent, it brings the level of everybody up.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, it's like a little bit more money. Talent that could have went did something else. They're going, no, I'm going to go do this because I can get money.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? If you're a young kid and you're really good at baseball, but you also like jiu-jitsu and MMA and have an MBA and thinking about what you're going to do with your career, you could be so rich playing baseball.
Oh, God,
You could be so rich. If you're really good at baseball, you can be rich as fuck, and nobody's trying to kill you. Nobody's trying to beat you over the head with elbows. Nobody's taking you down in front of everybody and humiliating you. Wow. That's my ball.
Seriously, I fucking play baseball on our team.
Fuck yeah. So that's the problem with MMA. It's like you hear, what is it to fight in the UFC? What is the bottom scale? What's the lowest contract that you get in the UFC in 2020? And this is not even saying that deserve more because this is just how the sport works.
Yeah.
And it's way better in the UFC, by the way, than it is in boxing. When you watch a boxing card, most of the money's at the top. And very little spread out. Yeah. There's guys that fight in the UFC undercard that make excellent money. But when you first start, you don't. But
it's one of those things where it's like what I expect is start at Microsoft, right? Yeah. And going, I get $1 million a year. Fuck no. You work your way into, and that's one of the things about the sport. As long as it has the opportunity to let somebody grow into it, it still gives them financial incentive to grow into it, right? Right. It's just one where it's I would expect, hey, I'm a good fighter, pay me $1 million. It's well, that's not how fucking works.
I wouldn't say $1 million, but wouldn't you say, let's make this argument, wouldn't you think that for young, struggling fighters, if they got paid more for fights, they could put together better camps. They could get better recovery and nutrition, have less stress, and be able to perform better, so it would make the product better.
So here's where my career transition. I called it internally funded. My first 4 fights, I was using that money to get to the next fight, to get to the next fight. And all of a sudden I get in Japan and they pay me enough money for the one fight that the next day I woke up and I was a professional fighter because it was the only thing I had to do was train as a fighter.
What was the biggest check you got in Japan?
A little over $500,000.
Damn. Back then, that was a lot.
Cash. Ooh, yeah. Fuck you.
How did you get it out of the country?
That was.
How did you get
So
it?
here's what's fucked up about it, right? So at my first couple times over there, like I put, like first time I put 40 something thousand in one cowboy boot, 2 socks. I put 40,000 in one cowboy boot, 2 socks. It was straight out of fucking cartoons how you got paid. Because the next day you go to a room and you literally would have a room. You'd have an adjacent room which was Japanese guys in black suits smoking, and then you'd have this room which is where you get paid. They had these, suitcases that had your pay. You could choose your currency, $20. So they would have your contract over, and they go, okay, like you get paid. This is going up, blah blah blah, and they would literally take it out, count it, you would sign on it, and then they would just hand you the cash. First time I ever did that, I'm like, it's $150,000 in cash. And I'm like, fuck. I'll be right back. I go to the bedroom it's in the hotel room, and I grab the fucking case for the pillow, and I go over and I fucking just scrape the fucking money, put it in the pillow. Go, okay, thank you. Just go ahead out. I don't know what the fuck to do. I'm like down in the elevator, like fucking holding money. I don't know what the fuck to do. I don't know what the fuck to do.
Giant guy.
No, it does not, man. It's like,
What did they expect you to do with it?
I don't get it.
How to get it out of the country?
No, that was not. It was your responsibility.
Oh my God.
So literally, I'm like, oh fuck, man. I get on it, and like in my head, I'm playing all these movies, right? Like, oh, this movie got caught at the border. I'm like, fuck. I know that's gonna be this one. It's like, so I ended up fucking just going, cowboy boots, 2 socks, like fucking 40 grand in one boot, 40 grand in the other. Put it in the fucking like walk and like here's clear. No, just like walk through, but realizing that eventually when I claim the money, they hand the claim form and go, okay, you're claiming $40,000. Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
Oh, you just have to claim it?
You have to claim it. They want to send it. They want to send that receipt to the IRS.
Oh,
So when you go through
I
customs,
thought it was just a function of not being able to take that much cash.
so no, when you
When
declare it, there's that situation too, right? But when
someone's going to go, I guess back then, could you even do it? No, you could even like YouTube yourself.
no,
You can say, like, this is me, man. I just won. What? Aren't I awesome?
This is how I really do it.
Right. Back then, it was hard to get homeless, man.
You know what? The example I give is like the corner video store next to the shutters. Where all the porn was.
Yep.
Right next to that was the VHS.
When you went through pervert, you had to go see Faces of Death.
Yeah, that was right. Literally, those were the UFC tapes. Those were the Pride tapes.
I remember I was living in Hollywood. I just moved there. It was '94. It was when UFC 2 was available on VHS.
Yeah.
So I'd heard about UFC 1, but I didn't see it. And then UFC 2, I saw on tape. I rented it from one of those video stores, and I was like, "Holy shit, they did it!" I couldn't believe it. Like, holy shit, they did it. Because this was always the dream. This was literally Bruce Lee's conversation.
Yeah.
Bruce Lee's conversation. I mean, he was the first guy to be completely outside of the norm in terms of like sticking to your style.
Yeah.
Because you were like a trader if you left certain kung fu styles or certain karate styles. He was the first guy to say, no, use what's useful. Put it all together.
Judo Gene Bell, he got with.
Yes.
Chuck Norris, he got with all these other. That was the first thing, like this symbol is a kanji for a dragon, right? Bruce Lee was under the dragon. Dragon is all parts to make one mythical.
Yes.
And that's that inner dragon. That's that. Bruce Lee's the first one. If people don't realize it, he was the first one to go, fuck, this is incomplete.
Exactly. And it's so fortuitous that he ran into Judo G. LaBelle.
Yeah.
Because I think once you grapple with that guy, you're like, oh my God, I'm fucking helpless. And then it's just like, oh, this is super important.
Yeah.
You know, because like Gene was one of the first guys to ever have like a mixed fight. So there was a guy who was a boxer and he had a judo gi on, and he chases the guy and gets the guy into a grappling exchange and then strangles him. But he had like a boxer. You never saw that?
No.
I'll see if you can find it, Jim. I want to say it's in the
way back 60s. So this is gonna be way back when.
Way back when he was.
So this is Mark Coleman and I did a clinic in North Carolina that was a Judo G. LaBelle clinic that he brought us in for.
What year is this? 63.
Oh my God.
So Milo Savage. So the boxer looks like he's okay. I remembered it wrong. The boxer's bare knuckle, and he made him wear a judo gi, though, which I was like, fuck you, don't wear this gi. He probably doesn't understand that that's a weapon.
Oh my God.
What happened? We didn't see him take him down.
Oh,
did they show him taking him down?
Oh my God.
Oh, don't skip through it. I want to see the technique. Because once he grabbed, right here it is. So Milo throws it, but that's it. So once Gene's got a hold of it, it's over. It's fun. It's over. I mean, you don't know what that even feels like until you feel it.
Oh my God. So I rolled with Keegan Machado, and oh my God,
he's putting sleep with a collar choke. Yeah, he's mangling it. He's just mangling it.
Oh my God.
And Gene, his style was very, very brutal.
Oh my God.
Like he had a very almost like catch wrestling style based submission. He had a lot of like very, very painful moves that he would do on you.
Oh my God. Can you imagine just not understanding what you're agreeing to?
No, you just get choked unconscious. No, you can't know until it happens. I mean, I don't know how much cross training people did. I bet he probably thought I was just going to go in there and use my boxing.
Yeah,
and I'll fuck him up. Oh my God. Yeah, it's just, you can get home to and wow. But it's just so wild that even at the highest levels, like the level that you were wrestling at, a guy like Kurt Angle can go, let's check it out.
No, another notch, man.
Yeah.
And that's the crazy part. You always find, like me being a fan of MMA and UFC watching it, there's always an outlier, right? Always an outlier that you go, that doesn't make sense. How the fuck is he getting to there?
Yep.
Right? And that's like, fuck, he's just found a new way to do it. He's found a new gear. He's found a new, way to just go, okay, this is what I'm going to do. It's like a David Goggins thing. Oh, I'm just going to run 125 miles.
Yeah, and to be able to maintain that drive, that's what's probably one of the hardest things, because you have to have almost no rest, and you're maintaining an insane drive for years and years and years, while sharks are nipping at your ankles. Because they're all coming up.
Yeah, all chasing.
Yeah. And everybody's scared.
So, I used to tell my fucking training partner, I go, fuck, the getting there, that's one thing. Fucking staying there, that's the secret.
Yeah.
It's so hard to stay at that level because everybody else is building on your experience, right? They're going, well, this is what he did. This is what he's incorporated. These are the things he's doing. I'm just going to build on it.
Yeah.
This fight, but they had agreed to Gene LaBelle said that Savage had brass knuckles in his gloves.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I started reading he couldn't punch or tackle, couldn't kick or tackle him. And in exchange for that, Savage offered to wear a judo. Oh, sorry, no,
yeah, no, it's a judo.
That's a new outfit.
Okay, so in the apparent belief that LaBelle was a karateka, so that's interesting. So he made a rule that Gene couldn't kick him. So because he thought he couldn't tackle him, and he couldn't take him. So it tackles or takedowns under the waist.
Ooh.
So you had to only hip toss him or only drag him to the ground. Everything had to be above waist. That's kind of silly.
It's really silly because it's one of those things where it's like Greco.
Yeah.
They're doing like that. Greco.
Yeah. $1,000 bet.
But boxing by a martial artist in a street fight. Wow.
Well,
This is way ahead.
I wonder if the brass knuckles thing is true.
Yeah, that's okay.
According to LaBelle, I was like, he's a bad
Wow.
motherfucker.
I had it in his stomach.
Yeah.
Right.
And again, that fortuitous meeting, him and Bruce Lee getting together, where Bruce Lee was like, the most famous martial artist on earth, turning people on to martial arts, had most mind, and had this philosophy of using everything that's useful, and then meets this guy, and it's like, oh,
here
here
it
we
is.
go.
Yeah.
He would have loved MMA.
Oh my God.
He was alive today.
Jazzed on it.
Oh my God, he'd be there with fight.
Yeah. That's one of those things where again, it's just something you can have over time.
Way ahead of stuff. But not just that, but like the first guy that became a world famous martial arts person. Like there was no real world famous martial arts people before Bruce Lee.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you had to be into martial arts to know about
martial arts.
Yeah. But Bruce Lee, like everybody knew Bruce Lee.
Yeah.
Changed martial arts, like, igniting martial arts all over the world.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where I look back on it. I've read like part of the history and stuff, and understand obviously way better than I do. But like ahead of his time, just like when Gracie came along, ahead of his time, in presenting something where he's knocking down all these stereotypes.
Yeah, and they have rigid stereotypes back then. You'd have to like get gang fights to protect the style that you were like.
So I started training at Beverly Hills Jiu-Jitsu Club, right, in California. And
I remember that spot.
So boss would have me out there. Avi Rubin is the guy that owned it, and I'd go out there and teach wrestling a couple days out of the week. It's how I got introduced to Boss, all like Tara Marca, who I was paid to do. So they were training out of there as well. So you would get these guys, jiu-jitsu guys, that would sit on the outside, wait until the other students were gone, draw all the blinds, lock the doors, and go, "Can you teach us wrestling?" Because they were so afraid that if they got caught there with me, it was like a traitor.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. So you would get like,
that's so crazy.
It was one of the things because you feel sharing information better. Yeah. And it was like, no. Jiu-jitsu, we're not sharing shit. You can't participate. You can't. It's so fucking archaic. Like the outlook, and it's like look back and I go, God damn, like, wow, that's dogma. That's like this, like, and it's really,
they didn't all have that though.
No, they did.
There's some guys who were open to teaching people everything, but there was definitely some schools for a while that were holding back techniques.
100%.
Like, I remember when Hoist Gracie, one of my friends said that when Hoist Gracie caught Dan Severn in a triangle, that he asked his instructor to show it to him. He's like, "You're not ready for that. I'm not going to show you that." Like, why don't you just show him something that works?
I rewound that tape probably 50 times. And I still can't remember what the fuck is he doing? Like, what the fuck is he doing? Like, I couldn't figure it out. Like, what the fuck is he doing? Because all of a sudden, Severn goes from beating the shit out of him going to, he's fucking tapping out.
Yeah, nuts. We couldn't believe it.
I didn't know if there was a name for it.
You could submit a guy off your back.
Like what the fuck? But if you look at it, like the space where he had Dan's head and arm, he's like that big.
Yeah,
it's like that fucking like when you do a triangle like this one, that's not a very big space. Yeah. It's like that fucking Dan is this big dude going. Oh, I get it.
And your legs, you can hold your legs in place for a long time. Your legs carry you around all day.
It's like,
especially if you actually get that foot under the knee, where it's like really locked in, it's not pressing on the end of your foot. You can hold on to that bitch for a long time.
Oh my God, man, it's like pulling on the fuck.
Pulling on the fuck nuts. Changed everybody. Like, oh my God, you can win off your back.
It literally, I mean, I still remember to this day just looking at it with my mouth hanging open.
I think it was one of the things that made MMA so popular because Hoist wasn't a big, but he didn't look like you. Right?
No,
so if you were dominating everybody, it would be like, Jesus, look at him. Yeah. But Hoist was just looked like an athlete.
Yeah.
Just like a thin. He was 175 pounds. I just so
you know what's a good?
So crazy.
I had a conversation with Hoist probably about 4 or 5 years ago, and I'd never spoken with him. outside of a competition or event or anything like that. I cried. He's such a good.
Oh, he's a great guy. He's a great guy.
Like he was so just like talking to him, and he was just so powerful and so inspirational, and just having this conversation with him was just like amazing. I was just left the conversation home for him. I'm going, wow, what a just an amazing human being.
Yeah,
He's a really good guy.
And the most important guy ever in terms of like the spread of MMA. He's the most important guy.
Oh, prolific.
Because he's the guy, when he won the first one, and you looked at the way he did it, everyone's like, that guy?
Yeah.
And everyone was like, what's he doing?
Yeah.
No one knew what it
thing?
was. What is this stuff he's doing to these people?
That thing.
Changed everything.
Yeah.
Made everybody instead, because it went from this idea that it was just the most brutal person to win. It was the Tank Abbott's, but no. There's this one guy, and he's doing everything with technique, and he's not physically imposing at all. And he's handsome.
He did make he's good.
Handsome fella.
And he wears that fancy geek thing, you know.
Motherfucker, he's choking out.
Oh my God, it's incredible. Watching that for the first time, I said, like, literally, it was like, oh, this is fucking real. Yeah, this is, because you've never seen it before.
Yeah, no, nothing like it. Yeah. And then the sport exploded, but the sport was getting fucked so hard back then by all these organizations that didn't want it ever to become sanctioned.
Yeah.
Like, because boxing was very threatened by it, and everybody had businesses with people, and then there was so much bullshit. They kept it, like, it was out in New York until, like, 10 years ago.
So we were on, me and my brother were on the way to see a UFC event in New York, and it got canceled, and it got moved down south.
Yes, to Dothan, Alabama.
Yes,
UFC 12.
Yeah, we were on our way to go see it.
I was on my way to work at it.
Oh my God,
that was the first one I was going to work at.
Oh my God,
yeah, and it got moved.
Yeah, it got moved, and so
New York was like, nope,
ain't having it.
Well, they kept it out for the longest time, though. There was the guy who was really fighting to keep the UFC out of New York. Well, eventually he got brought up on corruption charges.
Oh,
yeah. Shocker.
Yeah.
It was like, it had more to do with like unions and the fact that Zuffa, who owned it, they also owned hotels.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. So there was a lot going on.
A lot to make. I went to the first sanction. The UFC flew me out to go to in New Jersey, where they had their main card in New Jersey. The first big event that was sanctioned by the New Jersey Boxing Commission with Tito. And, they flew me out to that event. Oh wow! Yeah, flew me out to that event. And actually, this is at the time they offered me to fight. After that, they offered me to fight Pete Rogers. And it was one of those where they go, "Yeah, we're offering to fight Pete Williams. You might have to take a little bit of pay cut, but you have to believe in what we're doing." And then I'm like, "Okay, what's pay cut?" They're like, "Well, we'll give you like $15 grand
to fight."
To fight.
15 grand
to show up, and then we doubled if I won. And I'm like, I'm making, a lot more in Japan. Like, why would I gotta do that? That's crazy. Yeah, that's a terrible offer. That's one of the worst offers I've ever heard. And it's one where the whole idea behind it would be, hey, just if you believe in us, you believe in the direction of look, you just got sanctioned in New Jersey, right? Yeah. So that's the steps we're taking to move this to Vegas and to do this. And one is like, most fighters, it's like, I have X amount of fights and I don't have more. Right? I only have X. So that would have been one off my X number. Right. And I'm like, oh man, I can't do it. I only asked once. At that time, the UFC was like, we're going to ask once. And that's it. Yeah, so just leave that alone. Please just leave that alone.
That was one of them. Like, why not? Why not ask me a second time? Why not negotiate? If you were at Pride then, right? So like, what year are we talking about?
2002.
Okay, so this was the UFC is still hemorrhaging on me.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Hemorrhaging money is still.
Oh gosh, man, they should have failed.
It could have.
I mean, if anybody else was just, yeah.
That's crazy. They had no idea how much money we were getting.
Oh, they had no clue. That's so you know what's crazy with Japan? Here's what I was just another stabilizing thing where I knew that every month I had X amount of dollars coming in, that I could pay my bills, I could do my stuff, and not worry about that. Because it allowed me to transition to, like, it's not a hobby. Right. You know, I'm not like paying to go work. You know, it's like, this is what I do for a living.
Yeah, that was the point of thinking about money investment. Like by giving them more money, they get better camps. Wouldn't you think the product would be better?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like to think of people's products, but
It is.
The program that you're now. I guess you don't have to pay for it. You can just pay for the subscription to Paramount, which is pretty badass.
Yeah.
But you don't have to pay for a pay-per-view every time. But you know, if they had more money, they'd be able to go to that camp. They'd be in better shape, all the way around. Yeah. They'd be better recovered, they have better nutrition.
It's investing in what your product is. And your product is elite athletes. Elite athletes. In order to get elite athletes, they need funding, right? They need tools. The only way they can get tools is through money. You know, better coaches, better recovery facilities. And I don't know that you know, I
let me ask you this. Yeah. If you were like looking for, like, say if your son wanted to start fighting or someone wanted to look to, would you, if you were giving a young fighter advice, would you say go right into the UFC? Or would you say, no, the best case scenario is go into another organization like the PFL, build your style up, build it up on maybe a little slightly lower level competition, although not necessarily.
Yeah.
Still elite guys.
Submission grappling. That's literally a coach. You fundamentally need to build a base of what you're going to be doing, right? So submission grappling, ADCC, as a young kid, like 16, 17-year-old kid, even 18, 19, 20-year-old kid, I go, you need submission grappling because you can participate in those at a competitive level. It teaches you how to compete. It teaches you how to prepare to compete, right? And it teaches you without the impact of striking and punching and all of this. So that's like the first foundational piece. And this is just my opinion, right? Foundationally is like if you have to have a mechanism out there which leads without having the physical impact that fighting does. So that would be the first thing, like submission grappling, ADCC stuff. You know, all of that really teaches you how to compete, to train to compete, and it starts building that base. And then you start adding pieces and going, okay, I understand this. Let's add the striking components into it now. And let's do these little like PFLs, or let's do this, let's do that. And it just allows you to build out something where you're not just thrown into the fire, because that shit doesn't work. I mean, the fighters become so good now that you can't just throw somebody in there because it's fucked. You get fucked up and they fuck your confidence up, and I'm done.
You could definitely reach an opponent that you shouldn't be reaching.
Yeah, for sure.
I wonder that if you build yourself up in another organization, then obviously you have at least a name. And the hardcore fans know who you are.
Yep.
So it's like Rainier de Ritter is another example. Who's elite right now. I say middleweight, but I can't believe he's really a middleweight. He's so fucking big. But he's a fantastic grappler. But he was already a champion and won. So he's a champion in ONE FC, and then when he comes over to America and starts fighting for the UFC, people are already hyped for him. So it's like immediately getting tossed in there with Kevin Holland, immediately getting tossed in there with like very elite fighter. And so like maybe there's an argument for if you were like managing a fighter, saying like don't just if you fight well in the UFC, you might be 3 fights in the waters that you're going to swim in. The level gets high very fast. But maybe you'd be better off getting a few years in at a different level of competition to really tighten your skills up and make sure that when you finally do,
You've been ringside for this. You see when a young fighter clicks and gets it. And he understands how to compete at that level. It's brilliant.
It's amazing.
Like watching it, you're like, oh my God, he's in there. Oh my God, it gives me goosebumps to think about it because it's that moment that I can look at and go, oh fuck.
And you know, it's a beautiful creation. It's like a testament to the amount of hours work. Like you know it better than anybody alive. When you see someone perform at like a super elite championship level, you go, how hard that motherfucker had to work to get to what you're seeing right now.
It's even, and this is probably just as a thing, like DJ playing me in the movie, you just don't get there. Right. It doesn't happen by magic. Right. That's fucking work.
That's work.
For him to become you. Oh my God.
He became you. Like, you got all of your mannerisms like down. Not like a simile, facsimile, like creepy down. Like he even said he fucking walks like me. He has a little fucking walk. I'm like, get the fuck like you, man. Like, where do you hire a walk coach? Well, the crazy thing is, like, that store was made for him. That was made for him because he's that big to sell that. Yeah. And you can't get that big that quick. It should take you forever.
So we were talking about this the other day. Like, there's like, through the history of like, names of actors that are like, I'm getting paid to go be, betting this. And then there's like watching the whole transition of what DJs are doing and how he's like, well, I just don't need to be big because that's one thing. I need to be big with quality of what I'm doing. And so it's these fast twitch. It's like a wrestler, fast twitch fibers. You look at him and go, oh shit, he just didn't get big. He found specific muscle for what he was doing. And to be able to go through everything and understand going, he secluded himself. He literally locked himself away for 11 weeks up in Vancouver and didn't bring his family up, which I guess he normally does. He just went through his training camp. Okay. Like every day, same routine, get up, same routine, do this. I was like, fight week, got all of his stuff, guys, all of this. Like, this is foundational, because I'm not going to do wrestling, 25 years of wrestling in fucking a month, right? 2 weeks or a week or an hour. It's like, okay, but let's get foundational pieces, right? Because the people are going to watch you, they can look at the film and tell whether you put the work in or not. Right.
Especially someone like you.
Oh, God, yeah. It was one where that was the biggest deal for Betty to be able to shoot these scenes without the stunt double. Going how, because it just detracts from what you're trying to do as a film. Right. How do you shoot this whole entire well, how many did DJ foundational pieces of like changing level for a double? Here's where you get. And like certain foundational pieces you have to have, and then like I told them, once you get to a certain point, everything from that point on is your own. It's like when you watch wrestlers going, oh, he changes his level, and then all these little nuances, that's individual. That's individualized. Like Michael Jordan, it's like the structure for a jump shot is the same, right? But all these little nuances of like how to get to the position, hit a jump shot, that's Michael Jordan. So I go, like when I shoot a double leg, like lowering your level, it's foundational, fundamental, right? It's like attacking without my arms out and tight, that's fundamental. But once I hit the person with the tack, right, double leg, everything from that point going on is my own. Whether I tip it this way, tilt it this way, run them forward, run them backwards, sit down, change them. It's all these little ones. I go foundational and then you're good. So it was a lot of work for him to get to that foundational point. And once he got there, it's like, okay, good.
It looked very realistic. The fight scenes were excellent. Yeah. It was like really well done to the point where it looked like the historical fight.
Yeah, they did. And again, this is Ben, just like him and how he wanted to shoot it.
I really appreciate that because it's like that's hard to do. It's hard to really capture. Like you watch a documentary or a docudrama rather on a person's real life when that person's a famous person like yourself, and I've seen you compete for decades. I'm like, I've seen it. I remember those fights. They got it. They got it real close. Yeah. It's like, wow. Yeah. This is it's really well done, and it also looks realistic. It does look, sometimes fights look a little corny.
Oh my God, that was the one thing we're talking about. Going, there's always going to be a space for a Rocky fight, right? Literally, nothing wrong at all. But that's not the shoot it. Like this is how do we create something that pays homage to, and something to build off of, and somebody can look at it and go, oh wow.
I think it's important that we're talking about Rocky, though. We have to say Rocky 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever the fuck they got out to. But Rocky 1 was real.
Oh my God. I literally, I remember being in the theater and literally watching it just like as a kid. Yeah. Watching it and like, I wanted to be Rocky.
drank a raw egg. I ran around the block.
Oh,
As
yeah.
soon as I got home.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, you're like,
Holy shit, that was a great movie.
Oh,
And they tried to push him out. They didn't want him to play the lead. Who wrote that movie?
oh my God, he won an Oscar for that, right? Yeah,
It's a great movie, and it's a weird movie. It's a weird
it is. Just that's the classic underdog, overachiever, but he doesn't.
There are guys like that, man, and that's what's crazy. There's guys that like are hyper fucking talented, but for whatever reason, they just never. Buster Douglas.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
Buster Douglas got to get one fight against Mike Tyson and beat him up, and did it artistically.
Yeah.
He was hitting him with a jab followed by a left hook, just whop whop. It was beautiful. The movement.
Wasn't that in Tokyo?
I believe it was.
Yeah, Tokyo Dome.
Yeah, I believe you're right. Yeah. That was one of the craziest.
Yeah. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that.
Because his mom had done it.
Yeah.
He just got together for this one fight. And this one fight, he showed everybody what that.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Never to be repeated.
No, and then Holyfield knocked him out the next fight.
Yeah, God. Yeah. Oh.
But like that one fight, man, he got it together. And you go, wow. So there's guys like that out there that are supremely talented, but for whatever reason, they just never sustain, never can keep it together. It's a mental thing.
Yeah, I mean, all of it is, right? I mean, just like you're saying, like the outliers, it's a mental thing that they have that a level or to
Yeah.
everybody else.
It has to be, or there's got to be something different. Everybody's trying to figure it out. What is he doing?
Yeah.
But it seems to boil down to almost always dedication. Like, how dedicated are you to it? And are you so dedicated to be willing to objectively look at what you do good and what's not so good and change that and fix it and really tighten down your diet and really like get religious with yourself?
That's the ability to be able to be just have the self-perspective, right? That's honesty. Because a lot of it, like I literally before Chris Campbell, right, was talking about, I thought I was training fucking hard. I thought like I'm training fucking hard, and he just grabbed me by the hand and goes, "No, let me show you what hard is," right? And so it's this routine where it's like in college, my senior year, 6 a.m. I get up, he would pick me up, and I went to get home. I had a chair that was next to the door that I slept in for the last. Because one time being late, he just throttled me, and I'm like, "Man, I ain't fucking never happened. I can't dance." Slept in the chair next to the door, and be like, "All right, because he could just get 2 beats, beep, and like, all right, I'm up." It's like out the front door. You go to the gym, you train in the morning, so you do wrestling drills, stuff like that, and then you do cardio or strength. He would go to work. He was full-time attorney. He'd go work all day. I would start practicing with the wrestling team, warm up, and then I'd wait for him to get off work 5 o'clock, and then we train for a couple hours, and then get up and repeat. But it's this level of intensity with everything has intention. There wasn't anything that was left without intent. Right. From how we drilled, how we trained, everything was very focused and intentional. There wasn't anything like, I'm going to do this today. And I was like, no. Everything has intention. This is why you're doing this. This is why you're doing that. This is why you're doing this.
And that's the difference.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
It's this intention of every single thing you're doing has this intention for an end purpose.
Mm. You know Gordon Rogers, right? Yeah. That's Gordon Feltus, right? When Gordon trains 365 days a year, he doesn't take any days off unless he's injured. And if he's injured, he'll still be on the mats watching. He watches everybody. He says, I'm still thinking about jiu-jitsu. And it's not just training like hard sparring. It's going over technique, going over counters, tape study, all day.
And that is somebody who's living their life intentional, right? Everything has a purpose.
Everything.
And it's why he's been able to do what he's been able to do. I mean, I've looked at it going, if he existed when I was doing ABCC, I would never won. Because it's just a different level, and that's a skill set I had wrestling, but he's got a skill set that incorporates It's that plus 20 years.
And it's nuts because he gives away the formula. He's like, yeah, no one's going to do it. No. He's like, and he does this with confidence. He goes, I put on all my videos out there for free.
And that's fucking funny.
So, I mean, he puts techniques up all the time. And shows you that stuff. And he sells DVDs still. He makes millions just selling instructions. That's how much he knows about jiu-jitsu.
Oh my god.
And he's only 30.
Yeah.
And everybody considers him the greatest of all time.
You know, it's crazy. It's funny to bring this up. So when DJ and I connected again in 2023 when he got kicked off and green light for the film, he sent me these pictures of Panther videos, Panther martial arts, seek and destroy videos that are in his VHS tape. He's got like in the picture, right? And his marker, seek and destroy. Then he had found them and sent them to DJ. And he's like, study them. So it's this videotape series that I did for Panther Production. So this is what I see. Oh my god.
Finding things.
Yeah. And so DJ sends me this picture, and it was fucking. I was literally like, okay, I'm in.
Dude, look at the size of you. You look like a superhero.
Oh, dude, I had such. This is. I call it phone booth fighting, right? Like I could, in a very small space, I could generate a fucking shit ton of power.
Oh, dude, you were a shit ton of power. You were a legitimate freak. And I remember like watching you fight the first time. I was like, that's what do you do with that? It's one thing that you're giant, but it's also that you got elite wrestling skills on top of that. Like,
oh shit, yeah. This might be yeah. Oh
all these dudes in karate kids, like, God damn.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, they're like, Phil, turn me like you.
The key, the problem with the key is that anyone can grab it.
Yeah.
You know, it makes wrestling easier. If you allowed the keys still, I think there'd probably be a few people that get choked out, but also a lot of people can take it down a lot easier.
Yeah. So
he can grab the key.
He can Machado. I rolled with him, right? Chopping him, and Higgin, it was like giving him an extra hand.
Yeah.
I go, dude. I literally so in Torrance when I trained myself, there was like there's one room and then another room, and there's a door between them. And so he had half of his class kind of all stacked up at the door watching us train. And it was like 5 minutes with a gi, and I just looked at him and I go, I ain't never fucking played. Take the key off, man. Like, here, have it back. It's like, fuck.
It's a weapon.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's a weapon. Especially if you got really good collar chokes. Those guys are terrifying. You get that thumb behind your neck, and you're like, oh, Christ.
It was like, you would tie up an arm, like with the key, and I'd be like, fuck, now it's got, like,
yeah.
Like, what the fuck, dude?
It's a totally different thing. You have to really be aware of grips, and you can't explode your way out of stuff. That's what the argument for the key is defensively, that you have to get out of every position with technique. You can't just pull your arm out. Your arm's stuck. So you have to figure out the right way to where you can't expose yourself because they have too much friction.
It's been a minute since I've been at them. Like, no friction. I mean, it's literally, it's all friction. I mean, it's all friction.
It's a problem. If you have one, but the thing, and I've always said, why would you want to train in that for MMA though? He's like, that would be crazy. That would be like saying, if you play racquetball, you're going to be better at tennis.
Yeah.
No, play tennis. You have to play tennis at an elite level. It should be, all your grips should be based on control of the body, gable grips, and
all that.
Underhooks and overhooks. And you can't, because that's the one thing that we saw with a lot of jiu-jitsu guys in the early days. They were so used to grabbing collars and grabbing sleeves that when they went to the ground, they lost 30% of their game.
Yeah. And that's the evolution of. It's why, like, foundation and keyless grappling, right? Because it just teaches you fundamentally what you're about to do if you're going to do an MMA.
Yes,
right.
For sure.
Foundationally, it's like that's where you need to start.
Yeah, I think so.
You know, because even to the point where it's like because you have a lot of wrestling in there, and you have a lot of moves. Like my first times at Abu Dhabi, the only thing I could say small moves. Like I didn't like I literally, if I felt uncomfortable, it was just small time moves. But I know it wasn't this like explosion because it's like fuck, I don't want to explode Right. So it's foundation. It's a different sport.
It's a totally different sport, but I think there's something gained from cross training with the gi. I think the gi is like, it's a fun thing to do, and in most street fights, the realistic thing is you're wearing clothes, especially if you're fighting in a place that has where people wearing winter coats. Oh my god, that's gonna be amazing. It's more so many things to choose from, so much control available. But for the you really ever want to think about competing, I would say just go right into wrestling and jiu-jitsu. Learn that stuff first. That's foundational. Yeah.
God, man, I can't believe you've been involved in this.
I know, it's so long.
I mean, you're a spectator in history.
I know. I feel super lucky. Incredibly fortunate. You know when I felt the most fortunate? During COVID. Because everything was locked down, you couldn't do anything, but the UFC was still putting on shows, and you'd get tested, you get tested when you got there, that was with the mask, down next to each other. But we were in the Apex Center, and I got to watch like world championship fights with no audience. So I was like, this is crazy. And there's only one of maybe there's 100 people in the whole room that are getting to watch these fights. Like we saw Stipe fight Francis Ngannou, and Francis beat him for the world title. There was no one in that room. Wow, it's crazy to watch. If you watch it today, it's such a weird video because it's an elite performance by Francis in his prime, when he's like seeking destroyed, going after Stipe, patient. You know, it's what DC started calling him Patient Francis. Dude, there's no crowd, and it's kind of eerie. Wow, it's eerie. Because when he KOs him, and you hear people go, whoa, whoa, whoa. You know, it's like people kind of freaked out.
Wow. That's unique.
It's very unique. And I was like, wow, there's so few people that get to be here.
Oh my gosh.
While this fight is happening. Like when Justin Gaethje fought Tony Ferguson.
Oh my God.
You were in an empty arena. Wow. The arena was completely empty. It was only the UFC crew and only the people that were working around with the UFC. There was no crowd.
Wow.
And if you watch that today, it's bizarre.
Oh my God. So I even thought like my first fights in Japan, how quiet the crowd was. But not that quiet. There was no one there.
The Justin Gaethje Tony Ferguson fight, there might have been, I don't know, 100 people, 200 people in the whole fucking arena. It was nuts. It was like totally quiet. It was eerie because you heard the slaps of the punches and kicks way different.
Oh, I bet.
Because there's no people cheering. Because there's always people cheering.
Yeah.
It's always this background noise. The UFC like, and you hear thuds and stuff, and I hear a little better than most people because I'm wearing the headphones and the microphones are in the. But you don't hear it like you hear it when there's an empty arena. Wow. There's an empty arena. You should go.
I need to go back and watch
that.
Oh my God. So I've sat there with a group of people that like watching somebody kicking and shin on chin. And just me, nobody in the room getting it. I'm going, ow, I don't care. Like, I don't care. That fucking hurt. That hurt. I don't care.
You can poker face that shit.
Oh, dude, it fucking hurt. That's like a big fuck you. Like, I know that hurt, dude. I know that hurt.
I mean, the COVID times were dark times, but it did make me feel very fortunate to be working for the UFC because to be there live as a, person who's just loved this sport since it first started, to be there live while those fights are going on like this, nuts.
That is just one of those where, again, money can't buy that. I mean, it's just one of those experiences like I've had a couple through this process of filmmaking where it's like, nobody ever can find the experience. Like in Venice, standing there, like literally, like I'm crying because, like I said, at the end of Venice, like therapy, watching me and literally settling in, like, wow. And I was a dick. I just was really hard to it. And then have a Benny next to me, DJ next to me, feeling your emotion and feeling DJ's emotions because they've never experienced anything like that.
Well, I think anybody trying to do what you were trying to do has got to be a bit of a dick. I don't think, as nice as you were, and you were always super friendly, you're doing something that's really insane. You're cage fighting for a living in front of the world in your underwear.
I tell people it's hot pants. Fucking I'm in hot pants. You want to know the truth? You're not dancing.
You know, I mean, you were a human superhero. You look like a human superhero. You're fighting for. Who the fuck expects you to be normal?
No, they do though. That's where I'm like, no, I was a selfish, self-absorbed, and I look at it, I go, okay, all right, I can accept that, and understand I was trying to raise everybody up. You know, if you couldn't get with a fucking program, I didn't have patience for it.
When you had gone through, like when you were talking about these camps, that you had gone through the kind of training that's required to reach the level that you had reached, you know what's in there for everybody, and people that don't want to come forward, you get mad at them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like you're gonna hold me back.
Yeah, and that's part of it, like understanding, like I just didn't have patience because I didn't have time. I didn't have time for it. Like, you know, it's understanding like I know that I need X. I'm gonna fucking fight in me, and I gotta try the X, and that's not gonna work. You know, because a lot of that was some of the people that were accountable to me, right? And you know, money can hold people accountable to a certain degree, but at a certain point, it's like, you know, the training partners I had around me, it was like, hey, I can help you get to the next level. Right? That was kind of the enticement.
Yeah.
You just need to make a commitment to me.
Right.
Right? Make a commitment to me, and I'll give you that little piece that you're missing. You know, and that was kind of the part that I helped, you know, go, okay, my training partners be accountable to me, and I'll help you with that little missing piece out of your profession. You know, and so I just didn't have patience. And it's when we're nice, I'm cordial, all this other, but you know, at the end of the day, I was demanding.
Do you think that maybe that kind of drive played a factor in you having an issue with substances?
Yeah.
Because you just wanted relief, maybe relief from the mindset.
Yeah, you know, part of it was that, you know, I almost buy into the bullshit, and I could never be this perfect being that I was trying to be, and so I'm always falling short, and that feeling of always falling short, and this, just like, you know, I couldn't live up to what I thought I needed to live up to, right? And so that was hiding, and you know, I'm just gonna get a little relief from it. You know, it's gonna, so I can unplug.
Right.
You know, and it was just one of those where it started with pain. You know, realistically, it started like, oh, fuck, I'm doing something inherently, I'm gonna have pain.
Yeah.
You know, and it was this progression from that of like, you know, from pain to, I didn't know what an opiate addiction was.
Yeah, in all fairness, I think we should tell people back when this was all going on, the opiate epidemic had not occurred yet.
Yeah.
And people did not know. And they were also telling a lot of people when they were taking these pain medications that they were not addicted. They argued it in court. They argued it in court that it was not addicted.
Oh my God.
Which is really crazy.
Which I didn't understand. I didn't understand. Like, like, when I took it to the level that I took it, when I stopped, tried to stop, I didn't understand what being dope sick was. I didn't understand, like, getting physically sick because I don't have the substance in my body. Like, I would get diarrhea. I couldn't walk from here to the end of the room without having to sit down for a half hour.
It's almost like a parasite.
It is.
It's almost like a parasite that needs you to keep feeding to stay alive. It's like, how else could getting poison out of your body be bad?
Yeah.
How nuts is that? And
No,
you want it bad. You want to get it. You want to get the poison back in you. Like, what kind of weird
and
biological mechanism is that?
That crazy part is the first recognition of like that I'm stuck, that I don't know the answer of like, because I'm caught between, you know, like, all right, I'm going through this physical withdrawal and everything else that comes with it, or I'm just going to go seek the thing that's causing the physical withdrawal because it makes me feel better. You know, so you're caught in this loop of just bullshit, right?
And then you go, I'll just have a little.
Yeah, just that's it. I just need to feel better just a little bit. And, you know, so it's one of those where it's like, there wasn't the internet back then. I could fucking get on, oh, let's do something. You know, it's like, wasn't that?
So how did you figure out that, when did you realize, like, I've got a problem?
God, man. I always, probably age 14. Really? Yeah, I knew when I first drank, first had a drink that I drank until I was drunk. Like, because that was this taste of Jack Daniels, and I was like, oh, this feels good. It was like not a normal reaction. Looking back on it, going, oh. So I've always had a propensity towards it, and then it functions both ways because I get addicted to the sport, I get addicted to the routine, I get addicted to getting in the ring and taking someone's will, I get addicted to the crowd, the championship, the adulations, it's like that's who I am, right? Right. And it's a contributor to my success, but it's also a contributor to my demise. Both ways. It's like, from an early age, I understood like, hey, this could be a problem, and then when wrestling came along, I didn't drink during wrestling. Like during that whole season, I didn't drink. In college, I didn't drink during wrestling. Like okay, I'm in recovery, 7 years of sobriety now.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's for me, it's one of those foundational things of like, oh, that's what I've been missing my whole life.
Yeah, and you keep repeating that term for a good reason. Foundational is everything.
Yeah,
having like morals and ethics, that's foundational. Having your health, that's foundational.
Yeah. I get it because it's one of those where understanding like those are the building blocks. Because if I don't have those things in place, nothing else fucking stands up. Right. Of course. It sounds like the
no, but it's an important thing to reiterate because everybody should hear it. And
it's a huge part.
It's a huge part. It's it with most things in life. Most things in life, you have to have structure, some kind of structure.
Figuring out like my son, what makes him function, structure. And he's told me this. He goes, "You shouldn't have heard of it." I'm like, fuck. I'm like, okay. I'm like, all right.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. No, I'm gonna give you 4 stars to that.
Yeah. Could have given you 5, but you want to fucking iron on mine.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. But he functions best with structure. He's just one of those individuals that's built like that, right?
Well, I think part of that it's kind of probably seeing what you did and genetics. And it's like some learned memory in there.
I would think so.
I think there is. And I don't think we totally understand where personalities come from. It's a mixture of like spirits and hormones and genetics and where you are born and what part of the fucking moon is facing this way.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's real. Oh my gosh, it's like, Jupiter's orbiting Saturn. And
I always wonder, like, why are they so into this? Is there something to this? Because if there is, I would feel real stupid if I was ignoring it the whole time.
You know what? Listening to Joe Dispenza, some of his stuff, it changed my whole life. It's changed some of how, like, just having more energy, right? And your energy is transferred. It's like, why is it addicted to it? Because exchange of negative energy, right?
Yeah.
Back and forth. It's like being an addict.
Right.
I'm addicted to drama.
You're also addicted to making up.
Yeah, that's the other one.
Yeah.
Because that's a feel good too.
Yeah.
Right?
Sometimes people want to get in fights just to make up.
Hell yeah. I mean, it's the whole process. It's all fun. Oh my god. Oh my god. So it's that really fucked up part of like understanding, like looking back on it.
Bro, when you guys were fighting in the movie right before you were about to fight Buck Champion, it is such a crazy scene. It's really well done, man.
Oh my god,
it's really well done.
It's how Emily flips that switch of like, fuck you, motherfucker.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my god, it's like a fuck. That's what it does it every fucking time.
It's amazing.
Like that little, like, oh my god, I guess if you were a common fucking asshole.
It's amazing. Oh, it's so realistic. I mean, they nailed it. They really nailed it. How weird is it for you to watch like a segment of your life created in a movie? Is it so? I mean,
it's so surreal. I've used like I haven't found another word to it.
Right. It seems like there's not a word that figures out for that one.
There's not, because it's just one where it's like, you know what? On the other side of it, and this is just me going, you know what? I'm grateful. I have a sense of humility. I have a sense of just being like deep, profound gratitude that DJ, Emily, Bethany, everybody involved with the film wanted to take this on.
Yeah.
Like,
that's amazing.
Because I look at it going, like, a lot of it's self-worth going, you really want to really think about my life, about me? Like, what the fuck? Like, really? And then understanding, like, what they see story and everything that's around it. Because at the end of it, it's redemption. It's like where I am today. I'm so thankful that I have my health. I'm so thankful that I have my sobriety. I'm so thankful that I get to experience these things and share, my experience, strength, and hope, they call it, right? With other people and giving them going, look at all the fucking bullshit I went through, and I'm on the other side of it. So whatever you're going through, anything's possible.
Yeah. Totally. I mean, and the thing about what you did is that, like I said, I thought it was so great that you did it publicly when you did the Smashing Machine documentary. And I was thinking, like, were you happy that you were getting on film? So, like, maybe this, like, would make you get clean? Was there any of that?
There's a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Because part of it is that I didn't, at that point, the only person on the planet that knew everything was gone. Right? Nobody else on the planet knew what to do. And so when John had put the camera down, he's like, dude, what are you doing? Like, you're not being truthful with this. And I'm like, well, at that moment, I could have went, fuck you, get the fuck out of my house, you're done film. And there was this moment where it was like, I needed to tell somebody. I go, okay, like, here's what I can do. And I don't know who to tell it, I don't know how to tell it. I'm just going to show you. And that's when it shows me shooting up. It was that moment where I'm like, well, I'm not going to show you. Whoa. Because it was one of those where it's like, it felt like a weight got lifted.
Right.
Like, all of a sudden, it's just like, oh, fuck.
Did you ever think about not going through with the documentary?
Yeah. So here's what they ended up doing. So I didn't see one stitch of footage at all until I saw the complete documentary in Los Angeles at Dolby Sound Studios. So it was like a couple of years, not a second of footage. So I sit down, the documentary as it appeared on HBO, right? And the filmmakers aren't watching the fucking film, they're watching me watch the film. Right? There's like 8 of us in the movie theater. I get the film's done, lights come up, and I literally stand up and John Greenhall goes, what do you think? And I go, I'm gonna have to get back with you. And I just walk straight out, don't say another fucking word, get in my truck, start driving. Back then the phones, like in the car, he's calling me on the phone and he goes, you're gonna be okay. I go, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Because the agreement we had in place was I had found over the content of it.
I never showed you the content
until that in the Dolby Sound Studios in Los Angeles. The content, the whole film, I didn't see any of it until that moment. So literally, I drove home and John was like, what? I go, you have to give me a day. You have to fucking give me a day. I just fucking, I said, I don't know if I can go forward with it. I don't think I can. It's just too fucking much.
Okay, so you did have a car. You did.
Yeah, I did. At the very,
what made you decide not to?
John had said something like, I guess it's like a parable where it's like, if you've lived your life and you've saved one person's life, you've had a worthy life. Meaning that if somebody watches this and sees your struggles that you've gone through, and sees that you have in that in your recovery, it gives them hope or gives them, because what keeps me is the shame. And the shame of what I was doing. And kept me quiet. I didn't who the fuck am I gonna tell?
Right. You don't want them to know.
No, you don't want them to know. Like, fuck no. And so that shame is what usually keeps me. But if they see me in the film go through this process and this deep revealing process of what was going on with me, it gives them an opportunity to go, why? I can ask for help too.
When you got through the film, how long did it take you to get clean?
I got clean off of morphine, off of the new band I was doing. Right after, all the way through the full change, or all the way through Fuji to Fight, I was clean from started drinking, which is a whole other topic. But I had done narcotics in probably like 3 years after that, and then I started up again. And then it was this process of like start, stop, start, stop, start, stop. And the thing that predominantly dominating is alcohol because it's socially acceptable, easily accessible, all these different factors of it. And so that's eventually, like I've said, my mom passed away September 3rd, 1996. And so my son knows this. And so my sobriety date is September 4th. And so my son asked me that day, September 3rd, he's like, Dad, I know you were drink today because your mom died, but we just stop tomorrow. And at the time, I thought it was just another promise of like, yeah, I'll stop. Next day, I got up and there's just something a little different, whatever it was that day. And I stopped asking the question why, because it's irrelevant, right? And from that day till today, I'm sober. Wow. Yeah. Makes no fucking sense.
But it does. It's like you get better at sobriety, just like you get better at all other things in life.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You get better at figuring out why. And, there's also the reality that I think a lot of people need to take into consideration when it comes to fighting is that a lot of guys they're self-diagnosing or self-dispensing something to make themselves better because they've taken a lot of damage, right? And they feel like shit.
Yeah.
And that's alcohol is a big one. A big contributing factor. A lot of former fighters become alcoholics. Cocaine is another one.
Yeah, because it's one of those where I thought, I literally woke up, Joe, this is much shit. Like waking up going, okay, I don't know what's wrong. There's something fucking wrong. Like there's something wrong with me. And understanding like all this different stuff, head trauma and all these different things and factors, I literally thought I was like going off the deep end. Like I was like, okay, alcohol or drugs was the only relief I got from what the fuck was going on in my head.
So the thing, what did was it past a specific fight?
It was literally it was after 2006. It's like 2006, 2007, 2008. I stopped fighting in 2009. I didn't know what else to do. All my identity was tied up in being a fighter. Understanding like these simple words of like fighting is what I did. It's not who I am.
Right.
I'm much more than that. Right? I'm much more than a fighter. And understanding once I got to that point, it's like that's when some of the relief came in. But part of it in my head, like there's something fucking, I don't know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was just seeking relief because of like there's something that's fucked up in my head, and I didn't know what it was. Still to this day, I look at it like, I call it God shot because it was one where it's like something needs to change because this is unsustainable. Unsustainable with alcohol, unsustainable with what's going on in my head, and get sober, things quiet down. It's actually quiet down. The first year it took that enough sobriety to clear out all the bullshit that was in my head. Going, I just need neutral, right? Mm. And once I hit neutral, it's like, oh wow, I can build on this. So it's incredible. It makes no sense at all, but it makes perfect sense.
It does make sense because you're willing to articulate your deep thoughts, your very vulnerable thoughts on who you are as a guy who was, one point in time one of the scariest fucking human beings walking the face of the earth. And that's important for people to know and to hear and to recognize that, man, a lot of people can get caught in that trap. They don't think you could. Yeah. Just like be a little bit more compassionate and understanding and appreciate people for telling you very difficult truth about their life. Because I think people need to hear that stuff.
They do. Like I said, what I understood, like giving them permission from the documentary, saying to John, going, okay, if this could change or help one person, then my life has value, right? Because I helped another person. And then when it premiered at HBO at the studios, this was like the whole crowning moment. Is having like a 65-year-old grandmother come over to me, who I would have nothing in common with, say to me, you know what, that was beautiful. My grandson, he's got a drinking problem. I don't know what to do. Or, you know, it's like the door had been opened. Yeah. He felt comfortable to sit down with me about her grandson. And it was like this moment of like, oh fuck, this is what it's about. It's about opening that door up so people can connect and go, well, if he can do it, I can tell my truth. You know, because it's difficult, man. It's addictions that just kind of shame. They keep you in a box, and it's just this. It's a horrible existence.
Did anybody ever recommend Ibogaine to you?
No, I've heard of that though.
So they're doing that now in Texas. The Ibogaine initiative passed through thanks to former Governor Rick Perry, Republican, who, through working with veterans, found that a lot of veterans who struggle with addiction and PTSD, that Ibogaine is incredibly effective.
Wow.
And it's not a recreational drug. It's not fun.
No.
It's a psychedelic. It takes 24 hours, and it's apparently like brutally introspective, but literally corrects addictive pathways, like whatever the connection is in the brain that causes you to be addicted to things.
Yeah.
It can disrupt those in a very bizarre and unique way. And it's something like 80+% effective with one dose of getting people to stay off of narcotics, cigarettes, alcohol. And I think with 2 doses, it's in the 90s. So if you do 2 different Ibogaine ceremonies,
That's incredible.
they were going, most people were going, my friend Ed Clay did it down in Mexico, and he even had a place that he was running down in Mexico because you couldn't do it in America because it's illegal. Okay. It literally stops the train of addiction dead in its tracks. They don't totally understand how it does it, but it's very effective. I know a lot of veterans.
So they talk about like the neuroplasticity of drugs like that create new pathways instantaneously.
Yeah.
Like
I'd like to say those words, but I don't really know what they mean. You know what I mean? When I say them, just faking it. I know that's how you're supposed to say it, so I'll say it respectfully. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. So what I do know is my friends that I know that have gone the Ibogaine, it's been massively effective.
Wow.
Get them off drugs, get them off drinking.
Wow.
Get them, they just change their perspective. They go, okay, I get it now. They just realize where they were tripping with their own dick, like what they were doing wrong.
That's incredible.
Yeah, quick. I mean, what else is like that? It's like 24 hours later, you can get a totally new perspective of life and be cured of addiction. And somehow that's illegal. That's illegal, but the stuff that they're addicted to is not. Oh my God, that's like we're in bizarro world.
Right? Oh my God,
total bizarro world.
Yeah, none of that makes sense. I mean, it's just that's a whole nother rabbit hole.
It really doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no.
Like what we just said makes no. It's like no, it should be the opposite.
Yeah.
It should be the opposite. This is so stupid.
Because it's just one where it's like, if that stuff existed back then, it would have come short.
Yeah, it did exist, but it just didn't exist here because we're corrupt.
Yeah.
And so again, kudos to Governor Rick Perry because what he's done is like open the way to right-wing leaning people going, maybe we shouldn't dismiss all the things that God put here on earth. Oh my God. Maybe some of these things are actually here to heal your brain, and we're ignoring them because you can't patent them. Like, that might be the thing too. Not saying that
just saying, right.
But I'm saying that this also might cure you, and it's incredibly, it's a plan.
So that's, again, in the last 5-6 years, alternative perspectives has been just paramount.
Yeah.
Just in opening me up, to having a better understanding of like how rigid I was and how just this thin line of thinking I had for so long about stuff like this, and so it's just been this incredible experience to get to here because I've had to open up. I've had to go, okay, I'm going to do meditation. I'm going to do this. I did meditation for fighting, but it was visual meditation. How the fuck I was going to dismantle a dude's brain, right? I would sit and get, but this meditation that access different parts of my brain, right? To try to get into delta, theta, all these different things, so I could open different spots in my brain up,
right?
And so it's just been this. My wife, she's Nietzschean Buddhist, You know,
What is
Nam Myoho Renge Kyo. She chants every morning.
Duncan does that.
Yeah, Nam Myoho Renge Kyo. So the Buddha, the gold Buddha you have, we have one at our house. Not quite that big, but we have. Yeah. So she's Nichiren Buddhist, and it's one of those things where she got me to start chanting. I don't do it as much now, but the first 3-4 years we were together, it's like I chanted with her regularly. And it's one of those where it's like harmonics and vibrations and frequencies, and understanding like, man, we know so little, but realistically, all this stuff through like all the different stuff we discovered in Egypt with sound chambers and all the different things. I mean, it's a whole different thing where we just ignore it.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, shit, we don't even, we're so archaic in our thinking.
Well, I think what happens sometimes is thinking and ideas get connected to people, and you think that the ideas and whatever you think you know about history or about the way things can be done, like it's all been solved. Kids, like settle down. Everyone, I don't think they do. No, I don't think they do. Show me how they built that. Show me who the fuck they figured this out. Like maybe they knew about medicine that you're ignoring because you can't patent it. Yeah. These people have been making ayahuasca for 10,000 years in the jungle. You don't tell me.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
Settle down. Yeah. Settle down. There's all the things that you think are valid, plus thing that people have to recognize. You can't be rigid with what you believe in, because sometimes it's wrong.
That's the part where I can't believe how much I'm opened up and been just receptive. And a lot of it's because I'm sober. It's like, fuck, I don't know shit, man. Like when you look at the bigger pictures, I know so little.
Dude, nobody knows shit. That's the scariest thing. There's a bunch of people pretending they've got it figured out. They're full of shit too. Yeah. Every one of us is a talking monkey flying through space. That's just a great way to look at it, right? Over our head, we are in a convertible organic spaceship hurling through the universe. That alone, once you start with that, that's your foundational. Okay? This is foundational to your view of the world. The problem with us is that we don't fucking see the stars anymore. That's a giant problem with human beings. We've screwed ourselves up with light pollution, and it's not a coincidence that the people that live in the most populated cities are the most diluted, ridiculous people that are the furthest away from nature. Not that they're not awesome, what I'm saying is, like, you are so far away from nature. You're so diluted from being like a wild animal.
So, you know what I've actually done? I've hugged trees. I've literally hugged trees. It feels beautiful.
Yeah, that's real.
It really is like walking barefoot, right? Like on grass and getting connected. And you were saying to me 10 years ago, I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. But it's like, okay, who says it's not?
I think nature's a vitamin.
Oh yeah,
I think plants. Hey, where did the term tree hugger come from? Did it come from the time where hippies were doing acid?
Probably.
Because then that would make so much more sense. Because if you're on acid, you hug a tree, you'd be like, oh, I love you. I love you, tree. You're so fucking amazing.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
A while ago. Oh.
From a series of nonviolent environmental protests in India, beginning with the Bishnoi community in 1730.
Wow.
Who physically clung to trees to prevent them from being cut down. See, those people are bugging on mushrooms.
Whoa.
Why they worship cattle? That's what I mean. Why else would all those poor people not eat cows? Oh my God, cows are good. But doesn't that make no sense?
It makes no sense at all.
It makes no sense. You guys have food everywhere, and you're starving. And your religion won't let you eat that food. Boy, okay. How'd you come to this? The only thing that makes any sense to me is those cows were giving you the mushrooms.
They had to.
That's what they're food. That's what they grow. They have the best source of psilocybin is cow poop. Duncan used to live in, my friend Duncan Trussell used to live in Asheville, North Carolina. And the farmers out there used to put a certain kind of feed into their diet to make sure that fungus couldn't grow in their shit. So that the kids wouldn't go in the field and pick the mushrooms. Because there were so many spores in that area. These kids would go just get bags of mushrooms and go down there. So the farmer
The farmer and a feed his cow. Some anti-mushroom. I want to still there.
I wonder if there's, I bet there's parts of this country where they just grow naturally.
I would imagine.
Once those spores get out there,
I would imagine.
yeah, I'd imagine.
I was supposed to actually go down to Brazil and ayahuasca.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Isn't it crazy you have to go to Brazil to do that?
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
Look at all these things.
A friend of mine, we actually went down to stem cells in Panama. It's called Origins. And so we go down there and he starts explaining like this. For him, it was like seeing the face of God. He said it changed his whole entire being.
Mm.
And he's like, it's in the jungle. So there's no like, it's, yeah, exactly. And he goes, it's life changing.
I just picture Alex Guerrero walking.
Totally. Like, that's a scary motherfucker, man. That's
Really scary. Just walk in as the
oh
scariest,
my
bro.
God, man.
It's the dopest too.
Oh,
That music
it's
starts
this
playing.
taunt. It's this like, I'm coming to get you, and
Yeah.
nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's built for one thing, and I bumped into him in Chicago. And it's like he's built for one thing. He's built to fight.
Yeah. He's built to fuck you up.
Oh, he's built. He's like
Weirdly strong guy.
oh, yeah, like literally, it's like he should be able to do what he's doing. It's like, I go, there's no wind up in his kicks, his low kicks, nothing, no tells, no tell. He's really sneaky.
But he's got unbelievable power.
Oh.
But the thing is, he puts it together with technique. It's not like he's just waiting after you, trying to exchange with you and land first. No, he's setting you up. And while he's setting you up, he's taking your legs away, and you're not seeing the tells.
Oh
They're
my
not there.
God, they're not there at all. Yep, that's it. They don't move.
By the time you think it's coming, it's already in there.
Oh, and that's the whole thing. Is you go, okay, you're thinking you're going to pick up on it. It's like, oh, you're never going to.
Yeah, he's very clever with that. And he does it with both sides, too. He's just as good with the left leg or the switch kick when he's fighting a southpaw. He just starts chewing up those calves really quick, man.
I can't believe that. Even is that nerve from?
Yeah, it's a horrible nerve.
Oh my God,
that wasn't the thing when you were fighting.
No, it wasn't crazy. Oh my God, it's
you have to know it now.
Oh my gosh, like looking at it, going, oh my God, it's taking a minute. You can't walk. Look at it. It's like 5 kicks in. You're like, oh fuck, you can't push off.
Isn't it crazy that you went your whole career without seeing that?
I was like, where did who discovered it?
Michael Bisping.
Yeah.
Michael Bisping said it. I went through my whole career without getting calf kicked. That's so crazy.
Yeah.
And world champion. Never got calf kicked.
Like, that's a good thing.
Yeah, it was just
That's
amazing.
a really good thing.
But it's amazing that it came along so late.
It's because it's unbelievable. You would think that something that looks that innocent is so debilitating.
Well, Benson Henderson was the first guy to start implementing it in the UFC. And then Mighty Mouse did it to Henry Cejudo and made his leg go to them. Did you ever remember that? He started doing it. But this was like around the time where it started catching on. There was one fight between Dustin Poirier and Jim Miller. Oh, that was a horrible one. There was a lot of calf kicks in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's a copycat league, right? It's a copycat thing, like watching another fighter going, yeah, I'm going to try.
But now everyone has it.
Yeah.
Everyone has it. You have to have it. And you can't take too many. No matter who you are.
No, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's just one of those where
so vulnerable.
It's one of those where it's like there's other than checking it or getting out of the way, there's not a fucking shit you can do.
Well, Pereira has a very interesting way of checking it. So he checks it like the hacky sack way. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So like when you throw a kick at him, he just lifts his leg.
Yeah.
He just lifts he has his knee there and he just picks his leg up.
Yeah.
So the kick just kind of goes with it. And it takes all the impact away. Because he was saying, as far as checking it, like you don't want to check it because it fucking hurts too much.
Yeah.
Like even if you're just checking, now that leg is fucked up. Yeah. Why check it when you can just do that like hacky sack thing? And he was showing us with it, like, oh, that's a different one. He does that one. That's a different hacky sack one where he uses the back of his foot.
Yeah.
But what I mean is he is picking up his leg, like at the knee, his ankle is coming up parallel.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
You don't see it, but he's just he's clever. there's a lot of cleverness, and it seems to be very creative, like the style that he has, like how he figures out how to, because he knows he's just got to land one. So he's got these very creative little ways to chop out the legs.
Yeah, I still think Sean O'Malley's got the best fans.
Oh, that's phenomenal.
I mean, so I remember watching him before he got to the UFC, and a friend of mine was like, no, you got to watch this kid. You got to watch this kid. You know, and watching him going, it would be like this just again and again and again, and just realizing, oh, fuck, that's what he was setting up. Yeah, 14 feints, right, to get to what he wanted to get to, and then it was like a feint here, feint on this side, feint here, and then all of a sudden he's got a tendency, now it's like a count.
Did you ever see the Eddie Weinman one? He feints an uppercut, and he comes over the top of the right hand.
I've seen it, but I haven't seen it.
Oh, you gotta see it.
Yeah.
It's so pretty. It's one of his prettiest knockouts. He stepped in, like fainted, and then he was gonna throw an uppercut and turned it into a left hand.
Oh my god.
It was so clean.
Yeah, he's
watch this. Watch this. Watch how he hits it. Look at that. He feints the left uppercut and comes over the top of the right hand. Watch that again.
And that's one of those
that's so crazy.
That's silly.
Bro, that's so
oh my god. That's like one of those things where it's like you can't teach it. You can't teach that stuff.
It's so slick. It's such a slick move. Did you watch the Terrence Crawford Canelo Alvarez fight?
Yeah, I did it.
Ooh. Talk about slick. Oh my goodness.
Crawford just out of box. Like fucking unreal.
Who's ever done that? Who's ever jumped up 2 weight classes like that?
It's scary.
It's crazy.
Scary. So realizing like watching him going, Canelo has bully style.
Mm-hmm.
Right. He's gonna get it, he's gonna bang with you. He's gonna power. And watching Canelo or Crawford just box.
Just box. Beautifully.
Oh, I can watch the whole thing. I'm like, that's art. That is art.
He's so clever. It's just like the way, and it got to the point where he got so comfortable. He's like, hit Patton up. And then what? Bang. And you're watching. Like, wow. Towards the end, towards the final round, really started getting comfortable and really started putting it on him. Like, this is amazing.
You know, one of those rare, like that's history, obviously, right? We watching somebody do. You should be able to do that. You should be able to fight at that weight for the first time ever
against one of the greatest
of all time. Fucking and do what you did. It is beyond like my favorite, an outlier. You're beyond an outlier. You're something. You're an anomaly.
Yeah. Something special. And
something really special.
I believe he's 37.
Yeah. One of those where you should be able to do that by any account. By any account. 37, my body was so wrapped up. I'm like, fuck you. You know, I ain't ready to go bowling.
I watched a video of Dolph Lundgren the other day. Like, that guy was like, remember in Rocky 3? He was the first guy that was scientifically trained.
Yeah.
Whenever I think of like UFC fighters, like,
yeah, absolutely.
Talking about guys who never Dolph Lundgren in Rocky 3.
Yeah, oh my god, man.
That was Rocky 4. Rocky 4, right?
That was a stereotype. That was a stereotype like the Russians, you know, they're manufactured. You know, like biologically manufactured. I came from the test tube, you know.
He totally looked like a Russian experiment in that movie.
He did.
That was the first time I saw Versa Climber. I was like, oh, gosh, look at that. It's unstoppable.
Man, I was on a Versa Climber 2 days ago. They're brutal. Oh, fuck, I hate it.
Not a lot of fun.
No.
Not an enjoyable activity.
I do an aerodyne, Versa Climber, a rower, and a skier.
All the things that suck. All the things that suck.
Like doing shit, you know, but it's one of those where I'm like, you know what? I don't have to do it for anything other than the challenge of just doing it.
Yeah.
You know,
I think everybody needs a little bit of a challenge, and just getting over the challenge of doing it. Like, I'm doing 45 minutes on this elliptical machine period.
That's it.
Yeah, that's good for you.
Oh, it's huge.
Yeah.
It's huge.
It's giant.
Because it's just like when I trained at Comp Small Wins, right? There's like some days I just need fucking a win. That's it. I don't care what it is.
Right.
You know, I just need a win. Right. Being nice to my wife, you know, being nice, you know, just whatever it is, I just need something that day.
Right.
You know, it's like, fuck, I'm going to go to the gym, get on a fucking thing that I hate. I'm going to fucking do it
And I think if you looked at the proportion, like if you looked at this, if there was a study done on people that are happy versus people that are not in this life, I bet the people that would generally say they're happy get more of those. Get more of those wins in over themselves.
Yeah.
Get more of those doing some shit that you didn't want to do, but you did it. Yeah. I'm done.
Yeah.
I feel better.
And that's the, for me, that's the link to get to where I am today, is that I didn't understand how huge those components were.
Yeah.
Because when you're competing and stuff, it's easy because every day you need to get wins.
Right.
And you're stacking it, right? I'm stacking money every day. I need to train today. I need to train today. And then you get to regular life, it's like, okay, the fuck, I'm not like, what's
Not doing it.
Yeah, what's my win? Letting somebody in traffic.
that's a giant problem for fighters too, because you're at fucking 9,000 RPMs for years, and all of a sudden, boom. Then you're supposed to go to normal life now.
No, and I didn't. So this is again where fucking this idea of like I didn't understand how much of myself is tied up in it and how much I need. It's what I did, not who I am, and understanding like this who I am has a lot longer career than this fighter.
Yeah.
Right? It's understanding who I am, like really getting into the fact that I'm much more than just a fighter. And understanding like, okay, what is that? I'm a compassionate person. I'm empathetic. Try to be kind and understanding people around me. I try to bring, I call it emotional sobriety, right? Like if I'm emotionally honest with people in my life, everybody else fits in. If I'm emotionally dishonest, people get fucked up. My environment gets all fucked up. Right?
Yeah.
So it's like it's understanding these aspects about my life. Going, oh God, man, I need to make these the important parts of where I'm building, what I'm building in my life. It's been a process. It's been some days I'm like, fuck this, man, fuck this, and other days I'm like, that was just a day.
As long as you can keep that clarity of knowing that these fuck this days are gonna pass.
Oh God, yeah. Well, I call it, in my whole faith speech, I call it, like when I was first getting sober, it's like I try to get through it. I just need to make it through this, man. That's all. And I just need to make it through this. I just need to get through this next. Some were fucking hard because I just wanted to fuck this because I'm so uncomfortable. And I get through that minute. I just need to make it through this hour. I need to make it through this day. And then it'll be this week. And then all of a sudden it's like a month goes by. But I'd still have to go back and just make it through this fucking minute. Right. So it's just how I'm built. Like this just self that just is so restless inside. It's like fuck. Amazing.
Do you think that was accelerated by fighting, or do you think that was a pre-existing thing that drew you to fighting?
I think it was accelerated by fighting. A lot of it just, I'm a competitor. Being a competitor allowed me to fight. But fighting was like hurting me to the level that I had to hurt them. That was a whole nother experience. It's like I could wrestle, I could compete, I could do grappling, but to physically beat, I had to flip a switch and turn into this other person. And I'm like, fuck, I'm glad I know he's there. But it's like, that's not me.
Right.
It's just this weird dichotomy or this weird.
And nobody ever really gets to experience except for someone like you. Yeah. Or maybe at another level, a higher level, someone at war.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's. I understand why there's, a lot of the veterans, what they go through. It's like, that's normally that's not how you're built as a human being.
Right, you're not supposed to experience that. You don't come back and just be normal.
It's like, oh fuck.
That movie Hurt Locker when he's walking around the supermarket until he wants to go back.
Oh my God. Because it's just one more, it's like, it's not how I'm built. I have a lot more compassion for other human beings. But, I was glad to know that if I got put in a fucking room with another dude, I was coming out motherfucker. That was a good thing thing to know.
It's a
Right?
good
It's a
thing to
good
know.
thing to know, right?
Yeah,
You
it's
know,
a good thing to know. Do you, when you look back, I mean, if you were going to give yourself advice, when would you think would have been a good time for you to stop fighting?
after Virginia.
After Virginia.
Because that was, you know what, and like if people understood, like at that time period, like I got sober, I just fought Henson, and then I went to Abu Dhabi, and I won my weight class, won all of them, which is a big deal for me at the time. It was a huge deal. And then if I would have won that championship, if I would have won the Pride Grand Prix, that would have been mic drop. I could have walked away, and it could have been a complete moment where it's like, oh, I wonder how good he, fucking, I wonder how good he could have been. You know, it would have been a complete fucking mic drop, right?
Right.
But it's just at that moment, I knew that something had changed in me, that I didn't have that thing in me that I needed to do. Because you need a thing in you to do that. You do. And that's what we're talking about. Like that gear. You need a different gear. You need a different component to get to that level. And if you don't have it, it's like, you know, say in the NFL, if you're thinking about retirement, you shouldn't be playing the game.
So you were at a point where your dislike of hurting people was interfering with your job.
Yeah, because I had to just get to a place which is just, you know, just a place that I just didn't like being.
Right. No, it makes sense talking to you. You know, because it's funny, you talk to certain people like yourself and George, like George St. Pierre. I was just hanging out with him the other night, and my friends are always like, so normal. This is so weird. Like, it's so hard to believe that guy's one of the greatest fighters of all time because he's so normal.
Yeah.
But that's also the beauty of it. That's why people are fascinated by fighting, because they want to know what can a normal person do.
Yeah.
What can a normal person turn himself into?
Yeah.
What is possible?
Yeah, and that's the, I answer that question for myself, right? And it's one where it's like, okay, you know, for me to get there was so not difficult, but like I would watch a film of me walking out, and I couldn't even recognize myself, like my facial expression, how I walk, how I carry myself. I look at it and go, wow, that doesn't even look like it's transforming like into a completely different person. And it's understanding like compartmentalizing everything, like no emotions, no nothing, singularly focused on one. And that thing was, I'm gonna impose my will on you until I fucking take yours. That's it. And for me, it just was a darker place for me to go.
Right, of course. And probably unsustainable if you want to be a happy person.
No, you can't.
But in order to be the Mark Kerr that everybody loved, you kind of had to go there. That's the only way to do it.
Yeah.
That's the wildest thing that most people will never understand. Only a person like yourself who's actually experienced it will really truly understand what those words mean.
I mean, it's just one word.
It's a nutty requirement of someone.
Fuck yeah.
A nutty request. Hey, you want to go fight in front of the whole world?
Yeah. Because it's fucking, you talk about vulnerable, like vulnerable.
Yeah.
Like fucking bearing your soul. That's because you get to a place of exhaustion. You know, it's weak. You know, you're showing everybody you're much stronger to train your capacity, you need to train to fight. And look at this dude, get the fuck out of here. And you got a fucking hot pants on. Right? To add no fucking insult, right? You have fucking hot pants on, you beat the fuck out. So I mean, there's that whole thing. It's very fucking vulnerable to fight because it's just very like the loneliest place, two loneliest places in the world, walking into things and after the fight's over. And the two loneliest places I've ever been in my entire life are those two places. Because there's no help when you're walking in the night. It's just fucking you know that. And after the fight, it's just you. And you have to live with whatever experience you just had when you withdraw. You know, times I won, I felt empty because it felt like I needed to go do something again. It felt like I needed to go achieve something again. Like everything was so focused on this thing thing's over, I need another thing, and I chase that thing. Oh, wow. It's just never ending. Like for me, it was just never ending because I was trying to be enough. I was just trying to be enough, and I could never get there.
Isn't it crazy that that kind of addictive behavior and thinking is almost the only way to make true excellence?
I know. It's just so fucked up, right? It's so fucked up. Like, come on. Because I know it doesn't only apply to fighters. I know it's and I know it's artists and people that, do you think Steve Jobs had fucking, that's again singularly focused. Right? I mean, it's just this, it's the, madness and brilliance, are almost like the same thing, right? And, this driven component of me, the bane of that is that once that thing was over, I had to go fucking chase something else. I could never fucking sit in that moment and be okay with whatever. And, again, it's one of those things where it's like, thankfully, I am designed where I am, because I'm finally in a place where I'm like, I'm okay with it. I'm completely okay with it. And it's taken me a long time to get here.
Well, that's awesome. I'm glad that you got there. And, I'm glad to just be able to sit down with you and talk to you and tell you how much I appreciate, first of all, your career. But you've been able to do that Smashing Machine documentary, I think, wasn't just eye-opening for a lot of people to realize, like, wow, a lot of these guys are struggling in a way that we couldn't possibly comprehend. It's all they're doing in private. This guy just let us into his life. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Like, how many more stories are there out there like this? Yeah. Opens people up to the conversation. But also, like, having the courage to look at your life like that, I think it's awesome, man.
No.
And the movie's great. And The Rock is fucking
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I mean, The Rock.
She nailed it. She nailed crazy with it. She had an A+.
Oh my God. Yeah, exactly.
For that craziness. Well, thank you, sir. Thanks for being in here,
I
man.
appreciate it, man. I appreciate it.
Smashing Machine. It is out October 3rd, right? Is that when it's out?
3rd. Yeah.
It's very good.
I appreciate you.
My boss Ruben kills it in it, too. Thank you, everybody.
Good morning, Mr. Grace. How are you, ma'am?
The Charles Logan Experience.
During my days, you're really important. That's my name. All day.
So, son, how is it possible that you haven't been here in the 5 years I've been here?
No, it's been 5 years.
Yeah, man, it's been 5 years.
That's pretty fucking crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
That doesn't make any sense.
it does. I like it though.
All right.
It's like it's got the sauna walls and shit.
Yeah. It's very close to what the old one was instead of brick and old wood, because they were kind of faking it with brick.
It was fake brick.
It wasn't fake brick, it was real brick, but what they do is they take like a mesh, and then they take real bricks and they slice them thin, and then they put up the cement and they glue the real bricks in place.
Oh, okay.
But it's not really a brick wall, it
Right.
just looks like a brick wall.
Yeah.
I feel like a real brick wall should only be the only brick wall that you show.
Right.
Like, I went to a pool hall the other day and they had a plastic brick wall and I got deeply disappointed. I touched it, I was like, oh, this is a fake brick wall. This is bullshit. This is plastic.
Yeah. I mean, it's a push to have like a half-fake brick wall.
Yeah.
To have like a plastic brick wall.
That's your
Did you just leave the pool hall like for this place? No.
But the brick used to bother me. It's fake brick. I'm like, oh, bullshit.
Some people have like some comedy clubs or somebody fake a comedy spot. They have it's just a sheet.
Yeah.
Like it's not a curtain, but
A brick sheet.
a brick sheet. Like, bro, it's just what you got back there? Let's just show that.
Just show it every back there. It's weird how that became the backdrop for a comedy club. A brick wall.
Why?
Good question. No, know when it started. When did it start with Evening at the Improv? What was Evening at the Improv backdrop? Was that a brick wall? It might have been that simple.
All right.
Because back in the 1980s, was it? Aha! Look at that. That's it.
It makes
Bro,
me
is
wonder.
that Ellen?
It makes me wonder if that wall.
Bro, that's Ellen. Look at that picture of Ellen. That's crazy. That's crazy.
This Rock Adams Sandler.
Wow. Wow.
When I started doing comedy, I used to go to the comic strip, and they had a big wall too. And to get on stage at the comic strip, you had to come the first Friday of every month and try to get the number. And if you got a number, they had like a lot of things. There were like all these open mics lined up down the street.
Mm-hmm.
And then
This is a dreadlocks these days.
this is pre-dreadlocks.
You in there dreadlocks?
No.
There you go.
Like twisted shit. Please don't find none of those photos.
Bro, how old have I known you?
Like 30 years or some
We've
shit.
known each other 30 years.
That's crazy.
Wow. We were little babies.
Yeah.
Little babies.
Doing the boss thing.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, it's crazy when I'm like how, not how, but we just had no fucking idea.
Yeah.
Like how all this shit would turn out.
No idea.
Yeah.
With no idea even how it all worked.
Right.
You just taking chances on stage, trying to figure out what's funny, and then trying to get work on the road.
I just knew once I had the inclination to do